The story begins in the bright small city of Jiang. The guy lifted Yin Wu Dao by the throat and asked if he knew who he was. The boy responded by asking if he was not the worthless son-in-law of the Jiang family. Xiao Chen looked into his eyes and asked him to gouge out his eyes. He is the lord of the Dragon King's palace, the Dragon King. Yin Wu Dao asked in response if he really was the legendary Dragon King. Xiao Chen replied that he went to China, wanted a peaceful life, but he tried to take possession of his woman and therefore deserves to die. There is no such word as mercy in the Dragon King's vocabulary, therefore he is not going to spare him. The guy began to squeeze Yin Wu Dao's throat tighter and tighter so that the boy was already suffocating. And when he did his job, he threw Yin Wu Dao directly to the ground near a large, thick tree. The boy thought that because of betrayal, he could not and would never come to terms with losing his precious life. A girl appeared in front of him. She was wearing a beautiful red shoe. When the boy flew up to this girl, he thought that she was very pretty. The girl said that the system detected that a monstrous villain had just died. It must be this guy. She pressed her finger on the transmission of the supreme system of the great villain for 10%. Meanwhile, Yin Wu Dao began to slowly open his eyes. Something was clearly happening to him. It was something incredible, and around him a black-green haze rose straight up to the sky. The boy's eyes lit up with a fiery red color. He began to come to his senses. The mother-in-law of the Dragon King asked the guy how he could show up at the company like that, and asked him to get out of here immediately. Xiao Chen replied that Ruo Shui is his wife, and he will handle the issues himself, so there is no need to involve outsiders. The mother-in-law asked how he could settle the $10 billion debt of the Jang family. He's just trash who only knows how to do laundry and cook. Ruo Shui is blind to choose him as her son-in-law. Yin Wu Dao could not understand what was happening to him. Did he die or was he reborn? After all, he returned half an hour ago before he was crushed to death by the Dragon King Xiao Chen. The boy looked at his watch, then raised his head up and saw the system in front of him. His great villain system is activated. The countdown has begun, and half an hour began to tick in the opposite direction. The boy realized that this meant that he would die in half an hour. Meanwhile, the girl approached Mr. Yin Wu Dao and asked what happened to him. Jiang Ruoxi was the wife of the Dragon King, and she touched the guy's forehead with her hand. Xiao Chen became very angry and gave him a disdainful look. He knitted his eyebrows toward his nose and clenched his teeth. Yin Wu Dao jumped to his feet and asked the girl not to approach him. He thought that it seemed that he would not die quickly enough. The woman approached Mr. Yin and asked him not to be angry, as this loser was not worth his anger. After all, Mr. Yin is a very good person, and he helped Zhang solve the problem with an investment of 10 billion. In truth, Ruo Shui had already decided to remarry Mr. Yin. The boy decided that after such words, he would not live long. Xiao Chen said that he would arrange that investment of 10 billion. The head of the dragon head, Xiao Dong, is none other than him. Ruo Shi asked the boy to shut up and pushed him with her hand. Does he really think that he can be related to Chairman Xiao just because his surname is Xiao? He takes credit for other people's merits brazenly, and this will only make her despise him even more. The guy thought that his sister did not choose an expression and opened her hands. The girl exclaimed that the Jiang family does not raise useless trash, so she asks to get out of the Jiang family. Yin Wu Dao decided that it was all over and he was doomed. Everything was going exactly the same way. Xiao Chen was very angry and asked the girl not to regret what she was doing now. Yin Wu Dao decided that everything was bad and he was going to twist his mouth. He wanted to stop him immediately. The woman asked Mr. Yin not to do anything stupid. If he hit him, he would only get his hands dirty. Ruo Shui explained to Mr. Yin that she had no feelings for him and only had a name and social position. The boy decided that he would not let him go. Xiao Chen curled up in a malicious smile and asked for no more pretense. Cards on the table. He is the king of the dragons. Suddenly, several guys appeared behind him. The Dragon King Palace is rumored to be the #1 foreign underground organization with enormous power and respected status. The Dragon King has 3 precious workers under his command. If they dare to disobey the Dragon King, this 10 billion contract will be cancelled immediately. One phone call and the Yin and Zhang families will disappear from Zhang City forever. The third guy exclaimed that as soon as the Dragon King gives the order, he will kill everyone. Yin Wu Dao grabbed his head with his hands and thought that he was at a dead end again. Is he really going to die again? Is a villain only worthy of being a springboard for a show-off protagonist? He won't accept it for anything. Xiao Chen said that he would not accept his plea for mercy. He could not give him a dignified death. Yin Wudao told the boy that he did not plan to beg for his life. Zhao Chen said that although his family is powerful in China, it is as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of the Dragon King's palace. The boy was very surprised and said that just one call from him and they would be wiped off the face of the earth. Zhao Chen exclaimed with a laugh that this was quite arrogant. I would like to see who is capable of this. 15 minutes passed after their conversation and someone's feet appeared on the threshold. A girl flew into the room and asked her people to arrest them all. It was Lu Fong, the commander of the Red Shield Special Forces operations team. They were asked not to move and everyone was knocked to the floor with the command to stand at attention and surrender their weapons. Lu Fong told Zhao Chen that he was under arrest. He is the leader of an illegal foreign organization and has long been on the international red list with arrest orders. Those who admit their guilt will be shown magnanimity. Those who do not admit it will be answered to the fullest extent. And now the handcuffs were already put on the guy. Zhao Chen told Yin Wudao that he was not interested in martial virtue. Where did his decency go? The boy apologized and said that he was a villain. Lu Fong asked Zhao Chen to calm down quickly. No matter who he was, the Dragon King or the Asura, it wouldn't work on her. The girl turned towards her warriors and said that their reward for the report would soon be credited to their account. $500,000 for one person, without paying income tax. The boy exclaimed that mutually beneficial cooperation is a big part for him. The system congratulated him for completing the task and successfully obtaining one Heaven's Pride point. Yin Wudao thought that it was understandable why, having finished with the proud son of heaven, one could appropriate his pride points. Only he does not know what this pride of heaven can do. It's a bit like defeating a monster and dropping treasure. It makes sense though. Since the word mercy is not in his vocabulary, all he can do is prevent bad consequences. And so the boy knelt in front of him. The girl asked him to calm down. I warned the guy not to do anything stupid. Zhao Chen said that he suddenly felt as if his body had been emptied. And so Yin Wudao exclaimed, hugging Ruo Shui, that he would kindly accept everything she had. Even though he is a famous Dragon King, he was unable to cope with Yin Wudao. That's what the girl thought. The boy was very surprised how quickly the money arrived in the account. He has more than 30 billion, so, thought the woman standing next to him. She said that Zhao Chen has been arrested. Investments will now not be able to come from him, and the Jang family is still facing bankruptcy. So she asks Mr. Yin to fulfill the promise he made earlier. Yin Wudao said that everything depends on Miss Zhang's attitude. Ruo Shui thought that since Zhao Chen appeared, they had never treated him badly even though they were not married, yet he never revealed his identity to her. Now, if she wants to save the Zhang family, the only way is to surrender to Yin Wudao. But this man is naturally flighty. He is perverted, cruel, and arrogant. You could say her life is ruined for the sake of her family. The girl turned to Mr. Yin Wudao and asked him to help her save the Zhang family. The boy replied that he could save the Zhang family, but she must know what he wants. The girl asked herself what he wanted. And so the boy was given a new task. He thought that this couldn't be true. It should be 90 or higher. It now has a completely negative meaning. Ruo Shui closed her eyes and thought that for the sake of the Zhang family, she agreed to be kissed by that dog. The boy said that it was difficult to feel such disgust towards him, but at the same time deliberately fawn over him, whether he speaks correctly. Ruo Shui laughed and replied that she was not disgusted. Then Yin Wudao asked if she knew what was in her soul. Surely an investment of 10 billion? He exclaimed that he was not their lousy son-in-law, but in business they have a lot to talk about. He will give them 10 billion to buy out Jiang Corporation. The woman was very surprised and furious. She asked how to buy it back. The girl was also upset and began to hate this boy. He felt her hatred. Yin Wudao said that he knows that it is difficult for them to accept this right away, but this is their only way out. When they think everything over, he will ask Ruo Shui to come to his villa to sign the contract. Meanwhile, the system informed the boy that it had noticed a sharp drop in attitude. She asked the owner to change strategy, but the boy pushed the system aside and explained to her that he was better at communicating with women than she was. And here in front of us is a villa on the coast. The day was light and bright. The sun never stopped shining over the beautiful, cute houses. Some car continued to fly along the road at breakneck speed. He illuminated the way with his headlights. Yin Wudao got out of the car. His employees approached him. The boy said that if he had known earlier, he would not have given them the day off today. He almost overturned the car. The boy asked Qing Yu to come out to him quickly. He called the girl again. Meanwhile, she peeled the apple with a huge sharp knife, cutting it lengthwise. The girl did not expect such a smart and impudent attitude towards her. It was Su Qingya. She cut her finger and went out to the boy. The girl said that she didn't know that he would return so early today. Therefore, water for bathing has not yet been collected. She apologized to the boy, smiling sweetly. There was a degree of affection for him of 90, and it was love. The degree of fear was 80, and it was a fright. Yin Wudao thought that he did not expect that she was really in love with him. But what kind of fear is this? The boy asked what happened to her hand. The girl replied that it was nothing. He came closer to her and said that he was not in the mood at all now, and asked her to come over and relieve his tension. Then the boy thought that it was that time that scared her. When he said this and roughly grabbed her head, having gained the experience of resurrecting from the dead, he looks back at what he did before. It's really annoying. He fits her villain setting perfectly. Yin Wudao said that he remembered that they had a meditation room at home. He asked that it be prepared for him since he wanted to use it. The girl immediately obeyed and went into this room. Yin Wudao thought that although he received her as repayment of a debt, he will treat her well in the future for this love she has for him. After being reborn, he can't let her live in fear anymore. The boy was sitting in the lotus position. He held in his hands a bright yellow light that looked completely like crumbly sand. The system lady thought that even though she helped him start his training, such a high cultivation speed is truly a rare gift. It looks like she was not mistaken with her choice of person. No wonder she chose him. This piece of jade is a good place to hide from the inspections of wandering gods. This 9-dragon truth is really a good thing. Cleansing the bone marrow and tendons calms the body. Yin Wudao is almost certain that these impurities were eliminated from his body, exactly as written in the book. The girl approached the boy and asked him to eat ginseng soup. Yin Wudao told her that she had such a good body in front of her. Perhaps on the first day she would be able to restrain herself. Again, after a couple of weeks, he is not sure that everything will be the same. The boy asked her to come over. She seemed delighted and excited. Yin Wudao said that he was kidding and exclaimed that the soup today was delicious. Roshu asked the boy if he could let go of the girl he brought last night. She heard that her older brother is a soldier and is afraid that he will take revenge on him. Yin Wudao asked who the girl was and replied that he was sweating and would go take a shower. Ruo Shui thought that she really hoped that he would no longer do evil. Meanwhile, the boy was already getting out of the shower. He couldn't figure out which girl Qingya was talking about. Why doesn't he know about this? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The boy's eyes completely changed and widened several times. He couldn't figure out what was going on when he approached the bathroom mirror. He began to look at himself. The boy did not take his eyes off the mirror. Streams of sweat ran down his face. After he got out of the shower, he walked up to the curtain behind which there was a girl. He was very scared and confused. Ruo Shui was completely naked and covered with a blanket. Yin Wudao covered his mouth with his hand and thought that Su Qingya was most likely talking about this girl. He didn't expect something like this to happen. There really was a naked girl lying under the blanket. At first glance, she is an innocent newcomer. She does not belong here. One of the guys asked if Yin Wudao liked this type, and he said that he would wrap it for his brother with him, one of the 4 young masters of Jiang City. Zhang Renjie, Yin Wudao, grabbed his head and thought that he didn't expect that Zhang Renjie's puppy would actually send a person here. He was careless with his friends. For what sins is this punishment for him? Probably this word danger is somehow connected with the girl in bed. He looked at the system monitor. The approach of the Soldier King's Pride of Heaven was detected, and a new mission was issued by the system. This mission was simply to survive this moment. The boy didn't expect this. He looked at the video camera screen and realized that someone had indeed intruded. The boy ran out very quickly and clenched his fists to face his enemies. He immediately began to resist and hit his opponent. The guy flew far to the side. The boy realized that for some reason his fighting qualities were very much off the charts. His gaze changed and he realized that he had overwhelming aggression. The boy was afraid that this time would not bode well. The Soldier King Lin Feng was coming to meet him. He asked the boy to come to him quickly. Yin Wudao asked how he had the courage to break into his house. The guy replied that his name is Lin Feng, and he is here to find his little sister Lin Yuru. If he touched even one hair on her head, his death would be painful. Yin Wudao asked what kind of hairy guy he was. He also dares to shout at him, and so the guy took one step towards his opponent. He wanted to avenge his sister. The guy asked to call him handsome. He extended his fist and hit his enemy on the head with it. Yin Wudao thought that he had done it just in time. It was precisely to test his true nine-dragon chi. Their fists unexpectedly met. It was a powerful blow in the form of a bright yellow flash. When their fangs met, everything around them sparkled with a bright yellow light in the form of fire. Yin Wudao gritted his teeth and began to sweat, thinking that this guy had incredible power. If it had been the old him, he would have been killed with one blow. His opponent exclaimed that he did not expect that he would be able to survive taking his blow, but he is still much stronger than other rich kids. But he shouldn't have touched his little sister. The guy was very angry and could not forgive him for this. Suddenly, his sister came out and asked his brother to stop. She exclaimed that he had misunderstood Mr. Yin. Then the guy asked his sister what it all meant in the end. Yin Wudao clenched his teeth, and when he let go of his shirt, he called him a brute. The girl explained that last night she was bullied by bad guys and Sister Qingya saved her. Mr. Yin had nothing to do with it. Moreover, she just woke up in Sister Qingyi's bed, safe and sound, and no one harmed her. The brother exclaimed that this is impossible. When normal people encounter such things, they should be sent to the hospital and not brought home. Then the girl bowed her head and said that she was a doctor of medical sciences. But this guy still wouldn't let up. He chuckled and said that there are no decent rich people. Yin Wudao was very angry and told Lin that he did not distinguish between good and evil. His great-grandfather is the honored founder of the country, and his grandfather served on the border. His father worked hard to rule this East China Sea province, and his mother pays tens of billions annually. And why on earth does he dare to denigrate the efforts of 3 generations of his family? The girls cowered in fear as they talked about it. Qingya asked her brother to quickly apologize to Mr. Yin and called him a good person. Then the little brother listened to his sister and asked her to forgive him. He said that he was simply mistaken. The little brother took his sister by the hand and said that in this case they would leave them alone, after which he asked permission to take his leave. But Yin Wudao stopped him and asked who allowed him to leave. Then the guy turned his head to him and asked what else he wanted from him. Yin Wudao explained that he had seriously injured 4 of his bodyguards and wanted to leave regardless. The boy replied that he had overlooked this and would reimburse their treatment costs. Yin Wudao became even more angry and asked how he was going to reimburse his expenses. His little sister ran away to earn money and became a dancer. Almost certainly someone in his family needs money. The girl told her brother that she was very sorry. She saw how hard he worked to cover the cost of his mother's surgery and wanted to help him ease the burden. When the guy clenched his fist and said that 30 years in the East and the same in the West, why do they bully poor young people? Yin Wudao exclaimed that, then don't bully the middle-aged poor and don't bully the old poor, and finally the dead are the best. However, he has a proposal and he can not only cancel his compensation fee, but also give him 1 million. The boy asked him to be his bodyguard, but the guy got angry and exclaimed that after leaving the barracks, he swore that he would never serve for the sake of money. My sister asked my brother not to put off my mother's operation any longer. Then the boy scratched the back of his head and said that he saw that Mr. Yin was a good person and he was completely at his service. Meanwhile, the system informed the boy that the task was completed. Reward for the quest King of Soldiers, he acquired a lot of attributes. The boy thought that the true chi of the 9 dragons, combined with the attributes of the King of Soldiers, was simply invincible. If the random reward is so awesome, then shouldn't the extremely hard-to-get Heaven's Pride points be simply stunning? Qingya thanked the boy for such a sum and said that they would definitely repay him. The book thought about that devotion Lin Fang is more or less fine. The degree of devotion was 20, but he doubted it a little. Yin Wudao could not understand what kind of favor Ling Yuru had. He glanced at the girl. The boy received a new task. This was the degree of disposition of the opposite side. He felt quite embarrassed for such a naive girl. And so the boy said goodbye to the 2 guys. Ruo Shui asked to take care of yourself on the journey. Yin Wudao told Yurao to come and play more often. He thanked Qinyu, otherwise Lin Feng would definitely tear him to pieces. The boy pressed this girl to him, and the degree of location was much greater. Their hands touched. The degree of location was 80. The girl said that this was the last time. She knows him well, and despite the fact that he is terrible, he should not cross boundaries. Yin Wudao was very surprised that the favorability degree had dropped to 80, and the status of being in love has disappeared. This girl really misunderstood him today. Meanwhile, she asked her brother to speed up a little. After he took his mother to the hospital, the girl asked him to hurry up to Mr. Yin's work and not be late on the first day. The guy told his sister that she had been talking about him since she got back. In his opinion, she is fascinated by this guy. He asked not to approach him, as he has a bad reputation. Mother Dean stood next to the girl. The girl sighed and exclaimed that these were all rumors from the outside and that he was not bad at all. Meanwhile, the guy put his fist forward and saw some bright white light in front of him. Sang Biao appeared in front of him. He said, addressing the residents, that the deadline for moving had expired and it was time to demolish this building. If they don't leave, they'll bury them in these ruins. The guy asked which of them would dare to demolish him in his presence. His sister also said that they do not want to refuse to move, but the relocation fee they are offering is several times lower than normal. Sang Biao gritted his teeth and exclaimed that they were not afraid of death at all. Mother Lin said apologetically that they are still children and do not understand many things, so there is no need for them to argue with them. The woman exclaimed that they agreed to the demolition and would move right away, but this evil guy kicked the woman in the face. Her son became very angry and clenched his teeth. The guy asked how he dared to hit his mother and whether he was really looking for death. He asked now to try to hit him. Sang Biao replied that it would cost him nothing to throw him behind bars. And as for his sister and mother, the boy decided that he must control himself, since he cannot go to prison. There will be no one to protect my mother and sister. Sang Biao himself was asking for a blow and asked him to hit as hard as possible. But then Yin Wudao appeared and hit him as hard as he could. The boy exclaimed that he could not just stand and watch him suffer. When he dealt with this guy, he straightened his hair and smiled sarcastically. The girl was very surprised to see Mr. Yin in front of her. Her brother asked what he was doing here. The boy laughed and replied that he could no longer wait for him to come to work, so he decided to visit him at home. Then the guy exclaimed, asking who dared to hit him. He saw Mr. Yin in front of him. Sang Biao was very surprised and frightened by his appearance. He asked what happened and why he came here. He asked if the boy remembered him. He explained that it was Sang Biao and he was cleaning his shoes. Yin Wudao gritted his teeth and became seriously angry. He realized that the Jiang family was one of the 4 great families. The boy said that he noticed that Sang Biao seemed familiar to him. He asked if it was his key. The guy replied that he was and said that he didn't recognize him, so he would be rich. He's his own man. The girl asked why the young master was so friendly with him. The guy replied that he had already said that they were the same. Yin Wudao inquired about his man and asked if he had gone crazy. How dare he hit an elderly man? Sang Biao coughed and told the boy that he hit him even though he knew who he was. Is he really declaring war on the Jiang family? Then the boy smiled sarcastically and asked if he thought it bothered him. That guy's sister thought that Yin Wudao was not like that at all. Her brother decided that although he was willful and proud, he was very fair. The best way to bribe a person is to transform yourself in front of him. For example, try to pretend. Sang Biao told the boy that since this was the young master's decision, all he could do was ask for help from the Jang family. The girl thought that this situation would bring a lot of problems to Mr. Yin. And then the wheels of the car suddenly braked and a guy got out. It was Lu Fong, the illegitimate child of the Jang family. He asked young Master Yin why he was interfering in the affairs of the Jiang family. Is he afraid of getting his hands dirty? Yin Wudao asked. In response, how could an illegitimate child of a family solve problems? Is there really no one else in their family, and why did they send an illegitimate child? Lu Fong called the boy a scoundrel and asked how he dares to mock him. The guy thought it was very brave. Isn't he afraid of bringing trouble to the Jiang family? He's really fast. How was he able to dodge his attack? The boy deftly and boldly dodged her. Unexpectedly, the guy came to Yin Wudao's defense. He exclaimed that he would not let him touch his boss. Then the guy asked if he wanted to start a fight with him and headed in his direction. The guy immediately hit him to immediately protect his master Yin Wudao. He decided that Lu Fong was quite strong. The enemy did not expect that the Jiang family had good masters. If he can't defeat him with his strength, then he will use his agility. Lu Fong began to test his strength and agility, and it was as if he had become several people. Bodyguard Yin Wudao decided that with the ghost technique, he would not be able to distinguish where his real body was. The boy really wanted to be his master's bodyguard and closed his eyes. He made a leap towards his opponent, but he clenched his fist and exclaimed that the guy had made a mistake. The boy's blow flew straight towards his opponent. He really hit it. The guy decided that Lu Fong was very fast. He didn't have time to dodge his blow. Then his leg slipped and he wanted to hit his opponent right on the head with it. Still, he decided that his enemy was not fast enough and kicked him right in the head. Lu Fong was thrown far to the side, but he still tried to stay on his feet. Yin Wu Dao thought that they were fighting on equal terms. He is afraid that this guy plays an important role in his family, so he is still the killer of the main character. A system appeared in front of the boy, and he began to look at his achievements. He had a task to eliminate Lu Fong. The guy realized that he could use a ghost technique in combination with a flying sword. 36 swords, can he stop them? Who will get his betrothed? Yin Wu Dao realized that this creature was simply distracting Lu Fong. It was good that after the transformation, his 6 senses of perception were strengthened. Moreover, this is a great opportunity. The boy cast a malicious glance at his opponents. Sang Biao exclaimed that by disobeying the Jang family, he doomed himself to certain death. The boy asked the girl to be more careful, since the enemy's weapon was over her head. Yin Wu Dao quickly protected this girl from being hit with a heavy metal key. The girl was very frightened and her eyes sparkled. Did he really put himself in harm's way for her? The girl's brother asked if she was okay. Sang Biao asked not to be distracted during the fight, but to attack to amuse him. Yin Wu Dao was seriously angry. He began to undress his jacket and said that everything was fine, and now it was his turn to scratch his fists. Sang Biao told Lord Yin that since young Master Lu Fong had already entered the battle, he had no other choice. But the boy's powerful fist flew towards the enemy. Before he could finish speaking, a fist was on his face. The boy asked to shut up immediately. The girl noticed that he had great strength. Yin Wu Dao thought that this was expected. Even though skill is not enough, combat power has increased exponentially. The girl asked if he was okay or if he was hurt. Yin Wu Dao told Ms. Lin that he was fine and thanked her for her concern. The girl asked to call her simply Yuru. They caused him problems and she is very sorry. The boy thought that the hero who saved the beauty should receive a slight injury, and this is an ideal strategy. Yin Wu Dao asked not to apologize. Even if it was not their family that suffered today, he would not turn a blind eye to it. He will not allow anyone to mock the weak. The Jang family is like a vampire sucking the blood out of this city. How can he just sit back? The girl thought that she could not believe that such a perfect man existed in this world. Yin Wu Dao, in turn, also decided that they were holding up well. But he is afraid that at this rate they will both suffer greatly. And then again, a car drove up to them as close as possible and braked right in front of them. The blonde guy asked Lu Fong to stop immediately. He exclaimed that they were his own and asked not to get excited. The boy got out of the car and approached the guys. He sat down at the table opposite Yin Wu Dao. The guy asked if it happened to be the same girl from the nightclub. Yin Wu Dao asked the guy to speak to the point. The guy said that he heard that people of lower status did not know about their relationship with this family and they acted recklessly. He handed the guy 10 million and said that half was for moving and half was compensation and what he thought about it. The boy replied that since her mother and brother could not say anything now, the choice was hers. She can accept or reject the offer. Lin asked if they would compensate only her or all the old people in the city. The guy replied that, of course, only for her. If you compensate everyone, it will cost hundreds of millions. Without thinking twice, the girl answered the boy that in this case she would refuse it. Then the guy asked the girl not to be impudent. If she wants more, let her say so. The guy asked the girl to name her price. She began to think and her eyes widened several times. Yin Wu Dao lit a cigarette and decided that apparently they would not be able to reach an agreement. Then he waved his hand and asked this guy to get out of here and called him a lip slap. The enemy became even more angry and asked if he had changed his shoes and turned away from him, not because of the woman. Without thinking twice, Yin Wu Dao smiled and answered his opponent that he had understood him correctly. Then the enemy asked not to blame him for what he was about to do. He asked the girl if she thought that their meeting with Yin Wu Dao was an accident. In fact, he had his eye on her and asked him to send her to his bed. Yin Wu Dao silently called him a puppy who decided to expose him. Where did he ask him about this? The enemy turned around and began to move away from them. When he went to the exit, the girl looked at the boy. She asked Yin Wu Dao if this man was telling the truth. Drops of sweat were running down the boy's face. She again asked him if this man was telling the truth, and tears flowed from her eyes. Yin Wu Dao thought that based on past experience she would slap him. But if he didn't dodge, he could make her fall in love with him in 10 seconds. The boy answered the girl that it was all true. Then she called him shameless and slapped him in the face. Yin Wu Dao was completely right and decided that the time had come for a slap. He told the girl that she was swift, like an alarmed swan, and incomparable. When he saw her that day, his soul never returned to his body. He shouldn't have entered that nightclub, and he shouldn't have met her. And then he could sleep peacefully. He wouldn't get involved in the business of moving because of the demolition, not to mention the wounds he received, and he would not have to quarrel with his best friend, with whom he had been friends for more than 10 years. If loving someone is considered shameless, then he must be completely shameless. The boy put his hand on his chest and spoke very sincerely to the girl. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand. She developed a degree of disposition of as much as 90 points. The girl looked into his eyes and apologized to him. She fell in love. Yin Wudao covered his face with his hand and laughed maliciously, thinking that time was up. Suddenly, the girl's brother came up to them and asked if the Jang family had left. The girl exclaimed that she had a few more things to do at school, so she would go first. Her brother called her a crazy girl and said she turned red as a boiling kettle. Yin Wudao asked if Yurao was still at school. Brother replied that she was majoring in cultural relics appraisal at Jiang City University, and she must be busy with an internship these days. Then the boy asked whether his aunt was well accommodated. The guy replied that it was good and thanked the boss. Yin Wudao asked Lu Fong what he thought about what happened today. The guy answered the boss that it seemed to him that something was unclean here and somehow it was all suspicious. Yin Wudao decided that Lu Fong was very calculating and his every step in the duel with him was well thought out. He cannot understand why he attacked him so recklessly. The guy replied that he thought so too. Lu Fong is very calculating, and today he attacked the boss without understanding the issue, which seems to him more like he wants to provoke an attack on the Jiang family. Lu Fong did not come with good intentions, and this Jiang Zhenji cannot compete with him. He expects the Jiang family to have big problems. Therefore, he denies his connection with them and calmly watches the development of events. He asked Lin Feng if he fought this Dofeng to the death. Would he have a chance of winning? The guy replied that without weapons they are not inferior to each other. But he noticed that his fingers were covered with calluses, so that he was probably an expert in handling weapons, only he could not figure out which one he was using. Yin Wudao explained that he uses throwing knives. Lin called the boss a real Superman. That monstrous pose of his is really perfect for throwing knives. If he uses them, then the best way to fight him is with a pistol. Yin Wudao agreed with him and asked him to use it, but the guy asked where he could get it if gun control was so strict. Yin Wudao replied to the boy that he need not worry and he would personally take care of it. He remembers that they did this all the time when they were still children. He was 10 meters downwind. The guy told Sang Biao that it must have been hard for him to stay in the Jiang family all these years. Sang Biao replied that he owed him his life, so whatever he did for him was worth it. Is he sure that he wants to take on the Jiang family? Lu Fong replied that in those days his mother was not only not recognized but also tortured to death because of her status as a dancer. This time, he returned to make the Jiang family pay in blood. There are chicken brains hidden under Jiang's skull, and he doesn't even explore the market, and the old city reconstruction project is lightning in the palm of his hand. In a few days, the old man will have a birthday banquet. When the time comes, he himself will take him out of the game. But Yin Wudao has considerable power. Even the Dragon King Xiao Chen fell into his hands. Sang Biao told the young master not to worry, as he would completely avoid him in the future. Lu Feng asked Sang Biao if he had found the person he asked for. The guy replied that he was just looking and he already had clues. Lu Feng thought that all these years of studying abroad, he never stopped thinking about her for a day. This time he will definitely not let go of her hand again. He looked at Qingyi's photo. The girl was just meeting her master. She exclaimed that they would change his shoes. Today, the Jiang family sent a message that the head of the Jiang family will be 60 years old in a few days and invites him to a banquet. Yin Wudao said that in that case, the girl could go with him and keep him company. That is, there is no more than half a month left until their contract expires, and she may just be free by then. Once upon a time, her father gave her to him as payment of a debt for 3 years as his contract girl. He is grateful to her for taking care of him all these years, and he will release her, in accordance with the agreement. The girl shed tears and said that it was 14 days, 8 hours, and 42 minutes. In front of the guys, there was a tall, beautiful building. They began to walk through the door. Yin Wudao found himself in a bright, spacious room. There were already many guests there. Yin Wudao wished the gentleman well-being. They immediately greeted him and the young lady too. They were surprised. One girl said that Wudao had brought his bride with him. Young Miss Yin is truly beautiful. The girl was shy and said that they were saying whatever they wanted. Yin Wudao wondered if she liked it. The girl replied that she didn't like it. I thought that she said something wrong. Very soon she will leave him as she may like to be called Young Lady Yin. Suddenly, a guy came into the room. He asked if Mr. Yin had arrived. The guy came as close as possible to Mr. Yin. He was next to his girlfriend. The guy said that he heard that Wu Dao warms his hands on someone else's misfortune. He means the Jang family. The guy thinks that this is too mean, but his bright dreams will soon come to an end. At today's banquet, he will officially inherit the Jang family. From now on, he will cover the Jiang and Ruo Shui clan. If he dares to pester her again, he asks her not to accuse him of being rude. Ruo Shui told Yin Wudao that without her, his Jiang corporation was still grateful to raise his head again. His insidious plans will never succeed. The boy asked if she was telling the truth. He doesn't think it will be long before they're on their knees and begging him. The guy exclaimed that he would rather die here than beg him. Ruo Shui called him a self-righteous scoundrel and exclaimed that she would never bow to him. Meanwhile, their conversation was interrupted by a strong blow on a ringing round gong. The guy who was standing next to him exclaimed that they were about to start. In front of them was the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Liancheng. He thanked everyone for coming to the banquet in honor of his birthday. He is already old and his health is deteriorating every day. He asked everyone to come here today in hopes that they would help him testify. The man said that he decided to give up his position and hand it over to his son. In front of him stood the firstborn of the main wife and an illegitimate son. The old man explained that Lu Fong is now the new head of the Jang family. The guy stood with his hands on his hips. The second son was very surprised. His face was distorted as if from a powerful blow. Ruo Shui asked if it shouldn't be Jiang Renjie. What is going on and how could he transfer the position of head of the family to his illegitimate son? Even if Jiang Renjie is no good, how can he lose his place as heir? Jiang Renji pointed his finger at the old man and exclaimed that there was no way he was going to die. He wouldn't understand whether he had problems with his legs or his head. Does he even understand what he's talking about? Transfer the position of head of the family to an illegitimate son? He was clearly out of his mind. Lu Fong could not listen to all this and approached the guy and hit him in the face with all his might. The guy exclaimed that this holiday was in honor of his father's birthday, so he shouldn't be impudent. Yin Wudao watched everything carefully and called that guy a mattress. The girl looked at Lu Fong and quietly said that he had returned. Yin Wudao noticed that she had turned a little pale. The system issued a new task in front of him. The boy thought that it turns out that Lu Feng's Asura goddess is Qingya. The boy asked whose green hat it was. A green hat means a victim of treason. Aunt Shui appeared in the room. She asked the couple to release her son immediately. Lu Feng threw Auntie far to the side and called them worms. Auntie fell and began to scream. People started talking about how dare an illegitimate son attack his elder. Isn't this already too arrogant? How could Jiang Liancheng allow such a rude scoundrel to become his heir? Yin Wudao thought that as expected, Lu Feng must have something to rely on. The boy asked to pick him up, after which he forced the butler Zhang Rui to kneel. The guests could not understand why the butler of the Yin family arrived here tied up. Today they did not come in vain, because there is such a show here. Lu Feng exclaimed that he had found out that the cause of his mother's sudden death was her poisoning by Zhang Rui, and the reason they poisoned her turned out to be that his mother found out about their affair. As for Jiang Renjie, he is not the eldest son of the main wife of the Zhang family. He is the illegitimate child of the family's mistress and butler. This is sensational news. Yin Wudao said that he did not expect that there was such a drama in the Jiang family. Today was indeed the day when the knife was stabbed into the backside and the eyes were opened. Jiang was seriously furious and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He exclaimed, "Who is the eldest son of the Jiang family?" Lu Feng asked the boy to look at this DNA paternity test himself. Confirmation of the absence of paternity appeared before the guy's eyes. The guy's eyes completely changed. He was simply shocked by what he had just learned. Jiang began to cry, not understanding how this could happen. Why did this happen to him? The others around were also very surprised. Their eyes were sad and confused. Ruo Shui thought that it was all over. The patron she had just found had failed. Did Yin Wudao foresee all this? The man in the wheelchair exclaimed that from this day forward, Jiang Renjie would lose his surname Jiang and be expelled from the family. Let him get out of here. He wants to divorce Chen Shui. Let him leave with nothing. The son asked his father not to do this and fell to his knees in front of him. After all, he raised him and asks permission to at least stay. Suddenly, Lu Feng appeared in front of him. His leg was next to him and he crossed his arms over his chest in front of the guy. He turned to Jang Renji, asking whether he would leave on his own or if he should be helped. The guy didn't stop asking who could help him. Someone in the crowd asked him not to look at him like that. He wouldn't dare to interfere in the affairs of the Jang family. Someone said that even God will not help here. Yin Wudao looked towards the guy and called this event great bad luck. Jiang continued to kneel in front of his father. Then he turned to the boy and exclaimed that only Yin Wudao could save him now. He began to bow to the guy and said that he could not leave him at such a moment. Yin Wudao asked, who just said that he would not resort to his help even if his life was in danger? The guy's lips began to tremble. He thought that Yin Wudao was now his only chance, and he continued to beg him, wailing. Jiang Renji told the boy that he was wrong, so he would never dare to go against him again. If he can save it today, the old city reconstruction project will be his. Yin Wudao exclaimed that in this case, Jiang City's central hospital would also go to him. The guy called Yin Wudao a big villain, but the boy replied that he had no other choice. Then Jiang Renji agreed with him, gritting his teeth. Streams of sweat ran down his face. Yin Wudao turned to Lu Fong. He clapped in the shower and exclaimed that it was great. Lu Fong told Yin that they are not each other's enemies, so he advises him to stay away. Yin Wudao replied that the Yin family and the Jiang family are longtime friends. How can he sit idly by when a big disaster is looming over the Jiang family? Lu Fong asked. To think about this carefully, adults are responsible for their words and actions. Yin Wudao immediately agreed with the guy. He gave him a disdainful look. The boy took out some paper from his pocket. This was the conclusion of the examination. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this conclusion was fake. The guys immediately opened their mouths. Lu Fong said that this is the conclusion of Jiang University, which is the most authoritative in Jiang City, so he asks him to stop talking nonsense. Yin Wudao asked if he was telling the truth now. If he is confident in his words, then they will refute it right now. The guy asked Dean Dong if this conclusion was true. He asked to tell everyone. Dukan Jiang University, Dong Hao immediately broke out in sweat. He couldn't understand what this guy was up to. He really is a headache and always minds his own business. Yin Wudao said that his son Dong Fei seems to be working for his family, Sheng Tang Corporation. The man asked what he meant by this. Yin Wudao replied that he would take care of him. The man said that he understood everything. He said in front of everyone that it was fake. They have never concluded such an examination at Jiang University. People around could not understand what was happening. Is this really a fake? Lu Fong told the boy that he had refuted this examination and asked, how? Zhang Rui has already told everything and this is nothing more than another examination. Yin Wudao replied that he did not remember this. The guy asked the butler to quickly repeat in full what he told them yesterday. The man asked him not to hit him and said that he would tell everything. Yin Wudao asked the guy to shut up when he started saying something wrong. Aunt Shui is the first daughter of the Chen family and has an honorable position. Would she stoop so low as to contact him? He had been a servant of the Jiang family for many generations and was greatly favored. How dare he slander his mistress and bring trouble to the young master? Such infidelity and dishonor are not characteristic of a serving person. Wounds on the body will disappear with time, and a good reputation will last for a long time in this world. This is the act of a real man. Death is instant, but by sacrificing himself, he can save the life of his wife and his child. The man understood everything and said that it was Lu Fong who forced him to frame the mistress and the young master. He would never get so close to his mistress, and he had no business with the young master at all because he was loyal to the Zhang family. The guy asked him to shut up because he told them something else yesterday. The man replied that he would die to prove his innocence, and so he tripped and fell, hitting his head on the floor. Those around did not expect such a turn of events. Lu Fong thought that this man instantly turned the situation around and forced the butler to commit suicide. In an instant, he destroyed the death trap that he had been building for many years. This is quite worthy of the man who destroyed the Dragon King. Yin Wudao told his uncle that what to do next with the rightful heir to the right of inheritance and slander against the mistress is a matter for the Zhang family. He won't interfere. Lu Fong thought to himself that this scoundrel had also set him up in the end. He really won in this situation. The wheelchair-bound father asked to throw Lu Fong out of the Zhang family. He no longer has such an insignificant son. The guy was very excited and upset. He clenched his fist and ran towards his aunt. He grabbed her by the throat. The woman began to scream, but the guy raised her higher and higher. He asked the others who would dare to do this. He doesn't care about the Jang family's scandals, just like it doesn't matter to the stupid place of the head of the family. This time he came back for one thing only. The guy exclaimed that he was here for revenge. When the guy held the woman's neck very tightly, Jiang Renji began to call his mother. People around said it was too cruel. Yin Wudao said that this was a great pity. The father was simply perplexed by what happened. He immediately put his hand over his heart. Jiang Renji saw his father's reaction and exclaimed that he could not die and leave him alone. Lu Fong asked his father if he was scared to death. When he left, he called him pathetic. After which the guy turned to Yin Wudao. He said that it was his turn next, and he was the guy who prevented him from legally inheriting the Zhang family. Yin Wudao asked why all this talk about revenge. Isn't he worried about the Zhang family's 100 billion assets? Lu Fong extended his hand towards him and exclaimed that he had too many words for a person who was about to die. He simply uses his skill to send him to the next world as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the girl stood in front of the boy and exclaimed that she would not allow him to kill him. A guy ran into the room and told the boss that Lu Man had arrived from the Red Shield Intelligence Agency. The guy replied that she arrived quickly enough and they began to run out the window. Lu Fong told Yin Wudao as he ran away that he would find him. But the boy looked at the girl and decided that, in his opinion, it wasn't about him at all. Jiang Renji began to run to the window and called his brother names and asked him not to leave. He wanted to cut him into pieces, but Yin Wudao said that the guy had already run away. Jiang Renji began to cry and say that his entire family was dead, and he was left an orphan. Yin Wudao replied that now is not the time to grieve. The Jiang family cannot remain in disarray. He said that he could help him with the funeral, and he could properly take over the management of the Jiang family. The guy immediately hugged Wudao and exclaimed that he was the best. Yin Wudao asked to let him go. He said that they had been friends since the cradle, and naturally he couldn't leave him to his fate. The guy replied that he was a really good brother. Yin Wudao asked him to remember to rewrite the old city reconstruction project and the central hospital in his name as soon as possible. Jiang Renji asked Miss Jang if she also saw what happened today. He cannot offend Wudao for her sake, so their agreement before this is cancelled and she should look for another person. The girl replied that she understood. The guy told her that it would be better if she listened to him. In Jiang City, no one can resist Yin Wudao. He always gets what he wants. And he really wants to get her. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. She exclaimed that Yin Wudao had orchestrated all this. He passed off black as white, and isn't his conscience tormenting him? Then the boy asked if she thought that all the people present here were blind, or that Jiang Liancheng did not know the whole truth. The Chen family is so powerful that if the Jiang family were to frivolously disown Chen Shui and eliminate Jiang Renji, they would certainly suffer retribution from the Chen family. Jiang Liancheng was in a desperate situation. To preserve his fragile reputation, he decided to change the heir. He helped him do it. That's all. Ruo Shui exclaimed that Jiang Liancheng would never neglect the blood heir of the Jiang family to save himself, and he was talking nonsense. Yin Wudao replied that Jiang Rui's ancestors were descended from the second son of the 8th ancestor of the Jiang clan, and they shared the same blood with Jiang Liancheng's line. Jiang Renji and Lu Feng's affairs share the same blood of the Jiang family. If she were Jiang Liancheng, she would choose Jiang Renji, who has strong support, or Lu Feng, whose mother was a prostitute. The girl did not expect such a direct answer. At first, she had affection for this guy, and now disgust. She asked if she would choose Jiang Renji, and she thought to herself that Yin Wudao knew too much. When the boy left with that girl, she looked after him and called him a real devil. And then the next day came. The blue sky spreads over the city. The boy asked the girl to go ahead, but he wanted to talk to Lu Fong about something. The guy asked what happened to his daughter-in-law. She must have been scared since she acted a little distracted the whole way. But the boy answered him that these women are like that. They are simply unpredictable. Yin Wudao asked the guy to ignore her and see what he had for him. When the guy saw the gun, he was very surprised and asked where he got it. Yin Wudao replied that the mountaineers have their own tricks. Lu Fong exclaimed that this familiar feeling really brought back memories of the army. He began to stroke the weapon with his hand. The guy said that he was very sorry that he did not have a permit to carry a weapon. He will not be able to boast of his accuracy. Before he had time to finish this, the boy pulled out and showed him a permit to carry a weapon. Yin Wudao explained that he told his grandfather that he was being wronged, and he gave him permission. Lu Fong asked who would even dare to offend him. They heard someone scream. Yin Wudao realized that it was Qingya shouting. She rejected someone and said that she didn't want to. The boy immediately rushed towards the window, and her brother wanted to help the girl as soon as possible. He was already in her room and asked what had just happened. Qingya smiled back at him and asked what was the matter. She said nothing happened. Then the brother explained that they heard a noise from below. Qingya replied that it was very good that everything was fine. We'll have to do some cleanup. Then the brother exclaimed that in his opinion it was not a cockroach, but just a bug. Is he speaking correctly? Suddenly, Yin Wudao appeared in the room. He asked the girl why cigarette ashes were outside the ashtray. Then he came closer to the girl and asked when he became so illegible. He grabbed her hand and the girl turned away and said that he was hurting her. Yin Wudao said that cigarette ashes collected in small pieces, not flakes. The girl replied that maybe it was from the wind. Then he pushed her to the floor with a sharp movement. He asked how in this case she would explain all this sea sand. This sea sand is from the beach. Yin Wudao looked into her eyes and asked if he had just come. That former childhood friend of hers. Qingya was completely covered in sweat and turned red with fear. She exclaimed that he had misunderstood her. Then the boy closed his eyes and clenched his strength in his hands. He asked how they dare to come to his house so brazenly, after which he directed all his strength towards his opponents and asked if they wanted to die. Sang Biao appeared in front of him. The boy grabbed him by the neck with his hand and threw him to the floor. Lu Fong did not expect this turn of events. They all surrounded the guy lying on the ground. Lu Fong appeared and approached them. The system told the boy that Ashra was out of control. The system recommended the owner to flee as soon as possible. Lu Fong told Yin Wudao that he would pay for everything with his life and ran to meet him. Yin Wudao replied that this was just the wrath of the pride of heaven. Last night, he had already broken through to the second level of the 9 Dragons' true Qi. He uses his body's defenses to absorb his 36 flying daggers. Lu Fong was very surprised that the boy survived. In this case, he asked to try to defend against his next blow. The guy used all his strength and energy and directed it against his opponent. He made a bloody strike with 36 daggers. Yin Wudao recovered and cleared his throat and said that, as expected from the protagonist, he indeed has the blessed aura of the protagonist. Lu Fong replied that he was surprised that with his frail body he was able to force him to use trump cards. But he captured Qingyu and killed his brother. The guy exclaimed that he would pay for his sins. Qingya suddenly covered Yin Wudao with her chest. She asked not to do this, not to kill the boy. Lu Fong asked why. After all, this spoiled rich man kidnapped her, yet for the second time she sacrifices herself for him. Qingya replied that she did not hate him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have survived until today. And he didn't capture her. Lu Fong asked the girl if she was in love with him. Could she really be in love with this scoundrel? How could she cheat on him? Qingya began to cry and say that she doesn't know. She doesn't know what happened to her, but all she wants is for him not to die. Yin Wudao told the girl that she had an unusual relationship with this illegitimate child. But Qingya replied that it was not so. She asked him not to misunderstand her. She considers him a brother and nothing more. When Lu Fong heard these words, he immediately laughed and repeated the word brother. He exclaimed to the boy that Yin Wudao stole not only her body, but also her heart. He hates him because he stole his wife and killed his brother. The guy did not stop screaming, approaching him, that today he would certainly die. He threw a sharp, shiny dagger towards the boy. Yin Wudao asked where Lu Fong was now. Before he had time to ask, the boy was already nearby, holding his weapon in front of him. He immediately fired and the bullet flew towards the dagger. She hit the edged weapon directly and bounced to the side. The guy exclaimed, continuing to shoot, that he loved his daughter-in-law and would not allow her to be offended. The guy continued to shoot harder and harder. Lu Fong told him that he was the king of soldiers, but he wonders why he helps the villain commit crimes. How could he stoop to his henchmen? Lu Fong did not let go of the weapon. He replied that Yin Wudao was a nobleman and asked why he called him a villain. It was he who framed his brother, mercilessly killed his mother and brought his father to death. Lu Fong said that since he was helping him, they would die together. He began to approach the guy, firing a new metal arrow at him. Lu Fong exclaimed, holding out the guns in front of him, that the whole world was with weapons in his hands. What will his tiny throwing knives do to him? Lu Fong replied that he wanted to see how he could continue to fight them off. He kept throwing his spikes at this guy, but Lu Fong did not let up. With a weapon in his hands, he felt invincible and very strong. Many bullets flew into these sharp spikes that the enemy was sending at him. Lu Fong was very surprised at how the guy deftly repelled his multiple attacks. He said that this was what was expected from the king of soldiers Lu Fong. This is simply divine accuracy. The boy came closer to him and put the weapon to his forehead. He thanked the guy for the compliment. After that, he turned his head to his boss and asked what to do with him. Lu Fong said that if he wants, let him kill him. And if he wants, let him quarter him, do as he wishes. Qingya turned to the boy and asked Yin Wu Dao not to kill him. She really asks to let the guy go. Yin Wu Dao took the girl by the chin and brought her closer to him. He asked to be given at least the slightest reason to let him go. Then the girl, blushing, lowered her gaze and exclaimed that she agreed to serve him for the rest of her life. But the boy rudely let go of the girl, throwing her onto the floor. He said that dreaming is not harmful. Since she cannot forget him, he will help her with this. The boy asked her to clean up with him. Lu Fong grabbed the girl's hand, but she asked Yin Wu Dao not to do this. Lu Fong told the girl that they were leaving and dragged her along. He thought that Yin Wu Dao would regret his decision. Meanwhile, a system screen appeared in front of the boy. The task was completed and only the skill reward was received. 36 flying bloody lotus daggers. In front of him were 2 buttons to copy or remove. The boy decided that his new skills would not hinder him in any way and pressed the withdraw button. Many daggers appeared in front of him. He put out his hands to take such a valuable gift. These daggers themselves approached the boy, touching his forehead. Yin Wu Dao closed his eyes and thought. Lu Fong suddenly fell to his 2 knees as if he felt sick. He said that he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something important. The girl asked the boy to go alone. He turned his head in her direction with a desperate look. The guy asked Qingyu if she really fell in love with this major. He clenched his fist and waited hopefully for an answer from her. Qingya closed her eyes and tearfully exclaimed that he was not a major. He saved her at the most desperate moment of her life. One man approached her and asked her not to waste her energy because her father had already given her to them as collateral. The girl screamed and asked to let her go. She constantly called someone for help, and then he appeared. The boy held a huge heavy bat in his hand and saved the girl from these scoundrels. He asked if the big guys were ashamed to mock a weak, fragile girl. She asked where he was then. Where was he at the time when these guys wanted to hurt her? Lu Fong became covered in drops of sweat and lowered his head down and apologized to the girl. He said that he could not protect her at that moment. He promised to come back and honestly and fairly take her from him. He would also make up for what he owed her over the years. The girl tearfully lowered her gaze and thought that it was no longer possible to make up for it. Suddenly, a boy appeared behind her. Yin Wu Dao stood silently behind the girl. Qingya turned her head towards him and wanted to explain something, but the boy already understood everything and said that since she wasn't leaving, then let her go with him. Qingya thought that she had nothing to apologize to him for, but so that he doesn't ask, she will agree to everything. Meanwhile, the boy was pouring something into his cup. The girl was very surprised and scared that he could do this right before her eyes. He presented this cup to her and asked her to drink the love powder that he had poured into her. Qingya thought that this was his punishment. He doesn't have to do this to her. There's no way she's going to let this get to her, and she absolutely can't show her worst side. After the girl drank this powder, the degree of favor increased by 95%. The girl suddenly sat down and grabbed her head with her hand. She asked the boy why she was dizzy. Yin Wu Dao replied that a woman's heart is truly a needle at the bottom of the sea. It's a pity that 3 points are not enough to complete the task. He covered the girl with a blanket and said that this was between them with men, and it did not concern her. He asked her to sleep, and when she woke up, everything would be fine. Yin Wu Dao exclaimed that if the weeds are not uprooted, they will grow back and asked the guy to come with him. Lin Feng thought that he was truly a villain. Lu Fong, in turn, told Jang City that he would return. He was already on the shore near the boat. The guy decided that the time would come and he would destroy all obstacles and return everything that belonged to him. And then the boat finally arrived. Meanwhile, Yin Wu Dao was wearing a handsome classic suit with a hat on his head. Lu Fong was very surprised when he saw him and asked why he was here. After all, he promised Qingye to let him go. Yin Wu Dao asked the guy not to worry, since she would never know that it was he who killed him. Lu Fong exclaimed that this was very low and threw a dagger towards him. Yin Wu Dao asked him to take aim first. Lin Feng, watching this, wondered why Lu Feng's excellent dagger-throwing technique suddenly didn't work. Yin Wu Dao took out his many daggers and began to twirl them in his hand like a spinning top. The boy exclaimed that the true chi of the 9 dragons was perfect for using the 36 flying daggers. When he turned them over in his hand, He asked the guy if he recognized them. The guy put his hand on his head and replied that it was a little familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where. While the boy was thinking, Yin Wudao was already approaching him. He hatched a new plan in his head. The guy put his hand forward completely on fire. The enemy also began to throw his daggers, but he did not have time. Lu Fong was very surprised and asked the boy where he learned the 36 Blood Lotus dagger technique. Yin Wudao explained what he had just learned. The guy was very surprised. He had a degree of devotion of 80%. He decided that the guy was really very cool. Yin Wudao decided that his system was too stingy. He remembers that he saw a beautiful woman when Zhao Chun killed him. It must have been a miss system. Still, it was truly unforgettable. Looks like it's time to develop systematic poses, or rather system capabilities. Yin Wudao came to visit the house of the Jiang spirits. In front of them were various heads of animals killed during the hunt. He said that he is Yin Wudao, and he expresses his sincere respect and asks Lady System to incarnate and reveal herself to teach Wudao. That day he was saved by her, and he cannot stop thinking about her beautiful appearance. If she can have mercy on him, then he very much asks him to condescend and show himself in order to satisfy the despicable thoughts of Wudao. While the boy was saying this, the system appeared to him in the form of a girl. She said that since he was her king so kind, she asked permission to introduce himself. She originally wanted to wait for him to unlock the royal title before appearing. But now that she sees that he is so pious, she will make an exception. The boy exclaimed that she was really beautiful. The system noticed that the boy was very worried. As expected from a great villain, she is pleased. Yin Wudao scratched his chin with his hand and told the lady system that he had a request for her. He asks to reveal the hidden functions of the great villain system, and he will be infinitely grateful to her. Then the system asked if he wanted too much. The system should develop step by step, and he will be able to discover new functions. Only for this, he must continue to complete tasks and fulfill the opening conditions. Then the boy asked if this was her hideout and took the necklace from his neck. The system asked what he was going to do. The boy put the necklace in a lead box. He said that even nuclear radiation could not penetrate this box, so her spiritual body was certainly not capable of it. The boy asked if he was speaking correctly and looked at the system. He immediately closed the box. The girl asked the boy what he was doing now. Yin Wudao replied that this is a specially made black curtain. Color cannot pass through it. Her spiritual body should be like light. Is he speaking correctly now? When the girl tried to jump over, she could not understand what was happening. Why can't she go through the wall? The girl raised 2 fingers to her lips and asked the 3 sacred mountains and 5 peaks to borrow her strength to pass, but the boy's leg was in front of her. The system did not expect such a turn of events. Could even this guy get around her? Her gaze was full of bewilderment and fear. The boy asked the girl not to waste her energy, especially for her. He poured liquid steel underground and above his head. It is an impregnable fortress. He asked her to stop resisting and be a good girl in order to quickly open all her functions. She called him a scoundrel and an overly arrogant man. She looked into his eyes, covered in beads of sweat. The system asked how he dared to insult the great system and promised to make him pay dearly for it. The boy stood opposite the girl and thought about the invisibility technique. He decided, after all, that there was something in this system. The girl was very angry and began to direct all her forces against Yin Wudao. She put her hand forward and touched her opponent's back with her palm. The boy felt some kind of force but did not fall down. He just smiled sarcastically. Yin Wudao exclaimed that he was right. The rules of the system are such that unless the master fails the task, the system cannot attack him. He extended his hand to the girl and asked if she really believed that she would become invisible and that would solve everything. The boy exclaimed that if she doesn't want it in a good way, then she will do it in a bad way. He will show her the power of science. The guy had a remote control in his hands. It was a temperature sensor and it was already minus 40 degrees. The boy explained that when the temperature reaches absolute zero, everything here will be frozen, even light. And it consists not only of light, so ultra-low temperatures are enough to make it show itself. And isn't he holding on to her neck? The girl asked the scoundrel to let her go and exclaimed that she was in pain. Yin Wudao let go of his hand and asked for forgiveness. He said that he didn't even notice when she was invisible. Yin Wudao thought that it was very cold and the temperature was dropping quickly. We need to move faster, otherwise he too will freeze to death. He was in a house by the river in a torture chamber. Miss Su turns out to be also just a system administrator. Since they both work here as farm laborers, Is it really necessary for her to create difficulties for him? He asked to say what exactly the highest system of the great villain wants from him. The girl told Yin Wudao that he was actually the reincarnation of Emperor Zhou Di-Sin. She Su Daji is here to help him reclaim the throne of the King of Humans. The boy began to torture the girl and asked her to speak humanly. She began to explain that from time immemorial, countless favorites of heaven, because of their moral principles, destroyed countless villains. The highest system of a great villain is the concentration of resentment of all the dead villains. Her role is to use the system to turn him into the greatest villain and destroy all the mountain sons of heaven. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this beautiful face was too tempting. She asked what he wanted from her. The girl exclaimed that he was worse than any villain. Does he really want to sleep with the system? When he approached her, the girl said that she agreed. She will reveal hidden functions for him right now. And then a monitor screen appeared in front of the boy. He began to read all the explanations. When he read what was written on the monitor screen, he said that everything else is easy to understand, but what is the meaning of reputation? Miss Su explained that reputation can be exchanged for goods in the store. Yin Wudao asked how to get these reputation points. The girl replied that there were two ways to get it. One is to make people worship him, and the other is to make them fear him. Yin Wudao said that this is all in order to gather fans and those who will be afraid of him. He asked to show him what was in the store. The boy exclaimed that it was pretty good and all things were good, especially this true golem. It can be used as a double at critical moments, a downright life-saving artifact. Yin Wudao apologized to Miss Su for offending her greatly. He hopes that in the future they can become close and cooperate sincerely. The girl did not expect such an answer from her and immediately hit the boy in the face with all her might with her palm. Yin Wudao said that if this helps Miss Su feel better, then she should definitely continue. The system was very indignant, very offended. She also harbored shame and regret. Miss Su blushed seriously and called the boy a womanizer. She exclaimed that she wished to never know him again. But the boy grinned maliciously and moved his eyebrows to his nose. He thought that these women were always like this. And now it was already dawn outside. It was a bright, warm morning. The sky was blue and light. Yin Wudao picked up the phone. The girl told him that she broke the antique, and they were making her pay for it. She asked what she should do now. The guy advised me to just pay for it. Then he asked Yuru to wait a little. He asked the girl not to be afraid and to tell him where she was now. He promised to definitely come to her. Meanwhile, the owner of the Yunxi store, Li Bin, stood over the girl, dangerous, and called her a petty, armless piece of trash. She didn't even catch such an important antique and asks what else she could do. Does she even know how much this Ming Dynasty glazed wine bowl cost? Can she afford to pay for it? Yurao exclaimed with tears in her eyes that she did not touch the wine cup. It was he who let her go and she fell. Then the man pulled his hand towards the girl and grabbed her head and asked how she still dares to argue. He raised his hand above the girl's head and exclaimed that he was now whipping her to death. But suddenly, a man grabbed his hand and asked him to stop immediately. Yin Wudao appeared in front of him. He called the man an unusually impudent type and did not let go of his hand. Li Bin asked who he was and how he dared to interfere in the affairs of the Yunxi store. Lu Fong was already clenching his fists and exclaimed that he would beat him to death. Yin Wudao asked the boy to take his time and said that he would take care of him. He asked the girl to tell her what happened. Yuro explained that some time ago a man came to the store and pawned a wine cup. When Master Li took it out today during inventory, he gave it to her to study. He asked if she would like to study Chenhua porcelain, and he asked me to come over so I could have a good look. Yuru asked the owner not to hold with one hand and to be careful. When she approached him, he grabbed her hand and said that she had very gentle hands. He asked what skincare products she uses. His gaze was very lustful and impudent. After saying this to the girl, the man himself let go of this expensive cup from his hand. Yuru was very scared at what he just did. He ended up accidentally dropping the cup on the floor. The man asked the girl how dare she slander others. She was the one who broke the wine cup and must take responsibility for it, even if she doesn't want to. Yin Wudao said that this sounded quite arrogant. How arrogant he is now and how pathetic he will be later. A girl streamer Xiong Xiao appeared in the room. Was it really the girl who was bullied who called a couple of handsome guys? She decided that the situation was getting out of control and a fight was about to break out. There was a monitor in front of the boy. He noticed that he had gained Sister Feng's favor and his reputation had increased. It looks like the broadcast is live. This is also very good, and he will just gain a reputation. The boy asked Li Bin if he had a camera, and he offered to check and find out who broke it. The man turned away from the boy and apologized and replied that, unfortunately, the camera was broken. He called the boy who was standing behind the man to come up to him. The guy immediately lowered his head and began to sweat. He said that he knew nothing and asked not to ask him. There were several stacks of money in front of him. Yin Wudao asked him to tell the truth, and all this money would be his. The guy began to shake in front of the thick stacks of money. The man asked Jang to say what he should and not say what he should not. He asked him not to let a little money ruin his life. But Yin Wudao added a few more bundles of money and said that if he didn't tell him, he would give it to someone else. Lu Fong asked the boss, "Why don't they just fight?" He thinks that this is not his style. The boy asked where to rush and asked to wait a little. He will still have a chance to show himself. Suddenly, the guy returned and, opening his laptop, exclaimed that he would say everything. Li Bin himself broke the bowl and then blamed it on Lin Yuru. The man grabbed his head and asked what he should do now. It was a Ming Dynasty glazed wine bowl worth several hundred million. In the video, he said that he would definitely blame that new girl for this. The boy asked Lu Fong if he had lost his composure and asked him to sort it out for him. Yin Wudao gave the command to his comrade to destroy everything here to a small fragment. The boy immediately listened to his boss and began hitting everything around with a bat. The store owner asked if they were crazy. Do they know whose business it is? He called the girl names and asked her to tell him to stop, otherwise he would kill her. When the man wanted to raise his hand against her, Yin Wudao immediately grabbed him and exclaimed that he had endured him for a long time. With this hand, he was going to touch his Yuru, or he wants to hit her too. The boy exclaimed that then there was simply no need for this hand and broke it with one easy movement. He twisted the fingers on the man's hand and he began to scream in pain, pouring out sweat. Yuro was glad that the boy protected her and was very surprised by this turn of events. The boy won over this girl, and most likely she fell in love with him. The girl thought to herself that Brother Wudao was so strong and handsome. The boy's reputation immediately increased many times over. He asked how a live broadcast could bring such reputational value. 20,000 viewers online, 30, 40, the number grew and grew. The girl thought that she was a small streamer with an audience of 18,000 people and had become popular. The girl continued to film this guy. A lot of comments appeared online. It looks like this really isn't staged, and this man's fingers are actually broken. Should she call the police? Li Bin exclaimed that he was finished. This is the property of the Bai family. If he offends the Bai family, they will all definitely be drowned in the lake. Before he had time to finish this, the boy stepped on his foot with his foot and exclaimed that he could drown at least one, and he would look at it. The man began to shout that his leg hurt very much and they would all regret it very much. Meanwhile, there were already many messages and various comments on the network. A woman appeared on the threshold and asked, "Who dares to create disturbances in her Yungxi store? Are they all really tired of living?" Li Bin said that the lady had come and it was all over for them. Yuru asked Brother Wudao to leave quickly. The girl explained that Chairman Bai has enormous influence and she doesn't want to involve him in this. She said that she would sort out her problems herself, but Yin Wudao was not afraid of anyone. He told Bai Yunxi that his old man had not died yet, but he had already become the chairman. The heiress of the Bai family, Bai Yunxi, when she saw Yin Wudao, called him a male and asked how he was still alive. The girl exclaimed that this was very unfair. The boy said to Aunt Yun that he missed her to death. He began to hug her shoulders, and her aunt asked her to stop and called him a spoiled youth. She said that he could fool his girls, but certainly not hers. The man could not understand what kind of situation this was, and what kind of young Master Yin was. He decided that now it was all over, and he was finished. Yuro lowered her head down and realized that they knew each other. Moreover, their relationship seems quite unusual. She continued to look at this woman, wondering what kind of relationship they had. Bai Yunxi crossed her legs and sat down in the chair. She asked to tell what really happened. Yin Wudao explained that everything happened exactly like this, and the video confirms this. His man has been hurt, and he demands that the situation be sorted out. The woman lowered her gaze and, closing her eyes, replied that she understood him. She told the salesman Jang that he could take his money and leave. He sold his master for personal gain and has no place in the antiques business anymore. He can return home and open his own small business. The guy immediately agreed with the woman and apologized to her. Bai Yunxi told the guy to never apologize because it was his own choice. After which the woman turned to the man. She told Li Bin that his treasure appreciation abilities were inherited from his family. With his superb talent, she was going to train him and make him the chief executive of the Jiang family. But when he had such a chance, he did not take it. The man tearfully asked the lady to have mercy on him. She asked what was wrong with him and how he dared to intrigue in Yongxi's store. He couldn't even hold the cup. Why does he even need these hands? They need to be cut off. She actually gave this command, and one of the men took out a long, very sharp knife. The guys in black sunglasses and black suits held his hands and came close to him. The woman asked Yin Wudao if he was happy with this decision. The boy glanced at Yuru and asked the girl if she was happy. The girl, blushing, replied that she was pleased. Meanwhile, the online correspondence continued. A lot of comments and exclamations. Many likes were sent in this correspondence. The streamer girl was very pleased, but her live broadcast was unexpectedly blocked. Again, the admin blocks her broadcasts. Yin Wudao, in turn, thought that the value of the reputation suddenly stopped growing. Could it be that the broadcast had ended? The system asked the boy why the reputation value suddenly increased so much. Is there really a bug in the system? Yin Wudao thought that she didn't know anything about gaining followers on live broadcasts. He asked the woman if it was a cheap wine cup. Bai explained that 10 years ago she was sold at auction for 280 million, and, according to the agreement, she must return the money to them tenfold. As he knows, it is not easy for a woman to be the head of the family, and she can earn money for the bloodsuckers in her family, but she cannot afford to lose it. Yin Wudao said that he might be able to help her. Bai Yongxi was very happy and asked if he was serious. If he can really help her, then she will give him this Yongxi store as a gift. Yuru was very surprised when she heard this. Will she really give him such a big antique store? Lu Fong told his boss that they had just trashed their store and were on bad terms. Why is he helping them again? The guy asked if Aunt Yoon ever accused them of trashing the store. She cut off Li Bin's hands for Yuru and completely restored their good name. As long as there is mutual respect, they can all live in peace. The guy thought that this was an unspoken rule of high society. Meanwhile, the purchase of the restoration elixir from Yin Wudao was successful. He thought that she really appeared out of thin air. According to the instructions, you just need to combine the broken parts and use the restoration elixir to successfully restore it. Yin Wudao began to pour this liquid into the broken cup and it glowed with a bright yellow light. Bai asked Wudao what he was doing. Does he intend to glue it together, or does he think that others are idiots? Yuro laughed and exclaimed that this was a little dishonest, but the boy looked at them smiling and said that everything was ready. The girl could not understand how she ended up restored. She was exactly the same as she was. All the cracks disappeared without a trace. Is he really a wizard? Meanwhile, a guy and a girl appeared on the threshold. He told Mistress Bai that he had come to pick up his pawned things. The woman thought he was easygoing. In front of her was Qin Tian and the girl Lu Man. He asked who she had offended so much and why there was such a mess in the store. The woman thanked them for their concern and explained that there had been a small misunderstanding and they had already sorted it out. But Qin Tian said that she misunderstood him and he was not worried about her. He was only worried about the Ming Dynasty wine bowl that he had pawned in her store. He asked if she was safe. Isn't she like this piece of porcelain if they are all broken? Yin Wudao thought that this guy was the commander of the Red Shield Special Forces. If she doesn't catch spies, then why is she here now? The girl began to sweat and looked at this boy. She also asked why he was here, and she hoped that he would not reveal her identity. Miss Bai asked not to worry. Even if all the antiques here are broken, his bowl will be intact. The guy was very surprised and wondered how this could happen. It's really his thing. But how she can be unharmed is simply not scientific. Liu Meng asked if he had ruined the bowl. Could it be that this is a fake? Qin Tian replied that now that there are no traces left, even if it was not a fake and it became one. But he again reminds us that this is a cup, not a bowl. He put the cup on the table. The guy took it in his hands and asked what she handed him. Isn't she taking on too much? Chenhua porcelain has been refined over the past 500 years. The colors are muted but subdued and elegant. The walls of the bowl are covered with yunwu, and small bubbles are visible everywhere. This fake is an ordinary product of modern technology. It has a rich color and is completely free of bubbles. Miss Bai was surprised how it could be a fake if she saw how it was restored by the hands of Wu Dao himself. He is half right. If she had not seen with her own eyes how her brother restored the cup, she would not have believed it. Yin Wu Dao thought that the restoration elixir was so strong that it corrected all the flaws of the antique. Qin Tian told Mistress Bai that it was rude of her to joke like that. According to the rules, She must compensate him 10 times the price. He is not the type to put a woman in a difficult position. He asks to give him this store and close the issue. The woman thought that all he wanted was the store. All the store's antiques have been destroyed, and the only thing of value here is the land. Even a store sign isn't worth billions. Whether to give it to Yin Wu Dao or to Qin Tian, she will give it back anyway. And it would be better to act according to the situation. Why not go along with it and call it a day? But suddenly, Yin Wu Dao put his hand on the woman's shoulder and said that this wine cup was really fake. Qin Tian replied that since he admitted to falsification, does anything else need to be said? He asks that Yunxi's store be given to him immediately. He said just now that the cup was fake, but he didn't say that they faked it. Qin Tian asked the boy what he meant. Yin Wu Dao raised his hand up and exclaimed that he was the one who forged it. The guy asked him to watch his words, otherwise he would sue him for libel. But Yin Wu Dao replied that there were 19 Ming Dynasty Chenhua bowls in the world, among which only 4 were in private collections. The guy agreed with him and said that of these 4, 3 are in the collections of famous artists, and only the whereabouts of one are unknown. His cup is the same one that was lost. Yin Wu Dao asked Lu Fong to go to the back garden of the villa and bring a bowl for feeding the cats from the nursery. Qin Tian exclaimed that he was insulting him now. Even if he only has a pittance, he would never use something that costs hundreds of millions to feed a cat. At best, it is industrial trash from the road. Meanwhile, the streamer girl was filming all this and saying that she had told all the circumstances and now they would wait for that bowl to feed the cats to be brought. This time, there were no scenes of cruelty, and she should not be banned again. Suddenly, she noticed that he seemed to have returned. Lu Fong was already returning, covering the bowl he was holding in his hand with a towel. By the way, this bowl was given to Yin Wu Dao from his old man. It looked good, so he began to feed the cats from it. So he asks not to pay attention to the dirt. When Liu Meng looked at this bowl, she exclaimed that of course the glaze is covered with clouds, and the color is subdued. Her partner Qin Tian pushed the girl away and asked permission to look for himself. He couldn't believe that this was all true. The boy decided to activate the eyes of red gold. Looking at this bowl, he realized that now he was definitely lost. He reached his hand towards this bowl. The boy exclaimed that he would take this pawned item back, but unexpectedly, Yin Wu Dao tried to stop him. He pushed his hand away from this bowl and it broke. The boy said that according to the rules, his fake must be destroyed. Qin Tian exclaimed that he didn't care and wished him well. He immediately headed towards the door. When the boy went to the door, they glanced at him and thought together about something. Lu Meng looked at the boy and said that Yin Wu Dao had harmed an important matter. Yin Wu Dao couldn't understand what important matter she was talking about. There seems to be some kind of secret agenda here. Miss Bai called this boy provincial and asked how he dared to deceive her family. She asked to catch up with him and break his limbs, and then drown him in the river. Yin Wu Dao asked Aunt Yun not to be reckless. He is not sure about Qin Tian, but the woman he is with has a special status and should not be joked with. Miss Bai believed him and decided to be more careful. She thanked Yin Wu Dao for his kindness and said that if he needed her help in the future, he should not hesitate to ask. In Jang, Aunt Yun is still capable of something. She gave the boy the transfer document and asked him to sign it. The boy called her too modest. Yin Wu Dao told Yuro that he was handing over this antique store to her. The girl exclaimed that it was too expensive. The boy replied that she specialized in antiques and that's what they call working in your field. Is she still avoiding him? The girl answered, looking into the boy's eyes, that no. Yin Wu Dao thought that the girl's favorability degree had only increased by 1. It looks like this girl is not greedy for money. Why did this reputation value suddenly increase so much again? Yurao threw herself into the arms of brother Wu Dao and said that she would properly manage the antique store for him. The boy's reputation value was already 48,000. He secretly watched the girl as a streamer. The boy decided that live broadcasts were a great way to earn a reputation. Yuro, in turn, was glad that now she would be the mistress here. It seems to her that she is dreaming and it is very unreal. Suddenly, her little brother Lin Feng approached her. He exclaimed, turning to her, that he congratulated her. The girl got angry and asked not to step on her porcelain. How could he possibly break so many antiques? There were so many real items inside. The guy replied that he was just following orders. Yin Wu Dao appeared behind the girl. He grabbed her and asked her to cool down, but the girl resisted and asked not to stop her. He broke at least 100 million worth of antiques and she wants to return the favor. Yin Wudao calmed the girl down and said that everything was fine. He asked her to look at it. These 3 bottles of elixir will help her restore the antique, and they can leave the cat bowl here for advertising. He asked her what she would say to this. The girl exclaimed that the restoration elixir was simply wonderful, but she would like to point out, this is actually not a cat bowl, but a glazed Ming Dynasty wine bowl. It may well become a symbol of the store. Yin Wudao thought about how Qintian refused billions in compensation and only wanted this store instead. Even though he destroyed it, he still held on to it. Even the devil wouldn't believe that there are no heavenly treasures in this place. I wonder what secret is hidden here. The boy turned on the ability to see through. He was very interested in this. Yin Wudao's eyes lit up with some unusual yellow light and completely changed. He began to rummage around the room and finally found what he was looking for. Yuru turned to brother Wudao. She asked him to look at the thing she had restored. The boy noticed that she was very big. But the girl said that it is called the Tianqiu jug, and it is really big. The streamer's voice was heard behind them. She asked if she could interrupt them for a second. The girl said hello and introduced herself as streamer Shun Xiao. She would like to talk to them about cooperation. The boy thought that he couldn't do it anymore. One girl after another, and that's very good. The streamer asked if he was okay. Yin Wudao tilted his head down and asked if she wanted to film his daily life. Yun Xiao replied that she wanted to and would pay him. They could split the reward 50-50, even 60-40. He is 60 and she is 40. The girl began to bargain more and more and had already given him almost 100. When he thought about it, she had already given out 90-10. This is her last sentence. He can't make it work for nothing. Then the boy smiled at the girl and asked if she thought he was so petty. Shun Xiao said that in just a couple of streams the reward amounted to hundreds of thousands, which is quite a lot. Yin Wudao replied that she could take it off and take the entire reward for herself, but he had conditions. The girl was very surprised that she could take everything. Yin Wudao asked to sign this contract for 10 years and come whenever he called. Worthy reasons for not coming to work are illness, earthquake, and the birth of a child. He decided that this girl was a stable source of reputation and he needed to get her at any cost. The streamer decided that after listening to him, the cat began to shake its head, and so did the dog. Well, why does it seem to her that this proposal is quite good? She told Mr. Yin that she was ready to sign the contract. The boy asked Lu Fong to stay and help Euro clean up here and added that he would be late. The girl told brother Wudao that she would be here and wait for him to eat in the evening. Yin Wudao agreed. And I thought that there were too many eyes here during the day. Therefore, he will return for the treasure only when it gets dark. Meanwhile, the streamer girl saw a cool car. A boy stood in front of her and, opening the door, asked the girl to climb inside. When the girl got into the car, she noticed that he had a really luxurious car. The boy came as close to her as possible, and the girl blushed, embarrassed. She exclaimed that she was selling her art, not her body. Yin Wudao told her that she was thinking too much. He simply helps her fasten her seatbelt. Meanwhile, the correspondence continued on social networks. Jun Xiao was quite embarrassed because she thought something completely wrong. Meanwhile, the boy's reputation grew and grew. He thought about things the system couldn't even imagine. He sat behind the wheel of the car and continued to think. The system did not know that the reputation that once belonged exclusively to heroes could be so easily acquired in the era of entertainment and the reign of traffic. Yin Wudao told the girl that he would take her to a meeting with his team of private consultants. They had just gathered here on the riverbank. The boy waved to the girls and they said that the boss had already arrived. We decided to greet him quickly. They hugged him and said that they missed him very much. One of them only lost 20 million this month, so she definitely needs to double the bonus at the end. The second one apologized and said that she had lost a little more than 80 million this month. Yin Wudao smiled and said that no matter how much they lost, he would double the bonus for all of them, the girls exclaimed, greeting their boss. Shun Xiao said that when he sees beautiful girls, he becomes like a wolf smelling blood. The boy was completely kissed by the girls and caught his breath. He laughed and exclaimed that he was tired to death. It was even difficult for him to breathe. Meanwhile, the correspondence on social networks continued and continued. Yin Wudao's personal secretary appeared. Her name was Hiao Mi, and she asked her boss to stop indulging them. They line their pockets and run their business chaotically. There is too much loss in the stock funds. Yin Wudao replied that it does not matter because there is no profit without loss. The girl thought that he was a spendthrift and just a stupid son of a landowner. She added that today Jang Ruoshui came to the company to look for him, but he was not there, so she went to his villa. The boy was very surprised by this. He decided that after all she had bowed her high-stretched head, he invited the streamer girl to take her to see his house. She asked if they would go ashore to get into the car. The boy explained that he had a private pier at home. The girl sighed and decided that this was the life of rich people. And now they were approaching his huge, bright villa, which seemed to rise to the sky. Meanwhile, Ruo Shui stood on the balcony and looked into the distance. The sun illuminated all her emotions. Suddenly, a boy appeared behind her. He asked why she was looking for him. Ruo Shui turned to Yin Wudao and said that he had won. The Zhang family meeting unanimously agreed to his 10 billion takeover proposal. The boy smiled back at her and exclaimed that no matter how sorry he was, he still changed his mind. He doesn't want this. Then the girl got angry and asked the boy what trick he was trying to pull off again. Her Zhang Corporation is being sold at a low price of 10 billion. What more does he want? Yin Wudao replied to Ruo Shui that she was the one who began to cooperate with Zhang Renjie halfway and ruined his mood. The boy asked the girl to think about her behavior and opened a bottle of wine. When she turned her back to him, he began to pour red wine into a glass. The girl turned her head to him and, blushing, asked if he wanted her. She began to unbutton the buttons on her jacket and exclaimed that she agreed to this. Yin Wudao held a glass of wine in his hands. He said that this was very good and asked to continue. The girl's clothes fell to the floor. She took off her shoes and everything else. The streamer girl thought that this was too much. The broadcast room will be demolished again. The boy already had a very high rating. Many comments were written about him. The streamer again exclaimed that she was blocked forever. The live broadcast room was permanently banned for pornography. Ruo Shui told young Master Yin that her body was innocent. Yin Wudao said that the most noble, talented girl in Jiang City took off her luxurious clothes. She exposed the body that countless Jiang men dream about. She couldn't understand if this would really happen. Will she really not be able to avoid the fate of the girl he dishonored? Yin Wudao suddenly walked up to the girl and covered her shoulders with his jacket. He explained that he really wanted her but did not want to see her tears. He wants her to climb into his bed of her own free will. The girl was very surprised that he actually just let her go. Yin Wudao said that from today, all companies and finances under his name will be transferred to her care, including the Old City Reconstruction Project and the Jang Group. Ruo Xu was very surprised and asked if he was giving her something worth 100 billion. The boy replied that at 18 she went abroad to study business administration, and at 21 she pulled the Zhang family from bankruptcy to the top. If it weren't for those people who protected her, the Zhang family's market value would now be 100 billion. She's a brilliant businesswoman and he trusts her. Ruo Shui thought that in many years he was the first person who understood her situation. All this time she saw him as bad weather, but he was the only one who was honest with her. He sincerely wants to sleep with her and sincerely trusts her. Even if the villain, the real villain, is much better than that hypocrite Xiao Chen. The Jiang family dulled the edge of her talent in business. It was not even half revealed. Due to the fact that they put a spoke in her wheels, she forgot about her ambitions in the business world, about the sea of promises that she made when she first graduated from school. She wanted to become the first female CEO. This guy gave her hope again. Ruo Shui said that she would take care of his assets, but he must fulfill 3 of its conditions. First, he should fire his team of private financial advisors. Secondly, allow her to act at her own discretion and have absolute rights to manage all projects. Thirdly, he personally cannot interfere in any of her decisions. The boy immediately agreed to her terms. He thought to himself that this was what was expected of a talented businesswoman. She was very surprised how he agreed without even thinking. Why does he trust her unconditionally and treat her so well? Yin Wudao thought that he did the right thing by holding back now. If I had taken advantage of her position, I would never have been able to get her again. He has little interest in business talent, but these points of heaven's pride are very tempting. Ruo Shui told the boy that in this case she would go if there was nothing else to do. Yin Wudao asked her not to touch Xiaomi from the advisory group, and she can do whatever she wants with the others. The girl decided that in the end he introduced a spy, and she almost believed that he trusted her unconditionally. The streamer girl sat down on the sofa and began to cry. She said that everything was down the drain and the live broadcast room was blocked again. Yin Wudao replied that this was not bad. He increased his reputation by about 300,000 more. But the girl exclaimed that everything was bad and they had a permanent ban. It is not so easy to collect a large number on air. They just gained 100,000 subscribers and now the channel is banned forever. Yin Wu Dao asked if she was streaming on Dulu, and he promised to put in a good word with her boss. The girl asked not to brag about it. The chief director is also a man with a fortune of 5 billion. Why on earth would he listen to him? Yin Wu Dao asked Edgar to unblock Xiong Xiao Xiao's number so that he could go for a wellness treatment. They told him they called him and he had to wait. The Strotmer girl called him a braggart. But then Chao Guang got in touch. He told Sister Xiao Xiao that he was wrong and promised to unblock her now. The number has been added to the whitelist and no one will ever be able to block Xiao Xiao again. Why didn't she tell him earlier that the great Buddha would be behind her? The man exclaimed that he had hurt her greatly in the past. The girl was very surprised. The boss himself came out and said that even he would not dare to displease this great Buddha. The girl immediately thanked her boss. Yin Wu Dao gave her his business card with his phone number. He said that she could only call when she needed to take sick leave or maternity leave. The taxi won't come here, and she can go to the garage and pick out something for herself and return it later. When Xiongxiao left, she thought about what kind of authority she had contacted. Even the chief director is afraid of him, what is it? And the boss told her to choose a car. But this is just politeness. She can't take someone's luxury car. Even any scooter for 100,000 can do. When the girl entered the car dealership, she was simply shocked. She saw the Fengxing Weilong fret. The girl's jaw dropped. Of course, poverty limited her imagination. And now she was already sitting behind the wheel of a luxury car and driving along the highway. She exclaimed that this Porsche was probably the cheapest thing that was inside this car dealership. She raced along the track very quickly. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's husband Nick looked at the road with insulation. He asked his wife how she could drive someone else's car without embarrassment. And even more so, going into someone else's house. Did she really cheat on him? He exclaimed that today they would end this. A bright light night came. The full moon rose above the city. She illuminated the youth apartments. Xiao Xiao exclaimed when she went on air to her friends that all the problems had been fixed. But they can go to other rooms to broadcast while she is in the shower. She got a little scared and thought about the pervert who knocked on the door last time. Won't he come now? The policeman uncle said that he would arrest him if he bothered her again. Then they would not dare to come. The girl decided that she was worrying in vain and began to take a shower. He was originally the one who wanted to break up, so they broke up. Xiao Xiao continued to sing in the shower, and meanwhile, someone had already come to the door. The man began to pick the keyhole with a master key and make his way into the room. It was Xiao Xiao's husband. He opened the door and exclaimed that he had come and whether she missed him. Meanwhile, the phone was turned on. The camera showed the man's legs. He walked into the room and everyone saw it. A correspondence and many comments began. The girl continued to sing, after which she began to leave the shower room and continue singing songs. Suddenly she stopped. Afraid of something, Xiao Xiao heard some noise. Her husband turned to her and inquired and asked his wife if she had already finished washing. He said that he wanted to stay with her forever. But she asked how he ended up here and threw a towel at him. Xiao Xiao asked to get out of here immediately. But the man did not stop and began shouting that he had seen everything. She left the villa and drove away in a luxury car. Did she really sleep with someone else? He called her a traitor and began to reach out to her. Xiao Xiao replied that she doesn't even know him and she is not his wife. She asked to leave quickly, but the man exclaimed that he wanted to stay with her forever. He began to set fire to some kind of material in a bottle and threw it on the floor. The girl began to scream and call for help. The man started a fire and wanted them to burn together in this fire. He asked her not to be afraid. He said he would make the entire building die with them. This way they won't be lonely down there. Xiao Xiao approached the window bars and began screaming for help. She exclaimed that there was a pervert there and he was killing people. The girl was in complete despair. She hung on the bars and began to cry. She really wanted to get out of this fire. Xiao Xiao walked to the phone screen and asked her friends to remember to record the screen. Perhaps this is the last image of her that will remain in this world. Then the girl remembered something and began frantically dialing the phone number. She called her boss and asked him to answer the call quickly. But the number she dialed hung up. She was very upset and could not understand how he could hang up. It seems she will die soon. The girl told the guys, breathlessly, that they would see each other in the next life. Meanwhile, the fire continued to burn stronger and stronger, enveloping the room. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the threshold. The girl asked who was there and asked if it was the police. Yin Wudao appeared in front of her. He asked to look at their streamer. What a pity. Xiao Xiao asked the boss how he ended up here. The boy took her in his arms and put the mask on his face. He explained that he was just watching her stream and was already on his way, so he hung up. The girl explained that this pervert set the entire building on fire. She doesn't know how many people will get hurt. The boy carried her out of the room in his arms. This man appeared in front of them again and exclaimed to the girl that she had cheated on him. The man began to run up to them. He held another flammable mixture in his hands and began to set it on fire. The man exclaimed that then they would die together. Yin Wudao asked the girl to turn off the stream for 5 seconds. Xiao Xiao obeyed him and immediately turned off the live broadcast. Then the boy began to attack this man. The man waved his hand with the bottle and exclaimed that only in the next world could they stay together forever. He raised his hand as high as possible and wanted to throw it. Yin Wudao ran to meet him. He fired his sharp metal arrow straight towards the bottle and pierced right through it. The man was very surprised. The fire completely engulfed his entire body, and he began to scream. He was in a bright yellow fire and asked the girl not to leave, since she was only his. Meanwhile, correspondence was already taking place on air. People were outraged that the live broadcast had just gone offline. They thought that burning guy was a perversion, but even when he's on fire, he's still a pervert. Such correspondence was conducted on the channel. Meanwhile, the boy had already carried the girl away from the burning building. Xiao Xiao said, without letting go of the camera, that she was finally saved. On air, she explained that those who died in the fire were a pervert. While playing with fire, he blew himself up on his own mine. She doesn't even know how many people he killed this time, and it's a sin. It got a lot of reputation for the kid. Yin Wudao thought that this was a good opportunity to do a grateful act and stand up for justice. It's probably worth using it to collect as much reputation as possible. Yin Wudao told Xiao Xiao that she was not in danger now, so he should go and continue saving people. The girl replied that the fire had already broken out, and it was very dangerous inside. If he leaves, he may not return. But the boy said, dousing himself with water, that there are no heroes in the world. There are only people with hot blood. After that, he turned to the girl and exclaimed that he was just in full swing. And so the boy's reputation grew higher and higher. Love, he began to enter the burning room. The reputation grew very quickly. He simply had incredible results. The boy began to save people from this room. When he opened the door, everyone began to run out of the building. Xiao Xiao said that this is their boss and he saves so many people. People said around him that he had real valor. That great hero is still in the building, just so that nothing happens to him. The girl was asked why the man who saved her did not come out. The guy exclaimed that he was a hero and seemed to go to save everyone else. The girl could not understand what kind of person he was who was saved and was behaving like this now. This really makes her heart go cold. The boy asked if the only thing that stopped them was the burning doorway. Before them was the true state of affairs. Yin Wudao asked to get out of here immediately and promised to cut down anyone who did not move. People started shouting that it was too much and they could get burned. Another guy said that he was afraid that he would burn himself and disfigure himself. And the boy asked what nonsense he was talking about and asked him to jump quickly. He asked why the guy was sitting still. This guy was somehow strange and scared. He looked at the boy's huge axe with horror. Yin Wudao swung this axe in his direction so that he would quickly run towards the exit. The guy, running away, exclaimed that this man was crazy and called him crazy. Yin Wudao asked the girl who had climbed onto the window why she wasn't jumping and asked her to do it faster. But the girl replied that she was afraid of falling to death. The guy exclaimed that this is the fucking first floor. Even if you want to, you won't be able to do it. If she didn't jump now, he promised to kill her right now. The girl called him a real villain and immediately jumped. Yin Wudao thought that the vast majority of people who die in a fire are indecisive and miss the best time to save themselves. Since they can't make up their mind, he will help them. Luckily, he has the protection of the 9 dragons. True Qi, otherwise he would have been fried to a crisp. And so people exclaimed that it was coming out. Meanwhile, the fire continued to flare up, rising to the very sky. These were already echoes of this conflagration. The fire ignited the entire huge building. Yin Wudao asked his bodyguard friend Lu Fong to place Xiang Xiao Xiao in his villa. The guy immediately obeyed him. He remembered that Euro was waiting for him at the store and told the boss about it. The boy replied that he would go and find her there. And now, he was approaching an expensive luxury car. He thought about how he had gained a reputation of almost 4 million. Now, there are enough reputation points to use, and it's time to dig up that treasure. Lu Mong stood in ambush with binoculars. She asked why there were still people in the store and when they were going to close. Qin Tian replied that he was in the store, or that there was a pretty saleswoman. Maybe he should just go in and deal with her. Yuru came out to meet Brother Wu Dao. They were watched from the sidelines, and Qin Tian said that this beauty was waiting for a secret meeting with this scoundrel. How wasteful this is. The girl asked if they would postpone their plans until later. After all, their business is urgent. The guy asked her not to worry, because he had already promised to help her and guaranteed that this thing would not escape them. The boy suggested that the girl wait in this case. She shouldn't act hastily. Meanwhile, Yurao set the table. She brought various dishes and goodies. The girl said that maybe this was nothing special or super tasty, but she had long wanted to invite Brother Wu Dao to dinner. Yin Wu Dao replied that it was very good and he was just hungry. Yuru asked him to try it. Relatives from her hometown sent this meat, and it should be tender. Yin Wu Dao said that the cooking pot in the antique store was amazing. Suddenly, the girl took out a bottle of wine and asked the boy to see what she had. She explained that this herbal wine was over 100 years old and had been found in a warehouse in her backyard. She has already tried it and it is very tasty. The boy paused and his gaze froze on the girl. She asked what happened. Meanwhile, he was looking at some vases behind her that were standing on the closet. The girl came closer to him and asked Brother Wu Dao what he was looking for. The boy explained that he was looking for a mechanism. Yuro was cheerful from the wine and laughed and asked what kind of mechanism she was looking for. The boy explained that he was looking for a mechanism that would open a secret passage. He clearly saw that there was a secret room below. But where was the entrance to it? The girl accidentally tripped and fell on Yin Wu Dao's back. She exclaimed that he was so handsome and looked very good. Yin Wu Dao thought about how she is such a pure and innocent girl. How does alcohol change her behavior so much? She became violent, a big change in her character. The boy grabbed her hand and exclaimed that she needed to sober up. She replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. Yin Wu Dao decided that this was very savage. How can such a fragile girl be such a hooligan? Yuro continued to tell the boy how much she loved him. She continued to laugh and tell him about her love. The boy asked her to stop climbing on him and exclaimed that he was a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lu Meng and her comrade were already entering the room through the window. The guy said that these two had finally left and he almost fell asleep waiting. Yin Wu Dao saw them and couldn't understand what was happening. Did they really decide that there was no one in the store and were going to steal it? Lu Meng told her partner that she had already examined this store during the day and did not find any secret mechanisms. Does he know how to get this treasure? Qin Tian replied that it was as easy as shelling pears. He uses his eyes of red gold and will find him immediately. When the guy used his power, he said that he had found it. You need to make a couple of turns and the floor will have to move apart. They walked up to the lock in the form of a metal circle and put their hand on it. The floor really began to move in different directions. It was as if he had split in half. When they entered this secret room, there were many interesting things in front of them. The girl exclaimed that there are a lot of cultural relics here. Did Qin Tian actually find them? She picked up a Clonisone porcelain tealine. Lu Meng said that it is the same as in the photo, and this is the same batch of things that was stolen not so long ago. The guy picked up Lady Sue's dagger. As they agreed, he takes only one thing for himself. Suddenly, Yin Wu Dao appeared behind them. He asked if they divided the spoils between two. He, as a witness, should also have a share. The guys were very surprised when they saw Yin Wu Dao in front of them. They asked why he didn't leave. The boy began to throw his daggers at them. He asked how they still dare to rob his store. Are they really looking for death now? The guy exclaimed that he had a very sharp dagger, but somehow he reacted weakly to it. Then Yin Wu Dao asked if he could fight off 36 daggers at once. Qin Tian said that he did not expect a major like him to have such skills. But unfortunately, he stumbled upon it. Qin Tian began to use the eyes of red gold. He immediately activated this skill. The guy exclaimed that he was a master of pure gold, an executioner of villains, a master of treasure appraisal, and a follower of Bie Bao. He told young Master Yin that his actions are absolutely always accurate, and he does not make mistakes. He pulled out his sharp sword from its sheath and exclaimed that he was about to die at his hands. The tip of this weapon pierced him somewhere in the side and crashed into something. Yin Wu Dao paused and thought. The boy replied that this dagger was pretty good, but he still underestimates him. Qin Tian again raised the dagger as high as possible above his head and jumped above his opponent's head. Yin Wudao placed a fireball defense in front of him. He clenched his fists and headed towards the enemy. The boy asked to try out his true chi of 9 dragons. He approached the enemy and struck him with a powerful blow with a bright, fiery ray. The enemy's sword was in his hands. He squeezed it as tightly as possible in his hand. Yin Wudao thought that thanks to the system, he had gained strength and could fight. Even without Lu Feng's protection, he is capable of defeating a strong enemy. It is a pity that Qin Tian is not the proud son of heaven, and he cannot collect his glasses of pride and eyes of red gold. Meanwhile, the system discovered a new proud son of the sky. There was a guy on the screen. Yin Wudao was very surprised and thought about it. This guy gave him 2 pride points. He understands that 2 points for the son of heaven is not so easy to get. The aura of the main character cannot be underestimated. Suddenly, Lu Mang appeared and put a cannon to the boy's head. She asked Mr. Yin to calm down, since all this was a misunderstanding and she could explain everything to him. The boy replied that they committed a burglary and he tried to kill him. The explanation is meaningless. Lu Mang apologized for Qin Tian and explained that he was too impulsive. There's actually a reason they came for these antiques. This antique is a national treasure sent abroad. After years of countless difficulties, the great hero donated the documents for these relics to his homeland. But on his way back to the country, he was robbed. Then they received information that the stolen property had been spotted in an antique town. Therefore, she agreed with her partner, since he, a follower of Ba Bao, can recognize where the treasure is. They originally wanted to take advantage of his scheme during the day, but they didn't expect that they would see through it. Yin Wudao realized that these things were problematic. The girl replied that it was so, and they suspected Bai Yunxi as the initiator of all this. So they went inside to find material evidence. Now, physical evidence has been found, but he became the owner of the store, so suspicion falls on him. The boy raised his hands up and exclaimed that this was a misunderstanding. He will cooperate with them and they can take whatever they want. Qin Tian appeared behind him. He laughed and decided that it was too late. Yuro approached them. There was clearly something wrong with her and she couldn't walk straight. The boy looked at the girl and asked what happened to her. Something was wrong with Yuro. Her eyes completely changed color and look. She ran up to the boy and inserted a bladed weapon into his chest. Yin Wudao did not expect such a turn of events. He said the girl's name. Blood began to drip around in scarlet red drops. Yuru was clearly not herself. The boy was wounded and, bending over, told this scoundrel that he had taken control of Yuro. Qin Tian replied that his eyes of red gold can not only see through, predict the future, and monitor the speed of movements, but also capture souls. Lu Mang asked Mr. Yin to forgive this guy. She didn't expect him to do this. The boy asked the girl to get lost. It was she who distracted his attention, which he took advantage of and took control of Yuro. He asked why she was still pretending. The girl replied that she did not want this. She turned to Qin Tian and said that Yin Wudao lowered the dagger. Why did he do that then? The guy exclaimed that this is a woman's kindness. Majors like him are always vindictive. They've already had a fight, and does she think he'll agree to a truce with him? Therefore, he should deal with this. The guy exclaimed that this is called forethought. He must completely stop this possibility, so he will kill the witness. Yin Wudao's strength should not be underestimated, and his identity should never be revealed. Lu Mang was very furious and asked why he was doing this. The guy ordered the girl to commit suicide. She immediately took the dagger and put it to her throat. She made a movement with the dagger, after which a lot of blood poured around and the girl began to fall straight to the floor. Yin Wudao did not expect such a turn of events. He began to scream and ask not to do this. The boy exclaimed that he would kill this guy and called him dead. He promised to finish him off. Qin Tian replied that the blade of Lady Shui's dagger is extremely poisonous. Since he wants to kill him, then let him wait for the next life. Lu Mang began to apologize to the boy again. Yin Wudao curled his face into an evil grin and said that even if he became a ghost, he would not leave them alone. Lu Mang grabbed her pistol and pointed it at the boy. He asked her to hurry up so that people would not discover them. The guy asked the girl if she really decided to kill him as soon as he did his part of the job. Lu Mang replied that she should arrest him. Qin Tian said that if none of them spoke up, no one would know what he did. The girl exclaimed that Yin Wudao and Ling Yuru were dead. They shouldn't have died. The guy replied that he sees her arresting him not for the sake of justice, but for the sake of Yin Wudao. They just returned what rightfully belonged to them. They met no one in the antique store. Now she will go and arrest Bai Yunxi. The girl replied that she really had physical evidence and she would go and arrest her. Tian was very pleased and thought that his red gold eyes could even rewrite memories. Yuru is the beloved daughter of heaven. She must be protected by heaven. She cannot just die. Yin Wudao thought that when he stood up for her, their destinies were intertwined. Maybe he can at least temporarily become the proud son of heaven, and then this will give him a chance to survive. There was no way he was going to let her die. The system showed that, unfortunately, his store is closed and he cannot use it. Yin Wudao exclaimed to the system that it could not do this to people. Yuro is about to die. The system appeared in front of him and asked whether he got what he deserved when even fate had turned its back on him. When he locked her in that prison, did he really not think that everything would turn out exactly like this? Yin Wudao thought that it didn't take an eye of red gold to understand that the situation was getting out of control. Su will not miss the opportunity to get even with him. If this continues and he asks for help, she will refuse. She won't save the weak so easily. All that remains is to try to beg her to save Lin Yuru. And he bets that then she will certainly save him. The boy fell to his knees in front of the system and exclaimed that their differences had nothing to do with Yuro. He knows that he is a rotten person and let him die, but he asked to save Yuru. Su thought that he was really begging her to save this girl. It turns out that he loves her. Or maybe her great villain system just got the wrong person. Yin Wudao thought that although Su is the administrator of the great villain system, she still cannot resist natural laws. But still, it must be admitted that even though he bet on the fact that he would save Yu Rao together with him, the confidence in this was somewhere around 80%. The system reported that the antidote pill was successfully applied. There was detoxification of the body, resolution and rapid growth. The exchange of 2 million reputation points for an antidote pill was successful. Yuro opened her eyes and asked the boy to be careful. She woke up very scared and with tears in her eyes. Yin Wudao was next to her and reassured the girl that everything was fine and it was over. She immediately threw herself into the boy's arms and asked him to forgive her. She really didn't want to hurt him, but her body wouldn't listen no matter how much she tried. When the dagger pierced him, her heart broke. The boy told the girl that everything was fine and asked not to worry. She came close to him. When they kissed, Lu Fong came into the room. He asked what they were doing here. Then he started screaming. If he hired him to hit on his sister, Yin Wudao asked the guy not to pay attention to such trifles. Then he noticed that the guy came in a hurry and asked if something urgent had happened. Lu Fong replied, yes. The Bai family just contacted them. They said that Lu Mon sent people to arrest Bai Yunxi. They are asking for his help. Yin Wudao decided that this was very difficult. Behind that girl, there is a special service red shield. If he intervenes, the situation will escalate and this will definitely alarm his old man. At first glance, Bai Yunxi seemed polite to him, but apparently she decided to drag him into her showdown. He wanted to refuse help, but the system stopped him. Before successfully completing the task, he needs to increase Lin Yuro's favor by 2 points. Then he would have 3 points of the Pride of Heaven, and he would be able to promote the rank to Viscount. The boy thought about what it means that the true chi of the 9 dragons and the 36 daggers of the Bloody Lotus will be pumped up and the chances of defeating Qin Tian will increase. The boy clenched his fist and exclaimed to Yuru that he was going to avenge her. The girl asked not to do this because the guy was terrifying and she was scared. Yin Wudao explained that Qin Tian almost killed her. If he does not take revenge for this, how can he be called a man? The girl shed tears in response and blushed a little. After all, Brother Wudao cares about her so much and she is very happy. The system reported that the boy received Lin Yuru's favor points. The system congratulated the owner on his promotion to the rank of Viscount. To move to the next rank, he will need 10 points of the Pride of Heaven. The boy thought about the proud sons of heaven and the child of fortune with the aura of the main character. All this is bullshit. And who gave them the right to recklessly kill people? Why such arrogance? They unknowingly pulled the trigger. They entered someone else's store, killed people there, and left with the loot. Is this really the justice of the protagonist? Meanness and cruelty are the great characteristics of the main character. Yin Wudao felt that Qin Tian was right, and he was truly vindictive. Meanwhile, the woman sat handcuffed on the seat of the car and told Lu Mon that she was not allowing her to hire a lawyer or go to the nearest police station, and this was a violation of her rights. The girl asked her to shut up. She is suspected of contract murder and national-level treasure smuggling. Let him wait until he takes a bullet in the forehead for this. Bai thought that it was all over and someone from her family must have set her up. They understand that there is no point in attributing simple offenses to her, so she was accused of reselling national treasure antiques. Although she has powerful connections, it is nothing in front of the Red Shield Intelligence Agency. She is afraid that no one will dare to go against them. The man behind the wheel could not understand where this light came from. They began to protect themselves from the bright light of someone's headlights. Liu Meng was very surprised by this turn of events. She exclaimed, "This is very grandiose." Yin Wudao appeared in front of her. He said that he had not died and asked if she was very upset. The girl asked what he meant and what happened. Why should she be upset? Then the boy asked if she was pretending to be innocent after what happened. Liu Meng couldn't understand what he was talking about and said that she didn't understand. Yin Wudao realized that she was really not putting on an act. This means this is the work of Qin Tian. The eyes of red gold are terribly strong. The boy realized this and asked the girl to stop talking nonsense. He wanted her to give him that man. The girl exclaimed that she did not expect that he would bring armed forces with him. She won't stop them. Well, she'll report everything honestly. Yin Wudao thought that he had used the old man's powers with great difficulty, and now he definitely could not avoid complete chaos. Liu Meng brought the woman out and said that she had brought the person he asked for. Bai told Wudao that it was incredible and that she appreciates people like him and will be indebted to him for the rest of her life. Yin Wudao asked how Qin Tian was doing. Liu Meng explained that he was not part of the Red Shield Intelligence Service and that after completing the mission, he left them. Bai asked the boy if he really entered into this conflict because he fell in love with her. The boy decided that this was Bai Yunxi's feminine nature. He says he fell in love with her and is doing all this for her sake. He thought to himself that the woman was daydreaming. Qin Tian is not here and can enjoy his love alone. Yin Wudao exclaimed that Qin Tian was one of the people who brought trouble to Aunt Yun. Not only will he save Auntie, but he will also make him pay. Bai exclaimed that he really touched her. Only he cares so much about her and how ungrateful she can be. From now on, all of Bai Yunxi's connections are Wu Dao's connections, and all her wealth is his wealth. The boy told Aunt Yun that although they are different in age, they are almost the same age. He remembers an elementary school where they went together. He was bullied and she constantly defended him. Now he has grown up and will protect her. The woman threw herself into his arms and said that she had just felt like she was driven into a dead end. She had already thought that her life was over. She thanked him immediately. The boy thought that he had overdone it a little and apparently she had really succumbed to her feelings. Liu Meng called him and said that the situation in the Bai family is not as simple as it might seem. She advises him not to get into troubled waters. The boy replied that his affairs did not concern her and asked her to tell Qin Tian that she should wait for the day of reckoning. Bai told Wu Dao that the girl was right and Bai's affairs were indeed murky. She thanked him for saving her and said that she would figure it out herself. Yin Wu Dao decided that based on past experience, she should be Qin Tian's heroine. Why such favor towards him? Could they be one of those couples whose love-hate changes every second? Does Qin Tian help Bai Yunxi become the head of the family? This guy is sick. He almost killed her. Still, we have to deal with this. Discernment will help you recognize truth, good and evil, right and wrong at first sight. Yin Wudao told Bai that this happened to her. The others had already set out to take the place of the head. Did she think that they would leave her alone? Will she really be able to cope if she is alone? The boy called her along and promised to let her down. Since he decided to help, he will help until the end. Bai thought that sincerity is learned in trouble. And now, when she is at the bottom, only Wu Dao, with whom she had never reckoned, extended a helping hand. Moreover, he did not hesitate to use the power of the family. How should she repay him? Meanwhile, Xiang Xiao's reputation conveyor belt was displayed on the monitor. The huge, bright Bai residence rises in front of us. The bright sun illuminated the luxurious, spacious gates. The guy explained to the eldest lady that according to the family's rules, women are not allowed to enter the meeting room. Only the men of the Bai family can be admitted. Bai replied that yesterday she could enter as the head, but today she can't. The guy said that he couldn't explain it. The second gentleman only said that from now on, women from the family and violators will not be allowed in either. Bai immediately hit the guy and asked him to leave. She hit him so hard that the door suddenly opened and someone entered. A man sat in a chair and watched those who had just entered his office. It was Second Master Bai Yaozong. When he saw Bai Yunxi, he asked how she returned. The woman asked if he was upset that she was able to return. The man exclaimed that she was involved in smuggling, thereby violating the family rules. He called a family meeting to remove her as acting head. Now that he has become the head, she is not in charge here. How can a woman be the head? Because this simply undermines the family reputation. Smuggling is a taboo for the Bai family. One of the men said that a woman being the head is just ridiculous. The second gentleman took charge of the family and everything fell into place. Miss Bai exclaimed to the old men that she had not asked them. She asked where grandfather was now. The man moved his eyebrows to his nose and looked at her with a malicious look, and replied that the old man died yesterday because he was angry at her. The woman exclaimed that she didn't believe him and asked where her brother was then. He would never allow this to happen to her. The other man noticed that the second uncle was telling the truth. It was the family's adopted son, Bai Yulong. He said that her grandfather died because of her and asked her to leave the family. The woman was very surprised to see her brother in front of her. Tears sparkled in her eyes. Miss Bai asked her brother why he was with them, and then said that she understood everything. Bitter tears flowed from Bai's eyes, and she exclaimed that her brother had betrayed her. He laughed in response and said that she realized it too late. She didn't expect to fall from the top in just a day. He added that he would take revenge on her for the humiliation he suffered when she publicly refused to marry him. Miss Bai asked if he wanted to break it. She got angry and exclaimed that it was not that simple. She always treated them well. If they still remember her kindness, then let them give her a helping hand. If she manages to regain her position in the family, they will gain her favor. One of the guys said that she was good to them, and they couldn't just stand by and watch her in trouble. To remain a man, you need to be faithful, and he is the man of Chief Bai. Another guy with glasses exclaimed that even though Bai Yulong is strong, he will still fight for the leadership. They rebelled against him, and the female bodyguard asked Bai Yulong to surrender immediately. The guy was not the least bit scared, and his eyes glowed yellow. He called them a bunch of scoundrels. Bai Yulong approached the woman's bodyguards and began to use all his abilities against them. When he scattered all the guys, he told Bai Yunxi that now it was her turn. He reached his hand towards the woman and wanted to grab her by the neck to strangle her, but the boy pushed him away with inner strength. He didn't expect that Yin Wudao also had techniques. One of the men was very surprised and asked Junior Yin how he dared to spread his hands in the Bai family meeting room. The second one asked if he understood what his participation now meant. Their families never interfered in each other's affairs. His interference in Bai's internal affairs means a declaration of war. The boy was not the least bit afraid. He asked about the word war. Yin Wudao smiled sarcastically and exclaimed that this was not a bad offer. War is war. Nothing can be done about it. Then the man replied that others may be afraid of his Yin family, but their Bai family is not afraid of him at all. He continued to wave his arms and exclaimed that since he said war, then it would be war for him. The man began to set Yulon against this boy. He clenched his fist and asked him to attack. And so the two forces met, fist to fist. Yin Wudao walked towards his opponent. He began to use many fiery bright lightning, directing them towards the guy. Bai Yulong could not understand where such inner strength came from, and whether he was really just a major. Yin Wudao, in turn, noticed that he was fighting off his true chi of the 9 dragons. After the upgrade with only physical strength, he did not look like a minor character at all. He knocked Qin Tian off the main plot. It fell to him to deal with the minor villain. He will leniently deal with him instead of Qin Tian. The boy reached out with his hand full of sharp peaks and decided to try out the improved 36 flying bloody lotus daggers. The daggers immediately flew towards the guy in a whole heap. They were already approaching the guy, but he exclaimed that his dragon fist did not care for any weapon and placed a block in front of him. The guy began to explain, pushing away all the spears, that his insignificant knives were useless against him. One of the men said that Yulong was a worthy master of Jang City, and he would never lose. The second said that it looks like they should use Yulon more often in the future. It is in vain that people say that Yin Wudao is only a dissolute boy. Contrary to expectations, he is quite capable. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this dragon fist was not bad, he must have it. He used all his abilities and threw the sharp sword towards his opponent. He said that there was a sudden attack and it was too mean of him. The men could not understand how it happened, how this could happen, and Yulon lost. Yin Wudao asked the system what villain glasses were and how to use them. Su explained that villain points can be exchanged for Heaven's Pride points and reputation points. Yin Wudao said that points for reputation are generally meaningless, and he will collect more without doing anything on the broadcast. Their villain is truly a loser. Always a cut below Qin Tian. Miss Bai ran into the room. She was very excited. The woman thought that for her sake, He made a fuss in the Bai family and did not hesitate to declare war on them. Is there anyone in the world who can compare with him? He dealt with Bai Yulong with one blow. One of the men exclaimed to the boy that he simply did not have the right to kill members of the Bai family in front of their eyes. The second exclaimed that a crime is a crime. This time he is clearly doomed. Another man said that he had already reported everything to the police and there was no way for him to escape. Yin Wudao appeared next to them with lightning speed and hit the man directly on the head. He exclaimed that it was too noisy in this room. He silenced them all. When Liuman Yin Wudao appeared in the hall, he explained to her that there were witnesses and material evidence here. He asked to arrest them. The girl asked if he meant that this dead man got rid of the guards and stole the relics that they discovered. And all this was done on the orders of Bai Yaozong. Yin Wudao replied that it was so, and their fingerprints were left on the antiques. The man, sitting on his knees and tied up, said that he was set up and did not touch the relics. It was all the work of Bai Yulong. At one point he decided that he had shaken too much. He decided to correct himself and said that he had no idea what they were talking about. The theft of the relic has nothing to do with him. Yin Wudao asked if he also did not admit the murder of his father. The man exclaimed that of course he wouldn't admit it. This is all slander, and he will sue him. He is a respectful son to his father. Heaven is his witness. If there is even a grain of untruth in his words, then let his father take him with him. Suddenly, a box in the shape of a tomb sparkled in front of them. The men immediately turned around, not understanding what had happened. The head of the family, Bai Chaowen, appeared in front of them with his eyes closed. It was some kind of terrible sight. The man had been dead for a long time and seemed to begin to rise from the tomb. He didn't move his legs. The man exclaimed that he poisoned his father, and when he saw that he was still alive, he smothered him with a pillow. The man was very angry and could not understand how he could raise such a cruel son. The son was perplexed by this horror and began to scream, coughing up streams of blood. He spewed a whole fire from his mouth. The man was scared to death by what happened. Yin Wudao scored several villain points for scaring the man to death. Even this way you can get villain points, and that's not bad. Liu Meng asked Mr. Bai whether Bai Yaozhen had really attempted to assassinate him. The man replied that it was so, and that this was a great misfortune in the family. Liu Meng said that the case of the theft of the relic was closed. Yin Wudao was indeed falsely accused, and she officially apologizes. The girl exclaimed that he was right. After which, she gave the command to her people to immediately gather. Miss Bai shouted that she would file a complaint against her. The man said that from this day on, he transfers the authority of the head of the family to Bai Yunxi. No one should have any objections. The woman should continue to maintain good relations between the Bai and Yin families, and not forget today's kindness. He asked to change his nameplate and photo to the name and photo of his second son. Then everything would fall into place. Let them think that this is the last time he expresses decency as a father. Bai asked Yin Wudao if grandfather shouldn't be dead, and how did he come back to life then? Does he really have the ability to resurrect? The boy explained that in the Yin family, a resurrection pill is passed down from generation to generation, capable of reviving the dead. Bai thought that he used such a valuable pill for her sake. The boy thought that although it was a pity for the reputation points, he received 2 pride points and a dragon fist. It was still worth it. As for the reputation, it should have grown incredibly. But due to the too rapid increase in the reputation value, failures occurred in the system. The result kept loading. He had more than 1 million reputation points. The streamer smiled and asked if everything was finally over. There were a lot of comments and correspondence online. It was a sensational video. Bai told the boy that she had one treasure, and she asked him to come into her room to evaluate it. The boy already had a lot of millions of reputation points, and it turns out that this is not a loss, but a profit. He asked the woman what the treasure was and said that he would visit her. She took his hand and led him into the room. Yin Wudao told Auntie that this was her private quarters and a bit of an inappropriate place. Dare he have the courage to enter? The woman replied that she thought he was a man, but it turns out that everything is not as it might seem. He's shy after everything. Then the boy took her in his arms and asked her to see how expensive her treasure was. He carried the woman in his arms to her own chambers. The network began to write even more comments. The woman took a breath. She was very pleased and blushed slightly. Yin Wudao told her that she shouldn't have gotten involved with him. He climbed on top of her and approached her lips. They merged in a voluptuous kiss. For completing Bai Yunxi's task 80%, the boy received a talent for insight. Since there are not enough favor points, no heavenly pride points are obtained. And then the next day came. The morning was bright, light, and warm. The girl stood on the balcony peering into the distance. She was thinking about something. Yin Wudao said that he did not expect that this would be the first time for such a luxurious femme fatale. Bai asked the boy. Not to worry, she was not forcing him to take responsibility. It was on her initiative. Today there will be an auction of magic stones. A batch of high-quality rough stones came from Liaolongchan. The girl asked if he would accompany her. Yin Wudao thought that now that he has a talent for assessment and insight, he is going to try them out. He agreed. I said that he would grab a couple more people, and here is a sign in front of us. They approached this building and headed towards the entrance. Bai explained that in previous years, the extraction of stones was suspended due to the war. This is the first auction after the end of the war, and this year they brought many good specimens. Euro added that the top-notch kingstone is the most worthy of attention this year. For his sake, all the major tycoons in the country and abroad gathered here this year. Euro smiled and exclaimed that this was a first-class royal stone. The price for this stone was supernatural. Below was Qin Tian's contact information. The boy was surprised to see Qin Tian's stone. You don't even need to make an effort to find it. He decided that it was not for nothing that he was the main character. He even got the royal stone. Lu Fong told the boss that he found Qin Tian at the entrance due to the lack of invitation. He was stopped by the guards. Yin Wudao thought that following the development of such a plot, soon someone should present him with a VIP invitation so that everyone would bow to him at the entrance. It's better to let things take their course and follow the plot. He asked his friend to order the manager to give him a VIP pass and let him come in. The boy immediately obeyed him, and Yin Wudao invited the girls into the observation room. The fair-haired guy Qin Tian began to say that they judge only by status. The royal stone in this place is his and why he is not allowed in. The guard responded by apologizing that entry without an invitation was not possible. This was their rule. The auction manager appeared behind them. He asked the bodyguards to move away immediately. At least they know who they are trying to stop. This is Mr. Qin Tian himself in front of them. The man immediately provided him with a pass. It was a VIP pass. But this guy's fist flew towards the two guards. He asked them how they could continue to be rude about this. Will the watchdogs continue to not let him in? The guys immediately apologized for not recognizing him. Qin Tian thought that he had not been worshipped like this for a long time. How nice it was. First, he will find all the high-quality rough stones. Then he will sell the kingstone and buy valuable stones with the proceeds. Over time, these 500 million will multiply several times. This will be his first big profit in this Jang city. The guy activated his red gold eyes. They consume too much energy, so I'll write everything down so I don't have to use them again. He began to take notes. Number 23 with purple glow, 28 with wind element, 41 with wood element, 49 high quality with ice element, and many other stones. Yin Wudao asked Lu Fong to record everything that Qin Tian wrote down. No matter what the value of these stones is, everything must be redeemed. Bai asked if it would be too risky. Although Qin Tian has an assessment technique, he might not have made a mistake or misunderstood. Yin Wudao replied that he believed in his abilities, and he thought that he is the main character with the red gold eye technique. Even if he sees something incorrectly, he cannot make a mistake. Bai told Wudao that he should help her. Due to the conflict, the market has not worked these years, and their mines have been depleted, so the Bai family's jewelry stores have not produced anything decent for a long time. She will go to auction in the hope of finding something worthwhile. If she returns without success, will she be able to receive the recognition of the company? Not to mention the recognition of her relatives? Yin Wudao immediately pointed his finger at one stone and said that if she bought it, everyone would be impressed. He exclaimed that he would not redeem the stone and would allow her to do so. Bai said that the starting price is 500 million and is afraid that the price will skyrocket to 1 billion. If in reality it is not a royal stone, but a dummy, then it will be a complete failure. The boy asked to believe her. He thought to himself that Qin Tian could not display the stone at a loss. The woman thought again and clenched her teeth and exclaimed that she agreed. She will buy back this royal stone. Bai thought that he was her first man and she believed him. She also wanted him to believe in her insight. If this is a failure, then it is a failure of her insight. And then a man with a microphone announced the start of bidding for the royal stone. And they start with 500 million. The crowd began to raise the stakes. The guy said that the competition for the royal stone is fierce. He will offer that this stone will not cost 800 million tes. The second replied that it was so and that he had heard that representatives of 4 great families were participating in the auction, so a battle for the stone was inevitable. This time, the representative of the Yin family is the young Master Major Yin Wudao, the newly appointed head of the Jang family, Zhang Renjie. Bai Yungxi is the heiress of the Bai family, and Ji Wuji, the eldest young master of the Ji family. 4 great clans of non-entities. Sooner or later, he will personally trample them. The guy thought about this, and when he raised the number up, he exclaimed that they wouldn't dare raise the rate higher. Today, this royal stone will belong to him and the Jiang family. He offered 700 million for it. Bei asked Renji to get lost. She was very determined and came closer to him. The woman explained that no one could take away what she liked from her. The guy was surprised that Yin Wudao did not die then. Lady Xue's dagger was definitely going to poison him. How could he survive? Does he really see a ghost and she sees him? Lu Fong told the boy that this Qin Tian still dared to show himself and he would kill him now. Yin Wudao asked him not to rush. The game had just begun. He told Qin Tian that they would play with him leisurely. The guy looked towards the sign that the woman had raised and was simply perplexed. Miss Bai offered 750 million for this royal stone. Then the guy who approached also didn't want to give up and raised the bet to 800 million. Jiwuji said that he understood that the Bai family was mistaken about the royal stone, but his grandfather left him a will. He apologized to her, but the woman replied that this time she was afraid that his grandfather's will would not come true and raised the bet by another 50 million. But in this case, the guy upped the ante to 900 million. Yang watched what was happening and supported this guy. He thought that even if the dogs squabble and shed fur, the profit is still his. Yin Wudao stood behind the woman and asked Bai Yunxi to raise the bet to 1 billion. Before he had time to offer this, the woman immediately raised a sign voicing the amount of 1 billion. The guys immediately lowered their signs and cast a contemptuous glance at her. Bai thought that before they arrived here, experts calculated that the largest stone was not worth more than 800 million. She grabbed her head and thought that she had actually listened to him and raised the bet to 1 billion. Had she gone crazy? What are they both waiting for, and none of them is in a hurry to raise the rate higher than before? Ji Wuji raised his hand, but the guy standing next to him raised his sign, confident in himself. Yin Wudao stood behind them, looking at them menacingly. He had a very sinister and cunning look. Renji began to sweat and said that he had been feeling unwell lately and would not lift. Yin Wudao said to Ji Wuji that his friend said he was very interested in his wine cup. Why not give it to him at a fair price? Then the boy thought about it and, thanking him, said that he too was giving up. And so Chief Bai was congratulated on winning the royal stone for 1 billion. They congratulated Chief Bai on a very joyful event. Meanwhile, there was already correspondence and a lot of comments on the channel. The streamer girl said that after purchasing a stone, the stone is cut, or rather, cut. This is the most important part of gambling. As they say, one cut can deprive, one enrich, and another pierce the canvas. If you make a cut once, the price of the stone will drop by half. If you make 3 cuts and still do not see the glow, then the stone is combined with a dummy. Miss Bai said that in order to select the part of the stone that will be cut, you need your own technique. She studied with her grandfather for more than 8 years. Yin Wudao thought that this was how she gained insight and smiled contentedly. The girl brought her hand closer to the stone and carefully began to choose the location of the cut. She turned to the man and asked him to make a vertical incision exactly in the place where she showed. The man immediately obeyed her and approached the stone. He began to slowly cut it. When the man cut the stone completely, it turned out that it was completely empty. Miss Bai said that it was just one cut and there was nothing wrong with it. There is another opportunity and we need to continue. She was completely drenched in sweat and her head was bursting with pain and fear. The streamer, meanwhile, said that the green light did not appear again and it was a waste of money. A stone that is completely white on the inside is called a chicken manure stone. This means that the stone has not fully formed, and now the chances that there is something valuable inside are rapidly falling. Bai decided that it was all over. This royal specimen will turn out to be a piece of chicken droppings. She exclaimed, blushing with grief, that this was the end. She trusted Yin Wudao after all. Meanwhile, many comments poured in on social networks. There they said that she chose chicken droppings. But the woman pulled herself together and clenched her fists and asked to continue cutting the stone. She doesn't believe there's nothing inside. But a blonde guy appeared behind them and asked them to stop cutting the stone. He explained to Lady Bai that if she continued and there was nothing inside, the king's stone would be useless. She asked what she should do then. The guy looked into the woman's eyes and said that he would buy the remaining stone from her for 200 million. Bai thought that there was no trace of an emerald in this stone at all. She felt as if she had been set up. Now, there is nothing to be done except try to stop the decline in time. The girl closed her eyes and agreed to this, but suddenly Yin Wudao came up and asked her to wait. How Qintian offers to buy back a stone for 200 million, which he himself sold for 1 billion. He loses nothing. 800 million net profit. Everything is precisely calculated. But unfortunately today, he met with him. The boy was confident in his words. Meanwhile, the correspondence on the channel continued. A lot of comments poured in around. The streamer said that she also thought that the stone should be sold for 200 million, so at least part of the money would be saved. But their boss is not an ordinary person. I am waiting for the continuation of events. Qintian exclaimed that no one said that the sold stones could not be redeemed. She sells and he buys back. Everyone agrees, what is his business anyway? Yin Wudao replied that it was big. He approached Bai Yunxi and hugged her and said that she was his woman, which means that her things were his things. He does not agree to sell him this stone, and what will he do? Qintian blushed and became beaded with sweat. For some reason, he felt so ashamed, as if he had been cuckolded. The guy extended his hand forward and exclaimed that he was paying 500 million. He will reduce their losses to a minimum. But the boy again began to say that this stone was not for sale. Bai exclaimed that it was sold. She grabbed the boy's hand and quietly asked if he was setting her up on purpose. Or she has to go broke for him to have fun, Yin Wudao exclaimed that he was in pain and asked him to let go of his hand. He asked the woman what these 500 million were. He would give her 1 billion. She asked if he had gone crazy. The boy explained that 1 billion is insignificant in front of her, like the light of a firefly in front of the moon. Watching her sadness really hurts his heart. The woman's affection for him increased. Again, a lot of comments began to be written on the channel, and hearts started pouring in the form of likes. Bai said that she examined everything in detail, and there were no traces of emerald at all. There is almost no chance that Imperial Green will appear. But the boy looked at the stone and said that it would definitely appear. The woman asked where such confidence came from. Yin Wudao replied that it was because of him. I thought to myself that Qintian's existence was blessed by heaven. Miracles were happening in his hands. The stone definitely cannot be a dummy. Bei asked, even if there is an emerald inside, how will he understand where it is? How he is going to cut the stone so that the gem remains intact? Yin Wudao replied that regarding this, he needed to thank her. The woman asked why her. The boy activated his talent of insight. He asked to simply cut along the crack on the left. Qintian said that he knows how to show off. This is just a show and now he will embarrass himself in front of everyone. Ji Wuji said that it is really interesting that the further he goes, the more incomprehensible the situation becomes. Qintian thought about how this guy chose the same place as him. This is only possible with eyes of red gold. Who is this boy Yin Wudao after all? And so they began to cut the stone. The guys were shocked because a green glow really appeared in front of them. Qintian exclaimed that the boy had become damn rich. Such a large piece of imperial stone had not been seen in the last 100 years. Ji Wuji was also stunned and exclaimed that this guy was really lucky. But for some reason, Qintian suddenly said that this was not an imperial emerald. Miss Bai said that the glow of this emerald is thousands of times rarer than an ordinary imperial stone. Rumor has it that at night the entire royal palace is illuminated with green light by lanterns made of Qilu stone. If a palace lantern is carved from such a large Qilu stone, it will become one of the rarest treasures. The remains can be processed for inlaying jewelry. In principle, everything that comes out of them will amaze the whole world. The initial price of this already priceless treasure will start in the tens of billions. She really doesn't understand anything. If it weren't for Yin Wudao, the treasure would have slipped right from under her nose. She called herself a great failure. Qintian also cried and said that who is really the loser here is him. He knew about the emerald inside and did not expect it to be a Qilu stone. If he had known earlier, he would not have sold this stone under threat of execution. The guy thought that he had the feeling that he was destined to live his whole life in his shadow. Bei asked Wudao if she could take the remains of the Qilu stone. She will be grateful to him for this all her life. Then the boy looked into her eyes and approached the woman and asked how she would thank him. Miss Bai blushed awkwardly and looked into his eyes and replied that she would obey him. Then the boy hugged this woman and exclaimed so that everyone could hear that the entire Kilu emerald was completely hers. The woman was amazed and puzzled. She again asked if he was giving it completely to her. Tian asked if he was serious about giving away the stone so recklessly to pick up a girl. Ji Wuji smiled and said that the major from the Yin family is growing stronger. Yin Wudao replied that it was so and that he would give up his country for such a beauty. As long as the beauty is happy, he will be her prince. Meanwhile, the woman's disposition towards him was almost 100%. She was completely in love with him. Are they really going to hug in public? Isn't he afraid of a lot of gossip? Ji Wuji asked if this was a public statement about the union of the Yin and Bai families. Qin Tian replied that he was envious. But why does his heart hurt so much? There's definitely nothing connecting them with this woman, but why did he feel like he'd been cheated on? Meanwhile, Yuro told brother Wu Dao that all the stones he chose turned out to be high-quality emeralds. The total cost exceeds a full billion. When the girl ran up to the boy, he was kissing Miss Bai. Yuro was very surprised and looked at what was happening in amazement. She did not expect this and tears flowed from her eyes. The girl called the boy a scumbag. She exclaimed that she no longer wanted to have anything to do with him and called him a scoundrel. Yin Wudao asked if she was offended. Miss Bai asked why he shouldn't follow his girlfriend. Yin Wudao replied that although he liked this singer, if he followed her now, she could turn it against him in the future. Once he gets under his heel, in the end, he will be left there with nothing. Lu Fong asked his boss if now was the time to kill that person. Yin Wudao replied that according to the cliched plot, the main character cannot be killed halfway through. If the villain decides to do this, it will end in a loss anyway, so this is a stupid proposal. This time he doesn't have to do anything and will take care of it himself. The boy smiled sarcastically, looking ahead. Lu Fong thought it sounded really cool even though he couldn't understand anything. The guy said that Yin Wudao had changed so much that he didn't even know what to expect or not to expect from him. The girl answered her brother that he was too worried. Most people around him did not stand out in any way. It was rare to meet people with great strength like him. Ji Wuji asked Zhu Er if Bai Yunxi and Yin Wudao united, would it affect their plans? She replied that grandfather could push him to the wall for not receiving the royal stone. At the moment, this is the maximum impact they could have. Ji Wuji said that he thought he should reconsider their plans. Meanwhile, Qin Tian suddenly put a sharp knife to the girl's throat and asked her not to move. Ji Wuji asked the guy what he was doing. There were never any hard feelings between them. The guy replied that he had no bad intentions and he just needed to borrow their car to hide from the enemy. He only asks to be taken out of the city and there is nothing complicated about it. The girl replied that if he was hiding from Yin Wudao, he could put away his knife. Then the guy asked if she was also his enemy. The girl replied that she was not an enemy, but that he was just a nuisance. Then the guy put the knife away and apologized to the girl, so she was his ally. Lu Fong, meanwhile, asked why they didn't stop this car. The guy replied that this is young Master Ji's car. They don't dare to stop it, so he asks not to make trouble. He thanked them both for their help and said that when he returned, he would definitely repay their kindness. He will remember their service and said goodbye after that with a malicious smile. Zuair told Qin Tian that the weather was very hot and asked if he wanted to drink. The guy thanked the young lady. The girl said that she believes in him and will wait for his return. He will definitely return and repay for everything. The guy thought that even though he is handsome and meets girls who match him, he must not let his guard down. You need to read their intention. Ji Wuji, in turn, thought that if Zhu Er had not been taken hostage, he would not have wanted to cross Yin Wudao's path because of this scoundrel. This beauty is so kind that he cannot read her thoughts. Qin Tian thought so. He decided that this meant her heart was as pure as a sheet of white paper. Ji Wuji asked the girl what she had done. The guy fell headfirst to the ground. Zuair replied that Qin Tian acted exactly as Yin Wudao said. Luckily, she used the pupil-concealing lenses that Yin Wudao had prepared. Otherwise, things could have ended badly. Ji Wuji asked when she managed to conspire with Yin Wudao behind his back. He's not the nicest person and she should stay away from him. Suddenly, this particular guy appeared and told him not to continue. After all, he doesn't want to hear how much he loves him. And Zhu Er did everything for him. The boy extended his hand and exclaimed that they worked well together. The girl replied that she did everything as he asked and asks him to do what he promised her. Ji Wuji approached the girl and asked what they agreed on. I asked her to tell me about it. But the girl replied that this was a secret deal. Yin Wudao found her very interesting. Meanwhile, he had already approached Qin Tian, who was lying on the ground. He stepped on his head. He said that he would make sure that he died in agony. This is the only way to recognize his malice. And now night has come. It was getting dark outside, and the moon illuminated everything around. Lu Fong told his boss that on his orders, he fed Qin Tian mushrooms from this basket, which can no longer fit in it. Yin Wu Dao replied that this was very good. The guy explained that these colorful mushrooms were carefully selected by him and have a strong hallucinogenic effect. He heard that if you eat them, you can even see dancing people. Yin Wu Dao noticed that Qin Tian really liked it when people worshipped him. So let him try this feeling for himself. Lu Fong decided that Yin Wu Dao was cruel and merciless. His methods of execution were terrifying, but this time he completely agrees with him. Qin Tian is also a scoundrel who even attacks women, so he deserves to die like this. Meanwhile, the boy was already lying on the ground, completely immobilized, but alive. He suddenly opened his eyes and beads of sweat ran down his cheeks. The boy began to touch his head and think about where he was. He had a very headache and was dizzy. When he looked in the mirror, he was very surprised and thought about who this person was and why he looked like him. Does he really want to harm him? He began to shoot bright rays of yellow fire in his direction and asked how he dared to point out more to him. The guy looked in front of him and, shooting rays into the mirror, exclaimed that he would kill him, after which he closed his eyes and said that his head was pounding. Qin Tian seemed to have lost his memory and asked who they were and why everyone was looking at him. The guy couldn't understand what they wanted from him. He grabbed his head and began shouting so that no one would come near him. He completely changed and asked the red gold eyes to fully activate. The guy began to shout that he would kill them all and began spewing streams of blood from his mouth. Meanwhile, Yin Wu Dao and his comrades stood in front of these mirrors and looked at them. The system congratulated the boy on the successful completion of the task, and for this he receives 2 points of heavenly pride. The boy thought that apparently Qin Tian was finished. He said that he didn't expect that everything with him would drag on so long. In the end, he approached it quite seriously. The boy decided to see what came of it and pressed eject from the 2 buttons. Qin Tian sat on his knees and told his father that he wanted a pacifier. Drool flowed from his mouth. Has this guy really degenerated? Lu Fong said that he thought it was all because Qin Tian had used his special eyes while hallucinating. The attack was reflected back at him, and he became an idiot. The guy called his boss a very wise man. Yin Wu Dao wondered if he was really dumb or just pretending. Qin Tian walked up to Lu Fong and called him father and said that he wanted to play with the gun. He took the gun from Lu Fong. The guy didn't expect him to snatch it when he approached. He was simply shocked by this turn of events and asked for the gun to be returned to him as soon as possible. Yin Wu Dao also did not expect this, and his eyes widened several times more. He said, calling him son, that you can take off from there and he can fly high in the sky. Then the guy obeyed him and went to the window. He spread his arms to the sides and exclaimed that he was about to take off. Qin Tian said that he was having a lot of fun. He laughed and looked like an idiot. But suddenly the guy stopped in this opening and began to look forward. He did not let go of the weapon. Yin Wu Dao asked the boy why he didn't take off. He asked him to jump down and fly away quickly. The guy decided that he really understood everything. He thought and looked at Yin Wu Dao out of the corner of his eye. And then, the guy turned and pointed the gun at him. He said that he really underestimated him. Yin Wu Dao replied that you should thank his red gold eyes. Mind reading works great. Qin Tian exclaimed that he did not understand what kind of eyes of red gold he was talking about, and that he was going to die anyway. When Lu Fong saw that this guy wanted to kill his boss, he covered him with his chest. He asked the boy to be careful, but it turned out that there were no bullets in this gun. Lu Fong was surprised by this. Yin Wu Dao touched the guy on the shoulder and exclaimed that his loyalty was confirmed. From now on, he is not just his bodyguard, but also his brother. The boy was apparently checking him. Lu Fong replied that brothers are brothers, but the salary must be paid to the bodyguard. The boy replied that from this month he will receive a 100-fold report. Qin Tian asked why the gun was not loaded. Yin Wu Dao replied that a person would not step on the same rake twice unless he was short-sighted. He also suffered from his eyes of red gold in the Yungxi store. Therefore, even before Lu Fong arrived, he secretly unloaded his pistol. Retribution concerns him too. His success is the eyes of red gold, and they will become his defeat. He intended to kill him that day. Now he will repay him 100-fold. The boy began to attack him and throw him from this window straight down onto hard concrete. For excellent completion of the task, The Viscount receives an additional reward of 2 pills of Tiger Agility and Dragon Ferocity. Tiger Agility and Dragon Ferocity pills are made from the essence of aged dragon and tiger blood, the rest of the bones and skin, giving great strength and high efficiency. The boy held this pill in his hand and handed it to his friend. He asked me to take some candy from him. Lu Fong asked how she wanted the candy. The boy replied that everyone else. When his friend swallowed the pill, he exclaimed that he might feel bad and that this was too much. The boy began to change his gaze and moved his eyebrows towards his nose. His eyes lit up with a bright yellow light. Lu Fong said that he was completely on fire. He feels incredible power and wants to try it. Incredible things happened to the guy. He put his hands on the floor and exclaimed that he could not help himself. Yin Wudao grabbed his head with his hand and continued to watch his friend. He said that it was unfortunate to be a bachelor. There was nowhere to even throw out energy and it was wasteful. By the way, he asked not to forget to take the billion from Qin Tian. It would be in vain to give it to the dead. The bodyguard replied to his boss that he understood him perfectly and went to take care of business. Miss Bai, in turn, asked Yin Wudao for what urgent matter he was looking for her. She is currently busy with matters related to the royal stone. But the boy did not listen to her and pulled her into the car. The woman was very surprised and asked what he was doing now in broad daylight. Yin Wudao looked into her eyes and reminded her that she said she would thank him well. He took her at her word. Bai replied that it was too obscene on the side of the road. Then the boy replied that he is Wudao, and Wudao is him. The woman asked why he should take medicine at his age or he wants to party her to death. The boy replied that he wanted to cheer her up until she wanted to die. He immediately lit a cigarette and smiled as he exhaled the smoke. Bai said that he is really not a person. In the future, she asks not to take these pills. Her legs are giving way. The boy agreed with her and continued to exhale smoke. She turned to him as she got out of the car. Meanwhile, a man was filming them with a camera. He said that from the very beginning of the auction he expected something like this to happen, and it was not for nothing that he had been squatting here all this time. 2 heirs of great families dated in a car, and this will become the biggest news of the year. A streamer girl appeared behind him and asked to remove them, for which she would give him 100,000. The man realized that she was Yin Wudao's girlfriend. Does she want him to delete this photo? This is quite possible. Yin Wudao doesn't care about her at all, so why not let this Mr. love her well? The girl hit the guy in one place and asked him to give her the camera. Without thinking twice, she grabbed the camera and began to pull out the flash drive from it. She explained to the man that if he dared to secretly capture Wudao again, she would find the right people to bury him alive. The man told the lady that he was wrong and promised not to do it again. The girl thought that she could not stop Yin Wudao from walking and drinking, but he must return home. I didn't come home last night. Is she really that good? And here in front of us lies a wide villa on the coast. Green trees enveloped her. The girl was on the coast and sadly thought that the boy's car was here and he must have stopped by for lunch. Wudao likes patient girls and should not show her dissatisfaction. She needs to remain calm until the end. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She couldn't stand it and started knocking on that door. The girl opened it and entered the room. Sitting at the table in front of her was Yin Wudao and a girl. She asked if they were having lunch. Yin Wudao noticed that the streamer had returned. He explained that the food had already cooled down and asked for it to be heated. But the girl exclaimed that it was okay and she could eat cold food. Yin Wudao asked Xiong Xiao Xiao to sit on his lap and feed him. The girl answered the boss that she sells entertainment, but not her body, and asked not to go beyond the limits. He asked how someone could be so ungrateful. She must have already forgotten the incident with the fire. Then the girl, without thinking twice, sat down on his lap. There was nothing left for her to do. Yin Wudao took the food from the table and said that he would feed her now, but she began to turn away and exclaimed that she would not eat. Yin Wudao said that today she will move into the guest bedroom, and she will give her previous bedroom to Xiao Xiao. This way she will be closer to him and he will be able to watch her work. The girl looked at him with some sadness. Then the one sitting on his lap said that the guest bedroom was also good and she didn't need another one. Yuru's sister shouldn't move out either. Suddenly the cup flew from the table to the floor. It rang with a ringing sound. The girl asked the boy what he was ultimately trying to achieve. She never wanted to run away with him and she never wanted to betray him. Tears flowed from her eyes. The girl exclaimed that she had always served him sincerely. So why was he doing this to her? The one sitting on his lap decided to run away. Yin Wudao asked Yuro why she suddenly lost her temper. Is he really going to go against him? Then the girl asked if he didn't want a young body. She has it and he can take it. but the boy couldn't resist and hit the table with his hand. He exclaimed that that was enough and asked if she wanted to work here. He asked the girl to get out of here and get a job at the central hospital. When she realizes that she was wrong, then let her come back. Bitter tears flowed from the girl's eyes, and she began to run straight to the door. Yin Wudao was upset by what happened and grabbed his head with his hand. The girl returned to the room and asked the boss why he sent her away. After all, this is clearly not what he wanted. The boy replied that he didn't even know and he was very angry. He is angry that she defended Lu Fong. What kind of relationship did they have? He knows it's not her fault, but he still can't stop being angry. Then the girl replied that she knew the reason. He fell in love with her, and that is why he is so angry with her. The boy got angry at what she just said and replied that it was impossible. He was with thousands of beauties and no one touched him. Kinya is just a contract servant. How can he have real feelings for her? At most, he just likes her. Just like other beautiful girls. Delicious food, treasures, but nothing more. The girl said that in any case, violent service to him is only temporary pleasure. Then you won't be able to hold her back. Although the powerful gentleman does not care about this, she lowered her gaze and head down. And so this interesting night passed and the long-awaited bright morning came. Yin Wudao held his head when he woke up. He said to Qingye that he woke up and asked her to look after her. But the girl did not answer him. Only his bodyguard Lin Feng answered. The boy did not expect to see him here and asked why he was here. The guy explained that he sent his daughter-in-law to the hospital for a while. If he can't live without her, then he can go and bring her back. Yin Wudao asked if Qingye was ready to admit her mistake. Lin Feng replied that she refused. She became the chief physician of the central hospital and currently manages the hospital clearly and smoothly. She even says that she fell in love with some young doctor. Yin Wudao was simply dumbfounded by this answer. Then the guy said that he was joking, but he was so nervous and still said that he was indifferent to her. However, she is truly close to her senior colleague, and it is worth noting that she will definitely move up the career ladder. The boy decided that in this case he should definitely go to the hospital. And here in front of us is the central hospital of Jang City. Kinya asked her brother why he only came now. The doctor who will operate on their mother has already arrived and is waiting for his signature. The little brother replied that it was good and he had just met Wudao. Yin Wudao told Yurou that they had not seen each other for a long time, but the girl was angry with him and lowered her gaze. Turning away from the boy, Lin Feng asked his sister not to behave like this. Wudao invited Hagi Zhengxian, the best neurosurgeon in the country, to treat their mother, and she should be grateful. The girl replied that, as she noticed, they had become closer to Wudao, but he was still a bad person. The boy was already in the room and asked the doctor how his aunt was. The doctor replied that the situation was not optimistic. The tumor is located right in the middle of the nerve plexus. The slightest carelessness, and the nerve can be damaged. Even he cannot be sure. Neurosurgeon Han Zhengxian said this. A girl entered the room and smilingly said that she had already informed her senior colleague, Yang Fan. His acupuncture technique is excellent, and they may be able to provide treatment using traditional Chinese medicine. Yin Wudao replied that no matter Western or traditional medicine, only a good specialist can cure this disease. Yin Wudao liked the girl in the uniform. The doctor immediately got angry and asked what traditional medicine was, or maybe she will offer some more hot water to cure. Recovery occurs due to the immune system of the human body. All this traditional medicine is quackery, but the girl exclaimed that the effectiveness of traditional medicine is undeniable. The doctor must have not understood it enough. Then, the doctor got angry and said that if it weren't for Junior Yin, he would not have come to this unfinished hospital. Yin Wudao asked Dr. Han if he doesn't drink hot water to normalize on the hottest days. The doctor realized that he had said too much, and the boy became angry. The doctor said that the boy was right and he was hasty with his statements. Traditional medicine has many good techniques, but the techniques are inherited from the past and everything is limited to old practice, so now it is ineffective. The skilled healer Yang Fan appeared. He said that traditional medicine, although inherited, continues to develop its techniques. Traditional medicine has fallen into decline not because it is outdated, but because of human attitudes towards it. Yurou told the senior colleague that he was completely right. The heart and mind are equally important. Before surgery, you should try the heart. This is the importance of medical ethics. The girl decided to annoy Wudao. Yang Fan replied to his younger colleague that they had not seen each other for many years, but she was becoming more and more beautiful. Then the girl replied that the senior colleague was also wonderful with himself. Yin Wudao said that in this case they are thinking very narrowly. As they all know, you can get rich if you give every employee an education. If we open a large number of traditional medicine institutes, it will be possible to study the entire theory of meridians and acupuncture points, and in a few years skilled doctors will be in demand everywhere in China. Yuro decided that he was still as perceptive and she fully supported him. She must continue to be distant. Young Fan looked at the boy and asked who he was. He exclaimed that these were outrageous words. The doctor called him impudent because he is the eldest master of the Yin family, Yin Wudao. Meanwhile, the girl's mother was in the room. She was unconscious and had a mask on her face. Yuro asked them not to quarrel because her mother's condition had worsened and she asked them to do something quickly. The doctor said that although he was not entirely sure, he could still try for the sake of Junior Mr. Yin. But she must first sign a consent form for the operation. In such situations, brilliant doctors should act decisively. Yin Wudao thought that this healer Yang Fan was clearly a proud son of heaven. The guy said that it was too late to send her to the operating room. He just needed to let him expand their horizons. He was very surprised. This is the lost technique of the 13 needles of the demonic gate. Another doctor, crossing his arms, exclaimed that this was an old superstition. Some flying needles can cure a person. This is just stupidity. He thought that making fun of the main character, who is also a brilliant doctor, when he showed his ingenuity, is the same as sticking his face out during a fight. Suddenly, the woman stood up and asked how long she had slept. Did she miss lunch? The doctor was perplexed from shock. He exclaimed that this cannot be, and especially how this is all happening. The guy in the white coat asked what was wrong with a simple illness. The girl said that it was very cool and he was handsome. Yin Wudao decided that ruining his reputation is a little immoral, and he thinks that he needs to pull it off somehow. Unexpectedly, Yuro exclaimed indignation. I asked the boy where he was taking her mother. Yin Wudao replied that even though she woke up, they still certainly don't know whether she still has a brain tumor or not. He'll take her to a CT scan to confirm. Lu Fong said that his boss was very attentive. And now they were already on the next floor. Yin Wudao asked Auntie to calmly do the CT scan and not worry. He promised to wait for her. The woman immediately thanked the boy for everything. And so he remained near the door, which closed after the woman and the doctor left. Yin Wudao said that now all he had to do was buy a doppelganger doll. The system showed that the boy had successfully purchased a doppelganger doll, and he had 2.5 billion reputation points left. Yin Wudao curled up in a malicious smile and exclaimed that this doll was a double and just like the real one. He came closer to her and grabbed her face. The boy asked her to close her eyes and not be nervous. She is just a doll, not a real person. He asked her not to breathe for a while and pretend to be dead. The doll did everything as the boy told her. All that remains is to carry out his commands. Suddenly, the door opened. The guy flew into the room, knocking it out with his foot. He exclaimed to those around him that his aunt had suddenly died. King Ya was simply shocked and asked if everything was fine just now. What went wrong? Yin Wudao asked the girl to ask her senior colleague about this. He is her attending physician. The senior doctor continued to say that he was a charlatan. Of course, he was right. King Ya asked her senior colleague if his 13 demonic gate needles could have gone the wrong way. The doctor replied that it was just fainting, ordinary suspended animation. He will use a simple technique and she will come back to life. The woman continued to be unconscious. The doctor was very scared because his method did not work, and was she really dead? His 13 demonic gate needles were definitely applied correctly, removing the blood stagnation and restoring Yang. Lu Fong called this doctor a charlatan and exclaimed that he really killed his mother. The guy clenched his fist and, approaching his opponent's face, hit him with all his might. The doctor told his younger colleague that she should believe him, and it was definitely not his fault. He pointed his finger at Yin Wudao and exclaimed that it was him. He was the last person in contact with the patient. This is definitely his doing. The girl asked him to shut his mouth because she greatly overestimated him and she felt sorry for Aunt Lin. She asked to wait for punishment for such enormous medical negligence. The doctor held his head in bewilderment. Yuro asked Brother Wudao not to be angry with her because she was wrong. She will never show her character again just so that he will forgive her. Lu Fong also asked for the sake of their brotherhood to help their mother. I asked them to get up from their knees because it didn't matter whether they asked for help or not, he would do everything possible anyway. Moreover, they both asked him. However, Yuru must keep her promise. The girl replied that she agreed and would not be jealous from now on. The doctor, in turn, asked how in the world there could be a medicine that resurrects people. Even the nature-defying elixir of the small return of the sun at sunset can only slightly prolong the energy of life. So which one of them is the liar here? Yin Wudao asked about the elixir of the small return of the sun at sunset. In his hands is the family heirloom elixir of the great return of the sun at sunset, and he cannot allow them to observe it in action. The boy asked to wait for them here and he would come soon. The doctor asked if in this world there could really be an elixir of the great return of the sun at sunset, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Yin Wudao took the woman out in a wheelchair and asked the double doll to return. The doll double immediately obeyed and returned. The boy carried the empty chair further. After that, he apologized to Aunt Lin and said that he had to go to the toilet and made her wait a long time. Auntie replied that everything was fine and she had just finished, so there was no reason to worry. She called Wu Dao a good guy. If Yuro can find them a son-in-law like him, then she can die happy. The boy thought about something and looked at the door, behind which were all his aunt's relatives. Yin Wu Dao opened the door and began to wheel the wheelchair into the room. Those around were simply shocked by what happened. The doctor exclaimed, "This simply cannot be. Is this all really happening in reality?" Then the boy pushed this guy as hard as he could and he fell to the floor. He asked him to get out because he no longer has a place in the central hospital. If he tries to come here, he will break his leg. The doctor came out and said that they would still see how life would put everything in its place. Today he ignored him, and tomorrow he will deprive him of the opportunity to climb high. And then the next day came. The sky was blue and light. The morning was warm and beautiful. There were no signs of trouble. There was a huge explosion, so powerful that everything was illuminated by a bright yellow flame. Entire columns of fire rose straight to the sky, illuminating everything around. A lot of dust and smoke rose up. After this explosion, black smoke enveloped everything around. The doctor was next to his car and did not understand what had happened. How could you crash into someone and just drive away? They intended to kill the person. An unconscious girl was sitting behind the wheel of a car that was very badly damaged. The doctor decided that this was not good and she was dying. We urgently need to treat her right here and now. The doctor began to use 13 demonic gate needles. He tried to save the girl. She was sore and bruised from that car accident. Beads of sweat ran down her face. The girl regained consciousness and, seeing the doctor in front of her, asked if he had helped her. She was the president of Hongye Qinglong Company. She thanked the boy and said that she would definitely thank him. And here in front of us lies a wide villa on the coast. The sky was bright and there were no signs of trouble. Yin Wu Dao was in his room. He looked towards Qingyi. He asked the girl to pour him a glass of water. His gaze was somehow cunning and arrogant. The girl replied that she should let Xiong Xiao pour him some water. Today is the last day of their contractual relationship and it expires in 10 minutes. She will never return to this house again and let him take care of himself. From now on, she will no longer wish him good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Then the boy took her hands and said that if she was trying to anger him or attract his attention, then she had succeeded. The girl called the boy childish and not at all independent. Then he got angry and asked her to look at him rather. He pushed her straight onto the sofa. He said that even though she becomes more and more impudent, he is ready to forgive her if she admits that she was wrong. Yin Wu Dao came as close to her as possible and took her by the chin. Qingya immediately pushed him away from her. She asked if she should admit she was right, and where is she going wrong now? The girl exclaimed that she had never betrayed him. She was very upset. He asked her how she dared to disobey him. As a child, no one dared to yell at him. The boy got very angry and asked her to get out. He asked her to get out of here. He didn't want to see her anymore. Qingya was very upset and grabbed her suitcase with her hand. She exclaimed that she would leave now and would not take another step beyond the threshold of this house. As she left, she thought to herself that he was too cruel to her. The girl lowered her gaze and began to leave. Yin Wu Dao thought that for some reason she did not listen to him. Didn't she do everything exactly the opposite before? He kept thinking about it and wanted to do something to change her mind. When Qingya took her suitcase and headed towards the exit, the boy stopped her and asked her not to leave. Hearing this, she thought about it and tears flowed from her eyes. The girl blushed with emotion. Qingya pressed herself close to the boy and said that she too could not leave him. She doesn't know how to live without him. The girl said that she was waiting for him to call her so that she would not leave. After this day, their contract expired, so there was no reason for him to stay here. He doesn't want her to leave, but wants her to be with him all her life. He immediately pressed his lips to hers and kissed her. It was a very passionate and long kiss. The boy immediately kissed her. I asked if he had gone crazy. This is the living room and you need to go upstairs. Yin Wudao said that if he wants it here and now, he will get it here and now. No one dares to restrain him. She asked him to at least take his time so that she could take off her white robe. He asked her not to take it off and leave it like that. The girl's disposition was 100% towards him. She exclaimed that he was very bad and liked it. In the end, she fell into his clutches. Just a spoiled, handsome womanizer, he asked what she meant. You can't easily stain someone else's honor. The boy replied that his heart always belonged only to her. He's not lying to her. Kinya exclaimed that the paparazzi filmed him with Bai Yunxi in the car and she intercepted the video. Yin Wudao said that he admits this, and yet it turns out that they were deliberately filmed. The girl heard that there is a bride in the city of Lan, a marriage contract with whom was concluded even before their birth. She is incomparably talented. The boy replied that he had never seen her. She hopes this scandal will force her to abandon the engagement. It turns out he owes her. He asked if she was going to publish the contents of this map for everyone to see. Now that she has obtained this card, you can do without this and send her the video directly. The task of winning Chingy's heart was completed, and as a reward, he received 2 points of Heaven's Pride and a talent for modern medicine. Is this really the essence of modern medical knowledge? If he defeats Yang Fan, he will also gain talent for ancient medicine. Then won't he become the best doctor in the world? And isn't the reward for Qin Yu 1 point of Heaven's Pride? It was very interesting why it increased. Suddenly, the system appeared and replied that the reward had increased because Su Qingyi had hidden heavenly pride points. The boy asked why they were hidden. Why doesn't he even know about it? The system exclaimed, looking at them, that this even angered her a little. He must understand that the people he deals with are not simple. They are all the favorites of heaven. Each has its own halo and the system cannot recognize everyone. Yin Wudao replied that Yin Wudao had become his subordinate, and the bodies of Lu Fong and Qin Tian had long since cooled down. If there is any variable, it is the Dragon King Xiao Chen. It was as if he was struck by lightning from such thoughts. Liu Mong went to Xiao Chen's cell and explained to him that there was a person here who wanted to see him. She heard that he was ready to atone for his guilt. The guy replied that it was so and he could help her fix her problems abroad. But there was one condition and she had to let him out. The girl replied that she agreed and could promise him this, but he shouldn't cause problems for Yin Wudao. If he creates problems for him, he will return here again, Xiao Chen replied, remembering the guy he understood. And so the city of Lan spreads out, attracting with its beauty and green trees. In front of us is the huge, spacious residence of the Shangguan family. Her mistress's assistant, Mi Lan, began to approach her and call for the young senior mistress. She explained that she had just received a video from Jiang City with her fiancé in the mail. The girl, hearing this, thought about it and asked if she was talking about Yin Wudao. Mi Lan replied that she heard that he was a womanizer, but to behave so openly in broad daylight, why doesn't she take advantage of this provocation and break off her engagement with this guy? The eldest daughter of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Jialo, asked why break off the engagement. Mi Lan explained that it was because he was walking left and right. Why not just deal with this bastard quickly? The girl immediately asked her to shut up and explained that marriage is not some kind of joke. Their engagement took place before they were born. She is destined to become a member of the Yin family. Yin Wudao is her destiny and how she can change what is destined for her. Shangguan Jialo told her subordinate that starting tomorrow, she will only wear ancient clothes when visiting her. Mi Lan decided that it seemed that the serious illness 3 years ago had indeed worsened the mental abilities of their young mistress. They say that when she woke up, she suddenly began to speak traditional Chinese, wear only ancient clothes, and practice calligraphy, painting, and chess every day until oblivion. Shangguan Jialo looked at the tablet and thought that in this life, Yin Wudao's body is beautiful. She had already killed him in previous lives. She will kill him in this one too. His soul will finally disappear forever, and she will no longer have the need to follow him through the torment of one life to another. The system asked Yin Wudao not to think that now that everything is going well, no one is able to touch him. She is afraid that now if these lucky sons make their move, there is a high chance that he will not even be able to use the help. Yin Wudao asked if life-restoring pills would help. The system responded that although he can easily earn reputation points through streaming because of the gods of the system, Great Sun Return pills are not a panacea. The pill will not help if the soul dissipates after death. So, he should raise his level as quickly as possible, thereby strengthening his skills. Once you have gained points of the pride of heaven, you can resist the proud sons of heaven. Heaven really can't do anything against him. After all, he is still young. The boy looked at the table of heaven's pride points and different resolutions. Meanwhile, it was already early morning. Kinya began to wake up the boy and asked the lazy man to get up. She explained that Mr. G was seriously ill, so he called all the famous doctors in their city. She also has to go, so she won't be able to accompany him. Yin Wudao asked if Mr. G was seriously ill. The girl replied that it was serious, and she heard that it was some kind of strange disease. Then he extended his hand to her and asked if her senior colleague, Yang Fan, would also go. She asked if he was jealous. Before the colleague was admitted to the central hospital, he performed successfully several times, which attracted the attention of the G family. They invited him specifically, so most likely he will come too. The boy said that then he would go with her. Maybe he can help them with something. Chinya agreed and told him to stop. They didn't need to rush. And here in front of us is Ji Wuji. He wanted to reach out to the doctor so that his father could be cured. The boy promised to handsomely reward the person who could help his father. The doctor said that all of Mr. G's indicators were within normal limits, and according to the logic of things, everything should be in order. He really doesn't understand what's wrong with him. Yin Wudao appeared on the threshold. He explained that he also wanted to try. The doctor laughed and replied that they could easily deal with young master Yin Wudao. Ji Wuji thought that every time this guy appears somewhere, the situation gets out of control. Yin Wudao asked Junior Ji what his father's illness was. Why wasn't he aware of this? The guy replied that he recently had a sharp headache and felt as if he was dying from pain. Yin Wudao said that, as they say, headaches are the work of ghosts, and that there were no exorcists who could exorcise his father's headaches. Meanwhile, the father was screaming in pain. He exclaimed that his head was pounding. Kinya said that this was bad and the patient was having attacks of pain. The guy heard some sound in the room and immediately burst into it, opening the door. He asked them to calm down. The junior doctor was already sitting next to him. He turned his head towards the door and said that the wind of evil had already penetrated his brain and he needed to remove it with silver needles. Otherwise, he will definitely die. The senior doctor told young Master Ji that he should not trust him. Yesterday, he witnessed how, due to his medical negligence, he became responsible for the death of a man. Ji Wuji asked why a charlatan would dare show up in their house and behave so brazenly. He asked to be cut out of here. Then the guy moved his eyebrows to his nose and replied that they cannot distinguish good from bad. He asked not to touch him and said that he would leave himself. Don't pull the silver needle out of his father's forehead or they will suffer the consequences for it. He told Qingye that he didn't care whether she believed him or not, but he had something to say. Yin Wudao is not a good person and it is better for her to stay away from him so as not to be involved in his affairs, the girl asked. Not to worry about it. But the guy laughed in response and said that they laughed sarcastically, considering him wild. Let them wait until they begin to beg him for help and only he is able to cope with this difficult-to-treat disease. The senior doctor exclaimed that he was fooling himself and asked the patient not to pay attention. But the father continued to scream in pain and lament that he would soon die. His head was simply pounding. Kinya asked her to help her hold him down so she could inject him with a sedative. She ran closer to the man, but he suddenly jumped up and grabbed his head with his hands. Then Yin Wudao approached her and asked her to leave it all to him. He walked up to the man and put his hand on his head. Bright yellow circles of light shone around him. The boy said that it was better for Yang Fan to calm down himself, otherwise he would take care of this unfortunate man. Yin Wudao laughed to himself and thought that although Yang Fan's trick was quite clumsy, it was valid. It seems like doctors of traditional medicine use this trick in every other novel. He used a silver needle to seal the acupuncture points for temporary peace of mind for the patient. If someone pulls out this needle, the disease will immediately return. After this, family members have no choice but to bow down to him for help. It's no wonder why he is so sure that they will still beg him. Ji Wuji asked what to do now. It seems that only Yang Fan can help his father. Should he ask him to return? Yin Wudao asked him to wait, because something was unclean here, and asked how long ago Yang Fan arrived in Jiang. Chinya replied that about 7-8 days ago. The boy asked how long ago his father had been sick. Ji Wuji looked thoughtful with his sad eyes. He said that his father began to get sick about 5 or 6 days ago. When it dawned on him, he screamed, "Is this really true?" Yin Wudao replied that it was absolutely true and that was exactly what they thought. They immediately wondered what they were thinking. The boy explained that this is a crazy combination of auxiliary main needles, which contains many drugs. Previously, It was used by charlatans in pursuit of profit. They first used the secondary needle to make the victim experience unbearable pain, and then the main needle to help her. Having pulled off this trick, the victim will be ready to pay any money and will still be grateful. I asked if they had heard of this combination of auxiliary main needles that drives you crazy. Jiwooji replied that they had not heard and did not know. The boy thought to himself that of course they didn't hear it, because he came up with it in the moment. This case shows the importance of anti-fraud apps. Jiwooji told Wu Dao that he explained a lot to him, but he didn't tell him the way to cure his father. His father won't walk around with a needle in his forehead forever. Yin Wu Dao replied that he is not a doctor, of course, his powers end here, but he knows who can cure him. She is the head of Su Qingya Central Hospital. Yin Wu Dao explained to the girl that this was a great chance to prove herself. She just needed to relax and he would help her. The girl approached the patient and asked to give him ibuprofen to relieve pain. She would now develop a treatment plan. Yin Wu Dao asked him to leave the rest to him. He thought to himself that Yang Fan said that the patient had a wind of evil in his head, and he must be right. Relying on the most mountainous sons of heaven is another powerful weapon for victory. Then he needs to use the true qi of the 9 dragons to cleanse the filth, after which the patient should feel better. Yin Wu Dao asked if it was really that easy. And yet, what is the cause of Mr. G's illness? A system appeared and said that the cause of the illness was recognized, all because of the recent space-time turbulence. Disruptions in the magnetic field led to an imbalance of the forces of good and evil energy, and the patient picked up evil energy. Simply put, who reincarnated nearby? The boy couldn't understand what she was talking about. Is this the oddity of the main character? It seems he has a new job. He advised the girl to pull out the needle. She immediately obeyed him and approached the patient. She pulled out the needle with a sharp movement of her hand. The father began to scream that his head was splitting. Jiwooji exclaimed that this was bad and had another seizure. The father began to scream more and more, clutching his head with his hands. Some kind of bright light shone around him. The man said that everything was fine and now he felt completely healthy. It doesn't hurt him at all anymore. He just got used to yelling over the past few days. Yin Wu Dao explained to the guy that the younger Ji, Yang Fan, who planned to destroy his family through the death of his father in pain, got away with impunity. Does he plan to leave this charlatan alone? Jiwooji replied that the commoner Yang Fan dared to act against their Ji family. If they don't deal with him, won't people mock them? What kind of future in Jiang City will await his Ji family after all this? The guy clenched his fist and asked his people to gather and listen to his order. He orders to break off all of Yang Fan's limbs and throw him out of this city. The guys in black immediately obeyed their commander. Qingya looked questioningly at the guy. Yin Wu Dao asked her if something was wrong with her. The girl replied that no. It was just so unexpected that a senior colleague who had always sincerely loved traditional Chinese medicine suddenly became such a selfish non-entity. Yin Wu Dao said that the modern world is ruled by money. Everyone is chasing profit. For a couple of kopecks, there will always be people who are ready to ignore morality and throw away humanity. Jiwooji exclaimed that he would never allow this scoundrel who threw away medical ethics to live well. He will let the whole country know about the crimes of this non-human, so that the Chinese medicine community will get rid of this scoundrel. He's going to completely ruin his life. And then the next bright day came. High-rise buildings rose to the sky. The guys in black chased the doctor and asked him not to dare run away from them. The guy thought that he was already walking slowly and was waiting for them to find him for help, and this is what they really came for. He could no longer wait for them to kneel before him and begin to beg for forgiveness. But when he turned his head towards them, the guys began to beat him with strong blows. One of these guys explained that the young master gave the order to break all his limbs. The guy raised the heavy bat over Yang Fan's hand and prepared to break his hands. But suddenly, someone stood up for this guy and hit the guy on the head with something heavy who wanted to break his arms. A long-legged girl in a red dress stood in front of Yang Fan. Behind her were many more guys in some identical suits. The girl exclaimed that someone dared to go against his man, Hong Ye's savior. Isn't this the Qinglong group? Then the girl asked Hong Ye why she was opposing the Ji family if she was such an influential person. The girl replied that she was looking for the instigator, and it turned out to be her, the daughter-in-law of the Ji family, Ye Shui. Since when can she lead the Ji family? Jue got angry and wanted to answer, but Jiwooji stood nearby and answered for her that she always could. Hong Ye then asked if they could release Yang Fan at her personal request. Yang Fan asked the girl not to ask them for this because he wanted to cure their father with all his heart, but they did not thank him. And even more, they decided to repay his kindness together. Ji Wuji called him a scoundrel in response. After all, not only does he have no medical ethics, but he also does not know how to repent. The boy raised his weapon above Yang Fan's head, but was stopped by the girl in red. She took out her sharp long sword and began to beat off the guy's bat with this sword. She put it directly to Ji Wuji's throat and exclaimed that he was the one who was going to die. The guy thought that after reincarnation he could avoid the destruction of the Ji family, but apparently this is impossible. In a previous life, Ye Shui's personality attracted Hong Ye, and in the end, she exterminated everyone. In this life, he tried his best to hide Ye Shui's identity, but everything went according to the same scenario. The girl was surprised that the boy who suddenly appeared knocked out her sword with a leaf. What kind of inner strength should there be then? Only a master with innate talent is capable of this. And who is that? Yin Wu Dao appeared in front of them and said that it was close enough. Han Ye asked who he was and how he dared to interfere in the affairs of the Qinglong group. The boy introduced himself as Yin Wu Dao, looking into the eyes of his opponent. The girl exclaimed, staring at him, that she did not know him and they did not drink together. Yang Fan said that it was he who ruined his reputation, that Auntie must have just faked her death. With his skills, he simply couldn't kill a person. If he had been more vigilant, his tricks wouldn't have worked. Yin Wu Dao asked how everyone knows that he killed a man during treatment and he is already doomed to a reputation as a charlatan. No matter how much he shouts now, the established fact cannot be changed. In his opinion, he is simply incompetent. Young Fan was furious at this statement and called the boy a liar. He asked permission to demonstrate to them the power of his 13 demonic gate needles. He pointed all these needles towards the boy and the correspondence on the channel began again. Yin Wu Dao with lightning speed pulled out a sharp short blade from his sheath and began to brush aside the many arrows flying at him. Young Fan was very surprised at how easily he could defeat his needle technique. After all, who is he? Since he managed to fight it off, he decided to see what the kid would do with the second most powerful hidden weapon. He sent a storm of needles of pear petals in his direction during flowering. It got its name because the 27 silver needles look like pear petals when shot. The guy asked how he would fight back this time. Yin Wu Dao asked in response if he thought he couldn't dodge. And when even more needles flew at him, the boy began to dodge and eventually disappeared somewhere. They couldn't figure out where he had gone. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. Yin Wu Dao appeared behind his opponent and put his sword directly to his neck. He asked if it was him he was looking for. Yang Fan asked how he ended up here. The system offered to exchange 1 million reputation points for teleportation. Yin Wu Dao couldn't figure out if last time he didn't have 2.5 million reputation points left. How come he now has more than before he spent? The girl streamer exclaimed, addressing the studio, that she herself did not know what the boss did. One way or another, the boss just happened to be behind him. Could he have come running so quickly? Hong Ye was next to the boy. She ran as quickly as possible to help Yang Fan. The girl exclaimed that if he wants to touch him, he first needs to go through her. Yin Wu Dao thought that the system had not yet said that the task was completed, which means Yang Fan still had some kind of reputation. It was not time to kill him yet. The boy turned to the young mistress and exclaimed that she was apparently ready to tear and throw. The girl replied that he was distant and strong. She pulled out her sword and wanted to hit the boy, but Yin Wu Dao repelled the sword with his blade. The girl noticed that he was close and dangerous. Yin Wu Dao told the young lady that he was ready to fight her in close combat for at least 300 rounds, but he only asked her not to scream later, which he couldn't stand. Han Yi asked if he wanted to get closer to her body. She said that it was not so simple. When the boy's blade approached her, the girl was able to fight it off with a deft movement. She raised the dagger again. The boy noticed that she changed the hand holding the knife behind her back. He called this skill quite brilliant. The boy deftly dodged the blow. He concentrated all his strength in his hands and exclaimed, looking at her with a contemptuous look, that now it was his turn. 36 flying blood lotus daggers began to fly out of his hand. The girl did not have time to raise her sword when these daggers flew towards her. The girl exclaimed that of course this boy is a born master, but he still doesn't have enough fire. She tried to deflect these flying arrows. Suddenly, Yin Wu Dao appeared behind her. He asked who didn't have enough fire. He had just used this technique to pacify Yang Fan. Had she really not learned this lesson? The boy continued to hold the dagger at her neck, and then the girl released her sword. The system reported the girl's disposition and obedience. Hong Ye said that she lost and asked him to do what he wanted. Yin Wudao was very surprised that there was a disposition towards him, and it was very good. He thought that good disposition and obedience are better than respect. Suddenly, the boy approached the girl and kissed her. She asked if he had gone crazy. It was possible to kill without shame. Why did he kiss her? Then the boy smiled and replied that she herself told him to do what he wanted. Hanye called the boy a deceiver and a scoundrel. A fighter can be killed, but not humiliated. Why did he kiss her? Yin Wudao turned to the girl and said that the kiss was very tasty and sweet. The next time they saw each other, he promised to kiss her again. Tingya thought that it had all started again. Judging by her experience, there is no getting rid of him. It seems she has another sister. Hanji continued to punch him and say that she did not allow him to kiss her, and why did he do this to her? She promised to kill him without fail. One of this girl's guys asked Fan to brace himself. He asked what else he could do. Of course, he thinks he needs to forgive her. Hanyi said that she could close her eyes to this, but young Fan saved her life and she should take him with her. Otherwise, they must fight to the death. Of course. To the death. The boy spread his arms to the side and smiled and agreed with her. This was his new plan. Young Fan did not expect that he, the genius doctor, would rely on a woman to save himself, and this is a shame. Suddenly, he heard some noise behind him and turned his head in that direction. The rope ended up on Shui's hand. Her look completely changed and the girl was scared. Young Fan explained that the young autumn breeze does not tolerate. This must be the one that Sister Hong was looking for. This girl has great yin. He diagnosed the pulse using his thread. The guys thought that it had been discovered after all. Ji Wuji decided that of course he could not change anything in this case. Young Fan looked at Sister Hong Ye and explained that she was the one she was supposed to find. The girl exclaimed that she did not expect that the cause of all misfortunes would appear right before her eyes. She pulled out her sharp sword and said that she almost missed her. The girl's eyes were full of anger and hatred. She said that the curse on the existence of others in the next life asks her not to be reborn in the Yi family. When Shui heard about the curse, she suddenly began to scream loudly. The girl began to call Yin Wudao for help and said that they were acting as agreed. Then the boy took out his sharp blade and tried to stab Hanya. He said that he admired her insight. He thought to himself that on the day of the stone auction, Ye Shui approached him with an offer to help expose Qin Tian on the condition that he would one day save the Ji family. Previously, there was no hint that Ji would have problems. This clearly contradicts common sense. Unless she or Ji Wuji are the same reincarnated ones who disrupted the flow of time, the girl asked why he cared whether she killed her or not, or he kissed her too. Yin Wudao replied that this was a good offer and he would consider it. Ji Wuji exclaimed that he would put on the hat so that it would not fall off. Yang Fan replied that she was sitting somehow crookedly and asked to correct her. Han Ye told the boy that she had to kill her today and asked him to let her do it. Yin Wudao replied that he already allowed Yang Fan to be released, but she is still powerful and has become completely insolent. She doesn't dare humiliate him like that. The boy began to attack the girl. She waved her sword in response, and he slipped a little and fell. The girl immediately gave an order to her group looking at this boy. She was simply unapproachable and confident. The girl asked her comrades to immediately help her kill this boy. Ji Wuji said that the Qinglong group consists of outstanding fighters and they cannot be stopped. Qingya asked if he meant that Yin Wudao would be 1 against 100. They can kill him. Shui told the boy that she only asked to save the Ji family, not her. Ye Shui can step aside. If she was to die today, let it happen. Then the boy asked if she really didn't believe in him. He hasn't tried yet, so why does she think he'll lose? Shui asked why he was putting his all into it for her. He is also the richest master in Jiang City. Yin Wudao told the girl that the reason was quite simple. Killing a beautiful girl like her would be a waste, and he treasures good things. Then the enemy clenched his fist and told the traitor to die. Another man in the same suit exclaimed that he felt as if he had not been beaten for a long time. And for what he needs wealth and beauty, he must certainly die. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of them in a chair and asked them to stop. The guys immediately looked back at him and recognized him as the leader. The head of the underground arrived in person. They began to greet the head of the Chinese underground in unison, bowing before him. After the events taking place, the correspondents on the channel began to be more and more active. The boy Xuan Wu appeared. He glanced to the side, looking at everyone around him. Bai Hu also glanced at those around him. The head of the underground, Long Wu Zheng, looked at Zhuke and asked what she was doing. Han Jie saw the named father and exclaimed that he was just in time. The girl explained that an impudent person named Yin Wudao had appeared here. He is strong and seems to have a lot of support behind him. It's good that he came to deal with him. Yin Wudao thought that their generations were too different. Then, the head was very angry. He turned to those around him and said that they had completely blossomed. Han Yi asked him if she had made a mistake somewhere. She explained that she was on a family mission. He promised her not to interfere. The man replied that he had indeed promised not to interfere, but he did not allow her to kill his grandson. The girl could not understand what he was talking about, and droplets of sweat began to flow down her face. Unexpectedly, Yin Wudao approached the man. He told his grandfather that he missed him a lot and why he didn't come to see him. The grandfather told his granddaughter that he had recently been suffering from old illnesses and his legs had become completely weak. If not for this, he would have looked in on his granddaughter every day. Han Ye was shocked by what was happening. Yang Fan asked if the head of the underground, Long Wujing, was Yin Wudao's grandfather. A truly great patron, Ji Wuji said that if Yang Fan had initially known who his grandfather and great-grandfather were, he would have understood that he had patrons higher than the sky itself. Han Ye asked her grandfather to forgive her. She asked her adoptive father to understand that this was a misunderstanding and she had no idea that he was his grandson. Lan Wuzhang replied that the state has its own law, and every home has its own law. Even though she is a descendant of the Yi family from Lan City, she swore allegiance to his sect. How dare she do something to his grandson? She knows their law. He doesn't need to remind her of it. Han Yi immediately exclaimed that she knew about it. 3 knives and 6 holes, expulsion from Galio society. The girl raised the dagger above herself and wanted to kill herself. She exclaimed that she was accepting the punishment, but Yin Wudao's hand suddenly stopped her dagger. Blood began to flow from his hand. The boy said that grandfather misunderstood her. He saved this girl again. She asked if he had gone crazy. Yin Wudao told his grandfather that he and Hong Ye were just joking and he got too excited. Grandfather exclaimed that the boy was very badly injured and asked to look. Yin Wudao replied that it was just a scratch and that it was not a problem. He asked how it was. He said that they were just joking, or he thinks to fool him. After all, she clearly tried to kill him. The girl thought that he was good with such bleeding. He didn't show pain, and this was the blood of the Yin family. Yin Wudao said that this was definitely a joke, and they had just kissed when she suddenly decided to abruptly kill him. The boy winked at the girl and asked if that was what he was saying. The girl replied that of course it was. When Grandpa asked if they really kissed, he said he didn't believe it and wanted to see them kiss. Then the boy approached her and asked if she wanted to perform 3 knives and 6 holes. Han Yi thought about it, but had no choice but to kiss this boy. Ji Wuji told Yang Fan that they kissed again. He exclaimed, "He almost became the Hulk." Then the guy asked him to leave and not finish him off anymore. Yin Wudao thought that the favor had been growing for a long time, and why the task had not appeared yet. He gained many heavenly pride points. The guy couldn't understand how much opportunity this woman was giving him. In addition, Hong Ye's real name is Hong Ye. Just like Ye Shui, there is only one big Ye family in Long City. They are most likely from the same family, and it is unclear why then they want to kill each other, worthy of the city of Lan. The old man exclaimed that it is good for young people to get closer together. But since things are like this, he won't pester them. The man asked the girl to discuss this with Yin Wudao regarding the family and find a compromise. After all, if he is on the side of the Ji family, then she will have no chance of winning. The girl answered the named father that she understood him. Yin Wudao hugged the girl and asked her to bring her issue with Ye Shui to him, and he promises that his settlement will satisfy both of them. The girl immediately pulled her hand out of the boy's hand. She looked at him seriously and with an offended look. Konye exclaimed that if it were not for her named father, she would have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. Yin Wudao looked towards the girl and told her that she was hot and he liked her. Zue said that they were safe now, but had Ji Wuji seen such a scene in his previous life? The guy replied that this had never happened. What he heard about the Yin family in his previous life is completely different in this life. By this time, Yin Wudao had long been killed by Xiao Chen and the Dragon King. Palace began a full-scale war with the Yin family, and in the next few days, Yin Wudao's mother, Long Xiaolun, was attacked and killed during an overseas inspection. And then Long Wuzheng was caught with a plan to avenge her daughter and grandson, and later she committed suicide. But Xiao Chen did not leave the Yin family alone. He used incriminating evidence on Long Wuzhang to create a stir, and this really shocked the Yin family deeply. Soon, Yin Wudao's father announced his retirement due to illness. The rest of the family died from this disease, and the rest of the family were either imprisoned or killed. So the Yin family fell apart within 6 months. Thanks to all this, Xiao Chun became famous, and the name of the Dragon King sounded throughout China. Zhu asked if Hong Ye had any part in this. Ji Wuji replied that no, but she inherited the Qinglong faction after Long Wuzhang's death. With her help, Yang Fan's position quickly grew, and he soon took the top spot. Ji Wuji said that he simply didn't expect how quickly the Qinglong group would rise, that their family would end up destroyed. The girl asked if he thought that Hong Ye could not betray Long Wuzhang. The boy replied that he probably didn't know whether to tell Yin Wudao about this. Shui asked to be sure to tell, because of them, he is now trapped. He wondered if the girl really meant that Xiao Chun destroyed his Yin family. Yin Wudao asked if Hong Ye was their accomplice. Zhui answered the boy that it was so. Also, an incident is expected to happen to his mother in the coming days, so it is better to dissuade her from traveling abroad. Yin Wudao asked how they knew this. Sui replied that she could calculate the future using the 3-strand, which included the 6 lines of the hexagram, the 4 pillars, the Book of Changes, and the 8 trigrams. Yin Wudao said that if they want honest cooperation, they can simply tell him which of them was reincarnated. The girl was shocked and asked the boy how he guessed about it. Yin Wudao asked, "It must not be Ye Shui. She has always been smart. If she were the one who reincarnated, the Ji family would not be so driven." He glanced at Ji Wuji and asked if it was him. He was just upset and worried. The guy grabbed his head with his hand and replied that it was so. He went back 10 years. In October of this year, the Qinglong group passed into the hands of Hong Ye after his grandfather committed suicide. Later on New Year's Eve, Hong Ye flooded Ji's house with blood. Then Ye Shui was also killed. By a stroke of luck, he and his second brother Ji Fengming managed to escape, after which they went through countless difficulties wandering the world. 10 years later, the second brother achieved a lot and returned to Jang to declare war on Qinglong, the head of which had already become Yang Fan. Then the Ji family was revived again, but he was exhausted early due to all the difficulties over the past 10 years. Now, under the guise of treatment, Yang Fan somehow touched his legs with his hand, and a week later, he died from unbearable pain. But then he returned again 10 years ago. Ji Wuji said that he understands that everything sounds like a fairy tale and she probably won't believe him, but these 10 years were like a long nightmare, so even he himself does not understand the truth or his nonsense. The boy could not understand why the reward sank so much. Is it really because of these prophecies that a bug occurred? The system asked by chance this was not because of its malfunctions, but perhaps because of his low title. If he were a count now, he would complete the mission and gain the skill not of a retrospective, but of a great prophecy. The boy thought that he apparently needed to speed up the process of raising the title. The system said that what it cares about is not the skill, but the 5 points of heaven's pride. Ji Wuji is obviously an ordinary proud son of heaven, and his storyline is simple. Nothing more than reincarnation, revenge, and domination in the business world. It doesn't cost more than 2 heaven's pride points, but she doesn't understand why the system gives as many as 5 points. Either there is a hidden plot here, or it is under someone's protection. Yin Wudao told Ms. Su that the answer would be known when he completed the task. The system asked not to touch her because she was still angry. Yin Wudao thought that it doesn't matter whether she is a person or a goddess. If she is a woman, then as long as she is angry, it will be difficult to deal with her. This means that even though Yang Fan at first glance looks like a young man with pure intentions, in fact he is ruthless and unprincipled. Ji Wuji asked why he was blaspheming here if he still didn't believe him. The boy replied that he believed him. He understood correctly. For 10 years, Yang Fan used his medical skills to expand his connections, and he destroyed all those he didn't like with the help of his 13-needle technique. He received the nickname of the Demon Doctor, which could be said to be quite famous. Yang Fan is a womanizer by nature. He was always surrounded only by beautiful women with whom he slept, and one can only envy him. Yin Wudao thought about it and asked, "What about Qingyi? What about his concubine?" Ji Wuji explained that at his funeral, Qingyi touched his coffin and killed herself. She did not live to see Yang Fan's rise. The boy was very surprised. He exclaimed, moving his eyebrows towards his nose, that this was quite unexpected. Qingye appeared and told Wu Dao that his mother had just called and asked what he wanted for dinner. She suggested that she cook his favorite beef tongue and duck chin. Maybe he wanted something else. Before the girl had time to finish speaking, the boy immediately ran up to her and hugged her. She asked what happened. Then the boy explained that he would definitely treat her well. The girl asked why so suddenly. His actions make everyone around him feel embarrassed. Yin Wudao explained that in this life he can offend anyone he wants, but he will never dare to offend her. He will give her whatever she wants. If she wants a star from the sky, he will collect all the stars in the world for her. Qingye replied that she just wanted to be with him always. After these words, they merged in a passionate, hot kiss. The girl blushed with excitement. All the other guys looked at them embarrassed. They turned their gaze away, also blushing. Ji Wuji said that Yin Wudao was really going overboard. Knowing that this scene of affection was being seen by a single couple, Shui replied that she didn't think he was intentional. He was just being honest. The guy told Xiu'er while trying to take her hand that in a past life he could not protect her, but in this life he will definitely be able to. The girl told her cousin that the crisis in their life had not yet gone away. He replied that it was so, but asked that we first deal with the crisis directly. Ji Wuji thought that since Shui entered into Yin Wudao's deal, she had stopped being warm towards him. Could it be that he will lose Shui in some other way in this life? Then, why did heaven need to rebirth him? Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Yin Wudao. He exclaimed that he would help them deal with Hongye. He wants the Ji family to submit to him. She and the guy must kneel in front of him and swear allegiance. Ji Wuji replied that both of them were heirs of large families and they were equal. Even if they cooperate, they will be partners. What powers does he have to make him bow down? The boy replied that since he could not sensibly assess reality, he would help him. Yin Wudao began to clap his hands, and suddenly someone came into the room. In front of him was Miss Bai and another blonde boy next to him. They glanced at Yin Wudao. The woman looked at him and Qing Yu and asked if she had come at the wrong time. The boy hugged her with his other arm and exclaimed that, on the contrary, she had arrived just in time. The blonde guy hugged his boss's leg and exclaimed happily when he saw him. He explained to the others that the Bai and Jang family had already submitted. If he disobeys his order, the three main families will point their guns at him. Bai added that this way he would be destroyed without Hong Ye's participation. Let him not perceive this as a threat. It just happens among those in power. After the three major families are united, does he think that even if he wants to leave the Ji family alone, the other families will agree? The fair-haired guy curled his lips and said that his Zhang family did not agree with this. Miss Bai asked if he would be able to sleep peacefully in the future if he disobeyed. After her words, Ji Wuji immediately fell to his knees in front of the boy. He said that Ji Wuji swears allegiance to Yin Wudao and promises never to betray him. Zui watched what was happening. Meanwhile, the system informed Yin Wudao that the proud son of heaven, the reincarnated young master, had surrendered to Mr. Viscount and he was gaining the retrospective skill. Due to the hero's low loyalty, Heaven's pride points cannot be obtained. Yin Wudao was wondering if it was possible to look into someone else's past. It's more or less a fun toy. Yin Wudao asked the guy not to be upset. Since he swore allegiance to him, his family matters are his problems. And cousin Ji Wuji is his cousin. He told the girl that Hong Ye was not very skilled in martial arts. And by staying in Ji's house, she would endanger not only herself, but also the Ji family itself. Therefore, he asks to go to his house. She could observe his abilities today, and only he can protect her. Moreover, she is the same wise woman, and by consulting with her, he will definitely gain even greater strength. Ji Wuji thought about how Zhui grew up with him in the Ji family. She is his love since childhood, and how can she go with him? But the girl agreed with the boy. Ji Wuji decided that it was as if there was nothing special about it for her. Yin Wudao explained to the guy that he would take care of this girl. In the future, he will only need to predict the future and be its prophet. First, he asks to tell him about the correct lottery ticket numbers so that he can win the main prize. Ji Wuji asked how he could remember such a thing. Doesn't he love horse racing and memorize horse numbers? He asked what about that black horse. The next day after his rebirth, he bought a horse that was supposed to win and made a big bet on it. Ji Wuji explained that the next day, as a result, they drugged his newly purchased horse and it died of diarrhea right in the field. The boy listened to all this and thought that this was really terrible. Bei said that all gambling is subject to outside interference, especially when large bets are made. Even if he has the foresight technique, he will most likely lose. He should predict the industries that will flourish in the future, and they will be able to calculate in advance where to invest. Ji Wuji thought that Yin Wu Dao told them about his rebirth. He replied that the best sectors to develop in the next few years would be medicine, electronics, and alternative energy. Healthcare has captured most of the capital. Leading electronics companies have been monopolized. The situation is more optimistic with the production of cars with new energy batteries. Yin Wu Dao asked him to get to the point. Then the guy looked him straight in the eyes and told him about the foundry mine. The boy immediately thought about it. He has not yet dealt with Jian Renjie. Without this opportunity with the trading business, just the thought would make his head hurt. Yin Wu Dao exclaimed that they would be responsible for the production of the domestic foundry mines, and he would find a way to get the foreign ones. They will discuss the specific investment plan with Jian Renjie. He only needs 50% of the income. Let them divide the rest as they wish. The guy replied that this was some kind of robbery. Then the boy spread his arms to the sides and asked to decide who is for and who is against it. Miss Bai took her hand and exclaimed that she was for it, and so were the others. Ji Wuji thought to himself that the boy was a scoundrel and had deprived everyone too much. He had zero loyalty to him. Yin Wu Dao realized that he would not be able to accept this. Then it's easier not to subdue him but to kill him. Zhui told the boy that they also agreed. Too much has happened today, and her cousin has not yet come to terms with everything and has lost his composure, so she asks to forgive them. Yin Wu Dao thought she was a smart woman. He told Zhui that a little later he would ask Qing Yu to choose a good room for her next to him, so that it would be convenient for her to protect. The girl immediately thanked Yin Jr. for this. Ji Wuji was shocked by the boy's proposal. The fair-haired guy asked his brother to think that no matter how beautiful the woman was, she could not compare with his family. He asked the guy to accept his fate. Yin Wu Dao thought that he provoked him so much, and the guy tolerated it. Then he really can only get involved in the affairs of the Ji family, cousin. Even in hidden intentions, there is a huge difference between him and Yin Wu Dao. The girl thought that Yin Wu Dao actually did not intend to help them from the bottom of his heart. He personally willingly made a promise to them. Therefore, he deliberately provoked him so that he would refuse to cooperate, so that he clashes with enemies, and the boy comes prepared for everything, and she shows her favor to him only to appease him, because they cannot refuse his help and must gain his protection. The girl thought to herself, turning to her cousin, that she also did not want to leave Ji's house, but she was forced to leave. Only if she leaves this house will Hong Ye not target the Ji family, and the tragedy will not happen again. She subconsciously asked her cousin to take care of herself, and so they headed towards the exit. Suddenly, the boy saw something in front of him, and his face turned red and his eyes became like 5 kopecks. He became very angry and clenched his fists. The boy asked to immediately bring him this little brat here. Lu Fong ran after the boy and reached out his hand to him. He was already next to him. Finally, the boy grabbed the back of his jacket with his hand. The guy asked to let him go. Lu Fong told the kid that before his eyes he attempted to kill his boss. Is he really underestimating him? The boy was the second son of the Ji family. His name was Ji Fengming. He clenched his teeth and looked at the boy angrily. Yin Wu Dao called him a robber and asked who gave him permission to shoot people with a slingshot. Feng Ming replied that he was bullying his older brother and also intended to steal little sister Shui. He should have punched him. The boy called him a small fry and said that if he wants to take revenge on him, he must first become strong enough. Today he gives him a chance and let him not miss it. Zhui blushed and told Yin Wu Dao that it was just a child. The boy replied that he was a little brat. Suddenly, the system appeared and asked to kill him. Yin Wu Dao thought to himself that he was also a proud son of heaven. How much heavenly pride there can be for him. The system replied that it did not see when this boy first appeared. The system immediately stopped working. She doesn't know why, but she has a bad feeling and internal confusion. Yin Wu Dao thought that the system had failed due to his rank being too high. Su replied that the system would strengthen as he progressed, and only after strengthening would it be able to detect the more advanced proud sons of heaven. Although the system cannot recognize him, it sees the royal spirit in him. Zhui asked the young master to let him go because he had not yet become an adult. Feng Ming asked little sister not to save him. He explained that Yin Wu Dao could not kill him today, but he would definitely kill him when he grew up. Yin Wudao thought that this brat was definitely not yet a high-ranking, proud son of heaven. There is a lot going on with this kid, and he definitely needs to do something about it. At first glance, this brat is 100% trouble. But what if we look deeper? He is a real fat sheep. This wool will be enough for him to get the next title. Yin Wudao asked Shui because he was only joking with him. What adult would argue with a child? He certainly has a bad reputation, but similar principles still remain. The girl thought that she still had many prejudices regarding his past. Maybe he's not as bad as rumors say. The system asked the boy why he didn't do anything. Yin Wudao thought that they were in a society where the law ruled. She could not force him to sin and break this law. He has his own plans for this boy. Even if he is talented, he will not allow him to reveal himself. The system said that it was okay if he didn't kill him, but he had to promise her to reach the next level as soon as possible. Even if she was otherwise discovered by the heavens, he must do everything on his own. The boy agreed and decided that in a week he would be promoted to count, and so their deal took place. Meanwhile, the next day had already arrived. They had already driven some distance from Ji's house and decided to see if the system had been restored. Everything is truly back to normal. The boy asked the system to display the characteristics panel, and he would see how many points of pride of heaven were still missing. The system smiled and asked, why don't they kill Ji Wuji if they still have 5 points? The boy thought that this was tantamount to drinking poison to quench his thirst. Not to mention the fact that this will leave the hero in Ji Fengming. Ye Shui's disposition may also be affected. Don't think that Ye Shui treats him well? This is just a pretense. She grew up with Ji Wuji. Her love is already deeply rooted and will be hard to shake, and this complicates his life. He can only hope that the girl's feelings will be a little confused. The system asked if he couldn't kill him. Then what he was going to do then? How about her 5 points? The table appeared in front of the boy again. Su said that she only met Hong Ye once and wouldn't he have enough time for her for a week? Is he really not wishful thinking? With the same success, you can proceed to Shui and Bai Yunxi. If you add up their points, you get 6. Yin Wudao immediately began to add up all these points and tell the system about his calculations. The system began to argue and asked the boy to look at the table again. The location has changed, but the human heart is unpredictable, especially a woman's. But the reward for completing the task somehow increased. Her boyfriend had already been exiled by him, so why did they start giving more heavenly pride points? Ji Wuji had said that his mother would be killed by Xiao Chen when she went abroad to work. According to time calculations, it should be tomorrow. Could Xiao Chen be released from prison? Suddenly, the boy began to stop his bodyguard and asked him to turn around. He gave the command to quickly go to Yin's house, and then the boy understood him and turned the car around. Yin Wudao was very tense, and streams of sweat were running down his face. He hoped they would make it in time. And when the door opened, they greeted them. There was a voice and someone's footsteps. The system asked if he decided to listen to her and choose Ruo Shui and Bai Yunxi. The boy thought to himself that no, and he would stop at Konya. The system asked why, or if it was not good enough for him. Why does he always go against her? The boy immediately embraced the system and replied that he knew for sure that it was good and he did not go against it. Su replied that he speaks well, but his words do not match his actions. Yin Wudao exclaimed that he would now tell her the reason. Jian Ruo Shui is too proud and difficult to tame. She also hates him to death, although now everything is not bad and it takes time to stabilize. If he acts aggressively, it will only bring unpleasant consequences. To cope with it, you need 2 conditions: low intensity and stability. As for Bai Yunxi, she is hot on the outside and cold on the inside, calm and reasonable. Their relationship is a quid pro quo, and the second is cooperation. This woman only cares about profit and has nothing to do with romance. By the way, if he had not met Hong Ye that day, he would have thrown her away long ago. The system replied that even though she herself is a woman, when it comes to understanding them, she doesn't even reach 10% of his understanding, as expected from her owner. Suddenly, his mother turned to the boy and said that he had finally remembered his old mother and decided to visit them. Long Xiaolan was very excited and serious. The boy approached his mother and exclaimed that she was not old at all. He said, turning to his mother, that she was as young and beautiful as she was at 18. Yin Wudao's mother was shocked by her son's words and compliments. She blushed with joy and hugging her son said that she was very pleased and that his mother loved him. Yin Wudao replied that he was already big and was a little embarrassed. The boy thought that in a previous life Xiao Chen killed her. In this life, he will not allow this to happen again. He would get rid of Xiao Chen and end the Yin family's tragedy in the bud. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them and exclaimed that Yin Wudao's bad habits were getting worse every time. This was the Governor General of the East Chinese Sea Yi. He asked the boy to come into his office because he needed to talk to him. Yin Wudao told his mother that he was scared. Then the mother asked if he was going to beat and scold his son, and where he was going if they had not dealt with him yet. His mother asked him not to be afraid, and said that if his father dared to raise his hand against him, then let him call him, and she would ask his grandfather to beat his father. The son immediately thanked his mother, and now he found himself in his father's spacious office. The Governor General asked his son to sit down and tell the story immediately. Yin Wudao asked if they had heard any gossip about him lately. Will they criticize him and give him a warning? He thought that he liked to behave like a major in front of his father. It had almost become a habit for him. Maybe it's just rebellion in his bones, but his father got angry and asked him to sit right in front of the adults. The boy began to worry seriously. He did not understand what kind of low blood pressure it was. The father again approached his son and asked, throwing a newspaper on the table, if he was going to explain to him. Then the boy asked his father if he also liked to read gossip. The father asked his son to be more serious. Yin Wudao then explained that he was having an affair with Bai Yunxi. But she understands that relationships and business are incompatible, so she does not hold him responsible. The Bai family is not small. They have already set their eyes on him and how in the future he should meet with them at his council of elders. Yin Wudao told his father that he hoped he would no longer interfere in his personal life. For a reason he cannot name, perhaps in the future he will not be able to do without beautiful women around him. The father got angry and asked what he was talking about. How can he die without women? How can he say these immoral and unprincipled things? The father asked to leave his office immediately. He doesn't have a son like him. What evil did he do that they sent him such a good-for-nothing son? The father was very upset. The heads of the great Yin family were cut off by this scumbag. How ashamed he is in front of his ancestors. When the boy left the office, his mother asked if his father had beaten him. Yin Wudao said no, but he was furious. Then the mother replied that he should let himself be angry and should not worry about him. The main thing is that he was not beaten. After that, she approached her son and asked him to tell her who he was taking as his wife. Kinya is a good child, always so obedient, and she likes her. So that next to her it looks wonderful. Like the goddess of water, their child should be born beautiful. Although Bai Yunxi is older, she can still give birth. The main thing is to tone down your morals and be a housewife, and she will like it. Well, that young girl is a streamer. She's seeing her for the first time, but she's pretty cute. If she had to choose one of the four, who would suit him? She herself doesn't know. Everyone is pretty and the choice is really difficult. The boy looked at his mother and exclaimed that he would make his own choice, and he wanted them all. The mother said that this was great, because then the mother did not have to choose hard. But Yin Wudao told his mother that he was really not joking and wanted to talk to her about business. He asked if she was going on a business trip abroad tomorrow. The mother replied that she was going to, and her son really grew up and began to care about what his mother was doing. Then the boy suddenly looked at his mother and exclaimed that he would go with her. Meanwhile, music was playing on the street. The saxophone sounded attracting visitors. The drum also sounded very loud and resonant. People were called as if by a command gong. It was State A, City N. The guy exclaimed that they really had a grand ceremony to welcome his mother. People came up to the car with huge bouquets of flowers. It was just an incredible sight. The blonde guy took off his glasses and exclaimed that they had finally fallen into a trap. He had some object with a button in his hands. Suddenly, this guy pressed the button and a huge explosion occurred. Everything around shone with a bright yellow light and threw the others away with a shockwave. The blonde guy was surprised that Yin Wudao still wanted to fight their Dragon King. His pit is enough to deal with him. He cast a very sly glance at the boy. The guy was very surprised and asked if the explosion shouldn't have killed him. How he turned out to be alive? Yin Wudao replied that he was not killed by the explosion, but how could he have lured him out differently? The puppet was successfully purchased for 1,000,000 reputation points. The boy said that Zhui is really the female version of the strategist Zhuge. There is no mercy in her plans. The girl said that this was too much. Yin Wudao continued to say to Ruo Shui that this is her hubby's subordinate. The remote control bomb kills people, so he is the responsible killer. The girl replied that he was her ex-husband, and the guy told his daughter-in-law to listen to him. They don't kill all innocent people indiscriminately. They only targeted Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao exclaimed that he could not stand people like them who only know how to talk. Aren't the translator and the driver in the car innocent people? The guy wanted to answer something, but the boy immediately grabbed his blade and asked him to shut up. He threw his sharp blade straight towards the enemy, but he was not stupid either. He asked if the boy wanted to take his life by simply throwing a knife at him. Apparently, he underestimates him. The guy pulled out several pistols and pointed it towards Yin Wudao. He said that even if it didn't work out to blow it up, now he would definitely die and began to pull the trigger. But he was unable to do this since the boy's weapon had already gone through his head. Lu Fong wondered if he had become stupid abroad. Don't you usually have to be careful? Before killing someone, you shouldn't chatter, much less pose. He took down this guy very cleverly and skillfully. Yin Wudao realized that the reason why Xiao Chen as the Dragon King was only given 1 point of Pride of Heaven was because the remaining points were distributed among his 3 subordinate generals. Lu Fong asked what he proposed to do next. If this is Xiao Chen's field of influence, should they request protection from country A? The boy replied that it would be better to address this issue to their advisor. Yeah, Zue said that based on what he said on the road, Xiao Chen still had 2 generals left, the God of Wealth and the Tyrant. The Tyrant has power in country A. He has the ability to dispose of security, so asking for protection is tantamount to increasing his enemies. Lu Fong replied that in that case, he had comrades in arms here and they could go to them to hide from the spotlight. Zue said that this should not be done. They have lost him. Hatred must blind them. It is better for them to stay at the planned hotel, pretending that they did not understand their ruse in order to respond in kind. And now they found themselves in front of a huge bright building and headed towards its entrance. When they began to go there, the boy thought that this place was not a hotel at all, but the palace of the Dragon King, Xiao Chen's lair. Apparently, Xiao Chen's influence in this country is really great, since he was even able to directly order the city administration to change the location of the inspection to this place. Zue said that she did not think that the opponents were capable of such a thing. Now their risks are very great and they have already entered the tiger's den. Now they cannot leave whenever they want, so they continue to act according to plan. Didn't he take her with him to Country A to buy foundry mines? And why Xiao Chen's people are here? The girl was very irritated and angry. She asked the boy why he was deliberately trying to embarrass her. Yin Wudao approached her and grabbed her chin and said that of course the mines would be acquired, but their grievances with Xiao Chen also needed to be resolved. The girl replied that she did not want to see him and act as his pawn. Yin Wudao heard a sound behind him and became alert. He immediately clung to Xue's lips. Now her affection for him was much less than before. He suddenly grabbed her hand and lifted her up. He pushed the girl right up against the wall. After that, he said that she still didn't seem to understand the whole situation. The girl thought to herself that he did it after all. She shouldn't have placed her hopes on him, because he was just a major from the beginning. Yin Wudao exclaimed that she was now his and would do what he wanted and should not dare argue with him. The girl's favor suddenly began to grow. Her heart rate increased. Yin Wudao said that this time it was only a small punishment for her, and next time she should not expect mercy from him. The boy saw in front of him like a ghost. The guy exclaimed that he dared to touch his woman and he was a dead man. He asked his people to bring him Yin Wudao. He wants to take his life with his own hands. While the boy was dealing with his shoe and holding her hands, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then they opened it with their foot. The guys entered the room. They clenched their fists and took out their weapons to deal with Yin Wudao. The guy asked if he expected this. Yin Wudao replied that it was a surprise attack. Then the enemies said that there was no point in shouting and their guards had long been replaced by their people. The guy wanted to escort him to the Dragon King. Yin Wudao asked Dragon King Xiao Chen if he shouldn't be in prison and called them scoundrels. The guy replied that he never thought that there would be such a fool who would bring so much trouble upon himself. Yin Wudao asked how he dares to mock him. The guy called him impudent even before his death. Then the boy turned his head towards him and exclaimed that he thought this was enough. The guy became covered in streams of sweat, and throwing a contemptuous look at him, asked what he meant. Before he could finish speaking, the enemy's sharp dagger had already plunged straight into his chest. He pierced the guy with his dagger and watched as streams of scarlet blood flowed from his mouth. The guy couldn't understand how he did it. After all, our hands are tied now. Yin Wudao replied that people change overnight, or they thought that he was still the same Yin Wudao, whom they could easily slam down. The boy turned to his friend and said that now it was up to him. Lu Fong hoped to be careful. The boy approached the one who was already lying on the floor covered in blood and took his weapon. He apologized and borrowed it. Whatever happens, the guy asked to wait here and not come in. He and the Dragon King will figure it out themselves. And then the door closed behind them. Yin Wudao and the others entered the room. The guy told the Dragon King that he had brought Yin Wudao. This guy is still the same weakling. The Dragon King then turned his gaze to Ruo Shui. The girl exclaimed to Xiao Chen that Yin Wudao was now the boss of the Jiang family, and he could not kill him. If he kills him, it will be tantamount to harming the Jiang family. But the Dragon King replied that it was only some 10 billion. All he has to do is open his mouth and he will give her those 10 billion. The guy pointed his finger towards the boy and exclaimed that today Yin Wudao must die. Another said, turning to the Dragon King to allow him to riddle Yin Wudao. He immediately agreed, giving him the go-ahead. And so his bodyguard put his weapon in front of him and wanted to shoot. But the boy immediately disarmed him and asked what he was doing. I asked the man to be careful. This man rushed to cover his boss with his chest. He exclaimed that he was the god of wealth and his faithful companion. He asked his boss to run away because he was not a tyrant. Lu Fong pointed the weapon towards them and said that he was indeed not a tyrant, but the king of soldiers, Lu Fong. Yin Wudao asked the guy not to use his tongue and just kill him. He rushed towards the enemy. He threw his weapon towards the Dragon King. The guy exclaimed that he didn't expect that he was familiar with martial arts, and so he rushed towards the enemy and broke the mirror with his strength. Yin Wudao did not want to miss this guy and asked him to kill him quickly. They began to run after their enemy. Taking out their weapons, Lu Fong wanted to cover his boss and ran towards the enemy. The man, in turn, asked the Dragon King to be careful and take care of his opponents. The system reported that he had successfully gotten rid of the Dragon King's general, the god of wealth, and received 1 point of heaven's pride. The Dragon King placed a block in front of him, and a bright light beam glowed around it. He fell to his knees, and the people asked Mr. Dragon King to be careful. The guy asked everyone in the building to obey the orders of the Dragon King. No matter what, he gave the order to kill Yin Wudao immediately. The Dragon King's men immediately obeyed their commander and ran towards the boy. One of them said that the last time they were seen was in the office of the Dragon King. You need to quickly move there and kill him. The Dragon King asked for weapons, then the bodyguard guy asked what to do with his daughter-in-law. The Dragon King replied that a woman who has fallen out of love will not return. After all these years, it's time for him to let go of his obsessive feelings. They may not hold back and kill her. Lu Fong said that everyone fled. People are waiting for them everywhere, and if they go out, they will run into the whole crowd. He asked what they should do in this case. Meanwhile, the system showed that he had successfully acquired a human skin mask, 3 sets of combat suits, and had 800,000 reputation points left. Yin Wudao exclaimed that these were body armor made of new materials and asked everyone to put them on, then follow him. Meanwhile, the guy asked Sister Ruo Shui why she married Xiao Chen. The girl replied that she was the only daughter, and the Jian family was afraid that she would transfer their property to her future husband, so they asked her to marry a man who would join their family. Zui said that he may be a majestic Dragon King, but all these 3 years he has been a worthless son-in-law. The girl exclaimed that she hated him. If it weren't for her family, it would be better if she never got married. Then Shui asked if he would offer her something. Meanwhile, there was some kind of deathly silence between the 2 girls. Shui told the girl that she was really beautiful. The second one also gave her the same compliment. And then there was a powerful explosion in the corridor. Plumes of smoke rose into the air. The guy exclaimed that they would soon catch up and asked the girls to quickly run after him. The guys with the machine guns said that they had found them and gave the command to kill them all. Unexpectedly, these guys were shot very deftly and skillfully by Yin Wudao. All the guys fell to the floor screaming for mercy. Lu Fong clenched his fists and called his boss invincible and a great man. He exclaimed that this was simply amazing. Yin Wudao was flattered by such compliments. But suddenly, people with machine guns appeared behind him again. They exclaimed that their opponents were here. Yin Wudao immediately took a stance, trying to protect himself from the sudden new attack. He released a new bladed weapon from his hand. The boy had a malicious grin on his face. Many daggers flew towards the opponents. They stabbed people one after another. Zui said that the boy had been shot and his wound needed to be examined quickly. The second girl said that there was no wound and this was mysticism. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this special battle suit was invulnerable to knives and guns. The guys ran as fast as they could throughout the building, moving away from their enemies. Yin Wudao was the leader of this entire gang. He had very faithful and good assistants. The boy tried to resist his opponents with his own strength and again sent volleys of weapons at them. Sui exclaimed to herself that this guy is very cool. Lin Feng noticed that the boss had become even stronger. The second girl thought that it was no wonder he was in charge of all 4 families. His skills were extraordinary, and now it was already getting dark outside. Stars appeared in the sky and the moon began to rise. Yin Wudao said that they finally got out of there. They almost died there. Shui replied that she no longer believed that they would get out of there alive. The girl said that she could not move her legs, so she asked him to leave her alone. Yin Wudao asked her to take a break, and after some time, everything would pass. But a woman appeared above her. It was Hanye. She flew up behind her with a sword and exclaimed that she was bringing misfortune, so she had to die. But the boy immediately grabbed the girl in his arms and asked her to be careful. He parried the enemy's blow. The system reported that serious damage to the legendary bird's combat suit had been detected. Impacts must be avoided until repairs are completed. Shui asked Yin Wudao why he was acting so recklessly. The boy replied that he had already said that he would protect her. Hanye exclaimed that he was ruining everything again. The boy called her very stubborn since she followed to this country, eh? Zhui said that she was very afraid to take advantage of him, but he repeatedly risked his life to protect her. Why does he make you feel all this? Hong Jie took the sword in her hands and flew over the heads of the couple. She wanted them both to die. And what kind of love games they played here? But suddenly something happened to her. Namely, she was killed by Yin Wudao. A guy with a machine gun in his hands approached them and exclaimed that he would personally kill Yin Wudao. This was the Dragon King, and he was very hostile towards his opponent. He said that no one dared to stop him. The guy thought to himself that he had killed Hong Ye, destroyed his glasses of the pride of heaven, and he should be taught a lesson. The guy was very angry and serious, because he wanted to take revenge for this girl. The system informed the boy that his costume of the legendary bird was seriously damaged. Soon the protective effect of the suit will cease, and you must try to avoid battles in a timely manner. Again, the system announced that the protective suit had been terminated. Now you need to rely only on yourself. Then the Dragon King pointed a cannon at him and exclaimed that he was now a corpse. He brought the weapon right to his forehead, and the boy's eyes immediately changed their color. The enemy was joyful because he realized that this guy had nowhere to go. But suddenly he also changed his outlook because his cartridges had run out. Yin Wudao looked at him with an angry, serious look and said that now it was his turn. He raised his sharp metal blade and raised it above the boy's head. The girls watched from the sidelines. One of them became covered with beads of sweat, scared. Zue said that he got what he deserved. If he doesn't die, then they are all dead. Lin Feng told his boss that Hong Ye was still alive. The boy replied that he needed to find a hospital. The situation is uncertain and they cannot go to the hospital yet. This clinic is founded by the Chinese that Lin Feng is associated with and seems quite safe here. When they got to the hospital, the doctor said that the wounds were too serious and he was afraid that she could no longer be saved. Yin Wudao told the doctor that if he doesn't need money, then that's his problem. The boy said that he has a lot of money, more than enough. If he doesn't have 100 million, who will give him 1 billion? He will pay whatever he wants, but he must do everything for her to live. The doctor explained that he was telling it like it is and asked to let him go. Lin Feng grabbed Wudao and asked him to calm down. There is no need to stage performances now. His recklessness will not solve anything. Yin Wudao thought about it and agreed with him. He decided he needed to cool down. Yue noticed that this boy treats girls very carefully. The second replied that he thinks he conveys more meaning to friendships. Yin Wudao asked to dodge tomorrow morning, but now they can leave. He will save her with his own strength. Whether it works out or not depends on tonight. The boy asked the girl not to lose heart and take care of herself, and he headed towards his patient. He may not have performed surgery before, but he has already combined the capabilities of modern medicine and the 13 needles of the demonic gate. Of course, this should save her. First, he uses needles to normalize the pulse, which will significantly increase the likelihood of success of the operation. The boy approached the girl and began to move his hands over her, sticking these needles. When she opened her eyes, she didn't think that he could still operate. Hong Ye said that he doesn't look like a major at all. Yin Wudao responded by asking her not to say anything and to save her strength. She has lost a lot of blood and there is no plasma here, so she is afraid that her blood pressure may not be able to handle it. Konye replied that you cannot escape fate. It doesn't matter if she ends, but she won't die at the hands of Ye Shui. Yin Wudao said that although he has no idea what kind of irreconcilable enmity there is between them, he asks her to discuss everything after she wakes up. The boy held her hand. The girl moved her hand and said that she had just praised him, and he immediately threw away his mask. He endures all this, probably because she is dying. Doesn't she mind that she's making fun of him now? Yin Wudao answered, looking straight into her eyes, that no. He approached the girl and hugged her. She asked if he decided to use it while it was still warm. Yin Wudao replied that, of course not. The fragments of the shotgun are scattered quite widely. There are still several dozen left inside, and he has to look carefully at everything to pull them all out. When the boy suffered for a very long time, he exclaimed that everything was ready, and he had removed all the parts of the bullets. Yin Wudao looked at the girl and noticed that she was in hemorrhagic shock and needed to replenish her blood as soon as possible. When the girl regained consciousness, she wondered if she was alive. Having lost so much blood, she thought that she was definitely dead. Look how they gave her a transfusion. Just yesterday, it seemed to her that this was some kind of tiny clinic, and where was the blood coming from? Hong Ye realized that Yin Wudao had used his blood. She was finally able to get up, and going up to the boy told him that he needed to sleep. Yin Wudao actually fell asleep because he transfused a lot of blood to her. He glanced at her questioningly. The system showed that the girl's sympathy level was 93%. The boy thought that he had been operating all night and giving blood transfusions, and all this was not in vain. She saw Yin Wudao in front of her. He asked if the girl was telling him to go ahead and approached her. Han Yi asked what he wanted to do with her and asked him to stop. Then the boy asked if she understood what he wanted to do with her. But the girl took out a knife and asked him not to come. Otherwise, she would be very rude to him. The boy came closer and snatched the knife from her hand. He asked what rudeness she was talking about. Han Yi was very excited and exclaimed that there was no need to do this. But the boy did not listen to her and immediately kissed her sweet, excited lips. The girl thought that he didn't even give her time to prepare for this. Yin Wudao continued to kiss her passionately and securely. After that, he picked her up and carried her to the bed. Han Yi said that this is her first time, and besides, she still has wounds. So she asks him to be more gentle. The system reported that the girl's sympathy level had reached 100%, and the task of raising the level of favor with the beloved daughter of heaven had been completed. He received 5 pride points and has the ability to master all types of weapons. Meanwhile, at exactly the same time as now, the beautiful high mountains of China, the Shu Mountains, rise. In front of us is the spacious Yunzhong Monastery. He was right among the trees of the forest. A man sat in the middle of this monastery and prayed to his gods. It was the head of Yunzhong Monastery, Yun Shaozi. The man sat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. When he had his eyes closed, streams of scarlet blood flowed out of them. Suddenly a thought struck him. The man exclaimed that things were bad. The founder of the Taoist school shed tears, which means that an unclean spirit was born to wreak havoc on earth. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an ominous force, no matter how he came to take possession of the heavenly Tao. This demon was born on the shores of the dragon's tail and should not have such power, but then where could this aura come from? The head of the monastery could not believe that he was unable to suppress the evil aura of evil spirits. He asked his student, since he had enormous capabilities and the protection of the heavenly Tao, to fight the evil spirits. It's time to go down the mountain. Sitting opposite him was assistant mentor Li Daoye. The boy sat in the lotus position and listened to his mentor. The man asked to remember that breaking the monastic vow is prohibited, and it is not permissible to strive for worldly pleasures. He must dispense justice and eradicate evil spirits. The guy answered the mentor that he would keep his words in his memory. The mentor asked me to remember that beauty is hungry like a wolf and it destroys a person. You can't even touch or think about it. The boy answered the master that he was right and said that he would forget about it in order to think. The guy's eyes suddenly lit up. The mentor exclaimed that beauty is a great sin. He, as a mentor, will have to isolate himself from the outside world and resist this sinful thought. This kind of strong intervention from outside is necessary to forge a powerful Taoist heart. He is still young, so he shouldn't do this. The mentor told his student that this fate cannot be avoided. Just one thought can turn into an evil spirit that will consume him, and then there will be no turning back. If he can successfully overcome all difficulties and return after defeating evil spirits, he will soon gain immortality. And so, after the mentor advised such things to his friend, the bright country spread and spread out before us. Huge signs hung above every building, beckoning people to come. The hands of the young people were locked in a lock. The guy and the girl were holding each other. Yin Wudao hugged Hong Ye and she pressed herself against him. The girl blushed a little from embarrassment. Opposite them stood their friends, and Shui said that Hong Ye's wounds had healed, but she seemed to have lost her mind. From the moment she arrived, she has been smiling non-stop. Yin Wudao asked to leave this girl alone. She would no longer be able to harm Ye Shui. As for the rest, they will discuss it when they return home. The first priority at the moment is to negotiate the acquisition of lithium ore. Wei replied that she had a clue about this, but she didn't know exactly what to do. Then the boy asked if she was talking about the inheritance of the palace of the Dragon King. The girl replied that this is exactly what she was talking about. She could not even imagine that this palace owns assets worth hundreds of billions. And besides, she is now the only heiress. The lawyer has called her several times already, and she has no idea what to do. The second girl asked Sister Ruo Shui to think about the fact that she is now the richest girl in China. Then the boy asked what this had to do with lithium ore. Ruo Shui explained that the Dragon King Palace owns half of the shares of the Lithium Ore Alliance, which owns the largest lithium mines in Country A. If they can get them, they won't have to buy them. Yin Wudao asked what the problem was then. Isn't it enough to just inherit the Dragon King's palace? The girl exclaimed that if not for his appearance, it would be difficult to say whether she would have really been able to receive the inheritance, but only now she is on his side. Yesterday, she witnessed his death with her own eyes, so why can she receive the inheritance? She's not as shameless as he is. The boy said that she made the right choice. Her right to property does not mean that she can actually inherit it. Even if she receives it, she is unlikely to be able to use it. The Dragon King Palace made a career out of being a mercenary with an influential source of funding behind him. He penetrated quite deeply into Country A, which even kept the secrets of many influential people. Lu Fong said that the boss's words made sense. His companions also talked about the past deeds of the Dragon King's palace. Ruo Shui thought that in the morning she still had doubts. If she had received a signal, then probably tomorrow her corpse would be on the street. This scoundrel following Yin Wudao inspires her confidence, the girl asked. What to do now? Then the boy looked into her eyes and exclaimed that it was necessary to pay the state. The guys immediately looked at the boy and asked in fear what he meant. And here in front of us lies the spacious, beautiful Koshi Beach. Tall palm trees swayed in the light breeze. Meanwhile, the girl who works in law enforcement was already approaching the shore. She conveyed something and said that these were the 3 largest lithium ores in the whole country, and they were her reward. Ruo Shui was very surprised. Liu Meng explained that she was very grateful to her, and the relevant authorities would not forget the contribution she made. If she suddenly needs help, she can turn to them. The girl was very surprised and asked how many hundreds of billions were for these amulets. Liu Meng thanked Yin Wudao for acting as a mediator in this matter. He deserves to be the grandson of the old leader. Previously, she was very prejudiced towards him. The boy replied that they would not talk about the past, but simply that in future we should treat him better. Liu Meng somehow looked at him with interest, and blushing said goodbye to him. When the girl left, the boy looked after her, smiling with some strange look. Lu Fong asked why he didn't tell about Xiao Chen. Her neglect of official duties almost killed him. Yin Wudao replied that there was no hurry and he had his own excellent plan. He thought about how Lu Mon had experienced all the male roles and remained steadfast for a long time. She cannot help but have heavenly pride points, and their number will definitely not decrease. He indulges her and allows her to be indebted to him. When the time comes, he will help her remember Qin Tian and Xiao Chen and see how she can repay. Meanwhile, Ruo Shui was holding a luxurious black suitcase in her hands and walked up to the boy. She handed this suitcase to Yin Wudao and said that these lithium ores belonged to him. But the boy said no. From birth, he had so much money that it was impossible to spend it. For him, money is just pieces of paper. He came abroad to buy lithium ore because he thought that making money from foreigners was quite fun, and he wanted fun, not money. Ruo Shui was very surprised by this and thought that if he doesn't like money, then why did he take a mistress? She looked after this interesting boy and thought that she could not understand him. One of the guys on the shore said that the one waving his fists was the main shareholder of the alliance and lithium ore. Every week on this beach, he demonstrates his strength, and there is no one who could beat him down. This is a shareholder of the Oni Lithium Ore Alliance. He's the 19th person he's shown today, and they're just a bunch of weaklings. He asked them to come up, those who were still ready to fight with him. The reward for this is 10 million in case of his defeat. Even if the battles end in a draw, it will still be considered their victory. Others approached this guy, and Yin Wudao said that the money was not enough, but it was very interesting. Then the boxer asked if he wanted to say that he would risk challenging him if he raised the bet to 100 million. The boy answered, looking him straight in the eyes, which was almost exactly what he said. Lu Fong was about to punch him. Yin Wudao said that he wouldn't dare, but his bodyguard would be able to knock the bad stuff out of him. Then the boxer exclaimed that he was increasing the winnings to 100 million. He wants to bludgeon them until they beg for mercy on their knees. The guy exclaimed that all they could do was wag their tongues. Now he will show them what kung fu is. And so the guy began to wave his fists. Lu Fong had already approached his opponent and tried to punch him. He wanted to strike, but he thought to himself that this guy really has great strength, and Yin Wudao thought about the fact that he is known as a kangaroo and is a famous boxing champion in country A. But it seems that this is indeed the case. Although Lu Fong is strong, he is afraid that he cannot match him in pure strength. This is a hurricane strike from Oni. There is no one capable of withstanding the wave of hurricane blows. He's probably a little monkey and will soon be knocked out like everyone else. Lu Fong still survived. The guy was also very dexterous and found a gap in the Oni's defense. The boy took the draw. Lu Fong thought that fortunately Yin Wudao had given him an energy-boosting pill last time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stop him. The enemy looked into his eyes with great anger. Yin Wudao appeared and said that, as they had agreed, if there was a draw, he would give them the money. He is not going to break his promise, or they all in this country are not responsible for their words. The boy decided to mix it with dirt first. He asked how he had the audacity to organize a tournament. He thought it was the king of boxing, but it turns out that it was a lie. They replied that he had plenty of money, but he had not had enough fun yet and wanted to continue. He asked Yin Wudao to fight him. The boy asked if he was joking and exclaimed that he didn't know how to fight. Then the enemy clenched his fist and approached him. He said that the boy can set the conditions he wants, but he will still impose on him. Yin Wudao dodged the blow and replied that in that case, if he beat him, then he should sell him the shareholder rights of the Lithium Ore Alliance. And then the king of boxing looked into the eyes of his opponent and replied that he was giving him his word. Yin Wudao said what he hoped to hear, and his eyes changed color. The boy put out his fist and began to attack the enemy. He hit him with lightning speed. Lu Fong saw the fist of a rising dragon in this blow. Everyone around was surprised. The boxer fell to one knee and called him a scoundrel. He exclaimed that the boy was only pretending to be weak. Yin Wudao then asked if he could have defeated him if he had not pretended to be weak. The boxer prepared for the next blow. He moved his eyebrows to his nose and looked at the boy. He exclaimed that he could not withstand such a blow. Yin Wudao replied that if he had not been so lenient, this blow could have been fatal for him. It should be obvious. Then the boxer thanked him and began to sign the contract. He explained that his share of shares in the alliance is not particularly large. In fact, the problem is with the princess. She doesn't like boxing at all. That's why everything is like this. Yin Wudao handed the boy a pill and explained that it was a wound healing pill and he could take it. The enemy immediately swallowed the pill, surprised that this guy was trying to heal him. He was overjoyed. This is a mysterious powerhouse from the east, and it is simply amazing. Yin Wudao asked his boxer opponent to take him to the princess. The guy put his arm around his shoulder and told him that he could rely on him. And here in front of us is a spacious, beautiful, bright, and very extensive princely palace. The boxer explained that it is customary to conduct searches in the princely palace, so he asks that these rules be followed. He asked not to worry, since he was on good terms with the princess and was sure that everything would be fine. Before the boy had time to finish speaking, they heard someone's feet approaching in their direction. They immediately pointed machine guns and various guns at the guys. They remained rooted to the spot. Yin Wudao raised his hands up along with the rest of the guys and asked if he was sure of this. And then the heels of this same boxer's mistress appeared in front of them. A girl appeared in front of them and asked not to blame her for such a not very warm welcome. The girl explained that these people killed his beloved Zhao Chun and she would make them pay for it. When Lu Fong looked at her, the boy's heart suddenly sank with love. He called her beautiful. Yin Wudao, of course, noticed that the boy had his eye on her. In this case, shouldn't he, as a good comrade, help his friend? The boxer began to tell Elin that Mr. Yin Wudao was very cool and he had already felt his strength. He is capable of taking Xiao Chen's place, the guy asked. Not to make hasty conclusions, but rather to think it over carefully. Elin replied that although Yin Wudao could take Xiao Chen's position in society, he would definitely not be able to take Xiao Chen's place in her heart. Yin Wudao thought about it. Depending on how you say it, the girl exclaimed that she would finish him off right now. But suddenly she felt dizzy. She felt like there was something in her head. The boy grabbed the girl by the shoulder and said that he was her father. He deliberately clouded her brain. The boy continued to say that she had become so grown up, but she was always just as naughty and had fun all day long. But the girl put a gun to his head and asked why he killed Xiao Chen. Why didn't he want them to be together? The boy replied that he met a daughter who did not respect her parents and was mad with love. She never liked Xiao Chen, and she actually likes Lu Fong. They had the most romantic meetings. They danced around the fire, had fun in the vineyard, and met the sunrise riding on rams. Then the girl looked at his friend and exclaimed that he was the love of his life. He is her prince, riding on a sweet lamb. Lu Fong melted as the girl clung to him and thought about what Yin Wudao was doing to him. Yin Wudao asked if he had offended his brother. Then the guy replied that there was no question of any offense. It was just a little unexpected. And now, the girl was already sitting at the table and signing some interesting document. Lu Fong asked if she had changed too much. Yin Wudao replied that it would soon pass. Golden pupils are an external factor, so whether he will win Elin's heart or not depends only on him. If problems arise, he will have to leave. Elin's family is not to be trifled with, the girl exclaimed that she had signed everything. Yin Wudao told his friend to stay here and rest for a few days, and at the same time help Ruo Shui with the lithium ore alliance. Lu Fong told Elin that he didn't know if she believed in love at first sight. In any case, he felt as if an electric current was running through his entire body. He is sure that he fell in love with her from the moment they met. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this is bullshit because he is transmitting energy to him. Lu Fong realized that he was talking about the outgoing Dragon Fist. The boy replied that it was so. It's a pity that his body is not suitable for other abilities. At the next opportunity, he will teach him all the subtleties of internal energy. And now the boy was already on the street next to the boxer. Lu Fong hugged the girl and asked his friend to take care of himself. The boxer said that there is no doubt, and the reputation of the mysterious strong woman from the East is deserved. He is the most powerful hypnotist he has ever met. Yin Wudao replied that he had completely forgotten about him and asked how an outsider could know about such things. The princess and Lu Fong fell in love with each other at first sight and were immediately drawn into this river of love. They witnessed this with him. Other than that, nothing else happened. The boxer looked into the boy's eyes and confirmed his words. Meanwhile, a wide, huge airport stretched out in front of us and a guy and a girl were coming out of it. Hongye asked her comrade why Lu Fong had not also met them. Yin Wudao explained that he was currently having a good time with a rich lady. The girl laughed and called him a libertine. Ruo Shui and her friend looked towards the couple with sad eyes. And then a very bright, colorful day arrived. Birds flew over the city and the plane with them. The plane was flying very high, after which it began to descend as it approached the airport. Yin Wudao said, hugging Hongye around the waist. That they had finally arrived. Ruo Shui thought that thanks to this trip, they were able to obtain the largest lithium ore alliance in the entire world with minimal costs. We can say that they returned with rich booty, but she doesn't know why sadness lurks in her heart and it doesn't make her happy at all. The second girl thought that although Yin Wudao had gotten rid of Hongye's persecution, it seemed that he had used the tricks of a womanizer to do this. She owed him her life, and now she's in debt to him again and really doesn't know what to do. She should be happy that she is not in danger, but she has no idea why she is so upset. The guy waved to Sister Junta and exclaimed that he was here. The girl turned to the boy and asked him not to misunderstand her. He just saved her life, so she wants to approach him. Yin Wudao answered the girl that, of course, he understands everything and she can approach him without worrying about anything. Hongye told Yang Fan that he shouldn't give her a bouquet of roses and asked him not to be so affectionate with her. She worries that Yin Wudao might misunderstand everything. The guy asked why she was afraid that he would misunderstand everything. Yin Wudao walked up to her and asked her to go. Yang Fan thought that this was impossible. Sister Hongye will not listen to him. She will definitely slap this womanizer in the face. But the girl ran up to him and hugged him. Yang Fan did not expect this, and a bouquet of flowers fell from his hands, showering with red rose petals. Hongye told the boy that she wanted to eat home cooking. Yin Wudao replied that he would tell the cook to cook. Yang Fan fell to his knees and began to cry. He couldn't understand how she turned into this in just a few days. Yin Wudao decided that now was the right time to show off his talent. Hongye asked him to promise her that he would not harm Yang Fan. She looked him straight in the eyes. The girl added that in the end, he saved her life. Yang Fan is good, just a little frivolous. Yin Wudao took her chin and replied that he would do as she asked him. That's just how she will thank him. Hongjie immediately became embarrassed and told the boy that she would do whatever he wanted. I thought to myself that I shouldn't have come to my own territory to have fun. After all, if her father finds out, he will certainly kill her. Hongjie lay down on the sofa and began to undress. Yin Wudao took off his t-shirt and looked at the girl and said that this worried him very much. At the same time, events are taking place at the entrance to the Qinglong Club. The guy hugged his brother Yang Fan and asked him why he was so sour. Don't be upset about such a frivolous lady. Soon they will unite their forces, and then they will be able to kill Yin Wudao. He asked to go with him and promised to treat him to the King of Spades. I can't wait to get drunk with my brother Yang Fan. The boy tilted his head down and agreed with his friend. The girls around him asked for a drink. They smiled at him and wanted to cheer him up. Yang Fan replied that he was not allowed to and he must maintain moral purity and not do whatever he wanted. Then one of the girls said that he was very handsome and laughed and called him a prude. Can this be called maintaining cleanliness? Yang Fan replied that he had worked so hard for so long, and what was wrong with relaxing a little? He wanted to dance to the music. Suddenly, they knocked on his door and broke in without asking permission. The order was given to search the room, and everyone was asked for their passports. The man asked what they were doing here. Yang Fan was in this room with two girls, and pulling the blanket over himself, replied that they were learning English. And so the police took these two girls and a boy dressed in a sheet into their police car. People around said that it looked like this was the same skilled Dr. Yang Fan who had gained fame not so long ago. Who would have thought that a skilled doctor is also an MS? Can we even consider him a shameless miracle doctor? There are rumors that he drives people to their graves with his treatment. The guy asked not to take pictures of him. Everyone around was filming the boy with video cameras and calling him a charlatan. People said he didn't care about people's lives. Hanyi looked at him through the window and said that she could not even imagine that Yang Fan would be such a person. Yin Wudao replied that as a man he understood him. A brilliant doctor who came from the outback found himself in this corner of paradise and could not control himself. With so many temptations, it's easy to lose your head if you don't have a strong character. While he was saying this, he began to approach the girl and grabbed her back. He approached her from behind and began to hug her. Hong Ye called him a really good guy. The system reported that Yang Fan's reputation had been ruined. The capture of Heaven's Pride Points has begun. There has been an attack, and capturing the Pride of Heaven Points is simply impossible. The attack is being analyzed. Meanwhile, the guy in handcuffs said that he noticed that his armored point had turned black, but the Niwan Palace, the so-called area inside his head, is open, and this is a harbinger that luck is flowing away from him. He probably ran into some trouble quite recently. Yang Fan replied that he was giving up. Everything was going wrong and probably someone was plotting behind his back. The guy replied that the harmful Qi energy had gotten too close, but the true Qi energy had retreated and someone had turned against him. A person who plans nasty things is quite dangerous, and he is capable of blocking the sky and the sun. He is so powerful that his true Qi energy is unable to reach the heavens, which is why his original heavenly Dana can patronize him. Yang Fan asked how he could predict what problems await him. The guy replied that he went to the Qinglong Club not to get close to beautiful women, but to destroy demons. He didn't think he would encounter a situation like this. This was a friend of his mentor, the monk. Meanwhile, the system asked to give the boy points of Heaven's Pride. She performed magic over his head. A bright yellow light enveloped the guy and did not stop glowing. The monk's predecessor exclaimed that things were bad and his luck was diminishing. This was the evil spirit trying. The predecessor put two of his fingers to Yang Fan's head and asked the demonic spirit to return to where it came from. The system immediately grabbed its head and tilted it down. She had a serious headache. It was even worse than one might think. This guy just practically destroyed the girl. Yin Wudao looked towards the system and asked if everything was okay with it. He asked what happened to her. The girl under him coughed a little and replied that she was fine. She exclaimed that it was very good and could not hold back. Sue said that she found a reason why she didn't go out to grab the glasses of Heaven's Pride. Next to Yang Fan is a man with enormous abilities and he guards his luck. It seems to her that this person is a Taoist with deep Taoist teachings. Yin Wudao replied that he understood everything and they would discuss it in an hour. The girl thought that this was what was expected from the ruthless villain she had chosen to play the role of. Meanwhile, Yang Fan's handcuffs were removed. The guy thanked Brother Dao for taking care of him today. Dao replied that there was no problem, but thanks to the light of Brother Yang, it was possible to avoid prison. Young Fan said that the person who saved them today was Chairman Ma Fuma. Once he helped the chairman by saving him from an illness, and that's how they met. The guy greeted them. It was the chairman of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Ma Fuma, a follower of his shepherd called the man a reverend. Ma Fuma said that he heard the mentor is quite good at his job. Recently, he encountered a problem. He invited all the famous monks of Jiangnan, but so far to no avail. He has a request and they hope for his help. The mentor replied to Chairman Ma that he had many ups and downs in his life, having lost his father in his early years. Looking at his face, he is almost sure that his problems are connected with the priest. In order to solve them, it is necessary to move his father's grave or find the corpse itself. Yang Fan said that he didn't tell him anything about him. He only knows that not long ago he was looking for someone, but he doesn't know the details. Ma told the heavenly mentor that his father died without a burial place. The other day, he appeared to him in a dream and gave him parting words, saying that it was necessary to return his remains. He asks the mentor to help him. Then the guy replied that this was nothing, and that tomorrow he would open the temple and find his father's burial ground in less than 3 hours. The guy began to thank the heavenly mentor and call him a wonderful doctor. Yin Wudao thought that since he took possession of the 13 needles of Yang Fan's demonic gate in Ji's house, there had been no progress and it seemed like someone had really interfered. The boy started calling his secretary and asked him to make inquiries. A girl entered the room and began to talk about how she had finally figured everything out. She glanced towards the bed and thought that he had again seized on the stupid girl and called him a scoundrel. The girl told Yin Wudao that the one who freed Yang Fan was Ma Fuma. He was also assisted by a Taoist named Li Daoye. Tomorrow, they are going to open the temple to find the burial place of Ma Fuma's father. The system told the boy that the petty Taoist had played a trick on her. Yin Wudao replied that the one who is capable of harming her is an unusual person, and, as it seems to him, this is a heavenly mentor. The system said that heavenly mentors are not so simple, and they may have the gift of foresight and the power of Tao. Wouldn't it be better to avoid it? Yin Wudao lowered his gaze and replied that there was no need for that. He rose to the title of Count, so much so that he can measure his strength against him. Yin Wudao opened his door and asked his secretary how long it had been since she had eaten at his place. He decided to invite the maid to cook something delicious for her. The girl immediately agreed to the boy's proposal. She said that she simply adores swallows' nests in syrup from the maid Yu. Ruo Xue was surprised that they left so quickly. Wudao doesn't seem like a fast guy, which means the two aren't having any romance. So he really is sincere with her. The boy told his secretary that his aunt had the most delicious cooking. The girl thought that he was pretending that he didn't care about money, but he was forcing Xiaomi to spy on her so that she would report everything to him about her. At first, she thought she was being mean by pursuing him, but it seems like he's the only mean one here. Why is he doing this to her? Because she is completely open to him. In the meantime, let's return to the huge villa by the coast. Yin Wudao exclaimed happily that he had finally returned. King Ye met him and asked if Xiaomi had come. Why has he started to appear at home so rarely lately? Is he really busy with work? When the girl brought the thing to the secretary, she asked not to do it and thanked her for her concern. The girl asked why not ask Wu Dao to give her an easier job. He trusts Ruo Xue too much and even assigned her to look after all the assets. She shouldn't be left unattended so she doesn't get her hands on it all. Kinya replied that this girl was so unlucky and her husband was killed, but Wu Dao is the only one for whom there are no prohibitions, who in his right mind would hire a stranger to work. The girl agreed with her and said that he still considered himself superior to others. The streamer approached them and exclaimed that this time Ruo Xue took first place in the competition for the best young people. In Jang City, she is known for her desire to get what she wants right away. When the secretary saw her, she was very surprised to recognize her as the best streamer. The girl replied that something like that. She heard Sister Qingya say that Xiaomi is an extraordinary beauty, and this is true. Yin Wudao approached the girls and said that 3 women is enough for drama. He asked if they were putting on a big show here. This video was filmed while he was in Country A. If the streamer posts this video on the site, then maybe the number of subscribers will increase. The girl said she would do it. He thought that there were only a few reputation points left, which wouldn't even be enough for anything. I should have taken her with me to Country A. There were already many dishes on the table and they were all eaten. There was no trace of food left. The streamer girl started licking her lips and saying that she had already eaten too much. She said that she would go to edit the video. The secretary asked if she could watch her do the editing. She would also like to start streaming. Then the streamer agreed, and they went to the computer together. The secretary watched her work. The girl said, turning to her, that there was also a recording from a drone and this was a good angle. Then the secretary asked if it could be broadcast. This must all be a production, something like a web series. So that's possible. She asked if the girl thought he hired someone to film all this. Xiao Xiao replied that this grand pool is real. Now they have a law-abiding society. The streamer thought to herself that the boss had hired the wrong assistant this time, and he was just stupid. She exclaimed that this piece was not bad combined with explosive music. If she knew what Yin Wu Dao had to go through, she would not believe that the video was fake. The secretary asked if he had become so cool now and said that he was definitely handsome. They must have hired an actor. Meanwhile, the streamer has already published a video. Again, a lot of comments poured in. Another correspondence was underway. There were a lot of likes and bookmarks for donations. The secretary continued to be surprised. She didn't expect that the boss had so many subscribers, but they were also loyal fans. And then the next day came. It was still a cool but bright morning. Kingya slept sweetly in her crib. The boy was nearby and began to get ready to go somewhere. Yin Wudao was putting on his white shirt while thinking about something. He turned to Yang Fan and said that he was full of confidence. Even the heavenly mentor is unable to hold him back, and this is what he said. Yin Wudao. The boy continued to talk about how today he would meet with this heavenly mentor. Meanwhile, on the sand near the ocean, a table was set, and that same mentor was there. He said that 3 solar waves filled with the human spirit and thunderclaps brought him here. In the name of doing justice, he will not weaken his will in the face of evil spirits, and will enter into battle with the Milky Way. The guy began to perform some rituals and injured his friend's finger. Ma Fuma, having cut his finger, began to drip blood onto some yellow leaf. The Taoist said that by using the spirit and blood of loved ones, he would be able to ascend to heaven and descend underground, and failures would be avoided. The boy began to twirl this paper and it seemed to turn into some kind of bird. He threw this rolled paper into the sky and exclaimed that it would be fulfilled immediately. The Taoist asked the guy to follow him. This way he can find his father's burial place. Yin Wudao watched him and thought that he did not expect that this man was so good at Taoist magic. This twisted leaf was completely filled with bright yellow light and fell somewhere into the water. Ma Fuma was very scared and stretched out his hand to the water. He exclaimed that the paper talisman had sunk. The Taoist replied that it was no big deal and they would get him. She must be here somewhere. They began to peer into the depths of the blue transparent water and leaves were flying around. Many divers dived as low as possible and one of them exclaimed what he had found. Ma Fuma said that this was expected of a heavenly master. In the future, if they need anything, he will not refuse. The Taoist thanked him for his kindness. The system told Yin Wudao that this time he was afraid as if he had met a worthy opponent. The boy thought to himself that he was fine, but it wouldn't hurt for her to hide because he might target her. The Taoist sensed the harmful qi. Why does he feel such strong, harmful qi energy? Is there an evil spirit nearby? In front of him was Yin Wudao in person. Yang Fan told the boy that that man is Yin Wudao. He is the main major and playboy in Jiang City. He fully lives up to his name and is the true villain of Jiang City, deceiving men and taking women by force. The Taoist said that it was his job to fight evil and defend the highest moral principles. He asked the heavenly eyes to open. If this person is truly an evil spirit, then how can he allow him to roam free? The sky around began to shine with a bright yellow light. True Qi energy is correct and the dragon spirit is powerful. The Taoist was very surprised by the 8 races heavenly dragon. He had just descended from the heavens. Yang Fan asked if this was some kind of joke. The Taoist replied that his heavenly eyes could not deceive. Yin Wudao was not a demon and he was mistaken. Yin Wudao thought that he almost got burned. Fortunately, his 9 dragon true Qi had increased to the 3rd level following the title of Count. Some kind of iron barrel stood on the shore near the ocean right on the sand. Ma Fuma came as close as possible and could not believe his eyes. He asked if it was his father. The boy exclaimed that Ma Fugi's father was a man and not some kind of barrel. He called these guys a bunch of scoundrels, but one of them exclaimed that it was definitely his father and asked to take a look. The guy approached the barrel and, hugging it, said that he had suffered a terrible death. Yin Wudao watched from the side and thought that the corpse was first placed in a canister and then immersed in the Jang River for several decades. And this is a huge crime. The investigation is being carried out by the Red Shield Special Service, and they are asking outsiders to leave. Lu Meng appeared and asked if they both wanted to help her with the investigation. Yin Wudao and the Taoist guy replied that he wanted. He discovered the corpse on behalf of Chairman Ma. Therefore, he would like to apply for an investigation into this matter. Liu Meng said that she could approve his participation, but she couldn't get rid of the evidence. The girl asked, "What about Yin Wudao? He's not involved at all and also wants to participate." The guy replied that with great power comes great responsibility. He is obliged to take on such a cruel case that has not yet been solved. The system said they should definitely intervene. Now she can't get Yang Fan's heavenly pride points. It must be because Li Daoye's luck had swept over him. If he can surpass Li Daoye in this investigation, she will be able to seize Yang Fan's points while Tu's luck is weakened. Liu Meng betrothed that if there is no good reason, then there is no permission. But the boy unexpectedly took the girl by the hand. She asked what he was doing. Yin Wudao replied that this was a very difficult matter, and she must be bogged down in work. She hasn't had a vacation for a long time already, and his heart aches terribly for her. He just wants to help her and give her a chance to rest, nothing more. The girl asked him to stop as many people were looking at them. But since he wants to help, she allows him into the investigation only so that he does not create problems. The boy exclaimed that this was great, otherwise he was afraid that they would slow him down and wanted to conduct the investigation alone. Li Daoye told Yin Wudao that he had never met someone as arrogant as him. The boy replied that he met him today. Li Daoye asked, "What if he was a celestial dragon descended from heaven? He's not good enough yet, unlike him." Yin Wudao called him a debutante who thinks that there is no one cooler than him in the whole world. He should be taught a lesson. Li Daoye raised the burning paper up and asked of the life force to return to heaven and the spiritual force to earth. Flesh will return to earth, blood to water, bone to stone, and hair to grass. With the help of this talisman, he is able to feel the person who committed this crime and stained his soul with sins. Yin Wudao thought that he was really capable of keeping up with the soul. Yang Fan said that Yin could not even think that he knew how to examine corpses. It's just that he is more competent in this matter. The guy said that he could help and offered to help him. Yin Wudao was angry at such a proposal and sent the boy a direct text message far, far away. And now the barrel has finally opened. The boy took off the lid and stared at the contents. There was a corpse inside. It was a skull that seemed to be looking at them. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this corpse scared the crap out of him. He thought that the battle for luck is a matter of life and death. If he lacks cruelty, then it's better to die. The guy extended his hand to the head of this corpse and began to read some spells. The others continued to watch what was happening, very surprised. Yin Wudao asked this dead man to return to his origins. Meanwhile, one of the men said that by going south this time, they managed to earn a fortune by speculating on the stock exchange. The second said that their income had increased tenfold, and now they simply had money in abundance. If they do this again, they will indeed become the richest people. Long Wuzhong told his brothers that he was ready to be with them to the end. They can become the richest people in Jiang City with the money they have now. However, if they separate, he is afraid that nothing good will happen to them. He suggested continuing to work together and sharing their common earnings. Ji Chong immediately agreed and said that he was going to go south again, so they still had the opportunity to work together. Ma Fugi also agreed, but he said that the money should be kept in a safe place and no one should touch it. Each of them will have their own private key, so nothing should happen. Brother Fugi is quite convincing. These custom-made gates are simply stunning, and even cannons cannot destroy them. The guys began to approach the door, and when they opened the door, which had already been broken into, they were very surprised. They ran inside and couldn't figure out where their money had gone. Fugui asked Brother Ji Chong to admit whether this was his doing. He's the only one who came back here. But the guy told Fugi that it was thanks to him that the gates were made. Has he hidden spare keys? The man began to ask them to return his money. He earned it with blood and sweat. The man was very angry about what happened, and he was placed in a large iron barrel. This barrel was well closed, and, together with this man, was sent to the bottom of a huge ocean. Yin Wudao couldn't understand how his grandfather could be involved in this. From what he was able to see, his grandfather and Ji Chong seemed too suspicious. The Taoist looked askance at the boy and said that they would see each other soon. Yin Wudao replied that he was looking forward to it. And so some time passed. The sun continued to shine over the houses. Yin Wudao and the Taoist suddenly looked at each other. Liu Meng diffused the situation. She said that she couldn't believe that they managed to find the Ji family's house at the same time. The two of them seemed to understand each other without words. The boy turned to the girl and said that this was not the case. There is clearly something wrong with the Ji family. And so they began to make their way closer and closer to this building, until some guy blocked the entrance for them. It was Ji Wuji. He exclaimed that dogs and Yangfan were not allowed to enter here. Then Yangfan became very angry and exclaimed that their family was already crossing all boundaries. Yin Wudao told Ji Wuji that everything is fine and he is not in charge today, so let him come in if he wants. The guy replied that for the sake of Yin Wudao, he would not argue with him today and let him come in. The Taoist asked how much authority this guy has, even if Ji Wuji obeys him. Yangfan replied that this scoundrel is the most important major of Jang City, and almost all 4 families obey him. The Taoist replied that he was worthy of being the celestial dragon of the 8 races. However, he has the opportunity and accompanying luck to become a heavenly mentor, so there is no reason to fear him. The man said that he actually knew Ma Fugi. Initially, in a company of 3 brothers, they went south and filled their wallets with money. Unfortunately, all the money simply disappeared and they dispersed. The Taoist said that Ma Fugi is dead. His corpse was placed in a barrel and filled with cement, and then drowned in the Jiang River. The man was very surprised and asked if they were telling the truth. He grabbed his heart and asked what happened to him. Why did everything turn out this way? The Taoist said that the eyes of heaven clearly showed him that Ji Chong was not a murderer. He goes in search of another family involved in this case. The guy looked at Yin Wudao and smiled, and said that he should hurry up. Yin Wudao thought that although he was sure that there was no error in his judgment, he still should clarify the situation with Ji Chong. The boy asked Mr. Ji to accept his condolences, and he promised to definitely find the killer. He extended his hand towards this man and they were completely covered in a bright purple light. The man then opened the door and said that he seemed to have forgotten his key at home. When he approached, the other one was thinking about why they hadn't left yet. Then the man clenched his fist and punched him straight in the face as hard as he could. He told Fugi that in the future he was forbidden to mention what had happened and should not even dare to think about it. Fugi agreed and asked not to touch him. He exclaimed that his grandfather must have killed Ma Fugui. He saw how he beat him. The man asked if he wanted to find the killer to go and ask his grandfather. The boy left there very upset. He thought that this couldn't happen. Even though his grandfather was not a good person, he would never commit murder for money and betrayal of friends. He was more loyal than anyone else. And after some time, the great Qinglan group spread out in front of us. A lot of people were on the territory of this group and a guy approached them. He waved to everyone else and exclaimed that he was an acquaintance of Director Hong Ye. So he asked the guys to let him through. The guys were very serious and angry. They immediately asked the boy to get out of here. Yin Wudao appeared behind them. He noticed that the guys were here earlier than him. He asked why they could not enter and smiled sarcastically. The Taoist replied that he found out that the owner of this mansion is a very important person. Even big shots cannot get here simply because they want to. The boy exclaimed that he was very impudent and asked if he could enter himself. Yin Wudao calmly approached these guys and they greeted the young master, rejoicing at his return. The Taoist was very surprised and exclaimed that it turned out somehow awkward. Why didn't he stop him? Yang Fan replied that he actually stopped him. Lu Meng told Yin Wudao that since this matter concerns his loved ones, she is forced to remove him. When she wanted to touch the boy's hand, he immediately threw her hand away from him. Yin Wudao was very serious and rude. He explained to the girl that it was already very late. Liu Meng asked everyone else to stay outside and she would inform them about everything. If it becomes known that the suspect is indeed a murderer, then their job is to rush in and arrest him. If resistance is shown, open fire. Yin Wudao walked towards the entrance and a young Taoist boy walked behind him. The man was in a wheelchair. He extended his hand forward and asked if Ma Fugi was dead. When they told him about this, he, looking at the pool in front of him, replied that he understood everything. The Taoist asked if this seemed surprising to him. The man began to say that Ma Fugui loved his family very much, and when he went south, day after day he asked to go home. If he had not died, he would have been home long ago. That is why as soon as he disappeared, he immediately realized that the boy was no longer with them. Young Fan exclaimed that it seemed to him that he was not surprised because he himself was involved in this. Is he speaking correctly? Hong Ye immediately slapped the boy in the face and asked, how dare he talk about her father like that? All his life, her adoptive father was a grateful man and never harmed anyone. She now asks to take back her words. Young Fan replied that he saved her life, and for the sake of this half-dead old man, she hit him? How is she not ashamed of him? Yin Wudao told Yang Fan that he did not know how to distinguish good from bad at all. Hong Ye saved him. If it weren't for the slap in the face, he would have gone to the next world long ago. Yang Fan asked what they were going to do. The man said that since he saved Hong Ye, he would save his miserable life, and she is no longer in debt to him. The girl immediately thanked her father. Yin Wudao thought that he had failed to take away Yang Fan's 3 heavenly pride points. At the decisive moment, there will always be some benefactor who will help him. Apparently, he will have to win these competitions. The Taoist told Mr. Long that the illness affecting his legs was caused by the obstacles of karma. If he really killed Ma Fugi, then why not confess everything of his own free will? Otherwise, karma will not be favorable to him and his loved ones in the future. The man moved his eyebrows to his nose and became very angry. He called this guy a brat. Did he ask him to get involved in someone else's conversation? The Taoist noticed that this man had the energy of a green dragon. He thought that those who possess dragon energy are often overlords. Young Fan explained to the guy that Long Wu Zhang was the underground emperor of Jiangnan. The Taoist replied that this was not surprising. He asked Mr. Long to forgive him for disturbing him and thanked him for his warm welcome. He said that he had come to a conclusion. Even though his heavenly eyes could not see what was hidden in Lord Long's soul, his entire body was engulfed in ominous energy. This is due to karma, which has been preventing his legs from healing for a long time. Therefore, he can say with complete confidence that the murderer is Long Wuzhang. Liu Mang said that apparently they will have to request reinforcements. Yin Wudao walked up to his grandfather, but he called him a little brat and asked if he had come here to check on his grandfather. The boy replied that the only thing he needed from him was for him to answer yes or no. Grandfather thought, and his gaze suddenly changed. He wanted to give an answer to his grandson. The boy began to wait, and the grandfather finally said that it was so. Yin Wudao decided that now he needed to think carefully about what he should do in this situation. Without hesitation, he finally understood what to do. The boy's eyes sparkled. Yin Wudao said that now that this has become known, everyone who still has suspicions will have to shut their mouths forever. The grandfather hit his grandson on the head and asked what he was thinking about, calling him a little asshole. He probably wants to get rid of witnesses, and who taught him such ideas? Yin Wudao asked. Who told him not to tell the truth? The old man explained that he met Ma Fugi again that day, but he had a reason why he didn't say anything. The man told Wu Zhang that he didn't want to go south again, it was too risky. What if they lose all their hard-earned money? He just wants to leave some money for his wife and children so that they can have a happy life. The guy replied that if he didn't want to go with them, they would discuss it with Chun and split the money equally. The man exclaimed that he wouldn't do that and it wouldn't be enough for him. He suggested that Wu Zhang kill Ji Chong and split his money between the two. Wu Zhang began to say that he was completely crazy, but the man replied that not a bit. Why on earth does he put in the least amount of effort but gets exactly the same amount as they do? The man explained this by saying that he was tired of it all and would finish him off himself. He began to beat the guy and exclaimed that Fugui should never talk about such things again or even think about it. The guy replied that he agreed with him only so that he would not beat him. Alas, money is such a bad thing, and it separates friends. If he had realized this earlier, he would not have gone south under any pretext. After that conflict, when they went to take the money again, they were no longer there. Later, Fugi himself disappeared. Yin Wudao asked why he didn't tell about Ma Fugui's attempt to harm Ji Chun. After all, now Ji Chun believes that the murderer of Ma Fugi was the one who stole all the money, and it was him. Hong Ye asked the boy if he didn't know that travelers consider brotherhood more important than life. The father did this because he wanted to preserve their brotherly relationship. The boy lowered his head and thought. He said that this is the effect of Rashomon. Suddenly, a girl approached them. It was Liu Mang, and she turned to Mr. Long Wuzhang. The girl exclaimed that he was suspected of premeditated murder of Mr. Ma Fugi. She asks him to follow them and assist in the investigation. Yin Wudao blocked his grandfather and said that this would not happen. His grandfather has a great reputation, and if they take him away from here, he won't survive it. Liu Mang replied to Yin Wudao that at the moment she was not going to take his grandfather, but he was suspected of murder. If he's guilty, they'll have to arrest him. The Taoist exclaimed that Yin Wudao had already lost, or he still can't come to terms with it. The boy replied that he had not yet announced the results of his investigation, and, besides, there was no evidence. And who said that he lost? The girl handed the boy a microphone and asked him to start his performance. Yin Wudao began to say that probably everyone in Jiangnan had heard that 18 years ago. The mother and children, left all alone, somehow miraculously obtained quite a large sum. With the help of his grandfather and Ji Chong, everything worked out perfectly. As chairman of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Ma Fugui put his family back on their feet. Where did all this money come from? It turns out that everything is correct, and it was Ma Fugui who stole it. He knew that he would not be able to spend the entire amount, as a result of which he committed suicide. Drowning himself in the river, he disappeared without a trace, leaving his grandfather and Ji Chong to suspect each other. He was well aware that his friends placed great importance on friendship and cared about their reputation, so they would not leave his family to their own devices. Ma Fugui knew them too well and was therefore confident that his friends would definitely not neglect his family, even if they thought that he stole the money. And even if his death caused suspicion between them, they would not be able to compete with the Ma family. Therefore, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce is Ma Fugui, not Long Wuzheng or Ji Chong. The Taoist clapped his hands and exclaimed, which sounded very convincing, the conclusion he came to was simply excellent. But since when has solving a crime been based on some logical chains, rather than evidence? Lu Meng said that everything is correct and they cannot base it without proof just on his conclusion, no matter how flawless it is. She hopes that Yin Wudao understands government laws. When the boy heard about the evidence, he asked them to bring a barrel and saw it. Two guys brought a barrel and immediately began sawing it in front of everyone. Some time passed and the barrel was sawn in half. They opened it. It contained the corpse of a man. This dead man's hands were tied with a thick rope. Yin Wudao pointed to the rope and asked why it was tied to the lid. First, Ma Fugui filled the tank with cement to 70%, and then climbed into it himself. Then he pulled the lid down with a rope, and thus he committed suicide. Young Fan said that this was all nonsense. He could have closed the lid on his own. Why did he need a rope? The Taoist began pointing his finger at the boy and saying that somehow it all didn't add up. Then the boy said that in order to die, you need courage. He was afraid that he would not be able to bear it and would open the lid, which is why he came to this type of suicide. Suddenly, many yellow pieces of paper with red inscriptions began to fall on the Taoist's head. He couldn't understand how this was possible. Isn't this related to the obstacle of karma? Was he really wrong after all? Yang Fan told Brother Dao that the world is unpredictable and that is God's will. He needs to accept this reality. He is new here and doesn't know what dangers exist in Jiang City. He asks you to remember that he should beware of Yin Wudao. As the system flew into the sky, Yin Wudao exclaimed, "This is a great opportunity." He supported the girl, Sakaitam, and said that now is the time to avenge herself. The system was approaching Yang Fan. She began to reach for his head with her hand. The girl had already approached him and smiled maliciously. She asked to give her your head. Young Fan was completely in some kind of yellow bright flame and his head was splitting. Brother Dal also grabbed his head with his hands and exclaimed that the city of Jiang is full of evil spirits. He has a huge responsibility, but unfortunately he can't do anything about it. Yin Wudao looked at this and said that he had succeeded. Young Fan told Brother Dao that it was time for them to leave. Bowing their heads, they walked towards the exit. Yin Wudao told his grandfather that he had studied acupuncture to cure his illness. He will definitely put him on his feet. Grandfather thanked him for his concern, but he had already lost any hope, since his legs had been hurt for a long time. Yin Wudao put his hand in front of him and began to use the 13 demonic gate needles. All these needles flew straight to grandfather and stuck in his legs. He did not expect such a turn of events. Young Fan turned his head in their direction and exclaimed with a sigh that he was so jealous of his acupuncture abilities. It would be great if he could do this too. The boy exhaled heavily. Dao asked his friend where he now plans to work. Young Fan replied that he did not have any special skills and that he was disappointed in the city. All they do here is try to deceive each other, so he plans to return home and start farming. The house's plot of land is almost 800 square meters, and he definitely won't die of hunger. Dao replied that many people call him a skilled doctor, so why shouldn't he take up medicine to help people? Yang Fan replied that they must be just laughing at him. He has already bought a ticket and is leaving tonight. The boy asked his friend not to forget that he told him to be careful with Yin Wudao. Dao thought that Brother Yang's luck had somehow disappeared for no apparent reason, This city is indeed very dangerous." Grandfather rose a little from his chair. He was simply shocked by what had just happened. The man exclaimed, turning to his grandson, that his legs were giving in to him. He tried to get up again, but he couldn't. The old man immediately became upset. He slammed his fist on his chair and exclaimed that he was overjoyed ahead of time. It seems that this disease is incurable after all. But the boy came closer to him. He stood next to the old man and thought that there was no disease that he could not cure with the help of his golden pupils and medical talent. Lee Daoye's words turned out to be pure truth. This is due to the barrier of karma. He silently promised his grandfather that he would definitely find a way to get him back on his feet. Han Ye thanked Wu Dao for letting Yang Fan go. She wants him to know that she is not protecting Yang Fan because there is something between them. Yin Wu Dao told the girl that she values friendship and is grateful for her salvation, therefore she must repay him. But she is no longer indebted to him, so she no longer needs to feel burdened. The boy thought to himself that Yang Fan no longer had any heavenly pride points or talents left. The only thing he has is farming skills. Of course, he wouldn't mess with a hillbilly. Farmers deserve respect. Han Ye told Yin Wu Dao that he was just something, determined that Ma Fugui had committed suicide. Those people's eyes popped out of their heads. No one could have imagined that this was possible, and it is incomprehensible to the mind. Yin Wu Dao exclaimed that it was because it was not suicide. The girl asked what he was talking about. The boy turned away from her and said that Li Daoye was right. Hong Ye asked if it really was the father. Yin Wu Dao replied that Ma Fugi was going to cause trouble for his friends. And he was worse than an animal. People like him, if they don't die, will continue to harm others. She had come a long way to become his grandfather's subordinate, but perhaps she had something on her mind. If this is really the case, then she should definitely tell him so that things don't go wrong later. The boy thought to himself that the great prophet Ji Wuji said that one day Hong Ye might betray Long Wujan. Perhaps there is some reason for this that he does not know. The boy asked the girl not to rush, but to first think everything over carefully, and only then tell him. For some reason, she blushed and streams of sweat began to flow down her face. The girl looked down. A luxurious red car was racing along the highway at full speed. The girl turned her head to the boy and asked what he was going to do with Li Daoye. Yin Wu Dao replied that there was no hurry and he would approach him himself. He was very confident in his words. The system looked at him with interest and asked why he thought so. Then the boy glanced back at her and replied that Ma Fu would not be able to believe that his father was a suicide and would not just leave it. Moreover, Li Daoye is quite biased towards his grandfather. He will definitely help Ma Fu deal with his grandfather. He will sit back and hope for freedom. Suddenly, the boy put his hand on the girl's leg. The system gave him a contemptuous look and asked him to keep an eye on the road and not be distracted by dirty thoughts. The boy replied that he just wanted her to sit down normally. It could be dangerous. The system exclaimed that she wanted to sit like this, and it was very comfortable for her. She asked what he said there. But suddenly, the boy pressed his foot on the pedal and the car began to hum. Sue immediately began to fly out of this car. She did not expect such a turn of events. The girl exclaimed when she began to climb out through the windshield that Yin Wu Dao was the most complete idiot. And here in front of us lies a huge, luxurious villa off the coast. The girl told her boss that she had brought the people he wanted to see. Her boss was Grandmaster Fu Hu. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his subordinate. The second man with a long dark beard was the perfect Sheng Shu. Next to them was another employee and the great girl Miao Ji. Yin Wu Dao asked if this was really something, and where she dug up these eccentrics, his secretary explained that she found them at the Sanhe labor market. The boy exclaimed that these were the main deities of the Sanhe market. Fu Hu said that if he had not been punished for changing the shape of the gilded Buddha statue, would he have returned to public life for the sake of begging? The glass in his hand cracked, although he did not touch it with a finger. Yin Wu Dao thought that he was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. A second man stood in front of him and he called upon the deity. Yin Wu Dao approached Miao Ji and said, calling her a beauty, that those two were indeed very talented. He is almost sure that she is capable of much and asked to let him take a look. The girl replied that many people say that she is a thorny rose and he should be more careful. The boy thought for a minute and could not understand why he suddenly felt dizzy. He continued to look at the girl and think that this beauty is very proactive. He pushed the girl onto the bed. She said, turning to her brother, that the doll was here. He asked permission to kiss her one more time. The boy exclaimed that it smelled very tasty. The rest of the warrior guys were simply surprised. After all, he was now kissing his secretary. Suddenly, a blow flew straight to his face. Yin Wudao minced meat flew to the side. The boy realized that he had fallen for her bait. His face was covered in bruises. The secretary, meanwhile, was wiping away her tears and blushing with embarrassment. Yin Wudao scratched the back of his head with his hand and asked him to forgive him, since it turned out to be an illusion of Miao Ji, and it was very powerful. But the girl was very upset and called him names and headed for the exit. Miao Ji told the boy that he shouldn't do anything dirty where he lives. So why did he do this? Yin Wudao replied that if you can do mischief at home, why go somewhere in this case? Hon Ye had already promised that he would not harm her. But she still came to him instead of to Ye's house. Did she really fall in love with him? But the girl pulled out some kind of talisman and replied that dreaming is not harmful. She explained that Grandpa Ji asked to find him. He said that Ma Fu would certainly take revenge on his grandfather. Long Wuzhang asked him to convey something. Yin Wudao thought that it seemed as if these two old men hated each other quite a lot, although in fact they were like brothers. For so many years, their brotherly feelings have never faded. The boy invited the soldiers to take them to dinner in the Qinglong Garden, where they serve the most authentic dishes of the city of Jiang. Ye Shui said that she would also go, but Yin Wudao replied that she did not have to go with him. He's not going on vacation and it could be dangerous. But the girl insisted that she wanted to go with him. She said that it would be safest to follow him. She explained that, besides Hong Ye, there were other people who wanted to harm her. He cannot break his word, so he is obliged to protect her. Then the boy heard something out of the corner of his ear. She grabbed his hand, and he said that so be it and she was a complete hassle. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside. That night, the stars illuminated everything around. Some people were walking along the road approaching a huge iron gate. This gate was guarded by two guys and lanterns illuminated the entrance to this room. One of the guys asked why he felt the breath of the afterlife. The second one replied that he was a little scared too. Meanwhile, some people were in the yard and raised their hands up and clapped their hands. They were watching someone who was near the closed gate. Yin Wudao asked the man if he was planning to enter the sanctuary. He ordered his men to stop him. Then one of the three, a man with a beard, took out a jug and replied that he would do it without any problems. It was as if water began to pour out of this jug and completely envelop these people. These people seemed to be wearing masks and drops of water splashed on them, scattered around. The boy realized that they turned out to be paper people. The man explained that it was just a ghostly palanquin. However, everything is made from paper people talismans. There are indeed hidden talents in Jiang City. The Taoist said that there are people who know about his teaching of the path of heavenly mentors. Yin Wudao told him that the outcome of today's battle is already known, but he still continues to insist on his own. And doesn't this contradict the heavenly Tao? Li Daoye replied that Long Wuzheng had killed a lot of people and was too hostile. He got rid of him for the sake of justice. The boy asked, in this case, whether their conversation was over. The Taoist replied that it was exactly as he said. Then the boy gave his people the order to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. The man with the goatee began to use the fire bell of the supreme deity. 9 heavenly lichens and a fire dragon guarding the city. Everything around burned with bright fire. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this was very cool and began to admire his comrades. Li Daoye told the boy that he had to admit something. There's something about the little people he found. He concentrated all his strength in his hands and exclaimed that this was not enough. Yin Wudao noticed that his luck of 7 points of pride of heaven was simply something. Then the old man with a beard began to use playing punishing thunder and use thunder magic. Li Daoye exclaimed that by blinding their puppy dog eyes, he was cultivating the true foundations of the 5 Thunders doctrine. How could people like them even dare to contradict him? The man with the beard told the highest mentor to spare him, since he did not recognize him. He promised not to dare to do such a thing again and begs him to show leniency and forgive him. Yin Wudao certainly didn't expect this. He didn't think that one of these people could go against him and the others now. The second bald-headed guy raised the weapon above the enemy's head and asked for it to be given to him. Li Daoye called them a bunch of mindless idiots. He began to direct all his strength towards these guys. Only the girl remained and asked the boy to run away. He is an unusual person and they are no match for him. The girl promised to detain him. She asked the heavenly mentor to taste flying snakes from her sister. Li Daoye turned to the people who had entered the sinful path and asked them to give up. They can't hold a candle to him. The girl called him a vile Taoisiak and asked how he dares to look down on her. She began to direct all her power at him, but the boy immediately repelled the attack. Yin Wudao caught the girl who was falling to the ground from the Taoist's powerful blow. He asked the girl if she was okay. Miaoji told him that she was very comfortable and asked him to have a little more fun. Yin Wudao couldn't understand what happened to her. He made some strange grimace. The boy told Li Daoye that he was admitting defeat. If he wanted, he could kill him. The guy replied that nature has its own principles. Everything in life flows as usual, and let him not blame himself. If he didn't interfere, he would only finish off his grandfather, not him. The Taoist began to release his power and asked the old man to atone for his sins. But suddenly, Ye Shui was in his way and he could not understand what was actually happening. She began to use her energy and power that she held in her hands against this guy. All the power flew towards the enemy and he began to writhe in pain and immediately fell. Li Daoye collapsed to the ground. Not understanding what actually happened, Yin Wudao looked down at him with satisfaction. He exclaimed, looking at the guy, that his skills were excellent, but he still lacked experience. The Taoist replied that it was now clear to him that the evil spirits lurking in Jiang City were not a stranger. He rose from the ground and pointed his finger at the boy and exclaimed that it was him. But Yin Wudao immediately took out his sword and, running up to the enemy, stabbed him in the stomach. The boy exclaimed that he realized all this too late. The Taoist was already screaming in pain. Well, suddenly he seemed to be reborn. Entire bright columns of fire flew around. Li Daoye exclaimed that their green hills are unchanging and their deep rivers flow forever. Suddenly he disappeared and told the boy that they would meet again. He disappeared as if into some kind of abyss. Ye Shui asked if she should run after him. Yin Wudao replied that it was not necessary and his hour of death had not yet come, and it is useless to pursue him. He said he wanted to thank her for today. If it weren't for her plan, they would have had a hard time. The girl replied that everything worked out only thanks to his unconditional trust in her. Yin Wudao asked if the villain was really the heavenly mentor. He claims to be doing justice, but at the same time he wants to kill people for no apparent reason. Ye Shui said that thanks to Hong Ye, Yang Fan lost his abilities. The heavenly mentor is dealing with Ma Fu. How can one not fall under the influence? But as soon as he takes the dark path, abandons morality and virtue, she is afraid it will not be so easy to defeat him. Yin Wudao said that this is very logical. Looks like he needs to be proactive. The boy's reputation began to grow faster and faster. Yin Wudao asked if the broadcast had started. Meanwhile, comments poured in. The streamer girl was already standing with a camera watching what was happening, and this was a long time ago. Yin Wudao looked at the girl and asked when she managed to arrive. Xiao replied that she was here all the time. The boy exclaimed that this time it would be much more difficult for him to explain everything. Ye Shui explained that she was the one who asked her to come. Since he decided to give the impression of a hero, he should not waste a single opportunity to show off himself. Yin Wudao replied that, in this case, let the audience decide for themselves. Meanwhile, the spacious, bright Fuguya residence stretched out in front of us. They jumped out, quickly opening the doors, and saw Brother Dao in front of them. The men asked if he was injured. One of them asked the other to quickly call their Dr. Lily. The second one immediately obeyed his comrade. Li Daoye said that he briefly let his guard down as he glanced at Yin Wudao. But fortunately, he shrunk his heart using a compression technique, so he narrowly escaped death. The guy replied that he was sorry that he had suffered so much because of him. A doctor approached them and asked the heavenly mentor where he was injured. It was Lily. She ran to the guy in her white robe and asked to look at his wound. The girl grabbed her heart with her hand and said that they were very cruel to have wounded him so badly. When she held her hand on his heart, the boy asked him to wait and asked what she had smeared on him. Lily explained that this was the best pain reliever, but it has a strange effect and does not reduce swelling at all. The girl knocked the boy right onto the bed. Li Daoye began to wave his hands and asked her to stop. But about half an hour passed, and one of the guys began to burst into the room. He broke down the door and exclaimed that he had no conscience at all. He goes to him with all his heart, and this is how he repays him. Li Daoye replied to Brother Ma that he himself did not understand how it all happened. The girl attacked him. Ma asked him to stop pretending that he didn't know that she was his wife. Li Daoye replied that he had taken advantage of someone else's wife and now heaven would punish him. How could he make such a terrible mistake? Lily smiled sarcastically and said that he was caught after all. She thought to herself that you couldn't catch a fish out of a pond without difficulty, and without a wife you couldn't find a good assistant. They will see what the four great families are like. Li Daoye grabbed his head and began calling himself a bastard. Meanwhile, a bright morning arrived. The sun was already rising into the sky. The secretary ran into Yin Wudao's room and exclaimed that things were bad. Something serious happened at the site of the reconstruction of the old city. The boy asked what exactly happened. The girl replied that this was quite strange, but all the fittings available at the construction site were very flimsy and did not hold their shape. Indeed, all the fences and metal buildings were bent and broken. Yin Wudao blew himself up in the middle of the night and went there to look. He said that it was really strange. Miaoji walked up to this fixture and asked permission to let her do something. She asked why it didn't work because usually it always worked. Maybe she should try straightening the piece of iron with her mouth. Yin Wudao asked the perfect Sheng Shu what was the matter. The man with the goatee began to use his power and turned to the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and the highest principle of yin and yang. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Bright yellow lights flickered in the sky. The man with the beard exclaimed that these are the 5 elements sealing the earth. Yin Wudao looked at him and asked what kind of sealing the earth was. The man began to explain that this was a magical field that was originally located only in the imperial tomb and was used to seal the energy of the earth. This was necessary to prevent tomb robbers from Mount Tuguan from discovering the emperor's tomb. The magical field almost completely isolates the lands of the dwelling, while preserving the emperor's energy. According to the highest principles of the doctrine of mutual damage and mutual overcoming of elements, earth gives birth to gold. Without the energy of the earth, the energy of gold is dissipated, and, accordingly, there can be no talk of any benefit. Yin Wudao wondered if it was heavenly mentor Li Daoye who tried so hard. Sheng Shu replied that it was so. Once upon a time, only high-ranking monks possessed the skill of creating a magical field. However, now only celestial mentors possess this ability. Yin Wudao asked if he could then destroy this magical field. The man began to spit blood and apologized for this. He replied that he was a layman in these matters. He should find someone more competent. Yin Wudao said that 20 million should not be wasted, which would help him restore the Taoist temple, and after the successful completion of the mission, he will thank him again. Then the man said that he would do his best. His spiritual teacher Wuji is cultivating in the Wuji Temple in the mountains, which is located north of the city of Jiang. Master was one of the top 3 in the Luotian Dajiao ceremony. His teaching is perfect, and for him, destroying the magic field will not be a problem. The man exclaimed that now this place is a landscape park, and in order to enter, they need to purchase tickets. Sheng Shu asked if he wanted to say that now he would not be able to get home after 6 months of his absence. Why on earth should he buy a ticket to get to his home? The man in uniform asked how many people there were. Sheng Shu exclaimed that they would still dance with him. He will report everything to the teacher and they will see what he does with them. But the man ran up to the mountain of stones and, falling to his knees, told the teacher that he had only been gone for a couple of days. How did it happen that he left him? His disciple was disrespectful to him. As the man knelt in front of this stone slab, Gu Shazi appeared behind him. She called the guy brother. The girl said that he should not allow sadness to come to his heart. On the contrary, you need to be in 7th heaven, because the master comprehended the Tao and ascended to heaven. Yin Wudao looked at the girl and thought about what kind of goddess who descended from heaven to earth and appeared. The guy asked his sister why they had to fork out money to climb the mountain and what it all meant. The girl explained that the Fuguya group had taken control of the northern mountains, and they said that they did not have documents for these lands and asked to leave the territory within a set time frame. According to her calculations, this moment has almost arrived. Some guys led by Ma Rixuan ran up to them. The guy held a bat in his hand and asked the beauty if she had thought of anything. She will move out on her own or you can help her. Sheng Shu exclaimed that he has lived here since childhood and the Wuji temple is 10 years old and he is even older than his great-grandfather. Who does he think he is to take it away? The enemy tried to strike. He exclaimed that he didn't care how many years he had lived here. He had spent a lot of money over the years and was asking him to get lost. The bald guy prepared his fists and said that he was crowing too much. Yin Wudao asked him not to rush. The guy with the bat in his hands exclaimed that there was no money to be made from this destroyed temple. He kept saying while swinging his bat that he would demolish it and build a prayer hall. Suddenly, the girl's blow hit this boy right in the face. He twisted his face in a terrible grimace. A bright yellow light shone near his face and the guy began to fall to the ground. His comrades were surprised by this outcome of the event and froze as if rooted to the spot near him. The girl raised 2 fingers up and closed her eyes. She called the sky immeasurable. The guy with the bat asked her how dare she hit him. He promised that he would make her regret it. The girl heard this and became even more angry. She knitted her eyebrows towards her nose. She jumped up and approached her opponent as quickly as possible. The guy started screaming again as she had the courage to raise her hand against Mr. Mei. They gave the order to immediately kill this girl. Then Yin Wudao also ordered his men to immediately attack the opponents. They immediately found themselves near these scoundrels with lightning speed and began to beat them. They scattered in all directions from the powerful blows of strong and brave warriors. When they realized that they were much weaker than the attackers, they began to leave. Mr. Ma promised that he would not just leave it like that. The girl approached Yin Wudao and thanked him for his help. The boy replied that this was nothing and was not worth thanks. Shang Shu told his little sister that he wanted to introduce Mr. Yin Wudao to her. He expressed a desire to help them restore the temple. He also introduced Mr. Yin and his sister Gu Shazi. He explained that she was extremely talented and had even inherited his teacher's robe and begging bowl. Yin Wudao replied that his humble servant was captivated by her composure and beauty. She is like the Empress of the Lunar Palace. The girl said that she herself knew very well that she looked so charming. That's enough chatter. I asked him to speak to the point, since his flattery was inappropriate here. The boy noticed that the temple was really rotten and could really use some repairs. At first, he thought that the perfect Shang Shu was a fraud. But now, I realized that this is not so. The girl said that they really needed to repair the Taoist temple, but they would never do anything that violated their human laws. Yin Wudao did not ask her to come down from the mountain to do bad things, but the girl looked at him with some kind of predatory icy gaze. It was very intimidating. The boy was surrounded by black and red fire in the form of different faces around him. Gu Shazi thought that this boy was quite vicious and tyrannical. He was destined to be a hero. She said that her teacher said that while everything was calm in the world, they should not come down from the mountain to interfere in worldly affairs, much less help villains commit crimes. She asked the gentleman to leave. Shang Shu explained to his sister that Mr. Yin Wudao is a good person. He paid tens of millions despite the chaos that he caused them. But the girl gave him a creepy look. The man trembled with fear and horror that he experienced from her stern and serious gaze. Yin Wudao showed the girl a magical field of sealing the earth that covered the entire building area. And its creator is a heavenly mentor. The boy explained that at the moment it's not enough that construction cannot begin. It also incurs huge losses. By the way, this means that hundreds of thousands of people in the old city have nowhere to stay, and ultimately they are left without a roof over their heads. The girl realized that this was indeed a magical field of the 5 elements sealing the earth. Yin Wudao said that he is the one who helps the criminal to commit atrocities. It is also worth saying that the Fugi group is actually the property of Ma Fu. Due to the fact that he is the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, he fences off the lands, thereby causing damage to the surrounding areas. He asks her to come down from the mountain not because of personal enmity, but for the sake of eliminating evil. Then the girl agreed and said that she would free him. In front of the boy was an amulet that glowed bright yellow-blue. The girl explained that this is indeed a magical field of the 5 elements, but it is not an unsolvable problem. The principle of nature is the combination and opposition of the 5 elements. All that remains is to find the tyrannical child who will urinate in order to destroy the field. Shang Su exclaimed that this is great. Water gives birth to wood, wood to fire, fire to earth, and earth to gold. If the child is blessed with tyrannical energy, then destroying the magical field will not be difficult. It's just quite difficult to find such a child. Children now are developed beyond their years, not like in their time. Yin Wudao replied that it was nothing. He has one of these in mind. Some child was sitting on the floor, tied up in the lotus position and thinking about something. The girl asked Yin Wudao why he tied up the young master. Gu Shazi asked if he just tied him up. Yin Wudao explained that this fellow was too impudent and he should be tied up. He asked Ji Bao not to be angry and went up to talk to him. The boy asked, looking into his eyes, whether he was trying to intimidate him. When he was untied, he asked where the normal human ladder was, or he made it out of some kind of elastic. Yin Wudao replied that he was even afraid to climb the stairs and still dared to shout at him. The boy exclaimed as he approached him that he was not the least bit afraid of him. Is it so scary, and how did he do it? The system issued a task to gain admiration from Ji Fengming and caught one Tian Jiaodian. Suddenly, the boy began to shout something when he saw something in front of him. The boy grabbed the boy's hand and began to pull him closer to him. Ji Fanming almost fell, and the boy asked if he was safe. It was unexpected for him that this nasty guy saved him. Yin Wudao received admiration from Ji Fengming, How easy it was to do this. The system told the boy that she admired him so much that she was ready to die. His intention to keep him is finally clear to her. This is just the beginning, and the little one will still be very useful to them, as she understood. When the boy saw many bottles of sweet water in front of him, he grabbed a cola and said that at home he was not allowed to drink it. Yin Wudao asked the boy to drink it, and generally drink whatever he wanted while they were talking. Ji Fengming handed this cola to the boy and asked him to drink it first. Yin Wudao decided that the fellow was very vigilant. He started drinking cola and asked him not to worry, as he was not going to poison him. Ji Fengming asked him not to think that he would sell himself to him for a few bottles of cola. He will not betray his sister to Ye Shui. The boy explained that Sister Ye Shui does not like ignorant people, and he is the most striking example of this. She is like a celestial being, so ordinary people are not worthy of her. The boy continued to drink cola with pleasure. Yin Wudao approached him and said, looking into his eyes, that he liked Ye Shui. Ji Fengming asked him not to talk nonsense and ran to the toilet. Yin Wudao just said that his feelings for Ye Shui make them more favorable. Is she really his empress? The brother-in-law is carrying his older brother's wife. Meanwhile, the boy actually relieved himself. Suddenly, everything around began to shine with bright blue rays. Ji Fengming was very surprised by this. He couldn't understand what was happening. Is the power of his urine really that great? Several cars drove up to the premises. The foreign cars stopped and people with cameras got out. The man exclaimed that this is a construction site and low-quality materials are used here. Everything is done somehow and this is a complete disregard for human life. Yin Wudao appeared. He asked who said that his project was a disregard for human life. Chairman Ma is a person with a good position in society and uses such a mean trick. Does he want to lower his position? The guy reached for some kind of baton. He said that he was honestly reporting this for the sake of the people of Jiangcheng. While his stick will fall, he continued that his Yin family would be completely destroyed. This arrogant and cruel man hit his stick straight on the ground. But before he had time to do this, his stick broke into two parts and hit him right on the forehead. Scarlet blood gushed from his forehead. The girl who was present at the shooting exclaimed that it was just a nightmare. And what happened? Didn't Chairman Ma say that the materials at this construction site are of poor quality? Then why are they so strong? Another guy asked Chairman Ma if he was under pressure from fierce competition right now. The man asked everyone to shut up. Yin Wudao exclaimed that everyone saw that this was all slander. All this is a shameless lie. Everyone thinks that a war in business is a conspiracy designed to set up people. In reality, the CEO climbs over the wall to take a photo, hits the chairman on the head with a metal rod, causes an official seal, tries to poison the chairman, breaks into safes, and changes the locks. Yin Wudao replied that this is reality and there is no logic. The girl with the microphone exclaimed that the gentleman was really going overboard. As a chairman, he has absolutely no moral standards. The boy replied that he wanted to say that we need to open our eyes to this misunderstanding. He took out a lot of tickets and said there was one per person. The guys immediately snatched up these envelopes and exclaimed that Yin Wudao is a real virtue in the world of business. The old city reconstruction project has no problems. They began to shout that the chairman, a malicious competitor, had slandered and framed him. They will use the pen as a knife to convict him and put him behind bars. Li Daoye approached his sister and said that in his opinion, the Taoist partners are already at the top. Why is she helping this tyrant? Does she know that she is helping not a person, but a monster that has not appeared for 1,000 years? Suddenly, a girl approached him and asked what was going on here. Didn't he say that there was something wrong with the materials and what to do now? Suddenly, Yin Wudao approached them. He called the Taoist by name and asked who was helping the tyrant. Everything is obvious, isn't it? The boy exclaimed that he was sick of his hypocrisy. The Taoist pushed away the girl who was filming everything on a video camera and went somewhere forward. Yin Wudao thanked Gu Shazi for his help. This time, he didn't get any sympathy from her. The girl replied that there was no need to thank her, and she was doing it for the sake of ordinary people. Yin Wudao couldn't understand what kind of favor this was. It seems that she used to be Li Daoye's mentor and mistress. The system gave the boy a new mission. She asked if the mission was successful. Yin Wudao thought that this was the most difficult strategy this time. Indifference is the most difficult beginning, the hardest thing to feel in moderation. But collecting the 3 supreme flowers is already good, achieved through hundreds of years of Taoist practice. Su said that she was surprised that there was such a beauty that even he could not cope with. There is more than enough courage. Even the head of the system wants to hang himself. Yin Wudao decided that the lady was making jokes, and he couldn't handle just her. The girl got angry and asked where this demon was. Gu Shazi turned towards Yin Wudao. He asked what she was talking about. The girl explained that she suspected there was something unclean on him. The system exclaimed that, as expected from the three supreme flowers, they should not be joked with. The girl decided to hide first, and she immediately returned to her master's talisman. Gu Shazi asked the boy where his pendant came from. She asked if she could look and extended her hand towards him. But the boy immediately grabbed the girl's hand and replied that of course he could. Only this is his family heirloom and no one except his future wife can touch it. Then Gu Shazi waved her hand and called the boy a pervert. Yin Wudao asked her to get down to business. Li Daoye won't give up so easily, and they can't just sit and wait. He needs her help. Gu Shazi looked into his eyes and replied that this was very reasonable. But still, she asked the boy to turn around and press 2 fingers on her amulet. Gu Shazi was behind Yin Wudao. She directed all her energy towards him. The boy asked if it was an amulet. There was really a focus of energy on his back. It shone with some kind of yellow light that spread like rays around. Gu Shazi replied that something like that, but it's not that simple at all. Yin Wudao asked the girl if it was true that she had nowhere to stay in the city yet. He offered to stay with him for a couple of days for now, and leave the affairs on the mountain to him, and he would sort it out. Gu Shazi replied that so be it. And she would bother him. The reputation began to grow like crazy. The current reputation number was 5 million. Today's live broadcast is almost over. The streamers said that they would see each other next time when the boss had a cool story for them. The girl was on the roof of a high-rise building and was filming a video of Yin Wudao. Meanwhile, the boy with Gu Shazi was approaching a luxurious, beautiful car. There was correspondence on the channel and many comments were blowing up the phone. Meanwhile, in the correspondence they noticed that someone in the building opposite was secretly taking pictures, but they realized that it was not a camera but a sniper rifle. Xiao Xiao was seriously scared and started calling her boss. They want to kill him, and she asked him to be careful. Yin Wudao asked what was the matter. Didn't he tell her that everything was fine so that she wouldn't call him? When the guy heard that someone wanted to kill him, he asked where this news came from. If it's directly opposite, then he wants to look at the killer. But his bulletproof glass is too thick, he can't see anything and asks to wait. He will let him go. The girl asked the boss not to do this and to immediately close the window. She shouldn't have called, and it's all because of her. The guy who prepared to shoot Yin Wudao said that his uncle told him to kill him, so it was not his fault. He took proper aim and prepared to pull the trigger, and then a shot rang out, but the bullet did not hit the intended target. She suddenly ricocheted and began to fly away as if in the opposite direction. The sniper could not understand what had happened. A bright beam of light stretched from the car towards him. The guy's gaze changed and the bullet flew straight back towards him. This bullet was very effective in knocking the weapon out of the killer's hands. He flew far back. Yin Wudao thought that his puppets are useless. This amulet has a rebound effect. This Gu Shazi is really good. Ma approached this guy, whose head had been ricocheted by a bullet, and asked the Heavenly Lord to save him. He has no children and he is going to leave this huge family business to him. Let him take care of it in his old age. Li Daoye replied that he had harmed people and was killed. This is retribution, and how dare he interfere? But then the girl approached Daos and asked him to just save the guy for his sake. Then the Taoist closed his eyes and lowered his head and said that he was indebted to her. Once the girl asked him to help this guy, he began to perform his rituals. Everything around began to glow with a bright yellow light. The guy lit up with rays of yellow fire. When the sniper came to his senses, he exclaimed that something was wrong here and everything was unclean. The bullet ricocheted. A man appeared, running in their direction, and exclaimed that things were bad. The man explained to everyone else that Yin Wudao killed with a counterpunch. Ma explained that the boy was really not easy to provoke. He would fight head-on. Li Daoye asked not to panic. He will create a magic circle here and they will rely on it. No one needs to return today. Yin Wudao asked Gu Shazi to look at it. He is always generous and tolerant, and in return he receives their cruelty again and again. He had no choice and acted in self-defense. The girl replied that although Li Daoye is a heavenly lord, he is doing dirty work. Today she will put an end to demons and administer heavenly justice. Yin Wudao said that then they would rely on her, but then the girl asked everyone to stop. A bright yellow fire burned around them. The flames rose higher and higher. The girl asked not to panic. since this is an energy field and anyone who tries to pass through may die. She approached her teacher and asked the man to help them stop this field. The man took the sword and brought it in front of his face. He asked the legislator Yingho to tame the fire with his mighty strength. The man pointed this sword towards the fire, and the flames swirled around him. The sword began to heat up and the fire completely enveloped it, but the fire did not stop. The teacher exclaimed to his sister that nothing seemed to work and asked to save him. Gu Shazi picked up some transparent blue paper and pinched it with 2 fingers. After that, she threw this paper towards the man. The blue card flew towards him. She began to turn into a stream of water and envelop the man, saving him from the fire. Gu Shazi said that he didn't think it was worth using sparks to discharge the charged fire field. He was lucky he didn't burn to death. Yin Wudao began to wipe his eyes and asked the girl to hurry up since he could no longer hold back. Gu Shazi opened her eyes and began to ask for 100 drops to flow around the 3 worlds, defeat the fiery poison, and get rid of the flames. Now, many blue rays illuminated everything around, as if putting out a fire. A blue haze began to make its way to the origins of the formidable, dangerous conflagration. Yin Wudao clenched his fist and exclaimed with a smile that the girl was really good. Gu Shazi explained that she just used a very ordinary water spell. It's just because of her cup of energy that this effect happened, and she asked not to intercept it. The man with the gun asked the young master if it was possible for the bloody bullet to hit the puppet. The guy replied that this petty heavenly gentleman couldn't even find his second uncle's body. What kind of puppets could he be talking about? He asked to be reminded of this later since they had to kill them. The guy immediately obeyed him. Meanwhile, Yin Wudao and everyone else were approaching the tall, long steps. The boy exclaimed, turning to his comrades, that there was an ambush upstairs and they were all listening only to him. Gu Shazi said that it was just a bunch of thieves and asked why they should be afraid of them. She has a protective amulet and asked the others to follow her immediately. The guy who was holding a loaded weapon prepared to shoot at them. The shell flew towards the girl. She had a protective amulet in her hands, and it broke in half. She didn't expect this. How could this bullet be riddled with blood? Her eyes grew several times larger in surprise and they began to run away. The man with the gun called her cheap. He exclaimed that he had not seen her so upset for a long time. Yin Wudao thought that he had a couple of rescue plans. Firstly, his bloody lotus knives are much faster than bullets and can kill him before he can shoot. Secondly, he can use teleportation to appear directly in front of Ma Rixuan and turn the barrel of his gun around. But both of these options are simply pointless. The man pointed the weapon at his opponents and asked them to die. Yin Wudao covered Gu Shazi with his body, preventing the sniper from shooting at her. The girl was simply shocked that the boy covered her with his chest. She asked why he saved her. Yin Wudao replied that because the one who protects everyone cannot die like this, and this is a simple truth. She came down from the mountain for mere mortals. How can he let something happen to her? When the boy looked into the girl's eyes, her sympathy for him began to grow at breakneck speed. Yin Wudao said that the world can live without him, but not without her. He fell exhausted to his knees in front of her. The boy said that she was destined to destroy demons and bring justice. Gu Shazi fell to her knees in front of him and asked the boy not to die. She exclaimed that she wanted them all to follow Yin Wudao. She shouldn't let him die. The girl began to use all her abilities and a string of yellow cards gathered around her. These cards began to fly apart and approach the sniper, who shot at Yin Wudao. The guys couldn't understand what was happening. This can't happen, and why did their boss explode? Clouds of fire spread around, rising higher and higher towards the sky. Gu Shazi was merciless in her decision. She decided to take revenge on the offenders and give them what they deserved for what they did to Yin Wudao. She approached the boy and asked him not to pretend to be dead, but rather to get up. Yin Wudao asked the system if it had found Ma Fu. The system replied that it had found him on the roof too. Then he asked to go up and deal with Li Daoye, and he would take care of Ma Fu. The boy began to climb up like Spider-Man. There was crazy correspondence on the channel. The girl told the man that there was no need to fight against Yin Wudao. Now he had lost his wife and people. The man replied that the shorter the hair, the smarter he is. His Ma family should be one of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng. But due to the alliance with the Yin family and Long Wuzheng, it was pushed out of the list. Due to his father's death, he is at odds with the Yin and Long families. The girl hesitated and blushed with indignation. The man asked her to shut up and exclaimed that he was about to hit her hard. Yin Wudao appeared in front of him. He told Mr. Ma that he would never have thought that he was not only an unscrupulous speculator, but also a rapist. Ma was very surprised and asked what he was doing here. The boy asked him to ask Miss Lily about this. When the man turned to the girl and asked if she had betrayed him, Lily replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. Yin Wudao said that the girl risked herself for him and received only distrust. He's a damn violent psychopath. The girl looked into the eyes of this bastard and exclaimed that he was a domestic rapist. She approached him with both hands and began to push him away from her. Ma flew back from her powerful blow. The correspondence continued on the channel. A man stood in the window opening and fell from the highest floor of this building. Yin Wudao told Miss Lily that with his help, she would kill all the men who had ever wronged her. The girl was submissive to this boy and, looking at him, agreed with him. Meanwhile, the three Yin Wudao fighters continued to fight Li Daoye. The guy admitted that they can do something. He unleashed many of his blue beams of power at his opponents. Li Daoye asked if they had seen real heavenly thunder before. In front of him was Gu Shazi. He pushed her away with his powerful, incredible strength. The guy exclaimed that today he was going to end her life. He will help her protect people from demons. Gu Shazi smiled and replied that the demons were too tall and he couldn't reach them. Then the guy raised his weapon as high as possible and exclaimed that she would die now. But suddenly Lily called out to him. She ran up behind him and the boy asked what happened. Then the girl replied that it was nothing and, taking out her weapon, said that she had simply come to kill him. She wanted to pierce the Taoist with her sharp metal blade, but he managed to hold her hand. The guy exclaimed that he had long suspected her. He held her hand looking straight into her eyes. Li Daoye asked if she was going to deal with him with such a cheap trick. After that, he pushed the girl far away from him and heard applause nearby. Yin Wudao said that this was what was expected from the young celestial master, which is truly impressive. Gu Shazi was very surprised when she saw the boy. She asked if he was really dead. Yin Wudao replied that from his ancestors he received an elixir that brings him back to life so that he asks her not to worry. The girl replied that it was good, but he had to leave. He won't defeat him because the guy is too strong. Li Daoye had already concentrated all his power in his hands and asked the boy to stop confusing him by not showing his true appearance. Today, he will finish off the demons once and for all and cleanse Jiangcheng. Yin Wudao asked, how dare he call himself a demon slayer? His people broke the law. Did something wrong with Ma Fu, which already breaks his mask of virtue? Isn't he ashamed to do evil under the guise of justice? Li Daoye raised his weapon and asked him to shut up. He exclaimed that he didn't want this and it was all Yin Wudao's fault. The boy was already deftly dodging his opponent. Li Daoye was very surprised how he was able to dodge his blow. After all, it was his thunder sphere and it looked like he had underestimated it. When Wudao flew as high as possible and exclaimed that he noticed it too late, so he asked him to die with love. But the guy began to curse him and said that if he killed him, then everything would return to normal. Their forces touched, and he tried to attack Yin Wudao as quickly as possible. The boy was bound as if by chains and thought that lightning was penetrating his entire body. The guy continued to say that the water should flow and thunder would roll. 3 explosions creep. 4. Thunder will blow everything away. 5 will erase everything into ashes. He asked to sweep away the evil and drive away the demon. He called the gods and goddesses to come to him. He gave orders to thunder, wind, and lightning. He asked the stars of the constellation to follow him, and the sun to wipe everything clean. Gu Shazi started screaming and asking her not to do this. This is a great Ligan spell. The girl asked the boy to immediately run away from there. Yin Wudao replied that if he could leave, he would have left earlier and asked him not to talk nonsense. Li Daoye continued to use his power and asked the boy to be baptized by thunder and lightning. Gu Shazi screamed in horror. She didn't want to see Yin Wudao die again. After all, he could have left and again stayed to save her. The girl had sympathy for the boy. She clenched her fists and said that he died twice for her. Gu Shazi became very angry and exclaimed that there would be blood for blood and she would avenge him. Gu Shazi took all her strength into her hands and asked the Lord of the East to submit to her. Then she called the Lord of the South, Zhu Kui, to listen to her orders. It was a redbird, the patron spirit of the South. The girl again began to call the Lord of the East. By who? She asked to listen to her. Li Daoye realized that Gu Shazi was using the 4 killing spell. She definitely deserves to be at the top. If they weren't fighting each other, he would have been only too happy to have tea with her. The girl replied that he could only dream about it. Li Daoye said that he was sorry that her powers were too superficial. She still could not summon Qinglong. 4 killing without him. What can she count on? Gu Shazi replied that he was right and she could not kill him. But even if she dies, she will still get him to avenge Yin Wudao. Before she had time to finish this, a boy appeared in front of her on a flying dragon. He explained that Qing Long was at their service. Li Daoye opened his mouth in shock. Gu Shazi was also very surprised. The boy sat down by the mighty green dragon and began to approach the Taoist as quickly as possible. Everything around him lit up with a bright green flame, and he began to attack his opponent. A whole stream of green flame hit the guy right in the chest, and he began to fall back on his back. There was a lot of fire around him, and the boy hit his back against the wall, breaking it into pieces. After this, a lot of clouds of smoke rose. Li Daoye said when he fell that he underestimated Yin Wudao. He clearly calculated his death. He cannot understand why he is still alive. Streams of blood were dripping from his mouth. Yin Wudao replied that what he killed was just a puppet, the doll. I bought somewhere on the side of the road finally came in handy. Li Daoye was simply shocked and said that he had already jumped out of 3 forms and he was not related to the 5 elements. He does not belong to heaven and he is simply a heretic. Yin Wudao began to approach him and exclaimed that he had touched him and now it was his turn. He came as close as possible and attacked Li Daoye. He put his hand on his head. He told the boy that since he could count so well, he probably had time to calculate that a bloody catastrophe was planned for him today. But the guy with scarlet streams of blood flowing from his mouth looked into the boy's eyes and replied that he had calculated and she would not be there. Yin Wudao grabbed the guy's head with his hand and exclaimed that he doubted his words. A powerful explosion occurred around him, and Li Daoye seemed to dissolve in this fire. The boy realized that this scoundrel had run away from him again. Gu Shazi realized that this was a ragdoll. She said that if he fussed, then perhaps he would actually be able to escape. Bright yellow lightning began to fly out of the girl's hands. There were many of them, and they flew towards the enemy. Li Daoye thought that the master's words were true, and beauty was like a wolf and a tiger. Yin Wudao expended all his strength and began to approach his opponent. Li Daoye said that in front of him was a frightening evil spirit obscuring the sky and the sun. His luck will not help him reach heaven. His life is no longer subject to heaven. Bright purple rays flew towards Li Daoye. He tried to repel the attack, but it was in vain. He asked the sky to open its eyes and look. That guy is against his will. Yin Wudao promoted his title to Marquis. The system showed that the task was completed well, and the reward for this was 70 years of Taoism. Gu Shazi couldn't understand why his magic made her tremble. He is extremely powerful and trustworthy. Is he really a demon? Yin Wudao heard something near him and paused. He extended his hand towards the girl, but she asked him not to do so. Then the boy told her just not to move. He came as close to her as possible. Yin Wudao took the girl in his arms. Gu Shazi immediately blushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Liu Meng and her men burst into the room. She said that Yin Wudao was a suspect in Ma Fu's murder and asked him not to move. Yin Wudao replied that he was not dead. The girl said that then he would follow her and explain himself. The streamer ran there and exclaimed that no one had died. Liu Meng looked at the girl and asked if she had evidence. Xiao Xiao immediately took out her phone and handed it to the policewoman. She began to peer at the screen. Liu Meng said that she was not interested at all and she misunderstood everything. Yin Wudao said that she had offended him many times and hoped she would understand and not make false accusations. I thought a little that he must have problems and let him see that she doesn't catch him. Yin Wudao brought Gu Shazi to his home and explained that she would live here. Above is his gym and that's where he usually stays. He will allow her to return after the temple is repaired. The girl lowered her head and agreed with him. Suddenly, someone knocked very loudly on the door. It was the secretary, Yin Wudao. Explained that it would be repaired within 3 years. The secretary asked if he had chosen a name for his first child at the first meeting. The boy replied that no one knew him better than her. He thought to himself that when their children learn to make soy sauce, then the temple will be repaired. Yin Wudao wondered why he didn't see Jang today. What does she do? The girl gave him a pitiful look and asked if he really didn't know that her mother had died. The boy grabbed his head and asked what was the matter. Her mother seemed to be in good health, and why did she suddenly die? Apparently she did too many bad things. The girl replied that she herself did not know. In any case, there has been a lot going on in her family lately. However, she will still work overtime taking care of company affairs until the morning. The girl asked what he was up to. Yin Wudao exclaimed that this was truly alarming. Meanwhile, fast forward to the company of the Jang family, the tall high-rise building seemed to reach to the heavens. The fair-haired guy said that after discussion with the council members, The following decisions were put forward. It was the head of the Jang Hao family. He explained that Jiang had been removed from her duties as chairman, and her replacement was Jiang Siner. Jing Siner thanked everyone for their support and said that she would try to lead the family to glory. While their company is the main one in the lithium sales market, it will not be difficult to rise even higher. She told her sister that tomorrow she had worked here for so many years, so she could go for a well-deserved retirement. With her, the Zhang family will not only not collapse, but will also come to the top. She asked not to disturb her older sisters. Her position as chairman of the Swallow is also held by the chairman of the Jiang family. Now she is in charge, and she will definitely take this post too. The men began to shout that Siner's talents were much higher, and they did not need her. She and her parents bring only misfortune. The head of the family asked why she was still hesitating. He asked the girl not to forget that she was a simple loser and would sooner or later get married. Then she will probably still want to take what she wants and grab more money. I asked the girl to hurry up and sign. If she wants her mother to be buried with her father, then she should do it. The girl could not listen to all this and finally opened the pen to sign. But suddenly someone asked not to sign it. Yin Wudao said that these were his assets. He asked who they were to be in charge here. It's not their turn to make decisions yet, he spoke to Mrs. Zhang. She was very surprised by the boy's appearance. He took the pen and, looking into the girl's eyes, said that she did everything she could and today she will fix everything. The man became angry and told Zhang Ruoxue not to dare sign it. Yin Wudao immediately began to use his abilities and put his hand forward. He pushed the handle away and it fell into the man's hand. She stuck into his hand and he began to scream in pain. He turned all red and his face was covered with streams of sweat. The man was beside himself with rage and pain. Yin Wudao approached him and, hitting him with his hand, asked him to stop yelling. Someone around him said that he actually beat the head in front of their eyes. He just doesn't take their Jiang company seriously. The boy glanced at whoever said it and asked what he meant. He's still as arrogant and bossy as ever, but somehow he hates him just as much as before. The boy said that Mr. Yin himself was in front of them and asked if they, the Jiang family, were really stupid people. They point fingers at him and say such nonsense. The girl told Mr. Yin that she did not have to be the president of the company, but the deposits belong to their company, and what right does he have to interfere? The boy looked into her eyes and asked when the lithium mine became hers. The beaten guy exclaimed that these deposits were gifted by Jiang Ruoxue Xiaocheng. She has used Jiang's money since childhood. Since she is a member of their family, the money she spends belongs to them. Yin Wudao replied that this was moral pressure. If Mrs. Zhang Ruoxue had not resolved the situation then, their company would have gone bankrupt long ago. She made tens of millions for him. Even if she is in debt, it is only to her parents and not to them pathetic people. It's just a pity that her parents died and their plan to tie her down with favors failed. They spent all the money she earned and now they want the lithium deposits in their hands. Zhang began to cry and think that before she could figure everything out on her own, even when she was oppressed by her family members and deceived by her stepbrother-in-law, she never asked for help. But this person whom she hates the most saved her more than once by jumping into the water. The girl told the boy that he was right and she was in debt to her parents, so she transferred ownership of the lithium mine to her aunt, that is, her mother. But before her death, her aunt transferred the shares to the Jiang family, and she also has a share. The beaten guy also exclaimed that they had a share. The girl said that this is a share according to the will and it has a notarized power of attorney and legal force. Yin Wudao looked at the girl and asked if she had a will. She immediately replied that there was. Yin Wudao said that in this case he knows the truth. The boy exclaimed, looking at those around him, that the will was a fake. Then the lady asked him not to waste empty words and asked where his evidence was. This can't be just because his Yin family and he are going to intimidate them. Yin Wudao replied that he just needed to see a dead person to know whether it was true or false. The girl approached the boy and said that he would not be able to see because the body was cremated. The lady also turned to Mr. Yin, boss is always dying, and said that if he has everything, then she will not detain him, and they still have a lot to do. The boy replied to the lady that he must not have introduced himself. His name is Yin Wudao, and he admires her very much. He hopes that they will be able to build fruitful cooperation. Ms. Zhang replied that she didn't think it was necessary and they had different interests. The boy, looking into her eyes, said that he owns more than half of the shares in lithium mines. Therefore, he does not have the full right to set the price. The lady was shocked by this turn of events. It was as if she was struck by lightning from such an explanation. The lady gave him a hand and said that an intelligent person would never refuse this mutually beneficial cooperation, she explained, shaking his hand, that she was confused at first. Yin Wudao replied that her restraint was just right. Such weak and tender hands. This is a perfectly beautiful inflorescence. When the girl began to get nervous, the boy said that it was true. The girl looked at them from the side and thought that no matter how you feed the wolf, he still looks into the forest. Yin Wudao took Mrs. Zhang's hand and decided to look into the past. It has been traced back to the plot of the book, The Poisonous Concubines. The woman was told that if she died from illness, it would have nothing to do with their Jang family. They don't need an illegitimate daughter from an unknown man, Zhang Siner's mother asked, or rather begged Zhenlin to help this child. She said that the girl was really his daughter. She asked for help from her flesh and blood. Zhenlin wanted to say something, but the woman next to him asked him to shut up. She pointed a finger at Zhang and asked for a stick to flog her. When they came with sticks to beat her, the woman shouted that she was the blood and flesh of the Zhang family to save her beautifully. The man said that if she dared to come to their family again, he would break her legs. She was beaten and had many abrasions on her body. The girl remained sitting on the ground with bitter tears. One of the men said that this little girl was very beautiful and it would be wasteful to throw her away like that. Her mother covered her with her body and asked her not to dare do this. She asked them to do to her what they wanted to do to her daughter, but not to touch her. The girl was sweating on the side and told her mother that she would definitely take revenge for her. The girl promised this to her mother and they barely got up from the ground to go somewhere where they could live. The woman asked her daughter not to cry as they told her how to save her. The mother promised her daughter that she would soon feel better. When she lay under the sheet, the doctor said that for the first time in 100 years of work, his whole body tensed. The woman answered the doctor that as long as there was enough money for the operation and her daughter, she asked to do it. The doctor held a scalpel in his hands, and the woman said that this was definitely enough for her to live well. Jiang asked the boy to let go of her hand immediately. The system revealed the discovery of new geniuses. Name Jiang Siner, position concubine. A copy of the poisonous concubine. The task is to figure it out yourself. The reward for this is 4 points of genius, poison, and a talent for logic. Yin Wudao immediately let go of her hand. He thought that she was somewhat similar to Aunt Bai, also a female protagonist, only the aunt was a legitimate daughter-in-law. Jiang Siner is a concubine who takes away family property. Yin Wudao told Ruxu that it was time for them to look into the matter, and he found an interesting topic for her. Jia Xue asked if he really thought that there was something suspicious about his mother's death. Yin Wudao replied that he was sure of it. Jiang noticed that he was so convinced of this, but where did he get the suspicion? Didn't she do everything cleanly? Yin Wudao told Ruxu that she knew where the eldest Jiang and the second oldest were. They were at a dog training center in East Tartown. They approached the car and the woman opened the door. She explained that her mother was then leaving for Dongxing to visit relatives, and upon arrival she fell ill almost immediately. Maybe her mother's death has something to do with the Jiang elders. Yin Wudao replied that he did not know the whole story yet, but he had an idea, and he first needed to go to Dongxing before discussing it. Suddenly, the boy clung to Jia Xue's lips. She didn't expect this from him. The boy explained apologetically that he could not help himself. Jia Xue said that everything was fine. I thought to myself that she was even chatting and that everything was all right. Yin Wudao glanced at her and said that it was sweet. The car continued to race along the highway. They were already approaching a certain place, and now we finally had the territory of the swallow in front of us. Ruo Shui said that she grew up in Jiangcheng and never knew there were hunting grounds here. The girl asked whether it was legal to be here at all. Is it really a tiger in front of them? Here, wildlife and animals roam the roads. Yin Wudao noticed that this tiger was chasing them. He explained that these were private hunting grounds given to his grandfather. Grandfather could not own them due to his special status, so he gave them to him for his birthday. Ruo Shui asked if they were going to Dongxing, and why did he bring her here? The boy, thoughtfully, replied that she would soon find out about this and began to whistle. At his whistle, some beautiful big white dog came running. Yin Wudao asked the baby to be quieter and called him a tiger cub. Ruo Shui noticed that this dog was very beautiful. The girl looked at the dog and asked the tiger cub if she could pet him. At first, he growled at her, but then when she began to stroke him, the dog was happy. Ruo Shui called him a very cute dog and continued petting him all the time. The girl was glad to see such a meeting, and her cheeks turned pink with joy and embarrassment. Yin Wudao said, looking at the girl that she finally smiled. It seemed like he saw her smile for the first time. Ruo Shui replied that it wasn't that she didn't like to smile, it was just that she had to face terrible things. Yin Wudao asked her to go, and he would help her get rid of these troubles. The boy exclaimed that he liked her smile. The Dongxing dog training base appeared in front of us. A car was driving out of the gate. Ruo Shui told the boy that these were her distant relatives, and they were in charge of the Jang family's pet trading business. Yin Wudao replied that he was afraid not only for his pets. The girl replied that, of course, not only that, but nothing would be hidden from him. They mostly run dog-fighting rings and open outposts to take over the family's shady business. The man with glasses told Mr. Yin that he had not visited them for a long time. This time, they brought a purebred pit bull from abroad, and he is wondering how big he wants to play. The boy exclaimed that he had a big dog and the second dog should be his. He is Jang Da and Jang The man replied that it was so. Ruo Shui thought that these two men were very prestigious in this world, but they still greeted him with a smile even when he called them by those names. Suddenly, the tiger cub began to growl when he saw this huge pit bull in front of him. Yin Wudao noticed that it seemed like these dogs couldn't wait and suggested taking a chance. The guy with glasses asked how big the bet was. Yin Wudao replied that the rate was 100 million. The second guy asked if it was really that much. They cannot decide to do this alone, and they should discuss everything with Jiang Hao. The boy explained that it would not be so troublesome if he loses. He will give them the 100 million. But if he wins, they must tell him about the death of Ruo Shui's mother. The boy suggested that they first think before answering this question. The guys went to consult with each other. They are preparing for battle anyway, so there is no point in keeping a secret. Meanwhile, the car arrived and Jiang got out. He asked if these two slackers wanted to die, only money was in front of their eyes. He had been telling them for a long time that they would not see shares of the lithium spring, and they were simply short-sighted. The man with glasses replied that he only allows him to be the head of the Jang family because of flattery, and otherwise he is nothing. Is he worthy to teach him? Then the head of the Jang family fearfully asked the guys what they wanted. The guys thought and looked angrily in his direction. Their gaze was ominous. One of the guys was holding a chain in his hands, on which was an angry pit bull. He released this chain from his hands, and the dog began to attack this guy. Zhang Siner did this. The guy called her very cruel while the dog was chewing on him. Zhang Siner turned to Yin Wudao and Ruo Shui and said that they saw that his death had nothing to do with her. He was just bitten by an evil dog. Yin Wudao thought that she was truly a poisonous concubine. She first relied on Jiang Hao's support to win the position of chairman, and then killed him, and became the head of the family. Ruo Shui asked the girl how long she would continue to do evil. She did not return to the Jiang family to take revenge. The death of her grandfather seemed so quick and strange to her. She cremated her mother as soon as possible. Now that she killed Jiang Hao, she doesn't even try to hide it. The girl told Zhang Siner that she was a terrible and evil person. Zhang Siner answered her sister that since she already knows everything, there is no point in making excuses. Initially, her name was on her list together. The girl gave the command to Jiang Da to close the doors and let the dog out. Jiang Siner was scared and asked what he was doing. She said to release the dog for Ruo Shui, but why is she running towards her? The man asked not to worry, because first she would eat her, and then her sister. By killing her and Ruo Shui, all the family's lithium mines will go to them. The dog was already running up to the girl. The guy continued to say that anyone who does not dare to obey them will be eaten by dogs. But unexpectedly, the tiger cub protected the girl. He rushed to the rescue, attacking an angry, bloodthirsty pit bull. Yin Wudao approached them. He put his hand forward and exclaimed that he had won, so they should keep their promise. The man with glasses asked the boy not to poke his nose in, as this was their family matter. Yin Wudao approached him and asked if he was sure that he wanted to speak to him in such a tone. Then the man immediately apologized to Mr. Yin and explained that he had simply lost his temper. But the boy decided that it was too late and began to attack him. Jin Da asked Mr. Yin how dare he come here and touch his brother. He promised to smash and take out his brains right here and now. But Yin Wudao began to concentrate all her power in her hands. He immediately sent a stream of scarlet red towards his opponents, scattering them to the sides. The boy asked Jin Da why he should worry so much. If he keeps his promise, there will be less suffering. The man replied that Jiang Hao killed her. He used his poisonous needle and hid it in a bracelet with a small hole inside. This woman was greedy for money and did not want to give it away. Afterwards, the poison from the bracelet slowly made its way under the skin and poisoned it. Ruoxue exclaimed that it was true and that Mom was wearing a gold bracelet. It got damaged while she was packing her things and the bracelet is still there. This is direct evidence. The girl asked why he did this to her mother and how her mother even felt sorry for him. Jin Da said that many people wanted to kill her mother, and they are now around her. Jang Siner said that no one is guilty of lust for power. The lithium mine shares donated by her mother were desired by everyone. Ruoxue exclaimed that this could not be true. Then the man began to say who the initiator was. Everyone began to listen to him in unison. Ruoxue immediately asked who this initiator was. Yin Wudao put his hand on the man's head, and he didn't have time to say anything more. Jiang Siner asked, why kill him at such a critical moment? Perhaps he knew the truth. Yin Wudao pulled Ruoxue towards him, hugging her waist. The girl's sympathy for him increased. The boy explained to the girl that her mother and grandfather were killed by Jiang Hao, Jiang Da, and Jiang Er. Her mother's inheritance doesn't count. The lithium mine and mining shares are still hers, and she will give them to her family. The boy asked Jiang Siner if she agreed with his words. The girl replied that she agreed and admitted defeat, but she also won. The people on her list are finally all eliminated together. If Ruoxue doesn't give her even a piece of the profit, she will also end up in the same place. That was all, and she said goodbye to the guys. Yin Wudao approached the cages in which the dogs participating in the battles were located. The boy said that they had been locked up for too long and therefore he would give them freedom. The dogs immediately left the cages and tore apart their offenders. Yin Wudao told Ruoxue that he would take her back to the Zhang house. This matter needs to be dealt with. He doesn't want this to happen again. Jiang Siner said that she would tell everyone to return everything to Ruoxue. And now a whole hour has passed. A tall high-rise building rose to the sky. Yin Wudao was in it. He asked Jiang Siner what was wrong with Ruoxue. The girl replied that she was busy with work. She asked him not to worry as all the shares would be returned to her. Yin Wudao said that since everything was over, he would go. Jiang Siner stopped him and said that there were a couple of things that she still didn't understand and wanted to figure them out. The girl led him to a room and began to explain that it was a rented house. He and his mother lived in this house for many years. Later, she bought it back and returned everything as it was. Her mother was a dancer who Jiang Zhenlin noticed and married, and then she appeared. But Zhao Zhenlin was irresponsible. Her mother not only cured her of her illness, but also sent her to study abroad. She studied chemistry and learned a lot about the Chinese master's poisons. She had the non-leaving poison that Jiang Hao needed to strengthen his position in the family, so she returned. The Zhang family's grandfather and Zhang Ruoxue's mother both died from her medicine. Grandfather listened to her carefully. He calmly sipped his tea. The girl asked why he was not at all surprised. She doesn't understand. If he knew the whole truth, then why he helped her do this? Yin Wudao replied to Jiang Siner that he did not think that she had made a mistake. Death is nature. When the boy was drinking tea, something happened to him and his vision suddenly became blurred. The boy staggered and thought that she had caught him. Jiang Siner told Yin Wudao that she had lived alone since childhood and had no one other than her mother. If he helps her kill Chief Zhang, she will do anything to thank him. Now, they don't owe each other anything. The girl approached the boy and began to kiss him. They merged in a passionate kiss and continued to hug each other hotter and hotter. Meanwhile, the birds were sitting on the street and chirping sweetly, not thinking about anything. Some piece of paper was under a small fan, which pressed this paper. Suddenly, due to a gust of wind, it flew towards Yin Wudao and fell right on his face. The boy woke up from this blow of wind, and when he got out of bed, his head was pounding very badly. In this note, the girl asked him to forget her, since she would never come again, and asked him not to think about her. Yin Wudao decided that she was a very interesting girl, but he would never forget her. The system congratulated the owner for receiving 4 geniuses and talents in the field of toxicology. Suddenly, several men flew into the room with weapons in their hands and asked the boy not to move. At the head was Liu Meng. She pointed her weapon at Yin Wudao and was surprised that it was him. Yin Wudao said that she was late. Jing Siner had already run away. Liu Meng asked why he was involved in all the recent cases that happened in Jiangqing, and she asked what his role was in all this. The boy thought that this was the first time the Viper had shown such initiative. He really had character. The girl turned to him and exclaimed that she was talking to him and whether he was listening to her at all. Unexpectedly, she was informed that there was information from the headquarters that Wang Hu had escaped from prison last night. It looks like he is heading to Jiangcheng. Liu Meng replied that this was the second of the 3 brothers detained in Jiangcheng 8 years ago. The girl exclaimed that he was a dangerous criminal. Yin Wudao immediately realized who he was and was very surprised by this. For some reason, he became very angry. Liu Meng said that they had an emergency and told the boy that today she did not have time to deal with him. Well, let him be sure, she will deal with him later. Before the girl could leave, Yin Wudao immediately began dialing Xiaomi. He wanted her to pick up the phone quickly. Yin Wudao asked the girl where she was now and asked her to immediately return home and wait for him there, not to go anywhere. Wang Hu is free, and perhaps he will look for her to take revenge, but this man was already holding the phone. He told the boy that he was late with his call and she was already in his hands. Yin Wudao was simply shocked by this answer, and his face was covered with streams of sweat. The guy asked Wudao to run away quickly. People around began to worry and were very afraid of something. An explosion occurred, and a terrible yellow flame rose straight to the sky, and everything around was lit up with fire. The guy began to protect himself and put up a block, but he could not help against the strongest flame. Wang Hu said that today he would make him pay in blood for the death of his brothers. The boy did not let go of the phone from his hands and exclaimed that he would just try it. Yin Wudao decided that he should not be provoked and should remain calm. He told Wang Hu that he could give him as much money as he wanted. He can put forward absolutely any conditions, just so that he doesn't touch her. Wang Hu replied that the only thing that allowed him to survive all these years was the hope of revenge. There is no need to hang noodles on his ears, and he would rather die than fall under his control. He wants the people around him to die in the most pathetic way. This little girl is very beautiful and charming. He asked him not to worry. Before he finds this place, he will have plenty of fun with her, and then cut her into pieces and feed her to the dogs. Yin Wudao asked Wang Hu if there was at least something of the man left in him to let her go and attack him. The boy was very angry and hit the table with his fist. Flames erupted around the fist. The table instantly shattered into small fragments, cracking in the middle and falling to the floor. Yin Wudao grabbed his head and couldn't understand what to do. He doesn't even know where they are now. But if he finds it, he doesn't know what he will do with it then. The phone had a distress signal and location. The boy said to himself that he would never allow anything to happen to Xiaomi. And here the Beijiao scrap metal station rises in front of us, a brick building with a lot of scrap metal around it. The girl was tied up somewhere inside. Wang Hu approached her and said that he would begin his retribution for the insults inflicted on his brothers from her. Another guy told Brother Hu that after he finished, he asked permission for his brothers to enjoy the soup as well. Then the guy asked why they needed soup. It was better to let them enjoy the meat with him. When these evil guys began to approach the girl, suddenly a car drove into this building. Ruoxue was driving the car. She exclaimed to Xiaomi that she had come to save her. The girl drove as fast as she could and began to crush everyone with the car. Xiaomi was very surprised when she saw that this girl began to save her. Wang Hu clenched his fist and began to fly towards the car with an angry expression on his face. He hit the car with all his might and it burst into flames. Ruoxue began to scream, not understanding how this was even possible. She was very confused and scared. This man broke the window with his fist. He grabbed the girl's head with his hand. Wang Hu exclaimed that he had only been gone for a few years, and the people of Jiangcheng had already forgotten that his nickname was Hercules. He was born with divine power. Meanwhile, a helicopter was already in the air. A ladder descended from this helicopter. The ladder went straight down to this plant, where the tied-up girl and her savior were located. Yin Wudao went down the stairs with lightning speed and opened the gate with a deft movement of his hands. His eyes immediately changed and he began to look at what could be in front of him. But when the boy opened the gate, he saw nothing in front of him and was even more surprised by this. Suddenly, guys with knives and various weapons in their hands appeared behind him. Yin Wudao realized that it was an ambush and clenched his fist and punched one of them. The guy asked to kill him and avenge Brother Hu. They held their knives and approached the enemy. Yin Wudao didn't expect that the Wang family still had such loyal idiots. If only we had dealt with them back then, there wouldn't be any unnecessary problems now. The fight continued, and the situation became more and more tense. The boy has already scattered many guys across the floor. He rose above one of them and, throwing him to the floor, stepped on his chest with his foot. He asked where Wang Hu had gone. The man began to send him away and exclaimed that today he was going to get rid of him and his entire family once and for all. But before the man had time to finish speaking, The boy immediately hit him with his fist as hard as he could. Yin Wudao took his amulet with his hand and began to call the system for help. The girl immediately jumped out of her amulet and exclaimed that she was already nearby. She grabbed the boy by the head and a lot of yellow bright lights spread around them. Meanwhile, the car was racing along the road through forests and mountains, moving faster and faster away from Yin Wudao. There were girls tied up inside the car. It turns out they were in the Baishan forest. Xiaomi asked Ruo Shui how she managed to appear on time. The girl replied that she was just watching her all this time. It seems that Yin Wudao doubts her loyalty since he assigned her to watch her. She wanted to know if he really didn't trust her that much. Xiaomi asked what she meant. And when did she become his spy? Ruo Shui asked the girl to stop pretending, because she began to see him alone more often and report to him about everything while remaining in his house. Xiaomi exclaimed that this is not so. Their meeting is secret because she is helping him with matters that require confidentiality. As for her being in his house, it is because of their personal relationship. Ruo Shui asked if anyone other than his girlfriend could spend the night with him in the villa. Moreover, it was simply impossible for an ordinary secretary like her to have a relationship with the eldest son of the Yin family. And in general, what was the point of this lie? The girl exclaimed that she was paranoid and was already crazy. Ruo Shui replied that she was the crazy one here. They began to attack each other and call each other names. Suddenly, the driver pressed his foot on the pedal. The girl immediately rolled over, falling onto the floor of the car and hitting her head. Wang Hu suddenly opened the door and asked them to calm down. Since they like this place so much, they will stop here. He will strip them naked and hang them from a tree. But suddenly, one of the girls hit him on the collarbone with her heels. Xiaomi began to run out of the car and call Ruo Shui with her. They began to run forward with all their might. But suddenly, Ruo Shui tripped and turned over and fell headfirst. Xiaomi paused and looked at her. She asked, at least now, to stop being so petty because their lives are at stake. The girl asked to leave her and leave. Xiaomi exclaimed that she didn't want to babysit her, but she was important to Yin Wudao. This is the first time he is so serious about someone. Ruo Shui thought that it seemed like this was the case, since from the moment they met, he continued to follow her, not paying attention to the difference in status, but she didn't appreciate it. Xiaomi suddenly exclaimed and asked the girl to be careful. She began to push Wang Hu away and asked Ruo Shui to be careful. The man began to reach out to them with his powerful hands and exclaimed that none of them would escape and he would get them both. Suddenly, many different sharp daggers flew towards him. These were Yin Wudao's blood lotus daggers. Wang Hu grabbed one of his victims by the throat and told the boy to come out now or he would break her neck. He asked not to try to make him look like a fool, since he knows everything about his past. He killed Yulong, the best in martial arts and a well-known shuru, so he should not be underestimated. Yin Wudao said that he could not even think that the same butcher from the past would be so careful. Wang Hu looked at his opponent menacingly and asked him to take off his clothes and throw away all his belongings. The boy immediately began to do this and said that he, of course, could undress to his galan. He was afraid that his appearance would embarrass him. When he took off his outerwear, he asked if this was enough. Wang Hu replied that he had not and explained that he had once sworn that he would skin him and drink all his blood. Ruo Shui said that he went too far by blackmailing him with the girl's life. After all, he's already without clothes. Wang Hu replied that she had no idea how important she was to him. In exchange for her life, he will take both of his hands. Yin Wudao agreed with him and fell to his knees and began to stick a knife into his hand. Ruo Shui was very surprised because he didn't even hesitate and apparently she really means a lot to him. What kind of relationship do they have? Xiaomi asked Yin Wudao to stop immediately. She would not let him do this. The girl explained that her older brother did not protect him then, so that he would now harm himself. Yin Wudao replied that he gave him his word that he would not let his sister get hurt. It is his duty to protect her. Xiaomi exclaimed that this is the duty of their Huang family. They were devoted to them for many generations, and although their family became independent, they never forgot their obligations. Yin Wudao asked if he didn't want to drink his blood. He decided to see if he had the courage. There was a scarlet liquid in a huge leaf of a green tree. Ruo Shui began to bring this sheet to Wang Hu. When the man saw the sheet of blood, he immediately grimaced in bewilderment. Yin Wudao asked what was the matter, whether he had already changed his mind. Wang Hu immediately snatched this piece of paper and said that he would do it. Not only will he drink all his blood, but he will also rip off his skin. Suddenly, the guy who had just done this began to spit out blood and put his hands on his neck. Wang Hu began to scream even more and asked if there was poison in the blood. He asked why then he would feed him such poison. He is driven on by, blinded by hatred. Thanks to Zhang Siner's talent, everything in the field of poisons went exactly as it should. Wang Hu exclaimed to the boy that even if he died, he would take him with him. The toxin destroys the nervous system, but at the same time temporarily increases potential. As a result, combined with natural strength, this makes his attacks even more powerful. The battle continued and Yin Wu Dao dealt powerful blows to his opponent. He clenched his fists and took aim to attack this evil guy again. Wang Hu wondered how he dared to block his blow. He wants to be left without an arm. Suddenly, the enemy's fist became somehow soft and bones began to break. The enemy screamed with a terrible cry. Yin Wu Dao broke his fingers and Wang Hu began to spray blood from his mouth. The guy fell to the ground and grabbed his hand. He couldn't get up. All he did was scream in pain. Then Yin Wu Dao asked, looking at him with an insolent look, whether this was all he could do. Xiaomi was glad that the boy saved them and exclaimed that he was even stronger than her brother. Wang Hu, dying, said that although he would die soon, Yin Wu Dao showed his true face, so that he would also not live long. The guy, before he died, told his opponent that he would be waiting for him in hell. Yin Wu Dao replied that he would go there first. Meanwhile, someone was already running up to them. It was Lu Meng and her team. She asked why he was always at the crime scene. Then the boy put his hand on his head and replied that it was possible because he was Conan. Liu Meng looked into his eyes and asked if Wang Hu would survive. Yin Wu Dao replied that his death would be very painful. The body will be covered with sores for 3 days before he finally dies. The girl told the boy that he was really cruel. Now she wants to grab him even more and return peace to Jiangqing. Yin Wu Dao replied as he left that they would return to this when she managed to find at least some evidence. Ruok Shui told the boy that as far as she remembers, he got along with her before. Why is she so negative now? Yin Wu Dao replied that perhaps Qin Tian had brainwashed her. Well, this will all pass. He suggested that Xiaomi tell Fei that their destiny had finally come true. Ruo Shui thought that she was so mistaken. Xiaomi served in the Wu Dao family, and her brother died protecting him. That is why she is so important to the boy and she is allowed to enter and leave his house whenever she wishes. Yin Wu Dao never trusted her, but she is the one who shows excessive suspicion and ultimately lost the relationship that was built with such difficulty. Ruok Shui asked the boy if his arm still hurt. Yesterday he helped settle family affairs, and today he saved her life. Yin Wu Dao asked the girl to forget about it and talk some other time. Xiaomi told the boy that the driver agreed to give them a ride. Yin Wu Dao told her to sit down first, and he told Ruo Shui not to go with them and asked the girl to take a taxi. Since she enjoys stalking others so much, let her continue to do so. Ruo Shui started screaming that she was wrong and would never do that again. She asked if he would forgive her. The streamer, meanwhile, said that today's content is very exciting. The boss took down the escaped prisoner with one blow and it's amazing. Script or not, her legs were already numb as she watched what was happening and filmed the video. The girl stopped the video saying goodbye to her viewers and said that they would see each other next time. Suddenly, Ruo Shui appeared behind her. She asked the streamer what she was doing here. How does she manage to be next to Yin Wu Dao faster than anyone every time? Apparently, she knows some secret way, the girl asked to share with her. Xiao told the lady that she could not tell her because it was a trade secret. Ruok Shui approached her and, taking her hand, replied that in that case she would not interrogate her, and she quietly pulled her phone out of the streamer's pocket. She continued to tell her, distracting her, that then, since she had lived in Yin Wu Dao's house for so long, she should know what kind of food he likes. Xiao replied that she knew a little, that the boss eats beef tongue and dumplings. She asked Ms. Jiang for me to walk with her so closely. Meanwhile, in front of us, in the midst of a huge green forest, lies the Xishan Cemetery. Xiao stood near her brother's grave and told him that she and Yin Wu Dao had come to visit him. Today, Wang Hu escaped from prison and kidnapped her, but this kid killed him. They will avenge him, and now may he rest in peace. Yin Wu Dao also told Xiao Fei that he knew that the Wang family were just pawns. He is now in heaven, and he asks you to help him punish the true culprit of what happened 8 years ago. Her brother unexpectedly told them that he agreed to do this. The guys were very scared that a dead man could speak. Well, here Lu Fong crawled out from behind the gravestone. He laughed and asked the guys to calm down as the guy was just joking. The boy got very angry and said that his jokes scared them to death. Lu Fong immediately apologized to them. Yin Wudao asked him how things were going in the country, whether everything was okay. Lin Feng said that everything was going quite well according to plan, and Yilin was currently handling things, so there was nothing to worry about. Then the boy asked if she was trying to kill him. Lin Feng replied that at first she had problems with him and even put him under house arrest in her estate. But then a killer appeared out of nowhere and he saved her by covering himself. She is quite simple, so that after that incident her attitude towards him changed for the better. Yin Wudao said that, as expected, the main secret weapon is to invade enemy territory. This is a good idea whether it is physical or spiritual, but the killer did not appear by chance. Yin Wudao said that he thought hiring one of the best assassins for 10 million to help his brother was worth it. Lin Feng replied that without his help, he would not have been able to win her favor. The boy asked not to thank him and he would never leave his brother in trouble. Lin Feng inquired, "It is not because of this brother that he is so kind to him." Yin Wudao replied that they were former soldiers with a fair and kind heart, ready to give their lives for him. At first he saw his reflection in it. Lin Feng asked if he was as good as him. When the boy laughed in response and kicked him, calling him a bastard, the tidal flat on the Shijiang coast is called Shiwa, and the government has made plans to develop commercial land there. Tomorrow there will be a public auction, and they have already qualified. Since you can see the cemetery from here, the price should not be high. Yin Wudao replied that surrounded by mountains and facing water, it hides the wind and absorbs energy. The cemetery is of course visible. Well, the water blocks the yin energy. The west is gold, and the depression is water. Water gives birth to gold, and water flows endlessly. This is a really good place. Lin Feng asked if he had studied feng shui. Yin Wudao replied that he had just learned. He wished he could thank the master for teaching Taoist practice. The boy told the others that they would have fun tomorrow. He had not yet participated in the official auction. Xiaomi asked him, "What about Madame Jiang? Does he want to notify her? You sent so many messages and said who wants to meet." But the boy quickly got into the car and asked to go already. Lin Feng turned to him and said that he was completely gone. And their relationship with Zhang Ruoshui had changed so much. She stuck hugely. Can we say that she won? Yin Wudao asked his friend to get away from him and they moved on. When he approached his house, once inside, Zhang noticed that he had returned early. The girl explained that Xiaomi's boyfriend was coming to visit today and her aunt asked him to help. Yin Wudao was very surprised and asked if she had a boyfriend. She didn't tell him about it. Then the girl replied that they must have just started dating. In general, she thinks that her eternal search for a guy is due to the fact that she simply does not want to come between them. Yin Wudao laughed and said that she thinks too much and she considers them her brother and sister. What can I say? The boy asked to dry the soil at home, but he would not return to plow the fields. Jiang exclaimed that this was some kind of nightmare and began to push him out of the house. Meanwhile, people were already at the meeting. Unexpectedly, this auction raised the eyebrows of all four major families. Miss Bai said that as several plots of land became vacant, the temptation was too strong. Yin Wudao asked Ji Wuji, "What about the land in Shiwa?" The guy replied that the price is quality. Before his return, there was a complex of villas there, and they were selling like hotcakes. He heard that the feng shui there was good. The guy asked to work together. They can simply use the bulk of the company's capital to make some easy money. Yin Wudao thought and looked at him disdainfully. He exclaimed that it was a good try. Miss Bai told Wudayo that lychee is too slow to pay off and she is also worried. This time they came across good land and she asks to take it together. Then the boy agreed, and Ji said that he exchanged his brothers for this woman. Bai said that she was for the Beishan left by Ma Fu. It was a waste of his time to turn it into a tourist resort. It's also not far from the city, and if you engage in real estate there, the prospects are good, transport is really inconvenient, and she doesn't know if there will be any plans for this in the future. Yin Wudao asked Ji Wuji what he thought about this. The guy replied that as far as he remembers, a metro will soon appear in Baishan. Bai said that if Ji Wuji's news is true, then once the subway opens, their profits will double several times, and this will no longer be a problem. The guy asked if they wanted to play big. There are more than 5,000 acres of land in Baishan, and the starting price is tens of millions. And suddenly, he is wrong. Bai asked him not to worry. Even if they screw up, they won't lose much on this piece of land. Therefore, this time they are targeting Baishan and Siwu. For some reason, Ji Wuji looked at them with a menacing gaze. The next year was the #1 Beiwa with a starting price of 200 million. Miss Bai exclaimed as she raised her sign, raising the bid to 800 million. The swallow wants to ransom him. One of the guys said that the Swallow is a joint company of 4 large families, headed by the Yin family, which has the greatest power. If they have their sights set on this land, they will not interfere. The guy raised the sign up. This was the 3rd master of the Duan family, Duan Sanqian. He raised the bid to 800 million and 1 yuan. The man apologized and said that the minimum rate increase was 1 million. Then the same guy raised the bet by 801 million yuan. Miss Bai told Yin Wu Dao that this was the 3rd young master from the Duan family. He showed up without dust 8 years later. Is the Duan family involved in Wang Hu's escape? Yin Wu Dao said that this was exactly the case. They were expelled from the Yin family many years ago and still cannot forget the insult. This time they clearly returned with bad intentions. Someone held up a sign with 1 billion, someone with 1 billion and 1 million. Yin Wu Dao raised the 2 billion sign. He wanted to buy this land. Then the 3rd young master raised the 2 billion and 1 million sign again. Yin Wu Dao was very angry with him and wanted to raise the sign again, but Miss Bai stopped him and asked him to stop. If he raised the rate again, they would go into the red. Siwa is just commercial land that can only be used to build office buildings and retail space. It cannot be worth 2 billion. Yin Wu Dao replied that he was conceding this round, but hoped that in the next round he would play by the rules. The guy replied that he did not promise anything. The next lot was 5,000 acres of land in Baishan, with a starting price of 20 million. The 3rd young master raised the sign and raised the bid to 50 billion and 1 million. Bai exclaimed that this is their business, so let them not try to jump in over their heads. Their friend asked why the rate increase was so small. Does he think it's fun to add a little at a time? The young master asked who it was that was pissed off here. Yin Wu Dao asked if he wanted to play and raised the bet to 80 billion and exclaimed that they would play now. Bai said that he was crazy and this shouldn't be done. Lu Fong held his head and asked if he was being too wasteful. He and now will lose all their money. Yin Wu Dao asked what they were afraid of. After all, he trusts Ji Wu Ji's words. The girl thought that he seemed to be telling her that in the future important archaeological discoveries would be made in Baishan. But he told Mr. Yin about this that he had no need to doubt it. She was very surprised and blushed with horror. The girl jumped up from her seat and approached the boy and asked him not to buy this land. Meanwhile, the guy approached them, and the 3rd gentleman congratulated Yin Wu Dao. He congratulated the boy on acquiring Baishan. Yin Wu Dao decided that his smile was too lousy. And what kind of conspiracy was this? Meanwhile, the weather was bright and good outside. The building was illuminated by the bright sun. Miss Bai exclaimed that he didn't even consult them and she was outraged. The guy asked how it was possible to simply raise the bet by 100 million. Yin Wu Dao asked everyone to be quiet. This auction is his personal whim. He himself is responsible for any losses and profits. He was confident in his words. The girl told Yin Wu Dao that this could be a trap. The boy asked if she thought that the expression on her cousin's face was somehow strange. Xiaomi replied that there really was nothing to hide from him. She begged him, no matter what happened, to give him a chance to live. Yin Wu Dao thought for a moment and replied that she must have some conditions to make such a request. He asked if he was thinking correctly and looked at her, waiting for an answer. But the girl immediately clung to his lips. They merged in a passionate kiss. Then the boy pushed her away and asked if these were her conditions. She hit her head on the car window. I kissed him only because of him, and this makes him extremely unhappy. He asked her to get out of the car. The girl could not understand how he could reject her. He is angry not because of the betrayal, but because she tried to save her cousin. Jair decided, looking sadly after him, that she could not understand this boy. Ji Wuji caught up with her and asked her to return, since all the troubles were behind her. They no longer require Yin Wu Dao's help. Moreover, the end of the Yin Wu Dao era will come. Abandoning it now is the most reasonable decision. But Zhu'er hit him in the face with her palm and said that he made a promise to remain faithful. So why did he break it? He will pay for his reckless decision, Ji Wuji exclaimed, looking at her menacingly, that she hit him because of Yin Wu Dao. He did it back and exclaimed that he realized that she loved him. Zhu'er explained that she should have given up a long time ago. It was her own fault, but now she has returned everything she owed. Ji Wuji was upset that he hit her. He began to tremble with indignation. The girl looked at her cousin and asked the boy to take care of himself. The guy fell to his knees and asked how they got to this point. Is he really better than him? The Met Office forecast calls for heavy downpour this afternoon. How quickly the storm came, Yin Wu Dao said that it seemed like today would be a hectic day. Zhu'er walked along the road while completely in the rain. Yin Wu Dao noticed her alone. She was very sad and unhappy. The rain continued to pour as if from a bucket. Xiuye decided that she had nowhere else to go because she was too weak. She approached the huge wrought iron gate. She doesn't know what drove her, but she just wandered around without a goal and ended up here. Yin Wu Dao came out to meet her with an umbrella and said that he was already home. Today, they will have guests and they will drink lamb soup. Shuier answered the boy that she was already wet to the skin, and she no longer needed an umbrella. Then he threw away this umbrella and exclaimed that in this case he would be her companion. The girl thought that in the end, it was he who was there when it rained. Huier immediately pressed her lips to his and they merged in a passionate kiss. Meanwhile, the girl asked the streamer what the fans call him. The streamer replied that they call him Tsushie. Meanwhile, the girl meditated and listened to their conversation. Why does his every step shake her flow of energy? Should her feelings really unfold here with him? When Yin Wu Dao returned to his home, he was informed that Xiaomi had betrayed her boyfriend. Qiuhe saw him and was very surprised. Yin Wu Dao's face also changed. The third young master thanked the boy for taking care of the baby. From now on, he will take on this task. Xiaomi asked her boyfriend if they knew each other. The guy replied that they knew each other. They had just had a friendly conversation. Yin Wu Dao said that the food is ready and asked them to sit down. He told Duan Santiang that this was a very good move. The guy replied that he had prepared a small gift for him. After some time, he will receive it. Yin Wu Dao said that he was looking forward to this. Xiaomi immediately took the boy by the arm and headed towards the door. She asked him to stop talking and quickly go eat. Duan Sanqian watched them leave with jealousy, and so they gathered at a large round table, 4 girls and 2 men. Duan Sanqian told Yin Wu Dao that he was too impulsive today. In fact, 60 billion would be enough to make him retreat. The boy replied that whether it was 60 billion or 80 billion yuan, for him it was just numbers, and he asked how Mr. was going to return 2 billion. The guy took something out of the envelope and replied that with this piece of paper he was sure that he could return them. He took out a sample agreement on the transfer of commercial land, also with a seal. Huier exclaimed that by changing commercial land to residential land, they could build villas along the river. Duan Sanqin said that his business is still quite good. On this land, you can build 400 villas worth 120 billion, and their plot that they bought can very quickly become worthless. Xiaomi said that 5,000 acres of land in Beishan, even if they were resold, several hundred billion yuan could definitely be earned. Then the guy lowered his head, looked at them and exclaimed that it looked like everything would be ready soon. Meanwhile, they heard whose steps it was. The door suddenly opened to their living room. Ruoxue ran into the room. She exclaimed, "Who she had bad news?" Due to heavy rains on the northern mountain, the mountain split open, revealing a large tomb. It can be assumed that the entire mountain was built over a Ming dynasty tomb. Huier clenched her fist and said that this was too much, but Ruoxue asked, "Doesn't this mean that 80 billion yuan has sunk into oblivion?" Duan Sanqian replied that a tomb of this magnitude should naturally be protected as a cultural relic. Perhaps they can apply for compensation to the Department of Cultural Preservation. However, it will be difficult to compensate them with 80 billion. Yin Wu Dao didn't even blink when he heard about this amount. The boys said that they didn't have such funds before. In 8 years they have made such progress. Does anyone on the side help them? Duan became angry and thought that this was impossible. Tian Duo's peerless system asked the guy not to panic. As he couldn't see it, Duan replied that this was good. But Yin Wu Dao's gaze suddenly changed. His purple and gold pupil is unusual. This time there are a lot of heaven's chosen points, but there are no additional rewards. However, killing and capturing treasures is not an easy task. Fortunately, he originally came to take revenge on him, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Yin Wu Dao told Mir Duan that he wanted to express his position on their matter, but first asked permission to raise a toast to him. When the boy began to raise a toast, he deliberately splashed wine on Duan's invisible system. Yin Wu Dao apologized and exclaimed that fortunately Mr. Duan was not hit. But the third gentleman was very angry and abruptly put his hand on the table. A red ring glowed on his finger. He looked at the boy angrily and asked what he wanted to say and what position he wanted to express. Yin Wu Dao asked Xiaomi if she would listen to him. The girl replied that she would. Then the boy exclaimed that this was very good and said that he did not agree. Duan began to shout that in their time there were new laws in society. The Huang family are no longer slaves to their family and they are not obligated to obey them. The girl asked why he refused. Yin Wu Dao replied that if she decided to leave, he would not hold her back. and he was firmly against it. Then Xiaomi blushed a little and, looking into the boy's eyes, asked why. He immediately grabbed her chin and looked back into her eyes. Yin Wudao replied that it was because he loved her. He considers her his property, but the Huang family his personal property. He won't let her get out of his control. Duan began to approach the girl and asked her to leave from here. He exclaimed that he would pull her out of this hole. Lu Fong clenched his fist and, approaching him, said that he was already tired of his behavior. He's not in the place to make a scene. The fists of the two opponents suddenly met. Duan began to say that the Yin family really has hidden talents. Don't underestimate him. The opponent's fist pushed Lu Fong far back. His feet slipped on the floor and he could barely hold on. Lu Fong told Yin Wudao that this striking force was not like that of a human. The boy replied that it was so and they were helping him. Xiaomi asked her boyfriend Duan Xianxian to leave, but she would not go anywhere with him. The guy replied that she did not need to be afraid. He was not afraid of the Yin family, especially Yin Wudao. Xiaomi said that she would not go with him. She was born in the Yin family. She would stay with her. Luckily, they didn't even hold hands and didn't make any big mistakes. She suggests leaving it at that. Duan exclaimed that it was not a matter of whether she wanted to go with him or not, but that she did not want to go at all. He said that he guaranteed that she would regret it. As he left, the man exclaimed that the end of Yin Wudao was near. The girl was shocked and asked Yin Wudao why he did not agree. Is it really because he cheated him out of 80 billion? Zhu He suddenly began to stop them. She explained that Duan Xianxian is a member of the Duan family, the sworn enemy of the Yin family. The master of the Wang family is behind the death of her brother. Yin Wudao doesn't want her to be with him because he doesn't want her to suffer. Xiaomi sat down on a chair and put her hands on her head. She couldn't understand why this was so. Her reason for leaving the Yin family unwittingly became a weapon that wounded everyone she cared about. The system flew up to Yin Wudao and said that Xiaomi's relationship with him had improved and would he like to take a look. The boy replied that he did not want this and walked towards the pool. The boy began to undress his clothes, exposing his torso and remaining in his shorts. When he took off his clothes, he jumped into this pool, completely plunging his head into it. When he surfaced, Ruo Shui approached him. She was also wearing a swimsuit. The girl walked to the very edge of the pool and held a bottle with 2 glasses in her hands. She invited Yin Wudao to drink with her. The girl asked not to worry and promised to return these 80 billion. Yin Wudao explained that he did this to provoke Duan Xianxian. If he doesn't remove it, how can the Yin family continue to prosper in Jiangcheng? Ruo Shui replied that she could not help her with his manly affairs, but it might help him relax. When the girl approached, Yin Wudao abruptly climbed out of the pool. He asked if she didn't hate him and why shouldn't she stay away from him. The girl explained that she had not appreciated his feelings before. Now she has come to her senses and will not miss this love again. Yin Wudao immediately rose in the rankings and received 4 days of talent points and a business talent. He looked back at her and said that her face had turned red. The girl explained that this was because she was very hot. Then the boy approached her and, taking her in his arms, offered to go and freshen up. He picked her up and threw her into the pool. Ruo Shui called him names and flew into the water screaming. She shouted after him that there was nothing that Zhang Ruo Shui couldn't do. If she liked him, then he will be hers. Meanwhile, the car was already driving along the road, among tall green trees. Lu Fong was among the trees and bushes and said that with this gun that he brought from another country, even bulletproof glass would not save him. He targeted Duan Xianxian's car. The boy exclaimed that if he touched Yin Wudao, he would immediately kill him. The guy had already taken aim through the glass at this man, but he glanced in his direction. Lu Fong did not expect this. He began to sweat completely and his gaze suddenly changed. There was a powerful explosion and purple lightning rose up to the very sky. Lu Fong realized that heavenly protection had appeared in front of him and began to run away as fast as he could. The boy grabbed his head with his hands and asked someone for help. Yin Wudao suddenly appeared. He raised his hand with some kind of magical symbol. Blue lightning continued to fly towards him. He couldn't understand why he was coming to him. Again, there was a powerful explosion and blue lightning flew up into the sides. Suddenly, a girl appeared and asked if he wanted to die. Thunder talismans are used for exorcism. And who uses them like this? The girl grabbed him and pulled him out of there. Yin Wudao thanked her for saving him. The girl replied that her dojo was in Beishan. She knew from childhood that there was a tomb in the mountain. I would have asked her about this in advance and would not have spent so much money. Yin Wudao replied that even if he knew, he would have done the same. She asked why. The boy explained that he said he would help her restore Wu Jiguan. He bought the Beishan just for her. It's just that now he's afraid that it will be completely useless. She looked ahead and sighed heavily. The girl suggested going to Baishan and taking a look. Maybe there is a chance to save the situation. Yin Wudao asked if she thought that something could still be fixed there. The girl replied that she was using her technique of moving through the mountains to help him. He asked if this was all a fiction. The so-called transfer technique is a technique that uses the 5 elements to transform earth into water. Once the earth attribute is changed, the tomb will sink into an underground river. With the help of the underground river, the tomb will soon leave Beishan. By then, even if an archaeological team comes, they will not be able to find the slightest trace. The girl clasped her hands in front of her, and many bright yellow rays rose up. Yin Wudao said that if the tomb were submerged in water, it would definitely be destroyed. Isn't what she's doing causing damage? He remembers that those who engage in cultivation pay attention to karmic obstacles. Doesn't this create karma? The girl replied that he bought the Beishan for her sake. Even if she goes through endless suffering, she will repay his favor. The main character ran after the fairy. He shouted to her in fear that the earth shook. A huge ancient publication began to sink underground into a large hole. Yin shouted to the woman in fear as the walls began to close in. The building sank deeper and deeper. The fairy felt very bad. She started bleeding from her mouth. Yin approached his companion and said that since childhood he could not calmly look at the suffering of a woman. The guy said that even the will of heaven is not invincible. He spent 1,000,000 prestige points in exchange for the orb of water. The main character launched a bright blue ball. The girl shouted in surprise that she saw a sphere of water. The fairy said that even if the tomb were submerged in water, it would not be flooded. She was surprised that the guy spent the spell on her. The fairy looked ahead in fear. She was very surprised. The girl thanked her friend. Her favorability increased. A bright glow appeared above the water. Very bright flashes were visible around. The main character and his companion were sitting near the shore in a meditative pose. The fairy said that the first ray of sun every day is the quintessence of the sun. She advised the guy to close his eyes and feel the natural beauty of nature. Yin suddenly leaned towards his surprised girlfriend and kissed her. The girl felt very shy. She asked her friend, "What is he doing?" The main character answered his interlocutor that he had a natural desire to kiss her. The girl replied that she was a nun. The main character hugged his girlfriend and said that they could watch the dawn together. The nun angrily shouted to the guy that if he made her angry, she would hit him. Several people appeared near the edge of the forest. One of them said that there was a chasm in the mountains ahead. From there you can directly see the tomb. The man asked to Duan, "Where is the tomb and where is the crevice?" Duan was surprised. He remembered that he had seen the tomb last time using his telepathic vision. He also saw photos online. The main character told the man not to look for anything here. For him, it was all just an illusion. Duan told Yin that he had greatly underestimated him. He was able to pull off a deal that went against the will of heaven. The man was holding the phone in his hands. He said that photos from last night had already circulated online. He said that he wanted to announce the discovery of the tomb through photographs. Surprised, Duan saw a video recording on his phone. The girl denied the information that the royal tomb was opened in the northern part of Jiangcheng. The main character calmly told the man that his photographs do not matter. Since the information was refuted by a large blogger with tens of millions of subscribers, the man said angrily that although he had miscalculated, he could resell the plot in Siwa for 20 times the price. Yin thought that Duan couldn't sell the plot for only 20 billion. At the same time, he stated that he could get 20. The girl slyly told the guy that all this suggests that the rich man's system works with a double coefficient. The main character decided that he needed to learn the rules for calculating this system. The girl said in fear that she was very cold. The fairy handed the man a magical amulet. She said that it would be a talisman for him. Duan told the nun to leave the amulet for Yin. The main character stood and looked after the departing Duan and his companion. The man thought that the Taoist nun was Yin's secret assistant. He decided to himself that she needed to be eliminated. The woman angrily told the man that the Taoist nun was kind, and he could not shed innocent blood. The interlocutor angrily said that the nun is helping the villain, and she also does evil, so he can kill her. The man looked angrily at his companion and told her not to interfere in his affairs. He recalled that he is the owner of a rich man's ring. The woman stopped near the tree. She looked frightened after the leaving man. Companion. Said that her soul is very weak. She didn't like that Duan considered her a simple thing. The man called his interlocutor and angrily asked him to help him deal with Yin Wudao and his companion for 2 billion. The main character invited the girl to go and have breakfast together. They stood near the gazebo. The interlocutor asked the guy, "Will he come back?" Yin looked at his girlfriend and said that now is not the time. He explained that after appearing in such a remote place, he could not calmly return if Duan Sanqian saw him. The nun looked at her friend and said that she thought he was carefree. At this time, a noise was heard from the side. It was a huge number of ninjas running. The main character sat calmly at the table. The commander told his subordinates to kill the guy. Several soldiers jumped out to protect the owner. They blocked the path to the gazebo against the mercenaries. The guy looked and realized that he was attacked by 8 copies of Jang Bei. The main character noted that the ninja used a spear skill called flower pear. The nun was holding a cup in her hands. She asked the guy, "Do you need her help?" Yin explained to his interlocutor that he had his own plan. The main character took out several golden balls. He prepared to throw them to his soldiers. Yin swung and launched the balls into flight. He shouted to his subordinates to catch them. The warriors and the girl quickly grabbed the golden pills and prepared to swallow them. The warrior swallowed and felt her strength improve. The 2 warriors felt stronger after taking the pills and prepared to fight. The old man swung his sword and began to cut down the attacking ninjas with it. The monk swung and with a powerful blow of his hand quickly repulsed the mercenaries attacking him. The warrior swung and launched poisonous snakes at one of the ninjas. Very quickly, all the attackers were neutralized and brought to their knees. The main character approached and angrily asked the assassins who sent them. The warrior shouted that Duan Sanqian sent them. Yin looked at the fighters angrily and said that the influence of the Duan family in Jiangqing had already been greatly eradicated. The guy explained that the Duan in the city must have an ally among the influential families. He asked the fighters whose people they were. The fighter angrily told the guy that he was behaving unceremoniously and doing evil. If he kills him, then he will act for the good of people. The main character really didn't like this answer. He motioned to his subordinate to kill the mercenaries. The monk swung his weapon and cut down one of the attackers. The nun folded her hands in prayer and humbly said that everything would be like this. The main character asked the rest of the attackers, "Where did they come from?" The ninja demanded from the guy that he could simply kill him. The warrior launched a poisonous snake, and it immediately bit the attacker. The snake wrapped itself around the neck of its victim and crushed him. The girl looked angrily from above. The ninja fearfully shouted to the main character that they were sent to kill Ji Wuji. The main character swung his hand and hit the ninja on the head. The nun grabbed her friend's hand and reminded him that he had promised. The main character said with a smile to the girl that he would agree with her if she asked. Yin swung his hand with all his might. He shouted that the mercenary had insulted him. The guy said that the mercenary would no longer be able to practice martial arts. The ninja, after a strong blow, thanked him for not being killed. Yin asked his friends to go to Ji's house. He explained that before fighting Duan, the traitor must first be dealt with. The monk ran to the gate and with a powerful blow threw the fighters back from him. Ji ran up. He asked the main character in fear, what did he come up with? The main character, in an angry voice, accused Ji of being Duan's spy. He added that the guy was serving the enemy and breaking the rules of Jiangqing. The guy swung his hand and smashed the cup on the ground. He shouted that the main character will not riot in the house of Ji. Suddenly, mercenaries with crossbows appeared on the balcony. They all aimed at the main character. Ji told the main character angrily that he had driven himself into a trap. Fighters with swords ran up. Duan appeared. He told the main character in an angry voice that he didn't think. Jing said that the 8 spears could not cope with the yin, and therefore they set a trap here for the guy. The man told the guy that the crushing defeat at the auction split the union of the 4 great families. From that moment on, Yin had already lost. Duan demanded that his interlocutor obey him. The man angrily demanded that his interlocutor give him an answer. The main character swung his hand and hit his opponent with all his might. Yin looked at the man angrily and said that this was his answer. Duan got angry. He ordered his subordinates very viciously to kill the guy. The monk raised his golden shield. He protected his master from flying arrows. The warrior attacked the fighters with powerful blows. The nun served the hand and prepared to activate the magic spell. The main character shouted to his companion that she didn't need to do anything, but just watch. The nun looked at him with interest. Yin sharply turned his hand to the side and pointed his finger at the running opponents. The fighter with the sword angrily shouted for the main character that he had gone crazy. Yin verbalized his opponent's shot and pointed his finger at him. The fighter flew to the side. As if after a real shot, his accomplices were very scared. The main character continued to shoot from his finger at the fighters running towards him. Ji and Duan were very scared. They could not understand how Yin could defeat his opponents like that. The nun asked the guy with fear and excitement, "Is he really a demon?" Yin stood in the center of a small area. The bodies of militants were lying around him. The sniper with the rifle said to himself that he had been squatting since the morning, and his hands were numb. Footsteps were heard from the side. It was the soldiers running to the rescue led by a woman. The leader shouted in fear that their enemies were coming. Subordinates with swords ran after her. The woman with the sword swung and shouted angrily to her rivals that she was here. The woman began with all her might to slash at the fighters running up to her with her sword. The man angrily grabbed the guy by the clothes and shouted that he had set him up. Qing was amazed. He didn't understand how this was possible. The main character approached his rivals. He said that Ji Wuji actually told Ji Fengming to contact Duan. Yin thought happily to himself that he had been keeping an eye on Ji Fengming the whole time. Otherwise, they would have been caught all by surprise. The guy told the main character that he won, but he would not accept his superiority. He added that he wouldn't even blink. A man ran up from the side and fell to his knees. He asked the protagonist to spare Ji Wujie this time for the sake of their friendship. The guy on his knees said in fear that he himself gave such an idea to his brother and Yin could kill him for it. Main character went up to the elder and told him to get up. He wanted to thank him. The man reminded about the family heirloom shuir. The main character realized that the Bagua mirror for the man was not a gift, but was his own. By his action, the elder wanted to enlist the support of the Ji family and protect himself from current troubles. He already foresaw the fate of Ji Wuji then. Yin, after a long pause, told the guy that he would spare him for the last time. Ji was very surprised. The guy told the main character that he was planning insidious games. He knew very well that Yin would not forgive betrayal. The main character looked at his opponent and said that he knows how to separate good from evil. The guy was surprised that his brother was spared. The system reported that Ji Fengming was very excited and received 1 point of pride. The protagonist said with a smile to Fengming that from now on, his brother's shares in the company would be under his control. The system reported that Fengming received 2 pride points. Ji attacked his brother. He shouted that he acted together with the main character against him. Fengming was frightened and rejoiced, and said that he didn't know anything. The main character asked the man, "Will he fight or meekly accept death?" Duan said in an angry voice that he would fight to the end. The man suddenly took out a whole handful of golden pills. He prepared to receive them. The woman shouted to Duan that eating a lot of pills can be dangerous. The interlocutor angrily told her to shut up. Duan took a huge amount of pills. He felt great power within him. The man felt a great surge of strength after taking the pills. He shouted menacingly. The monk with a spear rushed at his opponent and shouted that he would kill him now. Duan found the strength within himself and knocked the master away from him with a powerful blow of his fist. The man accelerated and with a blow of his hand was able to break the sword in half. The old man was very scared. Duan grabbed the poisonous snakes with his hands and tore them into pieces. The main character said that he himself would fight. He walked towards the man. Yin prepared for battle. He activated 8 pride points for the first fight. The man accelerated and prepared to attack the main character at full speed. Duan launched his powerful punch at the guy. The main character was carried back. Yin, after a strong blow from his opponent, flew very far back. The guy stood in a fighting stance. He remembered the force that was like a tsunami. She fell to the ground. The girlfriend shouted in admiration that even invincible Yin could not resist the opponent. The guy asked the main character in fear, what is he even capable of? The man suddenly jumped up and prepared to attack the main character again. Yin stood still. He decided not to dodge but to try to delay the blow. The main character extended his hand forward. He was able to grab his opponent's fist. Yin shouted to his opponent that he had already lived his life. The system reported that Wan Hu was dead, and the guy received 2 villain points and a skill. Yin struck his opponent with his fist with all his might. He thought that the skill in his hands combined with other skills would reveal itself 120%. The guy was delighted and shouted that the main character first pretended to be weak and then dealt a crushing blow. The nun told the guy that he becomes stronger as much as his opponent is stronger. Yin reached out his hand and grabbed the man by the throat. Duan was out of breath. He told the guy that he had a secret for him. Yin angrily asked his rival, "Does he really think that he is interested in his secrets?" The man answered the guy that the secret concerned the life and death of his father. The man concentrated with all his might and wanted to say something. Yin continued to hold him by the throat. The main character threw his rivals aside and said that he would defeat him anyway. Returning Duan to Zhongqing will not lead to anything good. The man looked slyly at the guy and said that they would still see who would laugh last. The man turned around and walked away with his companion. The main character thanked the woman as she passed him. Suddenly, the man got angry. He didn't like that the guy thanked his companion. Duan looked angrily at the woman and said that she had betrayed him. The friend fearfully answered the interlocutor that she had no relationship with Frost at all. The man asked his companion why the guy thanked her. The woman said in fear that the main character could just be lying. Duan shouted to his companion that she was taking him for a fool. He prepared to take off his ring. The man took off his ring and threw it into the box. He shouted to the woman that she would not see the light again. The main character, accompanied by his fighters, approached the gate. He noticed a girl in front of him. Yin told the girl not to worry. He explained that he did not touch Ji Wuji. The girl ran up to the guy in fear and shouted that she was only worried about him. Yin patted his interlocutor on the head and said that he was fine. Companion asked her friend why he let Duan go. The main character explained that the man found a reason within himself not to die. Perhaps the time has not yet come for its destruction. The guy answered the interlocutor that he had just called. He asked his father on the phone, "Where is he now?" Yan shouted to his father to move to a safe place. Someone wanted to kill him. The man hung up. The girl, scared, asked the guy what happened. The main character answered her that the man hung up. Yin said, dissatisfied that his father never took him seriously and believed that his son was good for nothing. Even at such a moment, the man did not believe him. The main character grabbed the girl's hand. The girlfriend told the guy that his father was in trouble and they should act as soon as possible. Yin replied that he could not leave his father. The guy told his girlfriend, named Swayer, that she suggested a quarrel plan, which turned out to be effective. Enmity had already arisen between Duan and his secret patron. Girlfriend asked the guy if he thought she was very insidious. The main character turned around and said that he couldn't think like that. The nun held out a small artifact. She told the old man to put it in the mausoleum opposite Civ. The interlocutor reminded the girl that all this could harm spiritual practice. The nun said thoughtfully that Duan is very cruel and treacherous. She explained that the octagonal mirror is a righteous path treasure. Even if it damages Siwa, it will never kill people. The girl demanded from her interlocutor that he do this. The old man said with excitement that they really should help Ying Xiao. An expensive car with passengers inside was racing on the road at full speed. The man ordered the driver to turn around and go back. He thought to himself that Wu Dao would not deceive his father. Suddenly, a girl with a stroller appeared on the road. The driver began to brake in fear. The car suddenly stopped in place right in front of a similar girl. The man asked displeasedly, "What happened?" The driver said they almost hit a man. The governor demanded that his subordinate come out and take a look. The driver ran out and told the girl not to cross the road next time. The passerby was lying on the ground. She asked the driver to help raise the child. She sprained her ankle. The driver took a closer look and noticed that there was a large doll in the stroller. He shouted in fear that the woman had mental problems. The stranger pointed the gun at the driver and said that he himself was crazy. A mercenary named the Fox of 1,000 Faces approached the car and looked inside. She pointed the weapon at the governor and said that he would die now. The man was silent. He didn't answer the mercenary and just looked at her angrily. At this time, there was a noise. It was a small car approaching. The girl was very scared. She did not have time to quickly jump to the side. A passenger car crashed at full speed and hit a passerby. The fox fell to the ground after the blow. The driver got out of the car. A girl named Shang Guanjia Luo said in a dissatisfied voice that she had knocked down a stranger to death. Shan said that the passerby was unlucky. She went to the governor. The girl asked the man if everything was okay with him. The passenger asked the girl if she was a maid of the Ouyang family. At this time, the assassin looked at the girl through the gun. He told himself that she had a good figure and that she herself was beautiful. A killer with a rifle, nicknamed the Shooting Cowboy, told the girl that she had to die. Suddenly, the main character appeared at the side of the mercenary. He told the frightened killer that he was going to die. The shooting cowboy was amazed. He couldn't understand when the guy managed to appear behind him. The main character very sharply hit the guy in the throat with his hand from behind. After a very strong blow, the shooting cowboy fell dead to the ground. Yin grabbed the rifle in his hands and looked through the scope at the girl. He said, "She has a beautiful body." Shan told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that he had become even lower and meaner than she remembers him. The guy stood with a rifle opposite the girl. Shan looked at him displeased. Yin threw the weapon back. He thanked the girl for saving his father. The girl told the guy that she also thanks him for saving her. The main character decided to leave. He said goodbye to the girl that now they are even. Shan was very surprised. She didn't understand why the guy didn't pester her like before. Main character. He went up to his father and asked if everything was okay with him. The son reminded the father that he called him, and he hung up. The man answered in confusion that the connection was bad. A man approached the guy from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. The father told his son that Ro had come and demanded that the guy look after this girl and accompany her home every evening. The man waved to the girl and said that she didn't come to Jiangcheng often. He asked her to look around. The father angrily threatened his son so that he would not dare to offend the girl. The main character told the girl that she was tired from the road and he could take her home. Shan answered the guy that she got here with great difficulty and had to look at everything. There were a lot of people at the Bingjiang racecourse. The main character arrived there. A girl appeared on the side. She followed the main character with great attention. Yin told his girlfriend that he is betting on the Black Knight number 9, but today he is not going to win it. The guy invited his interlocutor to bet on the 8th white horse. Shan handed the card to the employee and told him to bet 100,000 yuan. She wanted to earn money. Suddenly, a man appeared from behind. He called out to Yin Xiao in an angry voice. Duan came up. He told the main character that fate simply brought them together. The man told the girl that he could make a bet for her. He offered to bet 1 million. Xiao smiled slyly and answered the man that he should not worry about her. The girl said that the main character is her fiancé. She cannot ally with anyone against him. Shan said that she wants to squeeze all the juice out of the guy and make him suffer. The stranger noted to herself that the protagonist's bride is the first beauty of the city. The main character rose sharply from his seat. He prepared to bet on the horse. Yin handed the worker a card and said that he was betting on the 8th white horse. At this time, a man approached from the side. He also put the card on the tray. Duan said in a joyful voice that he was also betting on the 8th white horse. The man looked slyly at the worker and said that he was betting the whole billion. The worker was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the client was making such a bet. The main character held out a card and said that he was betting 10 billion on the 9th black horse. Duan and the girl were very amazed at such a large bet. Shan sat and held the fan in her hands. She watched the main character with attention. The main character appeared on horseback. He drove close to the girls. The girls stood on the lawn and looked carefully at the rider on the horse. Yin was sitting on a horse wearing a rider's costume. He looked at his girlfriends. The girl shouted in delight that the main character was handsome. Shan thought that the guy's appearance was impeccable. The girl ran up to the rider and said that she needed to talk. Yin replied that he could not now. The girlfriend shouted after the guy that she could find another man. The main character answered her that she could do as she wanted. A man rode up on a horse. He told the girl to come to work with him. He explained that Yin's company called Blackbird would soon go bankrupt. The girl turned to the side. She did not answer her interlocutor. Duan was unhappy. The riders sat on horses and were in a corral. They were preparing for the races. The man turned to the side and told the main character that today he would experience the bitterness of defeat. Yin turned around and angrily told his interlocutor that it would be as he said. The races began. The participants rushed forward on horseback with all their might. The man turned around and shouted to the guy as he walked that his horse was even weaker than he thought. The announcer said that the horse called White General number 8 was confidently in the lead. The main character confidently rode his horse in the village. He began to lag behind. The guy tapped the horse on the side with his hand and said that he fed it, and it should repay him with good. Yin hit the horse from the side to encourage him, and he rushed forward with all his might. Yin was scared. He realized that his horse began to pick up speed very quickly. The main character screamed in fear. The announcer said that Black Horse number 9 began to accelerate. The main character began to pull forward. The announcer shouted as the unstable black horse rushed forward like lightning. Duan tried to cheer up his white horse. He whipped her with all his might. Duan urged the horse with all his might and shouted for it to rush forward as quickly as possible. The man on the horse saw the main character appear next to him and began to overtake him. Yin turned his head and shouted as he walked that the instability of the black horse was his fault. The man was very angry. He shouted as he walked that he couldn't lose. Duan swung his knife and slammed it into the side of the horse. The animal had a severe wound on its body. After being wounded, the horse screamed very loudly. The man said angrily that he could become very rich if he won the race. The main character rushed ahead. From the side, the white horse gradually began to catch up with him. The announcer shouted that the fight was very intense. The rivals raced next to each other. The man took out a red ring. He decided that he needed system support. A flying woman appeared from the side. The man ordered her to push Yin off the horse. The woman looked at the guy and realized that if she pushed him, he would fall to his death. If she doesn't push him, then she won't have anything to report to the Sanqian. The main character turned his head back. He looked at the woman carefully. The stranger looked at the guy in surprise. She noticed that he was reaching out to her. Yin suddenly extended his hand to the side and grabbed the woman with it. Yin held the frightened woman in his arms and told her to come to him. The man became very angry. He saw the main character next to him. The woman slyly told the man to better worry about himself. Duan screamed in fear that there was a ghost next to him. The man jerked his horse to the side. The animal screamed. The stranger began to fall down in a big way. The woman managed to fly up in time and escape from the fall. The announcer said that the white horse was scared. The horse rushed to the side and stopped abruptly near a large fence. The rider flew to the side. A man caught his clothes on a fence after a flight. He thought displeasedly that he had disgraced himself in front of the beauty. The announcer told the audience that the dark horse, number 9, had won. One of the girls was streaming. She said in a satisfied voice that their boss had won. Subscribers watched the live broadcast. They wrote happy comments. The stranger demanded the guy to let her go. The main character answered her that the more she resists, the more he wants. The woman demanded the guy to let her go. If she returns late, she will be suspected. The main character asked his interlocutor what she might be suspected of. The stranger told the guy that her friend would be angry. He held her in his arms and said that she was very cute when she was embarrassed. The woman told the guy that he had something in his pocket and it hurt her badly. The main character invited her to feel it herself. The stranger was very indignant. She felt very embarrassed. The woman jumped up sharply. She shouted to the guy that he was a scoundrel. Race participants approached the organizers to receive their winnings. Main character received a message on the phone. 10 billion yuan were transferred to him. The main character held the card in his hands. He thanked the man for his generosity. Duan walked away. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the low man was triumphant. Yin held out a card for the girl. He said he won the money for her. Shan slyly said that she heard from Ruo Shui that the main character recently invested 80 billion in the purchase of an anime studio. She asked, "Is the guy really just ready to give her that kind of money?" A girl stood to the side and watched everything carefully. Yin thought displeasedly that his girlfriend was a bitch. Yin threw the card onto the table with a sharp movement. He told the bride that one more condition needed to be added. The main character angrily shouted to the girl that they should break off the engagement. Shan was very surprised when she heard such words from the guy about the engagement. Yin poured wine into a glass. He told the girl that it was all their family's decision. He explained that nowadays it is very fashionable to go against the will of the family. The main character was holding a glass of wine in his hands. He told his interlocutor that in films and TV series there are many rich brides who run away from their wedding. They then marry poor guys. Shan was very angry. She slammed the card onto the table. The girl threw a card at the main character and shouted that he was a smug idiot. Shan angrily reminded the guy that they had exchanged marriage letters. Yin put the card in his pocket and told his interlocutor that he agreed. The girl, scared, asked, "What about breaking the engagement?" Shan thought to herself in fear that she had just been played. She lost both money and face. Main character went out into the corridor and heard a woman shout to her friend that he almost killed her because of his indecision. The man angrily asked the woman what secret affairs she had with her boyfriend. He asked if she really wanted to go over to the Yin side. The woman was very scared. She made attempts to somehow justify herself to the man. The main character said dissatisfiedly to himself that the Duan was simply wasting his talent. Shan told the guy that he still has strength if he scolds himself now. The man saw the main character next to him and sharply turned to him. Duan very threateningly shouted to the guy that he would continue to compete with him. The main character asked his interlocutor not to get excited. Duan angrily asked his interlocutor not to talk. He said that they need to compete in vigilance. Yin looked at his interlocutor with interest and told him that he agreed. The main character and his companion went into the next room. Duan told the guy that each of them would take a vessel, then each of them will put one object inside. The one who guesses what kind of object is inside will win. The girls stood nearby and listened to everything attentively. The man swung his hand and placed a huge green marble vase in front of him. Duan angrily shouted that he was betting 200 billion. He was holding a vase in his hands. The man had X-ray vision. He decided to ruin the guy. Yin showed his interlocutor the documents for a plot of land in Beishun. He said that he would take it for 500 billion. The main character said with a smile that the remaining 1.5 trillion would be enough for his pocket expenses. The girl was very surprised when she heard such words from the guy. A surprised Shan sat next to her. The girl waved her hand. She said that both participants were ready and they could start guessing. The main character activated his special vision to see inside the vessel. The man also activated his magical vision to see through objects. Duan was very surprised. He did not understand what was happening to him now. The man was amazed. He realized that he could not see the thing inside the vase. The main character remembered that ancient things have their own special aura. They cannot simply be seen using X-ray vision. The man became worried. He decided that the guy had deceived him because of the antique items. Duan thought to himself that antique items are all the same. He couldn't believe that the guy would be able to see them. Yin told his interlocutor in a confident voice that there was a ring hidden in his bronze bowl. The man was very shocked. He couldn't understand how the main character was able to look inside the vase. After that, the girl reached into the vessel and took out a gold ring. The girl very joyfully shouted to the main character that he had guessed right. Yin thought slyly to himself that purple pupils were much better than X-ray vision. The girl told the man that if he doesn't guess right now, he will lose the competition. Duan activated his magic ring. He demanded that the assistant atone for the crime and look at what was in the bronze vessel. The woman told the man to give up now and then he would have another chance. The man angrily reminded the woman that he was ordering her. The assistant replied that she would do everything. The woman suddenly accelerated and began to run towards the table where the main character was standing. Yan smiled slyly and asked the stranger, "Does she really want to cheat?" The woman stopped at the last moment. She looked at the guy in fear. The main character told the woman that she could look into the vessel, but he needed something in return. The interlocutor asked the guy what he wants. Yin approached the woman from behind and grabbed her with his hands. She asked in fear, "What does he want to do?" The main character told his interlocutor in a sly voice to be braver. The man was unhappy. He didn't understand why his assistant was still so slow. Yin continued to hold the girl from behind. She closed her eyes and tried not to make a sound. The man could not understand why his assistant blushed. She was still standing near the table. The woman, in a very frightened voice, told the owner that there was water inside the vessel. The man was delighted. He already wanted to say his answer to his opponent. Duan became very worried. He decided that the main character is very insidious and everything may not be so simple. Duan was afraid that the guy might turn the water into ice at the moment of solving the mystery. The man pointed his finger to the side and said in a confident voice that there are 2 O inside the H vessel. The main character was amazed at the man's ingenuity. He asked, "Was it really possible?" Duan slyly told the guy that the chemical formula of water would still be H2O. The main character raised his hand with a sharp movement. A bright glow appeared around her. Yin pointed his hand down. The glow very sharply engulfed the vessel. The guy opened the lid of the vase. He told those present that they needed to see a miracle. People looked inside the vessel and were very surprised. They cried out in shock. The girl said in fear that the vessel was empty. The man could not understand how it could be empty inside. The guy slyly thought to himself that with the help of chi energy, he was able to turn the water into steam and it disappeared. The man became very angry. He turned angrily towards the main character. Duan swung his hand and hit the woman with his hand. He shouted that she was in league with the main character and they deceived him. The woman was very scared. She screamed to the man that there was indeed water inside. A sparkling ball appeared on the man's hand. He shouted to his assistant that she was a creature. The girl said with excitement that the man had a bad psyche and had already broken down. Duan beat his assistant and shouted that he would destroy her. Shan fearfully said that Duan had some problems. The assistant sat scared on the floor. She noticed a man approaching her. The main character jumped out to help the woman. He told Duan that he should not win back his loss on his assistant. The man very angrily shouted to the guy that everything was none of his business. He could hardly control himself. The woman, very angry, clenched her hand into a fist. She shouted to Duan that she had been putting up with him for a long time. The assistant flared with anger. She shouted to the man that he didn't even respect her in the slightest. The woman shouted that the man had lost and activated the reset mechanism. Now the system wants to absorb the owner. Duan looked at the assistant with a very angry look and said that he had not yet reset. The man pointed to the side. He said menacingly that he still had one piece of land in Siwa. He demanded that the woman provide him with the services of a wealthy client. The assistant was very scared. She realized that she had revealed her essence very early. The man waved his hand angrily and demanded that the woman come to him. Duan explained to his interlocutor that she would not live even 3 days without his ring. He asked, how dare she contradict him? The main character extended his hand to the side and grabbed the girl's hand with it to stop her. Duan told the woman that she should not deal with people like Duan Sankyun. The main character told the man that he would deal with his plot in Siwa, and in the end, Duan would be left with nothing. The woman's level of admiration increased. The man angrily asked the guy how he was going to deal with Siva. He couldn't believe that the main character could do anything to him. The main character noted to himself that the man was very self-confident. He decided that this was the best moment for the Duan to fall. The man's phone rang. The interlocutor said that the dam on Xizang was destroyed. The main character told the man that the rain had washed away the northern mountain and washed away his area in Siwa. From now on, the earth is no longer suitable for living development. Its price dropped sharply to several hundred million. Duan shouted angrily that he had a rich man's system. After some time, he will return triumphantly. The main character looked angrily at his interlocutor and told him that this was not all. The man grabbed the telephone receiver. He heard very disturbing news for himself. The interlocutor told the man that the national defense cable had been cut. It cannot be repaired due to water backflow. Duan felt very tired. He no longer had the strength to stand. The man sat down on a chair and dropped the phone. He said it was the end for him. The assistant said in a menacing voice that the advance was quickly cleared to 0. The activation of the mechanism for eliminating the rich man's system will soon begin. Duan must prepare for death. The owner demanded from the assistant that she give him a loan immediately. The woman replied that this time she would not help him. The man felt very angry. He glanced angrily at the woman. Duan suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the woman to threaten. The Grozno man said that the pistol contained special bullets. They can even kill a spiritual entity. The main character ran to help the woman and thought that the special bullet should be silver. The guy stood up and protected the assistant with his body. He realized that this was his best chance. The surprised woman's level of favor began to increase very sharply. The man was holding a pistol in his hand. He asked the guy what he was doing. The main character answered the interlocutor that he would soon find out. At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard from the side. It was the policeman running. A woman with a gun in her hand shouted at the man not to move. A policewoman with a gun threatened a man to drop his gun immediately. Duan raised his hand with the gun and said that he was just checking. The main character telepathically demanded that the man point the gun at him. The man's hand pointed towards the guy. He couldn't control it. The woman shouted at Duan to stop immediately. The police decided not to waste time. She pointed the gun at the man and fired. After the shot, Duan fell dead to the floor. Blood spattered around him. Yin looked at the man's body. He understood why the luck of the rich protagonist ran out when he lost everything. The main character was sitting near the body. He realized that the purpose of his mission to kill and capture the treasure was precisely this treasure. Yin picked up the red ring from the man's body. He decided to take it with him. The main character asked the woman if she wanted to follow him. The assistant happily said what she wanted. The guy put the ring on his finger. He demanded that the woman swear allegiance to him. The assistant fell to her knees and told the guy that she would follow him and would never betray him. The main character pointed his hand with the ring forward. The system informed the owner that he had completed the task. As a reward, he receives 8 points of heavenly pride. The police officer asked the guy in fear if he was okay. The main character asked the woman, why was she worried about him? The policewoman angrily told the guy that he attracts death, but remains clean. The main character invited the interlocutor to get to know each other better. The woman looked at him in surprise. Yin very slyly told his interlocutor that she should be careful and not fall in love with him. The woman replied that this was impossible. The main character told his girlfriends that it was time for them to go home for dinner. The girl ran out into the street and shouted to the guy to wait. Yin stood near the car door. He turned around and asked displeasedly, "What happened?" The interlocutor told the guy that he likes duck soup. She prepared this dish for him and brought it to him from home in a vessel. The guy extended his hand and took the metal vessel along with the food. Yin looked at the girl and asked what else she wanted to tell him. The interlocutor said in a frightened voice that she had no relationship with her classmate Duan Sanqian. The main character abruptly jumped into his car and slammed the door. Yin shouted goodbye to his girlfriend that he was leaving. The girl decided that her friend was offended. Jiang Ru Shui said to herself that she deserved such problems. When a guy was in love with her, she fooled him. The main character and his girlfriend arrived at the rich estate in the evening. A woman greeted them there. The woman rushed to the girl to hug her. Sean greeted Auntie. Later in the evening, the whole family gathered in the large dining room for dinner. The family was sitting at the table having dinner. Yin asked his father who could have attacked him. The man answered the guy that he didn't need to know this. The guy asked his father to tell him everything. This will help him stay alert. The man answered his son that he should be ready. The owner said that he could have been attacked by someone from Jingqing. He rejected several large projects and therefore could be dissatisfied with him. So far, these are all preliminary results of the investigation. Nothing is known for sure yet. The father took a piece of meat with chopsticks and threw it into a bowl of food for the guy. The man told the guy that he was getting an extra chicken leg today. Yin very rarely jumped up from his seat. He said that he had already eaten and would now go upstairs. The father asked his son, "Is he really leaving because he doesn't like chicken?" The main character was sitting on the street at a table. He poured the soup into a large bowl. Yin inhaled the aroma of the soup. He found it very appetizing. An assistant appeared. She angrily told the guy that he drank the soup from his girlfriend. This means that Jiang is not indifferent to the guy. Yin replied calmly that he just liked this soup. The main character put the bowl on the table. He told the woman to get to the point. The assistant said that she knows about everything that is happening in the city. She can tell the guy who is behind the murder of his father. Yin demanded from his interlocutor that she tell him. The woman said that 6 months ago, Chen Nangshuan rose very quickly in Jingcheng. After that, Duan joined him. Chen calls himself the reborn immortal Nangshuan. The main character said thoughtfully that Chen is very brave. In 6 months, he united Jincheng and dared to attack the governor. The assistant said that Duan was helping Chen in the campaign against Jiangcheng. The attackers wanted to deal with the Yin family. This was supposed to help discourage other clans from resisting. The guy asked his interlocutor, "Who is stronger, himself or Chen Nangshuan?" The woman said that Chen is progressing. Every day its combat power reaches 12,000. The main character's combat power is only 5,000. The main character turned to the woman and asked what she was thinking. The assistant told the owner that she agreed with the woman's point of view, but he can still level up. The assistant bowed and greeted the mistress. The woman demanded that her interlocutor stand up. The main character carefully looked through the system messages. All his characteristics were there. He counted the points accurately. Yin extended his hand to the side and commanded that he raise the level. A very bright glow appeared around the main character's body. The girls next to him were surprised. The assistant shouted in fear that her master's combat power was growing very quickly. The system reported that the owner had reached the level of a duke. There was a bright glow around the guy's body. The girls fell to their knees and greeted the duke. Yin said that the system had not yet told him that Chen Nangshuan was an enemy. The woman said that Chen is now at the peak of his strength and good luck is with him. The main character could now give in to his opponent for a while. The assistant told the owner that his combat power was growing. There is still a difference in strength. The main character said that it is very impolite not to answer the call. If Chen affects his family, he will kill him. The guy headed to the side. He said that Chen is progressing daily. They still have to fight. Therefore, it is better to attack first. Main character walked up to his car and noticed that someone was sitting inside. Yin asked his friend why she was inside the car. Shan happily said that she couldn't miss such fun. The girlfriend told the main character that she would follow him everywhere. She decided that no one would dare to offend such a beauty like her. The main character got into the car and slammed the door behind him. He prepared for the trip. The owner ordered his subordinates to leave. The guy told the Miao Tzu girl to drive faster and clear the way for the boss. Miao answered her colleague that she understood everything. 2 cars took off and drove forward. The main character remembered that Shangguan Jialo had previously been very opposed to their marriage. Then she became seriously ill and her character changed. The guy looked carefully at his girlfriend. He decided that she had ulterior motives and he should be on guard. In the evening, the car drove up to the gate of the large fork. Jing Cheng lived there. A woman, Chao Yu, got out of the car. There was a Jin Buhuan man with her. There was also a guy named Wang Shihao nearby. One of the guests said that all the power of Jing Cheng was concentrated in one place. An important event took place. The girl asked why so many important people were invited. A large dog with a bow was sitting at the table. There were boxes with gifts around her. The host ordered the guests to quickly kneel down as the boss came out. The guy walked up to the throne and sat on it. He looked at his guests. Chen Nanshuan asked his subordinates strictly whether they had done the job. Jang informed his master that the city of Thunder had been taken. Everyone is ready to obey. Chen Yuchao reported that the city of the sea had been taken. The guy Van said that the city of the forest had been taken. The boss angrily asked his subordinates, "Where did Duan Sanqian go?" The main character approached from the side. He said in a loud voice that Duan was dead. Yin said that he killed Duan. His companions came in with the main character. Chen asked the guest if he was a Yin Dao. The main character confirmed his name. Jiang shouted to the guy that he didn't understand what he was doing. Van told the main character that he was tired of living. Yin told his evil rival that he had already challenged them and they would not do anything to him. The main character stuck his finger with a red ring in his ear. Chen watched his guest very carefully. He became excited when he saw the ring. The ruler said that the guest should be received properly. He demanded that the main character return back what belongs to him. The main character explained to Chen that he wanted to kill his father, and he took his ring. Chen looked at the guest and said that he would fulfill his wish if he wanted to die. Van jumped out of his seat very sharply. He ran at high speed to hit the guy. The guy jumped up and waved his hand. He angrily shouted that he himself would deal with the uninvited guest. Yin sharply extended his hand to the side. He was able to repel the attacker's attack. The main character with a calm movement threw the guy back from him. The soldiers were very scared. The main character prepared to fight against them. Yin shouted to the boss that it was his people who started the battle. Therefore, he does not need to worry about the rules of martial arts. The protagonist's subordinates rushed to attack. The boss angrily said that it was no big deal. He decided to fight without fighters himself. The monk rushed into flight and swung his sword. Miao threw poisonous snakes against her opponent. Chen, why attack the fighters with the help of golden rays? The monk defended himself with a shield, but was pierced by the beam. The old man ran up from behind and swung his sword to finish off the boss. Chen boldly extended his hand forward. He was able to grab the sword. The boss grabbed the old man's head and began to squeeze. The main character was scared. He realized that now his soldiers could be finished off. Chen squeezed the old man's head with all his strength, and it immediately cracked. Before his death, the warrior told the owner to be sure to repair the Taoist temple. The monk ran up to the Nuibisi warrior in fear and called him. Miao screamed at the old man to wake up. The main character said that he came to take revenge. He was unable to protect his loved ones, and this means that his luck is not very good yet. Yin asked, "Where is Lu Fong?" A lean fighter appeared with pistols. He ran forward towards his opponent. The boss defended himself with a spell. He said that he could protect himself from bullets with his defensive chi. The main character swung his blade and prepared to launch it at the boss. Yin shouted to his opponent in a very angry voice that he was going to die. The blade flew in and pierced right through to the boss at full speed. A wound appeared on his body. The main character angrily shouted to his opponent that he had shown him what he was capable of. Chen began to recover very quickly. The girlfriend shouted to the main character to be careful. Chen jumped up and attacked his opponent with a golden ray. The body of the main character lay on the earth. The boss came over and said that he used his double. Chen holding a glowing ball near his hand, he shouted to the main character that he was going to die. At this time, flying luminous circles appeared from the side. They headed towards the boss. Chen was very surprised. He looked in amazement at the circles that were next to him. The boss's face was injured. He could not understand who was able to break through his chi. The Shan girl swung the mirror. She shouted menacingly that the boss dared to attack her fiancé. The guy ran up and extended his hand and grabbed the hand of the girl in front of him. Yin pulled his girlfriend's hand behind him. He shouted for her to leave quickly. Chen put his hand to the wound on his face. He realized that his opponent was not dead. The monk picked up the old man's body and began to run away with it. Miao abruptly jumped out of her seat and ran to the side. The boss did not have time to follow her. Chen angrily asked his opponent, "Does he really want to run away?" Yin jumped onto the roof. The boss opened a small box. Inside it lay a magical blade. The boss launched a magic sword at the main character and shouted that he deserved death. Yin ran away very quickly across the rooftops. He pulled his girlfriend along with him by the hand. Shan asked her friend how he could survive. The main character replied that the deceased was his puppet. The main character, with great fear, noticed how a sword flew past him. Yin shouted to his friend that things were bad. They ran to the edge of the roof. The guy and his girlfriend jumped from the top of the building down the walls. The girlfriend shouted loudly for the main character to hide. Yin ran to the side. The sword turned the corner in flight. He was heading towards the main character. Shan swung her magic mirror and was able to cut the blade in half. The main character told his girlfriend that she was very strong. Shan explained that she has powerful skills. The guy told his companion that they needed to think about how they could escape. The girl swung a mirror from behind to kill the main character. She decided that she had the right to do so. Shan remembered that she loved the guy. He gouged out her eyes and branded her. The girl prepared to hit the guy with a mirror. The assistant warned the owner that he was in danger. The main character sharply pushed himself out of his place to the side to save himself. Yun swung and hit the girl with his hand to throw her aside. A huge axe fell from above and pierced the ground. Yin pushed his girlfriend aside. A Du-Du-Yu warrior descended from the sky and he stood with his foot on top of his axe. He said that Shangguan Jialo must accept his death. The main character asked the stranger, "Was he sent by Chen?" The girl said in fear that the mercenary had come to kill her. The guy asked his girlfriend if they could defeat their opponent based on strength. The interlocutor said that the strength of the Dug is the same as that of the Chen. The main character said that he has a fortune of $1 billion. He told the fighter that he could fulfill any of his wishes. Shan shouted to the guy that his opponent was very dangerous. He ran up in an arc and grabbed his axe by the handle. He swung it and hit the ground with all his might. Yin barely had time to jump to the side. The main character was amazed when he saw the wound on his hand. He realized that something was wrong with him. Yin jumped up to escape another attack. He realized that he was fighting a monster. The main character looked down from above. He decided that his case was very bad. The girl threw her mirror at her opponent. She shouted that the warrior should not touch her husband. He held a spear in his hands and rotated it very quickly. He was able to fight off the flying mirror. The warrior ran up and grabbed a spear. He prepared to hit the girl with it. The main character ran up to his girlfriend and shielded her from the attack with his body. The girlfriend, scared, asked the main character, "Why did he do this?" The guy answered in a weakening voice that he owed something to the girl. The main character remembered that he used to avert danger from other people only for the sake of profit. Today, he simply protected his girlfriend from a fatal blow. Yin closed his eyes and thought that he owed something to the girl in a past life. The warrior looked at his rivals and asked, "Do they really want to die together?" Dugu shouted to the people that he would help them. The girl held her wounded friend in her arms. Shan shouted to the warrior that dying with him would be a kind of completion. The girl said she was tired. In her hands was the weakening protagonist. Yin came to his senses. He shouted to his girlfriend that they could still place one bet. The warrior swung his huge axe to finish off the people in front of him. I looked up and saw that the guy and the girl had jumped up there. He realized that the main character was using instantaneous movement. Shan flew across the sky with the main character. She asked her friend with excitement, "What would they do?" Yin explained that they needed to throw their opponent into mortal danger so that he could not be revived. Yin held his companion by the arms. The two of them ran towards the boss. Chen asked the rivals in surprise, "Where were they going?" Chen told his opponents that they were able to dodge his flying sword. Now they won't be able to escape for anything. Yin explained that the flying sword almost pierced him through. Chen asked the guy why he didn't run away, but returned to him. The main character explained to his opponent that he no longer needed to run. His help is already near him. The main character pointed to the flying warrior. He explained that Dugu was his fiancé's vassal. The boss, in such a situation, is doomed. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't understand what her friend had just said. Chen looked closely and noticed that a cultivator with spiritual purity was flying towards him, Shan. She said that her fighter arrived from Kyoto. The main character told Chen when he left that he would return to him later. The boss remained standing where he was. The warrior flew across the sky. He did not understand what kind of assistant the main character could call for himself. Swung in an arc in all directions with a huge axe, he landed in front of the boss. Chen stood and looked in front of him in great surprise. He did not understand where the opponent came from. Doug looked at his opponent predatorily and invited him to fight now. Chen grabbed the blade with his hands. He prepared to fight off the attack. The two martial artists jumped up and began to fight in the sky. The main character leaves with the girl, Sean asked him. How did he know that the masters would fight? Yin explained to his interlocutor that if the bosses had not fought, they would have dealt with them one by one. Yen revealed that Dugu is the commander of the palace guard. He is very cold and taciturn. Chen is very proud and arrogant. The girl told her friend that he had now become very strong. The main character felt much worse. He started bleeding from his mouth. The girl picked the guy up on her back. The main character demanded that she take him to a safe place. Yin and her companion found themselves on a small boat on a river. Shan examined the main character. She said the guy had lost a lot of blood and was dying. Yin answered his interlocutor that he could still be saved. The main character demanded that his assistants appear as soon as possible. Shan was very surprised when she noticed that two unfamiliar women appeared in front of her. The assistant said in fear that she was afraid of Chen and therefore could not enter. The woman said in a frightened voice that she was afraid for special reasons. Yin shouted to his assistants to quickly figure out how to cure him. The woman said that she could exchange the Great Return Pill. Another woman said that the comeback pill would not help. Now they have only one way left. The woman activated her magical skills. She decided to help the guy reach the 6th level of the true chi of the 9 dragons. Shan tried it with her assistant so that she would quickly tell her the result. The woman said that the guy's body could not withstand the forced breakthrough. You need to complement the yin body and connect yin and yang. Then you can try it. Shan realized that for the main character to connect with a woman, she didn't know who could come up. The assistants looked at the girl and said that they could not help her. The main character whispered to his girlfriend not to force herself. They weren't married yet. Shan closed her eyes and thought deeply. She realized that she now had to make a decision. The girlfriend told the main character that she was repaying him for saving her. She asked the assistants to turn around. Shan looked at her assistant and said that she had seen her somewhere. The woman closed in fear and said that she was just a lonely ghost. The main character shouted to his girlfriend that he needed to start quickly, otherwise it would be too late. Shan got ready and took off her outerwear. She leaned towards her friend. The girl closed her eyes and told the guy that they had been together at least 8,000 times, so there's no pressure. Yin looked at his girlfriend and told her to turn on the light brighter. He wanted to see her better. The main character was alone with his girlfriend on a boat. He admired her very much. The next morning, the main character woke up on a boat with his girlfriend. Shan swung the mirror to finish off the sleeping guy. She decided to take revenge on him. The main character, half asleep, stuck his hand out to the frightened girl and said that he was cold. Shan decided to herself that she would let her friend live for now. She will get even with him when she is in a bad mood. The main character stopped the boat to go fishing. He sadly thought to himself that he could not defeat Chen. And in addition, an arc was now opposed to him. The guy noticed with great excitement how someone took his bait and pulled the fishing line on his fishing rod. The main character was very happy. He pulled a huge octopus out of the water. Yin on the boat cooked octopus in a large cauldron. The guy asked the girl if she knew the weak points of the masters. Shan explained that it is very difficult to find weaknesses among the masters on the heavenly list. She explained that the guy should try to become stronger himself. The main character took a piece of octopus meat from a plate. He asked the girl how he could become stronger. The girlfriend told the guy that his highest level technique contained the power of 9 dragons. Until he was able to truly understand and use the power, Shan decided to help her friend learn how to properly direct the force. The main character greeted his new teacher with a smile. The girl told strictly that subordinates would not contradict the teacher. Shan told her friend that he needed a primary weapon. The main character replied that he had a dagger. The girl explained to the guy that he needed his long weapon. Shan asked the guy what kind of weapon he wants to use. The main character said that he wants to use a spear like the one he saw with Doug. The assistant asked the guy what kind of halberd he needed exactly. The main character demanded the most expensive halberd for himself. The system reported that the owner spent 100 million. The guy was holding a weapon in his hands. The woman said that the weapon was a little expensive. When the owner uses it in battle, he will be able to receive a refund. The main character slyly said that 100 million for a divine weapon is very cheap. Lin appeared on the shore with a phone in his hands. He waved to the people on the boat. The main character excitedly told his girlfriend that someone was walking on the shore and they needed to go back. Shan remembered that she had not had such a calm meal with her boyfriend for a very long time. She didn't want to go ashore. Lin ran and scaredly shouted to the main character that he had bad news. The guy said that last night people from the Imperial Entertainment destroyed the apartment. They drove Jiang into the president's office. The main character asked in fear what happened to Ruoshui. The man approached the woman. He was unhappy that she demanded debts from him. Jiang warned not to approach her, otherwise she would jump off. The man extended his hand to the girl and said that he could play with her. The woman did not want to endure. She jumped out the window. The man next to her was very scared. President Jiang, in order to defend her honor, jumped from the third floor and broke her leg. Now she is in the hospital and undergoing treatment. The main character got angry when he heard such news. He slammed his fist on the car. Yin said angry that all this was directed against him. His enemies know that he failed in Jingcheng and continue to provoke him. The main character said angrily to himself that he should not have taken Sanhe Dashen with him. If Miaoji had been next to him, then nothing bad would have happened. The guy realized that he didn't have much time. He jumped into the car and slammed the door. The driver suggested the guy go to the hospital first. Yin replied that she needed to go to the Imperial Entertainment Center first. The main character invited his girlfriend to go home and relax. Sean replied that they are starting practical classes right now. Yin drove the cars up to the huge building. It was the Imperial Entertainment. The doors opened and the main character came out. His girlfriend was next to him. Yin looked ahead intently. He carried a huge spear in his hands. Shan told her friend that the spear needed to be filled with the energy of 9 dragons. If you manage to carry out a series of blows, the damage will be great. Guards near the entrance stopped the guests and told them sternly to leave. The main character swung and hit one of the fighters with all his might. Yin said in an angry voice to the fallen man that now everything is open to him. The guard shouted in fear that they had come to destroy them. Yin confidently moved forward. The guard ran in fear and continued to scream. A group of armed bandits appeared. They held axes in their hands. Yin ran at full speed against his opponents. The silhouette of a dragon appeared on top of him. The main character remembered how the girl told him that he needed to free the spirit of the dragon. Yin began to slash his opponents with his spear. He remembered advice from a girlfriend to control the angle of impact. The main character hit his opponents with all his might, and they scattered far to the sides. The beaten fighters lay on the floor. The main character dealt with him very quickly. The waiter scaredly asked the stranger not to kill him. Yin asked him where Zhu Biao is now. The waiter pointed his finger to the side in fear and said that Zhu Biao ran away through the back entrance. The main character jumped up sharply from his seat. He reached the roof of the building. Yin saw cars driving along the road from below. He launched his spear and stopped it. After the flight, the spear hit the hood of the car. She couldn't go any further. The car door opened and a guy with green hair fell out. The main character asked the guy if his name was Zhu Biao. The stranger fearfully replied that it was all a mistake. The guy said with fear that Biao forced him to put on his clothes. The main character was very unhappy, he thought to himself in fear that they had been caught. Biao was sitting in the car, racing at full speed. He decided to flee. The boss happily thought to himself that although the main character is strong, he is not very smart. At this time, a motorcyclist appeared from behind. He gradually approached the car. Lin, on a motorcycle, told his friend on the phone that Biao was now heading to the southern part of the city. The motorcyclist told the main character the exact address. He said that the boss hid behind the gates of the Eunuch of Wei. The main character stood near the entrance with his friends. He said that the old man still wouldn't calm down. The guy said that Eunuch Wei is not his real name. As a result, this old man warmed up Zhu Biao to confront the Yin family. Lin looked at the main character and wanted to tell him something. He pointed his finger to the side. The main character noticed that Aunt Yun's car was parked next to him. Lin said that the woman might also be involved in this matter. If the Bai family interfered, then a new plan needs to be developed. The main character replied that he believed Aunt Yun and there was no need for a new plan. The girlfriend thought dissatisfied that the nature of the main character would not change. Main character. Without hesitation, he sharply opened the door and went Taming and went inside the room. The guy noticed Aunt Yun standing inside. Several old men were sitting on chairs. The main character bowed and politely greeted the eunuch Wei. Wei said in a joyful voice that the young master from the Yin family is a rare guest. The main character told the Biao boss to quickly commit suicide. Yun told the guest that Wei invited her to become a mediator. She reported that the Bao were willing to pay 10 billion and apologized to settle the matter. The main character extended his hand towards the woman and told her to stop. The guy explained to the woman that she herself could have suffered instead of Ruo Shui. There was a long pause. Biao sat in his place and looked displeasedly at the main character. Several fighters appeared behind the boss. Wei sighed in a dissatisfied voice for the main character that he did not want to do him a favor. The man ordered his subordinates to quickly kill the guy. The fighters suddenly jumped up and rushed to attack the main character. Yin swung his sword sharply and began to fight back. The man and the woman attacked him with swords. The woman accelerated and pushed away from her colleagues back to attack from the air. The main character put his spear in front of him and blocked the blow with the blade against him. Sean said with excitement that the double swords are a very skillful combo. Biao happily said that the black and white killers were his adoptive father's ace in the hole. Wei angrily shouted in a dissatisfied voice to the man that he couldn't handle even a small thing. The main character fought off the warriors who attacked him in a circle. They were from all sides. Yin moved very quickly across the floor to protect himself from his opponents. The man and woman swung their swords and were surprised to notice that the guy had disappeared. The main character found himself on top of the ceiling. From there, he joyfully called out to the surprised fighters. There was a very strong explosion. 2 fighters were blown apart in the room. Wei was very scared. He couldn't understand what had happened. The bodies of soldiers lay on the floor. The main character asked, "Is he really capable of this?" Sean answered the guy that he could increase his combat power many times over. Previously, he could not use it correctly. The old man shouted at the man to kneel down. He accused Biao of inciting him to massacre the Yin family, and now he himself had to clean up all this. Biao was very angry. He pointed a gun at the man and shouted at him to shut up. The man shot the old man. Wei fell to the floor dead after the shot. Biao pointed the weapon at the woman. She was very scared because of this. The main character said that he would save Yuni's life if the main character lets him go. Yin said displeasedly to the boss that he was deceived by his disguise. He still needs to work on his insight. Biao continued to threaten the woman with a weapon. He demanded that the guy not play with fire. Yin told his friend not to worry. The main character told the boss that he also wants to show him someone. The doors opened and a woman came in. Behind her stood Lin with a pistol. The man realized that he saw the 7th lady in front of him. The hostage fearfully asked Biao to save her. She didn't want to die at all. The man turned to his lady in fear. He was very worried. The main character twirled the ring on his finger. He said his information was correct. Biao angrily and irritably demanded that the guy fight him honestly. The main character told his interlocutor not to offer him the rules of nobility. This number won't work with him. The woman screamed in fear that she was pregnant. The main character warned the man to immediately release Bai Yunxi while he counted to 10. The main character sharply called the number 9 and extended his hand with a spear above him. Biao shouted in fear to his interlocutor that he should have started counting from 2. The main character said calmly that he had the advantage on his side. He can count as he pleases. Biao asked the guy displeasedly, "Why is the advantage on his side?" The main character explained that he has many beautiful girls. Even if the Beidai dies, she will be one of them. But the hostage carries the boss's child within her, and he is his only heir. The boss fell to his knees in fear. He dropped the gun from his hands and it fell to the floor. The boss told the main character that he was wrong and would tell everything. He asked Yin to let his family go. Biao stood and held a photograph in his hands. He was depicted there together with a woman. The guy threatened Director Zhu that Mr. Wei might see his photo. The man was unhappy because the guy took his photo. The man reached out his hand and grabbed the young guy by the throat to strangle him. The interlocutor told the boss that he had already posted the photos online with delayed publication. The man asked the guy what he was up to. The young man grabbed the man's hand and asked if he wanted to be the #1 crime lord in Jiangcheng. The interlocutor explained to the boss that Yin would definitely die in Jincheng this time. Old man Wei grew old and boss Long retired. For the Biao, the first step to power is the company of Xuaniao. The man asked the guy what he wanted from him in return. The interlocutor explained to the man that he wanted a Xuaniao investment company from him. Biao told the main character that he had answered all his questions and now he must let him go. The man promised to serve the guy faithfully and help unite the entire Jiangcheng underworld. Yin pointed his sharp sword at his opponent. The man was very scared. The main character demanded that Biao quickly climb the tall tree next to him. He promised that after this he would forget all his misdeeds. The main characters looked angrily at the boss and asked, "Doesn't he really want to be saved?" Biao began to crawl along the side of the tree. The main character and his girlfriends looked at him with interest. The man sat down on a branch. He thought to himself in fear that he might break his leg, but he would have a patron in the form of the Yin family. Suddenly, the boss slipped from the branch and began to fall from a height down. Yin placed his blade on the ground below him. The man noticed at the very last moment that he was falling from a height onto a sharp sword. Biao fell with the full weight of his body onto the sword and was pierced through. The woman ran up to Biao's body and screamed in fear. Yin said in a dissatisfied voice that the boss wanted to touch his woman and still survive. Uni. I asked the main character what he was going to do with the Ji family. The main character angrily said that he would destroy this family. He thought to himself that the Ji had left him no choice. They attacked him again and again. Yin approached the gate of a large estate. Someone opened them from the inside. The old man fearfully told the main character that they were old friends. He asked him to let his sons go. He himself is ready to stay and answer for everything. Yin told the old man that he never retreated, and his family became more and more impudent. The man fearfully asked his interlocutor to spare his heir. Yin looked at the old man very menacingly and said that the chickens will not be spared. The guy angrily told his interlocutor not to humiliate himself. The loser has no right to ask. He told the main character that he could not kill him. Yin was surprised to see several new people appear in front of him. The main character asked his grandfather with fear, "What was he doing here?" The old man was sitting in a carriage nearby. A frightened girl stood with him. The guy was holding her at gunpoint. The main character menacingly asked the guys Bai Hu and Xuan Wu, "Have they really rebelled?" The fighter told the gentleman that he was asking for forgiveness. The other guy explained that they were from the Yi family. They were ordered to protect the Ji family. The main character said that the girl Hong Ye was also from the Yi family. He asked the guy why he was targeting her. The interlocutor said that her family has an east and a west wing. Hong said that the eastern wing is the senior branch. They have the right of inheritance. Her father died early, therefore control temporarily passed to the west wing. The head of the west wing is Ye Hao. He has a very close relationship with the Ji family. This is why Ye Shui was always raised in the Ji family. The old man said that the curse placed on his feet came from the West Wing Yi family. The man shouted that the old man was dishonoring other people's wives and daughters. This is why his legs were broken. The main character remembered that he, too, used to be a close friend with Ah Hao. Then there was a disagreement and they stopped communicating. As the prediction says, Ji Wuji will hand over the girl to Xuan Wu and Bai Hu in the future. The main character thought and decided to retreat. He stepped back a little. Yin suggested to the fighters that they take two guys from the Ji family. The guy looked angrily at the main character and said that he could not dictate terms to them now. The fighter explained to his interlocutor that the bullet would not make out who would be in front of it. He demanded that Yin move away. The main character accelerated and launched a sharp blade. He said that the past person who threatened him had not yet cooled down. Yin launched the blade and it hit the guy in the hand. The fighter then dropped the pistol. The main character sharply extended his hands forward and prepared to save his friends. Hong and the old man were hanging in the air above the ground. The guy supported them. Yin was lifted up above himself in the arms of a surprised old man along with the girl. The main character told his rivals that their trump cards had been exhausted and they should follow him. The soldiers were scared. They jerked to the side and decided to flee. The main character suddenly broke down and ran after the bandits running away from him. Yini, while running, extended his hand and tried to grab one of the fighters with it. Ji shouted to the main character that he was ready to give him Shui Eri, just so that he would spare him. Another guy shouted as they walked that they grew together with frost. Yin ran up to one of the fighters and grabbed his throat with all his strength. Ji was out of breath. In a frightened voice, he began to remind the main character that they grew up together. The guy promised that he would give the main character Shui Eri. Yin squeezed the guy's throat with all his strength. Ji wheezed and began to lose consciousness. The main character told the guy in an angry voice that he gave him a chance, but he refused. It was useless. Yin unclenched his hand and threw the lifeless body of his victim to the ground. The boy was very scared. He realized that his brother was dead and he needed to flee. One of the fighters shouted to the guys that they needed to leave. The boy still looked at the main character in fear. Fengming was very scared. He decided to flee as quickly as possible. Yin accelerated from his place and shouted to the guy not to even dream of running away. The man shouted to his son to run. He grabbed the main character on the move. Yin? I was very surprised. He didn't understand why the man wrapped his arms around him. The elder demanded that the guy have mercy. The old man in the stroller told the main character that he himself was the sworn brother of Jijong. If Yin kills a man now, he will push him to dishonor. Yin turned around and prepared to leave. He said that old people can sort out their grievances themselves. The old man told the man that Ye Hao used to owe him his life. After everything that happened, they are now even. Ji looked angrily at his interlocutor and shouted that he himself would pay for his sins. The man suddenly jumped up and ran to the side at full speed. Ji, after a powerful acceleration, hit his head against the wall with all his might. The old man was very frightened. He realized that Ji had just committed suicide. The system told the owner that he received 5 points for killing Ji Wuji. The final task has also been activated for the guy. The system said that the main character must kill Feng Ming. He will be rewarded for this with 800 celestial hero points. Yin turned around and told his subordinates to kill Feng Ming at any cost. Lun reminded the main character that he himself said that such people cannot simply be eliminated along the way. The main character shouted to the interlocutor that they should try. Lin told his friend that he would take care of it immediately. Shan looked angrily at her friend and asked why he doesn't even spare a child. The main character answered the girl that Feng Ming was the biggest threat in his life and could make her a widow. Shan said excitedly that the surname Ji refers to the reincarnation of a person already known to her. She added that this is indeed a big threat. The old man in the stroller told the main character that he had brought big trouble on him today. The interlocutor told the main character that he wanted to transfer the Green Dragon Corporation to him. The guy will have support in difficult times. The old man told the guy that he had no sons. Everything he has earned in his life can provide a future for Yin. Yin was very happy. He thanked his grandfather with a smile. The old man told the guy that the girl would help him in the future. He should get closer together with Ye Hong. Hong turned away and thought to herself that she was already very close to Frost. The weather was very good outside and the sun was shining brightly. The main character was walking with his companions. The main character asked the girl, why didn't she tell him before about the enmity between the western and eastern wings of her family? He had even decided that she was no longer loyal to his grandfather. The interlocutor said that in any case, her entire family should not bear responsibility. Yin said thoughtfully that the West Wing Yi family saved Ji Feng Ming's boyfriend. This means that they have become enemies and will definitely clash in the future. The main character and his companions went to the hospital to visit a friend. Jang sat on the bed and screamed in fear that no one should come near her. The main character looked carefully at the patient in the ward. A Taoist and a Miao stood nearby. The main character asked his friends, what is the situation now? The Taoist said that he cast a calming spell on the patient. Jiang should be fine. The girl looked at the old man in fear and said that the same one had died. The warrior replied that he had achieved the highest Tao and could live forever. The girl was very happy. She shouted with a smile that all this was impressive for her. The main character of the group pushed the old man away and told his friends not to listen to his nonsense. Yin said that the deceased old man was a doll. Before leaving, the main character gave each of his friends a double. Shan thought to herself that the main character had changed a lot in life. Yin protects subordinates and values feelings. The main character began to calm his girlfriend down. He repeated that it was all over. Shan looked at her friend and decided that his dissolute nature had indeed not changed. The girlfriend asked the main character to stay with her. She was very scared. The main character told his friends to go on vacation, and he would take care of everything himself. Khan left the room. The guy shouted at her to close the door behind her. The friend closed the door and got very angry. She wanted to kill the guy. Shan walked along the corridor. She thought that she had provoked the incident with the warlord Ark herself. She will kill the guy after she deals with the current problems. Jiang in the ward grabbed the main character and kissed him. Yin was very happy. The girlfriend kissed the guy on the chest. She told him he could take it. Yin thought to himself that the girl was very cold on the outside but ardent on the inside. Jiang abruptly threw her friend onto the bed and prepared to sit on him. Jang sat on top of her friend. The guy thought that the girlfriend was only pretending to lure him into a trap. He decided that this girl was very cunning. The main character told his girlfriend in a stern voice that she could get his body, but she wouldn't get his heart. Jiang, sitting on top, hugged her friend and said that it was enough for her that someone was nearby. The main character turned off the sound on his phone. He kept getting calls. The main character reached out and took his phone. He had a lot of missed calls. Yin, I asked my friend on the phone if he was caught. The main character said that he was very tired last night and slept through everything. The main character, from a conversation with a friend, realized that he had been detained. Even martial arts skills did not help him. The girl came to her senses. She asked the main character what happened to him. Yin said that his friend Lin was beaten and captured yesterday. Now he needs to go and do this. The main character told the girl that he had selected several bodyguards from the Green Dragon Corporation for her. She must take them with her when she goes out. Yin turned to the side and noticed that there were small bloodstains on the sheet. He asked the girl, was this really her first time? The main character persistently asked his girlfriend, was it really all like this for her for the first time? Jang felt very embarrassed. Yin hugged and kissed the girl goodbye and told her to wait for him. The line was tied to a post on the estate. He had a gag stuck in his mouth. The guy stood and was silent. He couldn't say anything because of the gag in his mouth. There was a very strong knock on the door. It was Yin, who appeared along with his companions. The monk asked in an angry voice, who dared to detain Mr. Yin's people? The Feng Xiu fighter turned around and said that Second Master Ji had done him a favor, and in return he helped him cross the river. The guy demanded that the guests apologize to him and his wife and kneel down. The Taoist and the monk became angry. The main character shouted to his subordinates to stop. The main character said that if a fighter defeats a tench, it means that he is really strong. Yin looked at his opponent and said that he could handle him himself. The fan looked at the main character and said that he wanted to test him. Yin held a spear in his hands. The fighter grabbed his large and sharp blade and launched it at his opponent. The main character rushed forward to attack. The fan shouted to him that he had already lost the initiative. Feng picked up several small blades to fend off the attack. The main character swung his weapon and shouted to his opponent that he had underestimated him. The fan swung from the side and prepared to hit his opponent with a huge knife. Yin fell to the ground. He protected his head from a blow from above with the handle of his spear. The fan shouted to his opponent that it was all just a distraction. The fighter had many more blades on his clothes. The fighter jumped up and shouted that now there would be a fatal blow. He launched many blades. Yin dodged in different directions and fought off flying weapons. The fan shouted that his opponent was using a special, graceful technique. The main character suddenly jumped up and ran in the direction of his opponent. Yin swung and tried with all his strength to hit the fighter from above with his spear. Fen dodged just in time. He was able to protect his head with a block using the blade. The fighter raised his weapon and used it to fight off the opponent's blows. Shan said with great admiration that Feng was able to repel the crushing blow of the main character. The fighter fought off the attack with blades. He shouted that he needed to retreat. The fan swung his weapon and tried to hit the guy. Yin dodged in flight. The main character noted to himself that his opponent moves very quickly and is as elusive as a shadow. During the fight, Yin asked his opponent why he didn't strike his painful points. Does he really not want to get an enemy and is saving his talent? The main character swung his blade. He asked the fighter why he was in this place. He proposed that the fan go out into the world with him and help him achieve great things. The fighter said very thoughtfully that he was not interested in worldly vanity. A very strong explosion was heard between the masters. They jumped back. The fighter told the main character that she would have enough today. He demanded that Yin take his people and leave. Main character approached his friend and cut the ropes on his body. Yun said in a proud voice that he had no subordinates, but only comrades. The fan looked at the guys with great suspicion. The main character received new tasks from the system. He needed to win over Fen Shu to his side. The main character said with a smile that they would not leave here soon. He cannot miss such a valuable assistant as Fen. The fighter turned away and told his interlocutor not to waste time on him. Feng sat on the ground near a small pot and said that his heart was like the setting sun. Even if he has combat power, he has no fighting spirit. The main character said that he wants to find a worthy opponent for Fen, and then the fighting spirit will return on its own. Yin smelled a very strong, pungent odor. He asked his interlocutor, "Is there really natural musk on the fire?" The fighter answered the guest that he had a very trained eye. Suddenly, one of the chains on the pot broke and all the food fell into the fire. Fen fearfully rushed towards the fire. The main character reached out and grabbed the food with it. Yin turned to the fighter and said that his musk was ready now. The fighter told the main character that he could not help him. His wife is now bedridden. He can't leave her in Zhangcheng. They met young Master Ji. He helped them find a doctor and paid for their treatment. In return, he helped him escape. The main character asked his new acquaintance if his wife is in a coma, if he uses natural musk. I asked my interlocutor if he understood medicine. Yin extended his hand to his friend. He said he wanted to try it himself. The fan agreed with him. The main character, accompanied by his new acquaintance and friends, arrived at the hospital. Fang went up to his wife and put musk on her head. She was lying unconscious on the bed. The fighter said that the woman did not regain consciousness for 3 years after she was wounded. Doctors said that the patient had an internal hemorrhage in the brain, but she did not wake up even after the operation. The main character looked at the patient Hu Jing very carefully. Yin took the woman's hand in his hand. He said that musk would not help her. The doctor came up. She asked the guest how he could make such hasty conclusions. The doctor said that the patient had blockage of blood vessels in the brain and insufficient nutrition of the nerves. Musk is used to cleanse blood vessels. The main character with a smile explained to his interlocutor that the patient had put herself to sleep. The doctor told the guy that now was not the time for jokes. Yinai was unhappy. He realized that the doctor was pretending to be a very important person. Shan looked at the guy with suspicion and said that he had some kind of relationship with the beautiful doctor. Lin slyly said that perhaps Yin and the woman had something going on. The main character at the end of the conversation told the doctor to do as she knows. The doctor approached the unconscious patient and began to examine her head. The doctor told the guy that she had eliminated the woman's hemorrhage. In half an hour, the patient will definitely start. An agonizing wait began in the ward. The clock showed 12 hours and 10 minutes. The fighter asked the doctor if half an hour had already passed. The woman replied that she needed to wait a little longer. Time continued to drag on slowly. The clock showed 7 hours and 25 minutes. Yin and her girlfriend were sitting at a table. Feng asked the doctor why his wife had not woken up yet. The doctor replied that she needed to wait a little longer and the woman would come to her senses. The fighter looked at the doctor and said that it was almost half a day and his wife was still unconscious. The fan fell to his knees on the floor. He decided to ask the main character for help. The fighter asked Yin to save his wife. In return, he promised to serve him faithfully until his death. The main character asked the fighter to get up and wait outside. The fan looked up at his interlocutor and said excitedly that he wanted to stay. The main character warned his friend that the scene would be very spicy and he might not be able to stand it. Yin demanded from his subordinate Miao that she stay with him. The rest had to leave the room. The doctor anxiously told the guy that she wanted to stay. She was very interested in how he would wake up the patient. Yin activated his magical skills. He said that he could bring a woman back to life. Very dark swirls appeared around the patient's body. She was still unconscious. The woman lay motionless on the bed. She never came to her senses. The doctor said that the patient never woke up. The main character explained that his guesses were confirmed. Yin demanded that Miao remove the patient's outer clothing. The girl replied that she would do so. The girl approached and began to remove the outer clothing from the unconscious woman. Yin said in a joyful voice that they would put on a show for the patient. Miao launched snakes and various insects at the woman. The doctor scaredly asked the main character, "What is he doing?" She demanded to stop. Insects crawled over the woman's body. The doctor threatened the guy that he would be sent to prison if something happened to the patient. Yin explained that now the fun begins. The fan stood near the entrance to the chamber. He decided that something bad might have happened. Lin said that he himself would go into the ward and see what the main character wanted to do. The girl told her interlocutor that Yin'e is a reliable person and nothing will happen to his wife. The fan remembered that the main character asked them to leave. Shan told the fighter to watch carefully. Yin was holding a huge snake in his hands. He noticed that the patient did not regain consciousness. The main character extended the snake towards the unconscious woman. Shan was very scared. She couldn't understand what the main character was doing. Yin extended the predatory snake straight close to the woman's open mouth. Unexpectedly, the patient woke up. She suddenly waved her hands and pushed the guy away from her. A frightened fan ran into the room. His wife was surprised when she saw him. The main character with a smile asked the doctor if she was giving up. The doctor said admiringly that it was a real miracle. Feng sat near the bed and hugged the woman. He thanked the main character for his patience. The doctor hugged the main character. She asked him what was the matter. The doctor told the guy that they might encounter the same case in the future. Yin agreed to tell his interlocutor everything. The main character said that the woman's internal damage had long since healed. She could come to her senses on her own. The patient's subconscious did not want to wake up. She had to be scared to wake her up. The doctor was very surprised. She realized that the patient had indeed woken up from fright. Shan asked with suspicion why the woman didn't want to wake up. Shan said that the patient had a loving and devoted husband. She could wake up to enjoy his love and care. A woman's voice came from the side. The patient said that as long as she was conscious, her husband would have no end of fights and wounds. Hugh explained that when she lay in bed, her husband was always next to her. She wants her to live calmly and be happy with Fen. The main character listened with interest to the woman's story. He didn't answer her. Yin bowed to the patient and said that saving a person was a small effort on his part. The main character told his companions that they needed to go. He demanded that the line be handed over to all the people in the city so that the family could be left alone. Shan told the fighter that the Feng family has a lot of enemies all over the world. She proposed to form an alliance to support and help each other. Feng fell silent and thought. He carefully analyzed the words of his interlocutor. The main character told his friends that he did not need to be persuaded. He will not make an alliance unless his friends serve him sincerely. Yin asked his friends why they look at him like that, and do they really admire his generosity of soul? Shan handed the main character a small mirror and told him to look for himself. The main character was very scared. He kept looking at the mirror in his hands. Yin looked in the mirror and said that the last time such a word appeared was when Lin wanted to finish him off. He was able to ward off the threat with the help of cunning. If the word appears again, then this is not good. The main character exhaled in fear. He realized that he now had to make an important decision. Yin told his friends that they should follow him in life and death and serve him. He decided to give them several secret techniques today. The guy said that he was teaching a technique called the Art of 5 Poisons to Miaoji. The main character pointed to the old man and said that he would give him the immovable King of Wisdom. Yin told the monk that he would send a lightning strike from his palm for him. The subordinates bowed to the main character and said that they would serve him until his death. Yin explained to his friends that when he teaches them, he also helps himself. The main character arrived at the residence of the Yin family. The girl greeted her uncle and aunt. Yin and her friend were very amazed. They noticed that there was someone stranger in the house. Shan said in fear that she saw an ark in front of her. The main character asked where his parents were. The woman came up and told the main character to call his friends for lunch. Yin turned around in surprise. The guy ran up and asked his mother, "Where is father?" The woman replied that her father was in the office. Yin persistently asked his mother to go and bring his father for dinner. Arched to his feet, he said that Chen would appear soon and asked the guy, "Will he act first after they eat?" Dugu replied that food comes first. The fighter headed for the exit. He told the main character that they would wait for him outside. Yin suggested that the other party have dinner with the others. Dugu turned around and strictly told the guy that he shouldn't do this. Yin fell silent. He looked at the fighter and didn't know what to say to him now. The whole family sat down at the table for dinner. The father sat at the head of the table and looked attentively at the guests. Dugu sat at the table and consumed food from the plate with great appetite. The woman told her guest with a smile that he should eat and not be shy. The fighter thanked the woman. Yin sat on the side and watched everything with excitement. The main character told his parents that they should watch the movie in the room after dinner. He demanded that they not go outside under any circumstances. The mother asked her son why they needed to stay in the house. After a short pause, the woman said that she and her husband had not watched a movie together for a long time. Shan told the warrior in the courtyard that her personal affairs did not concern the Yin family, so the warrior acted impolitely by coming to her. Doug explained that he had no choice. The time limit given to him by Mr. Hao has expired. The fighter looked angrily at his opponent and told him to voluntarily leave with him. Yin jumped up and shouted that he needed to kill his opponent as soon as possible. The masters began fighting among themselves. Yin managed to dodge the enemy attack. Dugu told his opponent that he had greatly improved his skills. The warrior activated his magical abilities. A fire eagle appeared in the sky. Yin swung his spear. A huge fire dragon appeared next to him. The mythical dragon suddenly rushed to the attack and grabbed the eagle with its teeth. The fighters were fighting on Earth at that time. At the very last moment, he barely managed to dodge a deadly spear attack. At this time, a huge sword fell from heaven into the ground. There was a blue explosion all around. Chen appeared in the sky. He told the main character that he had made a lot of progress in a short time. This means that Yin is not destined to live. The system told the owner that he must flee and try to survive at any cost. The system told the guy that he would receive a big reward for the task. Yin thought dissatisfied to himself that his opponent had a very high opinion of himself and a very bad opinion of him. Chen landed from heaven to earth. He told the main character that he considers himself the chosen one of fate. The master looked at the main character angrily and compared him to a small ant under his feet. Yin replied angrily that Immortals always look down on others. The main character accelerated along with the spear. He shouted that he would try to kill the immortal today. Chen began to activate his magic. He said in an angry voice that the main character had figured out his identity and he couldn't leave him alive. The main character angrily shouted to his opponent to show him what he was capable of. Chen grabbed the large blade. He shouted to his opponent that his desire was law for him. A bright blue light emanated from it. Yin was very scared. He put his spear in front of him to protect himself from the magical attack. There was a strong explosion on Earth. The main character jumped up sharply to defend himself. Chen launched the blade at his opponent. He shouted that Yin should consider it an honor to die from his sword. The blade flew at full speed towards the main character. The guy stood on the ground in fear. Yin looked ahead in fear. The flying sword practically pierced his body. Suddenly, a warrior appeared from the side and knocked the flying sword far to the side. Feng stood and menacingly held the blade in his hands. He said that a real man should know what to do and what not to do. The main character was surprised by the appearance of his friend. The fan told the main character that he admires him and wants to serve him faithfully. An Ark appeared. He very sharply jumped up and ran towards the warrior. Ark rushed at full speed towards his opponent. He asked angrily, "Is the fan ready to die?" The warrior swung his spear and began to attack. The fan very quickly dodged back. Ark swung his weapon with all his might to hit his opponent from above. The fan very quickly contrived and ended up behind the warrior. He looked around in fear. The fan hit his opponent in the back with all his might. The warrior flew to the side. The main character was very surprised and happy. He realized that his friend was able to kill the military leader very quickly. The fan raised his spear and threw it aside to help the main character. The guy stretched his hands forward and in flight caught the weapon flying at him. The fighters stood with their backs to each other. The fan happily said that only with a worthy opponent can one feel real excitement. The main character replied that true romance for a man is in battle shoulder to shoulder. The main character invited his friend to finish off the upstart. The fan replied that he would do it with pleasure. Both fighters held weapons in their hands and rushed forward at the master. A fire dragon appeared above the main character. The guy rushed to attack. He angrily asked his rival why he was killing innocents. The fire dragon attacked Chen in flight from above. He managed to defend himself. The warrior raised his sword up in front of him. The magical dragon stopped about him. Chen said in a confident voice that he does not report to anyone. The fan accelerated from behind to try to hit his opponent. The fighter hit the master from behind with a blade and it had no effect on Chen. The master, without turning around, said that he was protected by the heavenly shell. It is useless to attack him. The fan ran from all sides along with the main character. There was no way they could harm the master. Chen looked angrily at his rivals and called them two pathetic buffoons. The main character and his friend fought off another attack from the master. Yin, with his spear in his hands, jumped back along with his friend Fen. Chen told his opponents that they were among the strongest fighters on the planet. He demanded that the boys swear allegiance to him. In return, he promised them power over the entire region. The fan and the main character angrily shouted to their rival that he would not wait for their submission. Chen looked angrily at the guys and told them to blame themselves. He walked in their direction. At this time, the sound of gunshots was heard. Bullets flew towards the master. Chen noticed bullets flying in front of him. He sharply dodged to the side. The master noticed with great consternation how a scar appeared on his face after the bullet. Chen asked very angrily, who could break his protective chi? He himself was a reborn immortal patriarch. Shan was holding a talisman in her hands. She shouted to the master that, with the help of a spell, she could destroy any protective chi. And next to her sat a tench with a rifle. Chen thought dissatisfied to himself that the main character today is guarded by strong warriors. He himself has not yet recovered, and therefore it would be unwise for him to engage in battle now. The master thought that it was better for him to retreat and return later when he had regained his strength. Chen jumped up sharply. He shouted to his opponents that they would fight another time. An old man appeared in the sky. He shouted to the master that he would attack him with a lightning strike from his palm. Chen, as he walked, sharply pushed off from the roof of the building and flew further into the sky. Suddenly, a monk appeared in front of the master. He shouted that the further path was closed. Shan appeared in the sky with a magic mirror. She shouted to the master that he was going to die. The girl swung and caught her opponent with her mirror. She hurt him. Chen sharply pushed himself off the ground and decided to jump down from the bridge to escape. Miao was already waiting for him there. The girl angrily shouted to the master that he could come down and play with her snakes. Chen looked to the side in fear. He noticed that the main character and his friends were running towards him. Yin held pieces of paper with spells in his hands. He demanded that his opponent listen to him carefully. The main character raised the pieces of paper and began to read spells from them. A very bright fiery glow appeared around the guy. Pieces of paper were flying around him. Chen stood and saw bright lightning around him. Yin read magic spells. The master was scared. He realized that he had miscalculated. An ordinary mortal used the great power of thunder against him. The old man said admiringly that the guy used the true method of 5 thunders. Shan said with surprise that the main character saw the technique once and immediately mastered it. Yin extended his hand forward and shouted to his opponent that he commanded him. A huge fiery ray descended on the master from above. Chen was scared because he died at the hands of a mere mortal. The master thought at the last moment that he would save a piece of his soul to take revenge. A fiery glow appeared from the protagonist's hand. He shouted to his opponent that he knew about all his tricks. Now he will break his soul into pieces. A huge fire came from the hand of the protagonist and completely burned his opponent. Yin happily said that the battle was over. The system informed the owner that he received glasses and a flying sword as a reward for his victory. The guy looked at his palm with great interest. On it lay a small sharp blade. Yin remembered that it was this sword that was chasing him last time. He couldn't hide from him anywhere. The guy hung the blade on his belt. He decided that this would be a good keychain for him. The fan congratulated his friend on his victory over a dangerous enemy. The main character thanked the fan for his help. The military leader fell to his knees. Behind him stood an armed tench. The fighter asked the main character what to do with the prisoner. The main character told his girlfriend that Doug had come to her to take revenge now. She herself can decide his fate. Shan said that there is no need to torture the prisoner and let him go away. The main character said that if you release the warlord, it will be the same as releasing a tiger into the wild. The interlocutor explained that if you kill the Ark, then her family will be in danger. Yin looked at the fighter and said that trying to act softly does not lead to anything good. He will spare his life at the request of his girlfriend. Ark with a swing thrust his weapon into the ground. He told the main character to pay for today's lunch with his spear. For the preservation of his life, he promised to repay in the future. The main character said to himself with a smile that the military leader turned out to be an interesting person. The main character asked his friend how he brought upon himself the wrath of the military leader. Feng replied that he had once killed the owner of the Ark and now the warrior's reputation was ruined. The girl told the warrior that she had heard about his family. Hao's younger brother harassed a decent woman, and the named son of the Feng family killed him. The warrior said that his wife is still in a coma due to the fact that they were wounded by that bastard. The main character asked his interlocutor, how did she offend before Ko? The friend explained to her friend that it was because of him that she had done wrong. The girl said that Hao proposed to her, but she refused. She explained to him that she was engaged to the main character. Yin noted with surprise that everything that happened was really connected with him. The main character asked his girlfriend how exactly she refused her friend and did she really disgrace him in front of everyone? The girl remembered how she threw the bouquet towards the guy. She shouted to him that her fiancé was Yin Wu Dao. Shan turned aside and said in a sly voice that she herself was very virtuous and modest. She couldn't humiliate anyone. Personally, she thought to herself that she would really like to see Hao teach the main character a lesson. Yin, I asked my girlfriend, what kind of guy is this because of which his friends cannot return home? The fan said with fear that Hao was so strong that it was even scary. The girl said with fear that her friend was the night ruler of the capital. The main character said that he was very interested in himself. He thought that he had a new opponent. At this time, the clatter of a large number of feet was heard. It was a group of soldiers running. The soldiers who ran in were armed with machine guns and had masks on their faces. Very soon, the protagonist's parents appeared in the yard. They were heading towards him. Feng was very surprised when he saw a man and a woman in front of him. The woman joyfully shouted to her interlocutors that everything was fine with them. The man explained that he called for reinforcements just in case. The owner told the fighters that everything was over and they could return. The soldiers replied that they would do so. The fan turned his back and told the main character that he had a powerful family. His help was unnecessary. Yin stopped his friend. Yin put his hand on the warrior's shoulder. He said that his parents' strength is the power of the Yin family, and the help of a friend is the power of the Yin Wudao family. It was a bright day outside. The ruler and his servants were in the Sudong residence. Beautiful and exotic animals rested on the territory of the residence. The ruler named Shi Hao was relaxing with his maids. He asked his subordinate, "Have the fighters really switched over to Yin Dao?" Doug bowed to his boss and said that everything was so. The ruler told the repaired man to get up. The fighter told Mr. Hu that he had failed the task and deserved punishment. The ruler stepped aside. He said in a confident voice that he would deal with the guy himself. Hao turned to his girls named Qing and Hong Yu and suggested that they go with him to Jiangnan. The interlocutors fearfully refused. The ruler said in a romantic voice that now in Jiangnan there are bridges over the canal and birds are singing, and the scent of flowers. He explained that this trip would be at government expense. The girls were very happy. They said in a satisfied voice that they would be glad to go. The maid said that the second madam is also in Jiangnan now. If she finds out that the maids went with the master, then she will be in trouble. The guy said with a smile that they wouldn't tell his sister anything. The ruler looked sternly at the military leader and said that he would go with them. The main character watched a video on his phone with his participation. Users wrote him happy comments. Yin held the phone in his hand. A girl came up from the side and asked him what all this was about. The main character said in a satisfied voice that he was disgusted by himself. The policewoman demanded that the guy talk about the matter. Yin explained that he decided to post a video with his participation. Special effects were used in the video. Lu said that Chen disappeared as soon as he arrived in the city. Li Daoi turned to ashes. Also, the Ji family lost everything overnight. The woman sternly told her interlocutor that his company was thriving. She decided that Yin decided to take over the entire business of the Ji and Hua families and Chen's business. The guy started waving his hand in fear and told the woman that it was all a coincidence. He threatened to sue the policewoman for libel. At this time, the phone rang. The guy couldn't understand who was calling him at the wrong time. The girl shouted in fear that it was her device. The main character, with great surprise, handed the device to his girlfriend. The interlocutor told the police that serial murders in the Bai family had already claimed 8 lives. They need help. The girl replied that she would come over now. The main character waved his hand to his interlocutor and said that he would not detain her. The woman came up and handcuffed the guy. He asked with interest what she was doing. The policewoman explained that she would watch the main character all the time so that he could not kill anyone else. The policewoman pulled the guy along so that he would take her to the house of the Bai family. The main character and his companion were driving along the road in a car. Yin commanded the policewoman to hold on tighter. The girl did not understand what the guy told her. The main character sharply turned the steering wheel to the side. The car suddenly drifted on the road. Due to the fact that the car jerked sharply, the girl skidded straight towards the driver and she accidentally touched his face. The policewoman displeasedly told the guy that he did all this on purpose. Yin showed his companion that they were still handcuffed. The girl shouted to the guy that dangerous driving is a crime. Yin looked very admiringly at the girl and admired her beauty. Yin looked at his surprised companion and said that she had a good figure. The girl angrily shouted to the guy that she had definitely gone crazy if she decided to be chained to him. She pulled out the key to unfasten it. Yin sharply began to turn the steering wheel to the side. The car then began to skid. The policewoman, due to a strong skid, let go of the keys to the handcuffs from her hands. The key flew out of the car and fell to the ground. The girl shouted to the guy that he was unbearable. The guy, accompanied by his companion, arrived at the gates of the Bai's residence. The main character was surprised to notice that someone had died in the Bai family. Everyone around was in mourning. The woman told the guy that the unknown killer would not rest until he killed their entire family. A guy named Kei Hai told Yunqi's interlocutor that it had been very difficult for her all these years. The woman suddenly jerked to the side. The guy couldn't touch her. Yunqi explained in a frightened voice that she was already used to handling everything on her own. Hai asked his interlocutor for forgiveness. He said that he would be very happy to turn back time. The main character came up and asked the woman what happened here. Yun was very happy. She greeted the guy with great excitement. Yuni was surprised to notice that her guests were holding each other's hands and there was a towel on top of their hands. The woman was surprised. She never expected guests to appear at such an inopportune time. Yuni, I asked the guy and the girl how they ended up here. The policewoman explained that they had come on business. Hai said that he carefully examined everything around. The guy said that in all cases there was a murder and it was disguised as suicide or an accident. The main character asked the woman, why didn't they report it to the police earlier? Yuni explained that before everything looked like suicide or an accident, all victims were adults and were in locked rooms. The woman said that the Bai family had a lot of problems this year. She did nothing so that no one else knew about the problems in their family. Yoonhee said that a newborn boy in their family suddenly died. This is the 9th male child to die in their family. The woman said she was accused of killing the boys in order to retain her position as head of her family. She can't refute this in any way. Main character put his hand on the interlocutor's face and said that the truth always comes out. Yin, accompanied by her companions, went into the next room and slammed the door. The police officer told the woman not to leave the house until the case was solved. The interlocutor replied that she would do so. The policewoman turned to the guy and said that he could begin. Hai picked up a latex adult pillow from the floor. It belonged to the child's mother. The guy said that at first he thought that the killer had strangled the baby with a pillow, but he noticed that it was very elastic and light. Hai put a pillow to the man's face. He said that he could breathe freely. The guy said that there are a lot of holes in the pillow for ventilation. You can't strangle anyone with it. Hai reported that he examined all the rooms where the murders were committed. He also dissected all the bodies. The hanged victim had a rope mark on his neck pointing backwards. When hanging, the trail always goes up. The guy reported that the woman's death was caused by a blow to the back of her head with a blunt object. Hai said that in other cases he also found many inconsistencies. The guy said in a confident voice that all these were not accidents or suicides. Hai told his surprised interlocutors that all these murders were directed against the Bai family. The woman was very surprised. She listened to the guy with great amazement. Yin and the policewoman stood in silence. The main character thought that he was a very good detective. He himself could not understand who could be hunting the Bai family. He decided that everything that happened looked like a month. The policewoman said that none of the murder cases was similar to the others. The main character replied that this was all a series of murders. The main character showed his interlocutors the diary of the Bai family. In it, the time of death of all victims is separated by 16 days. People around looked at the diary in surprise and noticed that the main character told the truth. The policewoman said thoughtfully that all this could not be a coincidence. They have with serial murders. The guy said that the death of Bai Yulong and Bai Yaozong does not fit into this scheme. The girl replied that the cases on these deaths had already been closed and were not related to the new murders. The main character glanced slyly at the detective. He decided that this guy killed the members of the Bai family. Suddenly, some kind of guess struck me. Yin-hee looked in front of him with great excitement. The main character asked the detective, how did he know about the deaths of Bai Yulong and Bai Yaozong? Hai calmly explained that he had read about everything in the news. Yin looked at his interlocutor angrily and said that he was very interested in the affairs of the Bai family. The guy said that he had known Yoonxi for many years, so he is very worried about her family. The woman looked at the main character and said that there was no need for any more questions. She explained that Hai had only recently returned to Jiangcheng and had nothing to do with their family's affairs. The police officer said that it was she who asked the guy to help them in the investigation. The system informed the owner that a new chosen one of heaven had been discovered. Began with the formation of the task. The main character must solve the mystery of all mysteries. As a reward, he will receive 8 points and an increase in intelligence. The main character suggested that the guy organize a competition and try to find the real killer first. Yin told his interlocutor that he would definitely lose. Hai demanded that the woman give him recordings from all the CCTV cameras in the house. Yoon replied that the cameras near the entrance were not working. The guy said in a sly voice that he couldn't believe the cameras weren't working. Hai approached the entrance along with the hostess. He said the camera should have recorded who was walking along the corridor. The detective said that the length of the corridor was 20 meters. An ordinary person covers this distance in 13 seconds. It would take at least 2 minutes for an attacker to commit the murder. Anyone who has been in the corridor for more than 2 minutes will be considered suspect. Hai went with his companions inside the video surveillance room. The policewoman sat down at the table near the computers. She said that they would now look at all the recordings from the moment the mother of the deceased left the room. The main character said that the killer could have hidden in the food serving cart and that's how he got into the room. The detective happily told the guy that he got the point. Hai explained in a calm voice that the serving trolley had nothing to do with this situation. Viewers noticed in the video footage how Bai Yunxi walked along the corridor. The guy demanded that the police switch to another camera. He was surprised to notice that 5 minutes had passed in the recording and the woman still had not come out. The detective said 10 minutes had passed and it was unclear what was happening. The woman appeared on the recording again. Hai was unhappy. He didn't understand who dared to touch Bai Yunxi. The woman was very scared. The people around her looked at her suspiciously. Youngsi fearfully shouted to her interlocutors that she was not guilty and that they should believe her. The police officer looked at the video recording with great suspicion and then at the suspect. The girl angrily shouted for the woman to go with her and help them in the investigation. The main character sharply jerked his hand to the side. He pulled the girl towards him with handcuffs. The policewoman could not resist and was pulled towards the guy. The main character said that evidence is needed to arrest Bai Yunxi. The woman was scared. She couldn't understand what kind of evidence she was talking about. The door opened and the hostess appeared in the room with scissors. She rushed at Yunxi. The woman accused the girl of killing many men in the Bai family and not even sparing the child. She rushed forward with the scissors. Yunxi fell to the floor in fear. She continued to make excuses in fear. The mistress swung the scissors and shouted that Yunxi must pay for the murder of her son. The main character ran up from the side. He kicked the woman in the face with all his might. The hostess, after hitting Yunxi, was now safe. The main character told the hostess sternly that evidence is needed to arrest a person. The woman began to cry. She felt very much crushed. The main character told the hostess that she could kill her son herself in order to frame Bai Yunxi later. The woman shouted to the guy in a frightened voice that she had nothing. Lu ordered her subordinate to send the pillow for examination. We need to compare the DNA remains from the pillow with Yunxi's DNA. The police officer said they needed to compare Yunxi's DNA with DNA samples from other crime scenes. The main character said that Yunxi could kill a person with a blunt object, but she would not be able to hang a huge man herself and then climb onto the beam. Lu answered the guy that she was just collecting evidence. The girl had a motive. The main character did not know what he could say to his interlocutor now. Yunxi came up from the side. The main character and the policewoman looked at her with suspicion. The girl invited the guests to have dinner at her family's residence. They could continue their investigation tomorrow. The main character answered the girl in a dissatisfied voice that he agreed. It was late evening and the moon was shining in the sky. There was a bright light shining in the windows of the building. Yunxi told Officer Lu that she would have to endure a little inconvenience. The policewoman was sitting next to the guy on the sofa. The girl approached the main character and asked in fear if he believed her. Yin smiled at his interlocutor and said that he, of course, believed her. Yunxi smiled at the guy and said that it was enough for her that he believed her. The woman told the guests that she was going to bed. She also advised them to go to bed early. Yunxi went into the next room and slammed the door. The main character and his girlfriend were left alone. Lu explained that she only believed the evidence. After collecting evidence, she will arrest the suspect. The main character fell asleep sitting on the bed. A policewoman was sitting and dozing next to him. Yin opened his eyes slightly. He looked for a very long time and carefully at the sleeping policewoman next to him. Lu hugged her friend and calmly dozed on his chest in silence. The main character opened the handcuffs with a very quick and professional movement. Yen stood up from the sofa very quietly. He freed his hand from the cuffs and prepared to leave. The guy walked very quietly around the room. The policewoman called him through his sleep. The main character turned around, frightened. He hoped that his girlfriend was already deep asleep. Lu whispered to the guy in his sleep so that he wouldn't even think about doing anything stupid. The main character carefully and quietly opened the door and then went into the next room. Yunxi was lying and sleeping on the bed. Her body was not covered with a blanket. Yin carefully extended his hand and touched the girl's body. The girl woke up and asked the guy in fear, "How did he get here?" Yin told her that he was curious. The main character sternly asked the interlocutor why she was in the room with the child for so long. The girl was unhappy because she was suspected. Yin looked at his interlocutor and said that he believed her. But he was just curious. Yoon said that she loves children and that's why she went into the room to play with the baby. The main character put his hand on the girl's leg. He began to press himself against her. Yin told the interlocutor that if she wanted children, then he could help her. Yoon asked the guy to stop. The main character climbed on top of the girl and said that he already missed her. The interlocutor answered the guy that she missed him too. Suddenly, there was a loud knock near the window. The girl asked in fear, "Who came to her?" After a short pause, the guy near the bedroom window said that his name was Hei. The guy was standing near the window. He recalled out loud that he had not seen the girl since they were 16 years old. He said that he continued to think about her all these years. The girl shouted in fear from the room to the guy so that he wouldn't misunderstand her. Hai reminded his friend that they loved each other as children and vowed to be together. The girl quietly told the main character that she knew the guy in childhood. They still didn't understand then. Yin answered his interlocutor that he believed her and she should deal with her friend herself. The girl told the guy that more than 10 years had passed. She advised her friend to forget her and find the only one for himself. The girl's sympathy points began to grow. She said out loud that she already had a loved one. The guy angrily shouted to the girl that he couldn't forget what happened between them. Hai angrily shouted to his girlfriend to go with him. He explained to her that if she remained in the Bai family, then trouble would happen to her. The main character said with a smile that Yoon did not get married because she had been waiting for her prince for a long time. The main character told his interlocutor that he was leaving. He looked at the girl carefully. The girlfriend grabbed the guy with her legs on both sides and didn't let him go. Yoon looked at her friend with great desire and said that she would not allow him to leave. She sat on top of him. Hai thought angrily to himself that the girl had betrayed their love, therefore, suspicions against her may be justified. The next day, the main character woke up in a room in a mansion. Lu angrily screamed at her friend to wake up. She found evidence. Hai showed all the interlocutors the evidence from the girl's office. He held a drawing in his hands. It described how a woman could use blocks to kill a man herself and hang his body from a beam. Yoon angrily asked the guy, "Does he really want to take revenge on her?" Hai explained to the suspect that he was only fulfilling his duty as a detective. The guy approached a large vase. He explained that usually things are hidden in such places most often. The guy put his hand inside the vase. He found a huge hammer there and pulled it out. Lu was holding a hammer in her hands. She said with surprise that the shape of the weapon matched the victim's wounds. She demanded that the hammer be sent for examination. Hai bent down and climbed under the cabinet. He said that not all the evidence had been found yet. The detective rummaged around and found the dead baby's hat under the cabinet. Hai, I found a bottle of poison behind one of the books on the shelf, from which one of the victims died. In one of the boxes there was a dangerous snake. The first victim died from its bite. The policewoman was delighted. She said that the great detective was standing in front of her. Everyone around was in admiration. The woman was very surprised. She did not understand where the evidence against her could come from. Yoon looked at the snake in the box in surprise. She couldn't stand them. The police asked the suspect what she could say in her defense. The main character was very angry. He jerked his hand to the side. Yoon said that the girl is completely innocent. The policewoman demanded that the guy tell her the real killer. The main character pointed his finger at the detective and said that he was a murderer. The girl angrily shouted at her friend to stop and not say anything more. Lu told the guy that she had a spare key for the handcuffs. She chained him to her so that he would stop doing evil. Yin touched the handcuffs with his hands and was able to open them. The guy looked at his hand and told the girl that he himself could have told the handcuffs. People around were surprised that the guy was able to break the handcuffs with his bare hands. The girl said that Hai had just returned from another city. She asked how he could be considered a murderer. The main character looked slyly at the detective and said that this could have happened yesterday or even many years ago. Yin sat down on the sofa and told the guy that he would now outline the motives that motivated him. The main character looked ahead with great attention. He prepared to tell. Kai's parents were servants in the Bai family. The boy himself and the girl were childhood friends. When the children turned 16, the Bai family found out about their relationship. As a result, the guy's parents were kicked out of the house where they lived. The laws of the Bai family were very strict. The guy's mother could not cope with the death of her husband and hanged herself soon after. Then Haya's father, in order to protect his son, decided to sacrifice himself. For the boy, the Bai family paid for his education and sent him abroad, but he still hated them. Hai returned to Jiangcheng early and began to kill all the members of the Bai family in order to completely stop their line. Yin pointed his finger at the guy and said that the methodical nature of the killings coincides with how many years ago and how many years ago his parents died. Yin pointed his finger to the side and named a period of 16 years. Hai stood nearby and listened to everything attentively. Yoon said with surprise that exactly 16 days passed between each murder. Lu said very frightenedly that she herself invited the killer into her house. After a short pause, the police said that it could all be a coincidence. The main character pointed his finger at the detective and said that all this was not a coincidence at all. Hai angrily confirmed that he is the killer. He asked the main character, "What evidence does he have?" The detective said angrily that there is evidence against Yunshi. A girl can be convicted without her confession. The main character thought angrily to himself that the detective turned out to be very impudent. Yin extended his hand into his pocket to quickly grab the blade. An assistant appeared. She told the owner that the chosen one must be played according to special rules. It's not enough to just kill him. The main character told his interlocutor that he was just getting a little excited. Yin turned to his interlocutors and reminded them that they had missed an important point. All the murders had one thing in common. The main character said in an important voice that all the murders were committed in locked rooms. The police said that the criminal could have entered the room from outside through the window and returned the key to the room after the crime. The attacker could also hide in the room in advance, and after the murder, take advantage of the moment and escape. The policewoman asked how exactly the attacker was able to hide. Yin replied that the criminal used the second method. Lu asked her interlocutor with great interest how the criminal could have entered the room. The main character reminded his interlocutors about the cart in the surveillance video footage. Hai hid in the cart in advance and got into the room that way. When the body was found, the guy took advantage of the confusion and went to the next victim. The police officer said she would take DNA samples from the cart. The main character told his interlocutor not to waste time. Yin explained that the guy had already thought of everything and cleaned everything in advance. Hai looked at the main character with a smile and said that he only had guesses and no evidence. The policewoman said that without evidence, all the words of the protagonist are empty. Yin sternly told his interlocutors that there was one place where the evidence should definitely be. Yin pointed at the guy and said that the evidence should be in the girl's room. The police entered the room and began to search it. They checked everything carefully. One of the workers found short hair. Another policeman found flakes of skin. Yuni shouted to her friend in fear that she didn't do anything like that and didn't let the guy come to her. Yin grabbed his girlfriend's hand and said that he didn't want to blame her for anything. Yuni said that she never sleeps naked, so the pervert wouldn't see anything. The police officer told the guy that she was forced to detain him for now. She wanted to take him to the station while DNA tests were being carried out. Hai looked at the policewoman angrily and smiled at her very slyly. The detective angrily said that there was no need to conduct tests since the DNA belonged to him. The guy asked the main character how he guessed that he would leave evidence. Yin said that Hai was inspired by love and had to come to the room, but he did not expect that he would leave traces. The main character remembered that Fuji went into the guy's room and took some of his hair and skin samples. Then all this was thrown under Yunxi's bed. Hai, I took the remote control out of my pocket. He said that if everything was revealed, then his plan had failed. He planted explosives throughout the house. The main character, together with his companions, was very scared. Hai shouted to his interlocutors that it was all over for them. After that, he pressed the button on the remote control. There was a very strong explosion. The guy shouted that if the heavens turned away from him, he would destroy all living things. Yan grabbed his girlfriends and pulled them along. He shouted at them to hold on tight. The main character managed to grab his girlfriends in time and pull them out of the burning building. The girl shouted excitedly that they were flying. Yin flew out of the window of the burning building. The guy and the girls landed on the ground. He said that a real man never looks back at an explosion. Lu turned around and looked at the guy's back with great excitement. Everything behind him was burned. The girl fell exhausted to her knees. Burning shards were still falling around her. Yuni sadly realized to herself that her grandfather and uncle had died. The main character looked at the burning building. The police realized that the explosion was very powerful. It didn't look like homemade explosives. She called and decided to find out where Hai could get the explosives from. The main character looked at the fire and realized that the messengers of heaven had great power. Yin realized that the chosen ones of heaven were elevated thanks to the destroyed human lives. He remembered that Hai, because of his revenge, personally destroyed the Bai family that raised him. The main character angrily decided to himself that he would destroy the chosen ones and seize the heavenly path. The system informed the owner that he had completed the task. He received 8 points and an intelligence boost. Yin felt as if his mind had been cleansed, and he himself had become smarter. The main character closely watched the policewoman. He thought there was something wrong with the explosives. Subordinates wrote to the police that there were 4 explosives in the Type C building. It is supplied by a mercenary group called the Lion Pack. Yin went up to his friend and told her that the Lion Pack was supplying weapons to their country. The policewoman was surprised that the guy read the message from her phone from a distance. The main character said that people with martial arts have excellent eyesight. He realized to himself that his logic had become better and his senses had become more acute. Yin thought to himself that he can now find answers to many questions. The main character realized that good intelligence helps make a genius out of an ordinary person. The policewoman waved her hand to the guy. She said that she had a task and was leaving. The main character looked after his departing girlfriend. He was wondering how many chosen ones she would bring him. The assistant asked the guy, Is he really sure that the policewoman is the chosen one of heaven? Lu could just be a minor character. The main character with a smile told his interlocutor that he is never wrong about women. The assistant pushed the guy away with her hand and reminded him that he had many girlfriends and he was still attracted to her. The main character looked at the girl. He said she could cry. She had a lot of suffering and she worried a lot. The main character took off his outer jacket. He decided to give it to his girlfriend. The main character told his girlfriend that he would help her organize the funeral of her relatives. She herself must deal with the journalists. He advised that Uni only tell the truth. Yin told the girl to move in with him. Jiang can handle the company's affairs. The girl angrily told her interlocutor that she could handle everything herself. The main character picked up his girlfriend and helped her walk. He said that he would give her the shares of the Dark Bird. They used to belong to the G family. Uni thanked her friend. She said she had nothing left but work. The main character thought to himself that his girlfriend was a very strong woman. She continues to fight. Despite all troubles and grief, Yin was in his villa near the sea. It was bright sunny weather outside. Lin ran up to the guy and very scared said that they had a problem. Lin said that suspicious individuals appeared near the house. Judging by their appearance, they are professional military men. Perhaps these are foreign mercenaries. The main character said in a cheerful voice that for him it all looks like a coincidence. Lin suggested that this could all be an attempt on his uncle's life again. The main character replied that only Chen can kill the governor. The main character remembered that in the morning, the house of the Bai family was blown up with explosives from mercenaries. In the evening, foreign soldiers appeared near his house. Everything became very clear to him. The main character said that Hao hired mercenaries from the Lion Pack to deal with him and the Shangguan family. Lin replied to his friend that he now thinks much faster. Yin said with a smile to his friend that he now understands why there were many eunuchs in the emperor's court. Flattery. It turned out to be pleasant. A girl came up from the side. She slyly told the guys that she also wanted to listen to what they were talking about. The guys cheerfully smiled at their girlfriend and said that they had nothing to talk about. The main character explained to his girlfriend named Qingya that he still had things to do and she could eat without him. Qingya thought that if her friend was very busy, it meant that he had important business. The main character looked at his girlfriend and decided that she was very upset. He remembered that he spends most of his time with Shangguan Jialuo and completely forgot about Qingya. The main character threw the keys to his friend. He told him to wait half an hour while he came in and had a cup of tea. Lin looked with interest after his friend and the girl. He didn't understand why he needed half an hour. The main character ran into the house with his girlfriend. He kissed her there. Qingya told her friend that if he has an important matter, then he can do it. She will wait for him at home. Yin answered his interlocutor that the most important thing for him was her. Yin hugged his girlfriend while she was lying on the sofa. She cheerfully told him that he was a scoundrel. It was late evening and the sun began to set over the city from above. The main character left the house. He told his friend that they needed to go somewhere and take a look. Lin was very unhappy that his friend had been gone for 3 hours. The two of them stood near the car. Yin and his friend arrived at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. A monk sat near the huge concrete pipes. He looked very beaten. The main character asked his friend, "What happened to him?" The man replied that he pretended to be a hermit monk so as not to be noticed. Yin explained to his interlocutor that there are a lot of hermit monks now, therefore his friend only attracts more attention to himself. The man asked what he should do now. The main character headed towards the building. He told his friends that he needed to stop by and say hello. Main character approached the site. There was a group of armed soldiers standing there. There were small vans around them. Lin said with suspicion that soldiers were walking around near the house. The main character was watching closely next to him. Yin told his friend that the soldiers had strange weapons. It's better for them not to risk it but to return. At this time, a time bomb appeared from somewhere on the side. Lin shouted in fear that there were 4 explosives in front of them. He and his friends looked around in fear. The indicator on the explosives glowed red and an explosion was about to occur. Lin shouted in fear to his friends to leave. The monk rushed to protect the main character. The monk tried to cover the guy with himself. The line fell to the ground to protect itself from the explosion. No explosion occurred. Lin asked in surprise, who managed to pull out the detonator? A fighter came up from the side and said that the king of soldiers named Lin Feng is always on the alert. The guy said that he sees in front of him a mercenary king named Lion King Joba. Joba with long blonde hair came out and looked at the uninvited guests. The main character suspiciously asked his friend if he knew the mercenary. Lin said that Joba became a mercenary. From an early age, he became famous for killing a lion with his bare hands. After this, he created a mercenary group called the Lion Pack. Joba looked at the guy and said that they had not only known each other before, but even fought. The main character asked his friend who won their battle. The interlocutor hesitated to answer. The main character told his friend that everything was clear with him and they had problems. Joba told his interlocutors that he had only one defeat in the entire time that he led the detachment. The mercenary sternly and angrily asked the guy what he was doing here. The main character stopped his friend and said instead that they were from the Bai family and were looking for the one who planted the bomb. The Demolition man angrily shouted to the main character that no one asked him. Lin angrily shouted to the soldier that he was seeking death. The monk told the bomber that he wanted to experience physical destruction. Joba shouted sternly to his subordinate to calm down. Yin raised his hand up and shouted to the mercenary to calm down. The system told the owner details about the job. Yin is obliged to break through and pull out within 30 days for a reward. The mercenary said that he had not heard that there were any important men still alive in the Bai family. Yin said that the soldiers could call him Handsome Jian. The fighters looked at each other. They couldn't remember since when their boss changed his name. The bomber asked Jian sternly, "What does he care about the Bai family?" The main character said that he wants to marry Miss Bai. The girl promised in the ruins of the house that she would marry someone who would avenge her family. Joba asked the guy if he really decided that he had a chance. Yin raised his hands up and asked for forgiveness for disturbing them. The soldiers laughed. They were greatly amused by the behavior of the uninvited guest. Joba turned to his friend Lin and asked, "Are the words of the main character true?" Lin became worried. He didn't know what he could answer the mercenary now. The leader told the main character that he could be free. Yin can go away. Joba explained to the main character that he saved his life because of the tench. He believes that Lu Fong is a man of his word and would not lie. The main character waved his hand to the mercenary and said that he would never forget his kindness and promised to repay him for it. A woman named Sen Yu came up from the side. She told the leader that the stranger could bring the red shield here. Joba explained that if they had already been found, then their shelter was no longer safe. They need to leave the base immediately. The woman shouted to the mercenary that he was putting his personal interests above the safety of the squad. Joba hit the woman in the face with a flourish. She fell to the ground. The mercenary said that he did not attack the guests because he did not want to receive unnecessary attention. Even if they killed strangers, they would suffer losses. Sen, in a frightened voice, asked for forgiveness from her commander. The bomber told the commander that they already need to deal with the guy Yin Dao and the girl Shangguan Jia Luo. The leader reached forward and grabbed his subordinate by the throat. Joba angrily asked the soldier who allowed him to sell weapons. Because of the big explosion, he had to call people away from the Yin house. The bomber said in a frightened voice that the Bai family, through deception, took possession of Joba's antiques and wanted to bring Joba himself into poverty. The commander threw his subordinate to the ground and told him not to be such a smart guy anymore. The commander told the soldiers in a stern voice that they should not do anything without his order. China is a no-go zone for mercenaries. The soldiers replied that they would do so. The commander pointed to his subordinates to the box with the bomb. He said that they still had this gift of fate in their hands. Hao suddenly appeared on the side. He told the soldiers that he would take care of this gift. The mercenary told his guest that he had not fulfilled additional conditions. He was supposed to appear only in 3 hours. Hao replied to the fighter that he was unable to remove the targets. This task was just a test for him. Now the group doesn't stand a chance. Joba said that his people had already left. He promised that the lion pack always achieves its goal. The master sat down on the box. He said that he would wait another 3 hours. After that, he will transfer the money and pick up the goods. The girl approached the guy and pushed him with her finger. She asked, "Where did the Hunyui go?" Hao asked his girlfriend to leave the crazy girlfriend alone. The main character was driving in a car with friends. He asked the strong man why he was still offended. The monk said with interest that all 3 of them could have easily gotten out. He did not understand why it was necessary to pretend to be cowards. Yin replied to his interlocutor that he did not understand. Lin said that uranium concentrate was found at the site. The mercenaries have a dirty bomb. If they blow it up, many people will die from radiation. The monk turned around and asked the guy for forgiveness for having to humiliate himself. Yin explained that a real man must be able to bend. The driver asked his friend what they would do now. The lion pack plans to change their hiding place. Lin wanted to follow them. Yun said that if the mercenaries discovered them, it means that they are now being followed. They won't come back now. Suddenly, a girl appeared on the road. She blocked the car's path. Meow waved to her friends. The main character said that reinforcements had arrived. Meow said that she has a flock of tame crows. She will order the birds, and they will watch the mercenaries. The girl was holding a tablet with a map of the city. Yin said that crows are very smart. His girlfriend knows how to subdue animals, so she will succeed. Lin asked his friend how he was going to use the birds. Yin replied that all this was still a secret. The main character arrived at the coffee shop. He had a meeting with the police there. Lu told his friend in a dissatisfied voice that she was busy and had no time to drink coffee with him. She asked the guy, "What does he want from her?" Yin explained to the interlocutor that she should not rush things. The police officer explained to the guy that she would not leave until he told her everything. The main character told the girl that he had found the one she wanted. The policewoman was very interested. Yin abruptly pushed the tablet towards him. The policewoman moved her hand towards him. The main character told the girl not to rush. Lu sternly asked the guy, "What does he want in return?" The main character strictly demanded from his interlocutor that she return alive. He will be waiting for her. The guy warned that the mercenaries have uranium concentrate and a good surveillance system. The policewoman must be careful. Lu was very surprised. She did not understand why her friend began to speak to her in such a tone. The main character looked at the girl and thought that he would arrange an unforgettable night for her. Lu thought to herself in fear that the most important thing for her now was to catch the mercenaries. The police ordered all posts to begin the operation. Yin walked out of the coffee shop onto the street. At this time, a stranger was watching him in the car. The girl arrived on house instructions to get even with the main character. The driver decided to park the car first. She pulled into a parking space. The girl was scared. She realized that she had just hit someone with the car. An unfamiliar guy fell from behind the car. He shouted to the driver that she had hit a man. The girl realized that the attacker wanted to extract money from her. The driver got out of the car and carefully examined the guy. The stranger thought to himself that he had finally found a better car. The girl put her hand under her clothes and wanted to give the guy something. He was very happy. The driver scattered small jets of fire around herself. They flashed brightly. The stranger was very scared. The girl looked angrily at the stranger and asked, "Does he still want to deceive her?" The guy shouted in fear that the driver had hit a man, beaten him, and didn't want to pay yet. He grabbed the girl's leg and didn't let go. Passers-by approached. They angrily surrounded the driver. The girl said with fear that she did not beat or hit anyone. At this time, someone came up from the side and threw a wad of bills in front of the stranger. The main character angrily asked the guy, "Will he have enough for treatment?" The stranger shouted that he had enough. The guy with the money happily ran to the side. The driver did not understand why the guy decided to help her out. Yin told the stranger that he could help her move the car. The girl asked the guy, "Why did he give the money to the stranger? The scammer will now terrorize people more." The main character replied that the attacker would not touch anyone again. Yin got behind the wheel of the car and prepared to leave with the girl. The guy happily walked down the street. He said he had a good catch. He didn't notice the car behind him. At this time, the attacker was suddenly hit by a car. He dropped all the money. The guy, after a powerful blow from the car, fell sharply to the ground. The main character slyly said that if the fraudster took money for treatment, it means that he must go to the hospital. The girl was very surprised. She looked admiringly at her new acquaintance. In the parking lot, the guy told the girl that judging by her accent, she was from Longcheng. Yin told his interlocutor that the incident should not spoil her impression of Zhangcheng. The girl answered the guy that with him the city only becomes more interesting. The main character handed his new girlfriend a business card. The driver sternly asked if the interlocutor really wanted to seduce her. The main character turned around. He told the girl that she was pretty but not very cute. After that, he said goodbye. The main character was scared. He noticed shots from the side and realized that they wanted to kill them. The bullet flew past the guy's face. He managed to tilt his head to the side. The main character noticed several fighters with machine guns. He realized he was caught in the crossfire. Masked strangers stood shooting at the guy with firearms. The main character grabbed a knife. He very awkwardly dodged the shots. Yin swung and threw the knife at the soldier with all his might. The guy very quickly jumped over the car to take cover. Bullets were flying in his direction. The fighter pointed to the girl and said that she was just talking to the guy. The stranger turned around in surprise. She realized that the fighters had approached her. The fighter pointed the weapon at the girl and told the main character to get out. The stranger shouted that she had just met the guy. He won't risk his life for her. The fighter very angrily threatened the stranger that he would kill her now. The main character came out of hiding. He shouted to the intruders to stop. Yin demanded the strangers not to touch the girl. He reminded them of the code. The girl was surprised that a guy almost unknown to her would risk his life for her. The fighter began to shoot at the main character. He said that nothing is impossible for a mercenary. Yin very sharply and quickly dodged to the side from the shots. The bandit decided that the guy used teleportation. The main character looked angrily at his opponent and said that he would use his superpower against him. Yin swung his hand and hit the fighter in the face with his fist with all his strength. After a very powerful blow, the fighter flew back and hit the car with his back. Yin remembered that he had never dodged bullets using teleportation. He just doesn't take risks. The stranger looked carefully at the fighter next to her. He didn't pay attention to her. The girl swung her leg and hit the fighter in the face with all her might. The girl hit her opponent with a powerful blow. He flew to the side. The main character took a closer look. He could not keep his gaze away from the stranger. The girl angrily asked the guy why he was looking at her. The stranger fearfully lowered her clothes and told the guy that he was a pervert. The main character folded his hands in prayer and bowed to the merciful Buddha. The girl told her interlocutor that she had misunderstood him. The main character told the stranger that she has an excellent kick. The girl said that her name was Hong Yu and said goodbye. The main character looked after the girl and calmly said goodbye to her in return. The main character arrived at his estate and sharply opened the door at the gate. The guy ran into the estate and asked his girlfriend in fear what was wrong with her. Yin I saw a pile of bodies of fighters in the yard. Shan sat on a chair and said that everything had already been settled. The girl got up from her chair and said that a Sai-Hu had arrived in the city. The killed mercenaries came to kill the main character. Yin said that he had already encountered the Ho people. The guy said that the Hong girl in red clothes is most likely the boss's lover. Shan explained that the main character encountered Hu's personal maid. Yin said that Shi Hao is definitely a villain, since even his maid is beautiful. The girlfriend looked at the guy with interest and said that he had interesting criteria for evaluating villains. The girl warned the main character that the boss's maids are masters of the heavenly list. The main character approached his girlfriend from behind and hugged her. He put his hands on her waist. Yin asked his friend, "Is she jealous?" Shan explained to the guy that she might be jealous since she is his fiancée. The main character took the girl with him and invited her to talk in another place. Yin and his girlfriend entered the room and he slammed the door. The girl sat down on the chair. The main character stood next to her and decided to ask her something. Yin asked his interlocutor, "Why did she come to the city? Was it really to hide?" Shan answered the guy to let him guess. The friend looked at the girl with excitement and said that he was now beginning to understand everything. The main character told his interlocutor that she wanted to use Sai-Hu to get rid of him personally. After Podruzhka came to him, he was already attacked several times. The system informed the owner that a new celestial genius had appeared. She gave him detailed information about her friend. He must destroy it for a reward. The system informed the guy that his girlfriend had great sympathy and hatred for him. Shan reminded her friend that she was his fiancée and she shouldn't hate him. The girl stood up. She told a friend that she had gotten him into trouble. She's leaving today. The main character could not understand why his girlfriend hated him so much. He did not understand why the system ordered him to kill Shan. Yin thoughtfully told his interlocutor that she should not have stayed in the garden. The girlfriend waved the mirror. She shouted to the guy that he had betrayed her and she would kill him now. The main character extended his hand to the side and grabbed the girl's hand. He shouted to her that she was planning to kill him. Shan angrily told the guy that she should have thrown him overboard even earlier. The girlfriend told the guy that she was always deceived by his appearance. She ended up in a terrible situation. Shan promised her friend viciously that she would hate him forever. Yin swung with all his might and threw the girl onto the bed. He decided to punish her. The main character took out a belt from his pants. He said there are rules in the family. The girl wanted to kill her husband, and today he will carry out family punishment against her. Yin swung his hand and began to beat his girlfriend with all his strength using a belt. The girl angrily asked her friend how could he do this to her. Shan covered herself with her arms to protect herself from her friend's blows. The main character calmly explained to his girlfriend that he kicked her out of the garden because he was afraid that she would harm his parents. Shan is his woman, and he will not allow others to humiliate her. Shan was lying on the sofa and asked her friend, Why is he undressing? The main character said that he only fulfilled the family punishment halfway. Now, we need to finish the rest. He was on top of his girlfriend. The girl shouted for him to get off her. Yin grabbed the girl's hand with his hand and said that sooner or later they would still become husband and wife. The main character kissed his girlfriend and said that they could do it all again. The girlfriend closed her eyes. She decided not to resist her friend's wishes. Yin sat on the bed next to the girl and smoked. She was still sleeping next to him. An assistant appeared. She demanded the guy to immediately kill his girlfriend. The main character put his hand on the hair of his sleeping girlfriend. He said that she was very attached to him. Yin knew that love and hate are often intertwined. The stronger the love, the stronger the hatred. He did not understand what was happening between him and the Shan. The assistant extended her paw to the girl and said that she should kill her. Shan was sleeping peacefully. She didn't notice that she was in danger and the woman had already practically grabbed her. The guy grabbed the assistant's hand and prevented her from killing her friend. The woman angrily reminded the owner about the conditions of the task. Yin looked sternly at his interlocutor and asked, "Does she really determine the tasks?" The girl was very amazed. She didn't expect the guy to stop her. The main character abruptly threw his assistant away and she crashed into the wall. Yin approached Miss Su and reminded her in a stern voice that they were partners. He demanded that she not interfere in his decisions and not try to take his place. The main character said that he doesn't like being controlled. He wants the interlocutor to understand this after the first time. Su replied in a frightened voice that she understood. The system informed the owner that the task was updated and completed successfully. Now he must get the Book of Xuan for himself. The girlfriend woke up and asked the main character where he was going. Yin threw on his clothes and said in a confident voice that he was going to a meeting. Hao was in his hunting grounds. He asked the maids if they had seen the guy. The maid poured tea into her master's cup. She confirmed that they had seen the guy. Hao took a cup of tea and asked the girl how she liked the guy. The maid smiled and said that the guy seemed cool to her. The gentleman asked the girl, "Was Yin more beautiful than himself?" The girl told the gentleman in a thoughtful voice that Yin seemed more attractive to her. Joba was sitting on a chair. He was unhappy that Yin was still alive and his people did nothing. The girl told the mercenary that all his people were killed. The mercenary jumped up and said that his people were the best and would never miss. Ho explained to his interlocutor that his subordinate Hong Yu would never lie. The girl told the mercenary that his people wanted to use her as blackmail. She killed one of the fighters. Yin was able to kill two. Joba shouted very angrily that he had greatly underestimated the main character. Hao told his interlocutor that it was time to start the deal. The boss promised that now the life of the main character belongs to him, and he himself will destroy him. Joba sharply extended his hand forward. Hao touched her after that. The leader angrily said that the dead soldiers were his brothers in arms. Their lion troop will never be defeated. It's time for his last mission. Before retiring, he must complete it. Hao told his subordinate that he had already transferred 10 billion to him. There was a control panel near the box with the bomb. Joba told his interlocutor in a confident voice that he believed him. The master said goodbye to Joba and said that their paths would cross again. The soldier wished him a safe journey in response. A girl ran up. She shouted to the boss that the Red Shield Special Forces had just arrived. The demolition man pointed a pistol at the warrior and demanded that he not move. Hao asked the soldiers displeasedly, "Do they really doubt him?" Joba was very angry. He shouted to his subordinates to stop. The commander shouted loudly that he trusted Lan Ho. No one would joke about such matters. The ruler clapped his hands and said that Shi Wang was very wise. The master extended his hand to the side. A bright glow appeared around her. He said that was the whole problem. The master, with the help of his magic, struck a crow flying next to them. The bird fell dead to the ground. The woman rushed towards her to inspect her. The woman said that the problem really was with the bird. The crow had a tracking sensor on its leg. Joba said that their opponent is not so simple. The commander demanded from his subordinate that he give them a large gift for the red shield. Lu was sitting in the forest with a weapon in her hands. Her subordinates analyzed the maps. The policewoman told her subordinates to move towards the target from two flanks. They must start everything at her command. At this time, someone's voice came from the tree. The stranger demanded that the police wait. Lu and the police pointed their guns at the tree. The woman asked, "Who is in front of them?" Yin said in response, "To keep everyone calm." The main character stood and smiled on a tree branch. The woman asked in surprise, "What is he doing here?"